Chapter 1. There are two universal truths. First, warg pups loaf when they feel safe and content. Second, all living things have innate magic. Every plant, every animal, every person. Everything, except for John. "How do you do that?" Marie asked through a stifled giggle. She was careful not to scare the warg pup sitting near John. The image of John's arms and legs jutting at odd angles seemed comical compared to the animal's near-perfect oval shape. Warg pups may appear more wildcat-like and docile than their ferocious adult counterparts. However, they are still prone to fits of rage when threatened. "He's loafing," John whispered back. "I can see that," Marie responded from her hiding spot in the brush 15 feet away, annoyed by his cockiness. "I mean, look at it. It's a perfect loaf. You can't see its legs, tail, or anything. That's a perfect loaf." John looked back at Marie and smiled with wonder and smugness. How could he not smile? She was wearing the red ribbon he liberated from a traveling merchant for her 12th birthday, in her shoulder-length blonde hair. That was 4 summers ago, and since then, she changed from Marie, his playmate, into Marie, his tormentor. Trivial things like a simple smile, a flick of her hair, or even a witty retort made in passing, were enough to send his imagination into overload. She was the closest thing to a dream he had. Marie shook her head with conflicted feelings of awe and annoyance. The loaf game was something they started as kids, and it wasn't so much a game as John showing off his ability to interact effortlessly with wildlife. Warg pups loaf when they feel safe and content. Seeing John crawl to it today was as impressive as the first time she saw it. She thought John should be less pretentious, but his stalking behavior was amusing. For as long as they had known each other, which was longer than she could remember, John had been able to approach all manner of animals. Birds would remain perched on their branch as he passed, only to fly away as Marie stepped closer. John took pleasure in reminding Marie she was scaring the poor animals away. He knew they were only naturally reacting to her magic. It was an ability every animal had. Even people had varying degrees. They could sense the presence of another's magic. The fact that John could approach almost any animal was a mystery only deepened by the times they did feel his company and scampered, swam, or flew away. The warg pup rolled on its side, grooming the back of its paw. It was not concerned that a creature 5 times its size was crouched next to it. John mischievously smiled back at Marie. "Don't do it," she commanded. "Do what?" "I don't know, but you're planning something stupid." How could she think he was about to do something stupid? Probably because he had worn the same smile when he had tried to pick up the greenhorn tree snake, touch the short-quilled musk, or inspect the blue-tailed raven's egg. Any attempt at physical contact usually ended in the animal sensing his presence. "I'm gonna lick it," he said, trying to stifle a laugh. "You're what?" she said flatly as all amusement left her face. "I'm gonna lick it," he stated again with no hint of jest. "I'm just gonna help him out." He knew it was a stupid idea when the words left his mouth. However, once he said it, it was carved in stone, and he had to follow through. "John, no." Marie abandoned her whisper tone for a volume more expectant from a command given by someone of her stature, a lesser noble. If John wouldn't listen, hopefully, she would be loud enough that the warg pup would hear her. John knew that tone of voice. It was the tone he often heard when Marie was upset with him for either doing something stupid or about to do something stupid. Helping a warg pup lick itself clean would, of course, be very stupid. He made eye contact with Marie as he slowly lowered his head, tongue sticking out, towards the warg pup. He thought he might get away with it the closer he got to the back of the warg pup's head, but as he leaned lower, the yellow stone necklace around his neck slid out from the front of his shirt and dangled in front of the warg pup's eyes. The warg pup suddenly stopped grooming its paw and appeared fixed on the twisting yellow stone, no bigger than a fingernail. John inhaled in surprise at being face to face with the tiny creature and the reflection of his necklace in the warg pup's eyes. An eternity passed while they both sat still. John stared at the warg pup while it was staring at his pendant. "John!" Marie called. It was that tone again, but louder, much louder. The warg pup blinked its lingering gaze and focused on John's face only inches away. Its eyes flew wide open, as if it only now noticed the human over him. It lashed out with its front paw, seeking purchase in the invader's face. As John recoiled, he could feel magic lash out from the yellow stone to divert the warg pup's paw aside, allowing it to nick his chin barely. He never felt magic flow out of him as others had described it. He only felt magic as it left the stone necklace, and it rarely felt the same twice. He never had control over his magic like others, but he nonetheless accepted the stone's help. The warg pup quickly turned and ran off into the underbrush. John fell forward and rolled onto his back. A trickle of blood rolled down his chin while he let out a forced chuckle, trying to ease the sudden fear he had experienced. His heart raced, and the hot stone below him warmed his chest. It was always like this. He would do something stupid, and the magic that should have prevented him from doing something stupid in the first place would react at the last moment to protect him. Any other person in the same situation would have easily been unscathed once their magic had responded to the threat. Then again, no other person could get as close to a warg pup as John had without it sensing their magic. "You stupid son of a..." Marie mumbled through clenched teeth as she rushed over to him. "That's okay, I'm fine. Thanks for ask." John cut his sentence short when Marie's foot playfully connected with his outer thigh. It was a solid kick. It would probably leave a bruise. He could tell she was rattled this time. He always could. The harder she would hit or kick him after one of his stupid stunts was proportionate to her concern for his safety. Although he hated to scare her, he liked knowing that she cared. He always hoped she would express her concern in a way that would hurt less. Something that would involve physical contact without all the pain would be nice. Either way, he knew she cared for him, just not as much as he had hoped. "I'm gonna lick it? You actually tried to lick it." Marie met his gaze full on. Her intense stare was already softening to a reluctant smile, knowing he was safe except for the scratch. "It could have killed you," she sighed, half-heartedly kicking him again. John winced in pain. She had hit the same spot as before. If anything, she was consistent. Trust me, that hurt more than the scratch. She knew this was true. No matter how weak or unpredictable, John's magic never failed to protect him from serious harm. He received occasional scratches or nips, but it was never severe enough to call for a trip to the healer. She became angry again, knowing how much it upset her, even though he was in no real danger. She cared for him more than she should, but she had to be careful not to let him know. Although they had been best friends forever, she knew she would never be allowed to fall in love with a shepherd's son. While nobody had noticed them as kids, as they grew, she could hear the whispers asking why a lesser nobleman's daughter was spending so much time around a lowly commoner. They were mismatched. Marie was the perfect example of a noble in appearance and manner, but mostly in appearance as of late. Her light blonde hair, the color of fall straw, framing her emerald green eyes, were both traits only found in noble blood. She was poise and grace, and then there was John. John was, well, nothing like that. He was tall and lean with unkempt brown hair that defied gravity. He wasn't skinny as much as he just wasn't muscular. He had light blue eyes that could only be described as a color found between the water and sky on a sunny day. Those same blue eyes also revealed a hint of deviousness that, when paired with his mischievous smile, could make any young lady think twice about their station. However quickly his charming looks could win a lady's attention, it was often just as promptly lost by his crass humor and disdain for authority. While he could appear almost regal at times, he was just a shepherd's son, and his mannerisms were a stark reminder that was all he ever would be. A simple shepherd's son who would grow to be a simple shepherd. A hollow clock bell rang off in the distance. Marie looked toward the sound and realized it was much later than she thought. The spring days were getting longer, and it was still a half-hour walk back to town. "I gotta go," she said, holding her hand out to help John. John brushed the grass from his pants and slid his necklace back under his shirt. "I know." He didn't even try to disguise his disappointment. "Walk you back?" "Better not," she responded, echoing his sentiment. "See you tomorrow?" she asked hopefully. "Of course," he said. Marie didn't have to ask. They saw each other almost daily, even for a few minutes. Marie turned and walked toward the path back to town. "Try not to lick anything else while I'm gone," she called over her shoulder. John thought he could detect the sound of a smile in her voice. "I'll wait for you," he called back. He wasn't sure why he said those exact words, but he knew he meant it. He stood there watching her disappear into the shade of spring leaves. While the days were getting longer, their time was getting shorter, but neither wanted to acknowledge it. Chapter 2. John weaved through thorn bushes as he took a shortcut through the old ruins in the woods next to his home. He felt oddly at peace among the rubble. As far as he knew, he was the only one who ever visited the area. Ruins were usually a place to avoid. Anyone who entered the site would feel uncomfortable and eventually become ill, even unconscious, if they stayed for too long. John had never felt anything like that. Marie, however, experienced such severe pain in her head the first time she visited the site that she refused to return. His father had told him to avoid the area many times, but his warnings carried no weight. John couldn't remember which came first, his exploration of the ancient ruins or his father's warning not to do so. Either way, he liked looking at the outlines of what must have been buildings. No part of a wall stood more than knee-high. The smooth, moss-covered facade told him that it was not ordinary stone. Some patterned grooves and edges looked as if they had been uniform in size and shape. They looked perfectly stacked. A building like that could stand forever, he thought. It was nothing like the much smaller white and red bricks commonplace today. John finished weaving through a large section of the toppled wall and looked at his favorite site, the metal tree. Although this tree had no branches or leaves, it reminded him of a smooth tree trunk. Nobody knew why it was there, but it always had been. It stood higher than the tallest tree. It was as wide as the town fountain, round and made of metal that did not rust or decay. The metal was unlike anything that a blacksmith would make or use. John marveled at the stacked sections of continuous metal that were as tall as a house. He could not imagine how many blacksmiths it would take to create a piece of metal that's smooth or tall. The people who had made this were all but erased from memory. Only scattered ruins like this, some as large as a city and entirely off-limits by royal decree, remained a mystery. John left the woods and returned to the path past the small wooden hut he called home. He could see his father, Caleb, closing the gate after the last sheep entered the pen that shared an adjacent wall with their home. His father said wild animals were less likely to venture that close to a human house, even if the sheep did seem like an easy meal. John noticed that the sheep became agitated and tried to run as he approached. He thought he could see fear in the eyes of the closest sheep. John looked behind him to see what was spooking them, but he didn't see anything. He wasn't too surprised. It happened sometimes, but not often. His father's voice came from inside the house. "John, bring in some firewood when you come." "How do you do that, old man?" John knew some folks could identify people through the unique magic they presented. To him, that was like telling the color of an object in the dark by simply touching it. Only aristocracy and trained soldiers of the highest caliber had that ability, and even then, it often had to be augmented by a relic. His father was a big man with his fair share of muscle, none of which John inherited, but he was no soldier. He had raised John himself after his mother died in childbirth, so John could never imagine him as an elite soldier. Soldiers weren't allowed to marry. If they were noble-blooded, they wouldn't be living on a sheep farm at the edge of the world, not if they were receiving a royal stipend. However, he always wondered how much money they made from the sheep. They sold the sheared wool, but never their sheep like other farmers. Come to think of it, no other shepherd kept their sheep so close to their house. John abandoned his train of thought and grabbed a few logs before entering. "You've been with Marie, haven't you?" his father said, without looking up from a pile of cut vegetables on the table. He didn't sound like he was asking a question as much as it sounded like a statement of fact. "Why do you even ask?" John said in a defeated voice as he piled the fresh logs on the fire. "You already know, which is weird if you ask me. It would be weird if you weren't. You two spend more time together than you should." Did somebody say something? John had figured Lord Frey disapproved of his daughter being near him. He never expressly forbade Marie from seeing him, which he thought was odd, but the Lord was remarkably busy running Braden and the Valley. He wouldn't be surprised if the Lord had no idea what his daughter was doing daily. John knew her well enough to be sure she would ignore any order keeping her on their estate. Nah, but you know the time in the woods is to clear your mind, not to chase Marie. John ignored that last statement about Marie. Clear my mind? Ever since childhood, his father had encouraged him to go into the woods to clear his mind. He never thought much of it. He assumed all kids did the same until, one day, he realized they didn't. He just used the time to explore and be by himself. He never found the need to clear his mind. If anything, it did the opposite. He found and explored more ancient ruins than anyone. Some were known, and others he had found on his own. He even found items he thought were relics and kept them stashed in a secret location. You know, she's still a noble, his father said in a kinder tone. How could he ever forget Marie was a noble? Her emerald green eyes constantly reminded him that she was something different from him, something better than him. He never knew that when they were kids, but he did now. Marie was destined for something greater than playing with a shepherd's son. She would soon attend the academy, and he would probably never see her again. A wave of deep anger rooted in regret and self-pity started to roll in his stomach. John grabbed the poker and jabbed hard at the base of the flames. The outburst of sparks and flames told Caleb he had broached a sensitive topic. He knew John well enough to tell he was having difficulty coming to terms with losing his one and only friend. He had no idea how close the two had become, but he hoped it wasn't too close. I don't get it, John said in a melancholy voice as he mindlessly poked at the red coals. His father stopped chopping, and his silence was the only reply John wanted. Cracks and pops from the seasoned pine were the only noise in the room. I don't get why we're different, he started again. We're just two people who live in the same shitty small town. Caleb knew it was better to let John vent than to answer his question. She didn't ask to be born a noble, and I sure as hell didn't ask to be born like this, said John. A poor shepherd's son? His father asked, taking the bait. He wanted to hear John acknowledge the fact he knew they were different. He was a commoner, and she was a nobleman's daughter. John thought he had insulted his father when he heard the answer phrased like that. Yeah, I mean no. I know we're different, but not why I'm different. He turned to look his father in the eyes. Not just different from her, but different from everyone. Although Caleb sat stone-faced without a hint of expression, John thought he caught a momentary glimpse of panic behind his father's eyes. Why do I have to go in the woods every day? Why can't I go into town on my own? Why did we move to the middle of nowhere when Mom died? Why do you never talk about her? John pulled out the yellow-stoned necklace tucked under his shirt. And this! John yanked angrily at the stone, trying to rip it from his neck, but the chain refused to break. It was impossible to remove. Why can't I take off this fucking necklace? John crumpled to the floor with his back to the fire, his hand wrapped around the stone on his necklace, head slumped, ashamed of his outburst. Caleb took a deep breath and exhaled. You done? Yeah, I'm done, John said, looking up to see his father thinking. I reckon you're old enough to know. Caleb stopped and looked at the door. John's eyes flew wide open after hearing his response. He was finally going to get some answers. The sound of an approaching horse broke the tension. A pair of boots rushed to the door, and 3 hard knocks shook dirt loose from the top of the door jamb. Caleb opened the door to see Kurt, their nearest neighbor in the valley, out of breath, standing before him. John stood to the side to get a better view. Caleb, Shay went into labor, and the boys aren't back with the wagon yet. It's too early. It wasn't supposed to come for another month. Kurt's voice sounded frantic. The healer's in Emden this week. Caleb placed a reassuring hand on Kurt's shoulder. Emden's at least 4 hours away at a gallop, let alone on a wagon. His father sounded more concerned now than when they were talking. I'll hitch my wagon. He turned to John as he grabbed his coat from the hook behind the door. I'll be back in a day or two. Graze the sheep on the north slope tomorrow." "That's on the other side of the valley," John said. "Yeah, I know," said Caleb, as he shut the door behind him. John stood in an empty room. "What the hell was that?" he shouted. He started pacing the floor between the front door and the fireplace. "You reckon I'm old enough to know what, old man?" John grabbed an uncut carrot from the table and furiously took a bite. "You and your stupid... ah!" John was grasping at straws for an appropriate insult. He took a slow, deep breath. North slope? "I hate sheep!" he yelled as he kicked a stool across the room, catching on the rug under the table. He walked up to the corner of the rug. "And I hate this shitty rug!" he shouted as he kicked the corner further, revealing a discolored floorboard that looked out of place. John pushed the table off the rug and pulled it back to reveal that 3 floorboards had been removed and replaced. It may have been a shoddy repair job, but they were apparently still loose. He leaned down and pulled the boards one plank at a time. Dirt cascaded from the top of the boards as they were tilted, so he knew they had been in place for quite some time, maybe even years. John investigated the space and found a neatly folded deep red uniform and matching cape sitting on top of a sheathed sword, only found at the side of a member of the Royal Crimson Guard. "You gotta be shitting me," he said. "Nope, not a noble." Chapter 3. Marie walked past various shops and stalls on her way home to the center of the small town, only slowing to return a friendly greeting. The smells of cooking meat and fresh bread wafting from the street stalls reminded her she would be late. She rounded the corner of the fence separating her manicured green lawn from the rest of the dull grey town, Braden, and paused at the end of the pathway. "Father, I'm not going." That's all she needed to say. 1 sentence, 4 simple words. She knew she was expected to attend the academy once she came of age, but she never thought that day would come. She took a deep breath and prepared to move when she saw a dark red carriage barely visible through the hedges. Her eyes flung wide open with excitement as she recognized it as an official carriage of the Crimson Guard. Her uncle, Sir Frey, was a ranking member of the Royal Guard and rarely visited. But when he did, it guaranteed tall tales followed by a sympathetic ear. She quickly ran up the pathway, beyond the azaleas that signified their home as a noble house, and into the front foyer. "Young miss, you know you shouldn't barge in like that. Show some grace." Marie turned to their long-time housemaid, Darcy, with an ever-present scowl. Usually she would heed, supply a curt apology, and compose herself in the manner the house was accustomed to. She hated that term, but today she couldn't care less. She ran through the foyer and down the hall to her father's study, stopping outside to compose herself and smooth her collar. She reached out to open the door when she heard voices from inside. "Does she know?" her uncle said in his rough but smooth voice that only came after a lifetime of yelling orders on a battlefield. "How could she? The boy doesn't even know himself," replied another voice that she instantly recognized as the lesser noble known as Lord Frey, ruler of the town of Braden, 39th in line to inherit the throne, and also her father. Her hand froze on the doorknob. She knew she shouldn't eavesdrop, but her curiosity was piqued. Who were they talking about? "She'll be leaving soon, so it shan't be a problem." It was her father's voice again, but this time it seemed different. Almost sad. Marie had never heard or seen her father sad before, not even when Grandpapa, the Lord of Dershwood, died. The lesser noble house of Frey was a bastion of stoicism and grace, and Frey's never showed outward emotion. "Let's hope so. If I knew she would be around him, I would have never brought him here," her uncle replied with regret. "What's done is done, and I do not regret a single decision. The House of Frey is loyal to the crown, not the man who wears it." Father's voice had gained more resolve. It was more accustomed to what she expected to hear. The deafening response of silence drug on, seconds counted in heartbeats stretched into what felt like an eternity. Were they talking about me? Her ears strained to hear anything from within the study. "And does he still have it, the stone?" her uncle asked. "He must, or else Caleb would have let me know." Caleb? John's father? Caleb? She wondered. He should have died when he was born, and this is far too much to ask from lesser nobles in a single night. No one expected it to last this long. Her uncle's voice sounded tired. It was asked, and we did answer. Her father was now back into his whole Lord Frey persona. You should have stopped it when Marie started hanging around with him. A child with no magic is hard to hide, especially when standing beside a noble. It's not like he has no magic. He does have the stone after all, and that should be enough, Marie heard her father say. No magic? How could anyone be born with no magic? They're talking about John. How could John have no magic? I've seen it. I've felt it. Sure, sometimes it feels different. It even felt like my magic once. But he does have magic. Did it come from his necklace? Marie heard feet on the hardwood floor coming down the hall behind her. Darcy walked over with a silver serving tray full of refreshments. Marie's mind raced at what she heard. Don't just stand there, young miss. Open the door. Marie knocked on the door to alert her father to her presence. She didn't want to barge into the middle of their conversation, although she was bewildered at what she had heard. My dear Marie, her father cajoled as he saw her. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sir Frey as he cleared papers from the chairside table. He knew this conversation was far from over. It was merely postponed. Marie! Her uncle moved to the middle of the floor, throwing his arms open. It appeared as if his arms spanned half the distance of the room. To say her uncle was a large man was like calling the ocean a large pond. He was a full head taller than anyone she had ever seen before, and he was the definition of a giant in appearance and personality. Uncle Demi! She squealed as she ran into his open arms, squeezing him tight. Oh, how I've missed you, my child, Sir Frey bellowed as he craned his neck to kiss the top of her head. Marie looked up at his grey bearded face. I didn't know you were coming. Sir Frey looked awkwardly at her father. Well, my dear, I am here now. To see you, in fact. He always had a gentle tone when speaking to Marie, making her feel safe. It almost seemed fatherly since her birth father was the opposite. She could count on one hand the number of times her father embraced her like this, most of whom were in distant memories. Sit, sit. Marie sat down in the empty chair next to her uncle. She sat perfectly straight, expecting to hear an incredible tale of slain heroes and enemies. Not appropriate for a young lady, but she didn't care. His stories were the closest she would ever come to true adventure. A young lady's life was in academia, behind safe walls or doors of a fancy estate that a noble husband could provide. She wanted to ask him what they discussed, but knew she shouldn't. She looked toward her father, who had his back turned as he gave dinner instructions to Darcy, leaned towards her uncle and whispered through a wicked smile. Tell me something bloody. Her uncle returned her devious grin. Damn it, you will do nothing of such, her mother commanded as she entered the room. Lady Frey was the original masterpiece from which Marie was a copy. She stood tall for even a noblewoman, with long, flowing golden hair styled in ringlets draping down her shoulders. Marie's eyes were emerald green, but her mother's were a shade of green found nowhere else in nature. They could only be found in one of true noble blood. Why she was only a lesser noble had never been explained, and Marie felt afraid to ask. Marie hadn't even sensed her mother enter the room behind them. She received a caring touch on her shoulder before her mother gently kissed her uncle on his head, as if he were a little boy. Maris, stop it. I'm not a child. I'm the captain of the bloody Royal Guard, Sir Frey half-heartedly said as he waved her away. Demi, you'll always be little to me, even if you are as big as a horse, she playfully teased as she took the empty chair facing Sir Frey and Marie. Sitting behind his desk, Lord Frey chimed in, noting Sir Frey's red face. Maris, you're embarrassing the boy. He jokingly smiled at the large man. Oh, Garrett, I'll embarrass whomever I want in my home. Lady Frey smiled as she grabbed a cup of tea and leaned back into her chair. Marie sat there amused, almost embarrassed. She had never seen all three of them use their informal names before, and it seemed practically scandalous to be part of the setting. She imagined this must be what a real family is like. Family members joking with each other with no pretense of rank or social structure. She felt saddened, knowing she would never experience that bond since she had no siblings. Her father cleared his throat to draw the relaxed mood to a close, and once again took up the persona of Lord Frey. "We weren't expecting you for another week, Sir Frey," her mother said, signifying that their family reunion was now ending and matters of importance were to be discussed. Sir Frey shifted uncomfortably in his chair as he looked over at Marie. He appeared unsure if he should continue with her in the room. "Go ahead," her mother said. "She will find out anyway." Marie looked between her mother and uncle, anticipating what they were about to say. "Are they going to tell me something about John?" Her mind raced back to the conversation she had overheard just moments before. "Maybe this should wait until tomorrow," Lord Frey said. Both her mother and uncle looked at him in surprise. Marie scanned their faces to see if she could figure out what was happening. Lord Frey continued, "Sir Frey has matters of the guard to deal with, and I think he could do with a good night's rest. We can pick it up again tomorrow afternoon, after Sir Frey finishes his official duties." Sir Frey appeared relaxed, as if he understood the importance of her father's words. Or maybe it was a relief. He looked like someone who had just received a stay of execution. She found it hard to tell. "Yes, I think it can wait," her mother said as she met Marie's gaze. "What's going on?" Marie blurted out before she could stop herself. Her mother's look hardened, and she knew it was best not to talk more on the subject. Once Lord and Lady Frey decreed something, the topic was closed. "Well then, let's eat," Lord Frey said with a smile as he stood, indicating the matter was put to rest. Marie sat still, watching all three get up and leave the room. What the hell was that? Chapter 4. John rose early, knowing he had to graze the sheep before meeting Marie. It barely dawned outside, and he had slept little. His discovery the night before created more questions than it answered. Why the hell was there a Royal Guard uniform under the floor? Were they father's? Had it been there the whole time? There's no way he wouldn't have noticed it when we moved in. He had to know. It was hidden under a rug and a table. John had replaced the planks and returned the rug and table to their proper place. He sat at the table, staring at the unsheathed sword in front of him. "Okay, what are you?" he said to the sword as he took a bite of bread. Maybe saying it out loud would help him find the answer. The sword in front of him was no fake or ceremonial piece. It was an actual battle-worn sword with many scuffs and scratches along the length of its blade. The blade was metal, but the edges were almost too shiny, as if they were made of something else. It didn't match the finish of the rest of the sword. Although there were deep scratches along the fuller, no nicks were on the edge. The gold guard was deeply scratched and discolored along the edges from years of use. The handle was a simple leather wrap, and not ornate at all. It makes sense. You'd want a good grip. The pommel was another story. There were no blemishes at all. It was made from a metal John did not recognize. It was round with a complex design of interweaving lines that intersected at all angles. Although it appeared random, there was a pattern to it. In the center was a yellow stone like on his necklace, only larger and more significant. John reached into his shirt, pulled out his necklace, and realized it was made of the same metal. Both stones were identical in color. "I've been wearing a goddamn relic." John grabbed the sword and ran his fingers along the flat side of the blade, feeling the nicks and scratches. He touched the edge. His finger felt on fire, and he instinctively dropped the sword on the table. His necklace felt ice cold against his skin while blood rolled from a perfect cut on his fingertip. "Ow! What the hell?" he yelled, more out of surprise than pain. He had never been cut like that before. Most people never had. Their magic would have prevented the blade from barely breaking the skin. The same magic that usually prevented him from being harmed did nothing. He knew swords by themselves couldn't usually harm anyone. The sword amplifies the knight's magic, making it powerful enough to break through an opponent's protective magic. Ordinary people did not have enough magic to power a weapon. He quickly got up and grabbed an iron pan from the hearth before returning to the table. He laid his hand flat on the table and stood the iron pan on its handle next to his hand. He let go and watched the pan fall, instantly hurting his fingers. He quickly pulled his hand from under the pan and cradled it to his chest. His necklace was ice cold again. "It's gone. I have no magic." John had always suspected it, but he never thought it was true. His necklace had magic, not him. That's why Caleb told him never to take it off or speak of it. He couldn't take it off even if he wanted to. He had tried to remove it many times, but it had always resisted. His father had told him that his mother's magic kept it around his neck. Another thought came to him. He reached down and took the cold stone in his hand. He took a deep breath and slid the necklace off his neck. "What the hell, old man?" John sat there, necklace in hand, and waited. After a moment, he laid it next to the sword's pommel. Both stones could have easily come from the same source. The color and striations on their surfaces were identical. John had known the stone was unique, but had never considered it an actual relic. He didn't know much about relics and magic beyond what he had been told by his father, Marie, and what he overheard when in town. He realized he didn't know anything at all. In just a few minutes, everything had changed. He rose and walked over to the cloudy mirror above the wash basin. He looked at his reflection between the discolored white streaks. "I don't feel any different." He leaned closer to examine the scratch on his chin, but something else caught his eye. Fuck me. His eyes were a bright shade of green. Chapter 5. Sir Frey looked up at the ornate facade of carved tableaus that was Braden's temple. He had no love for the church, and did not harbour any illusion that it somehow loved him. He had seen more atrocities committed by the church than he ever had in his 30 years as a professional soldier. Sir Frey gripped the handle of his sword tightly, taking comfort in the sound of his gloves creaking against the handle's leather grip. The church may have God on its side, but speaking from experience, faith was no match for the 4 feet of cold steel at his side. His gaze lingered for a second more, before he turned and walked with purpose up the steps of the attached rectory. Inside, he met a monk wearing a simple brown robe held in place with a rope cincture that ended in 2 knots. Very few outside the church knew the knots signified the number of souls the wearer had cleansed. Cleansed? A fancy word for murder. "Sir Frey, we weren't expecting you for another week," the monk said in a friendly voice. "I didn't expect to make this trip for another week either, but the Crown decided otherwise." "The elder is with someone, but he should be done momentarily if you—" The monk was cut short by the elder's office door opening. An inquisitor in white robes, stained grey from years of use and road travel, stepped out into the hall. He was nearly as tall as Sir Frey, but not as imposing. Not only were inquisitors the militant factor of the church, but they were also responsible for eliminating threats to the church or its teachings. The Crown tolerated them since the church and the Crown had a mutual understanding. Neither one could exist without the support of the other. Sir Frey knew instantly that this man was dangerous. Not because he was an inquisitor, but because the entire length of this man's cincture was covered in knots. Sir Frey met the man's gaze and noted the scar from above his left eye down his face to the corner of his mouth. Sir Frey recognized him as the head inquisitor, Jarl the Seeker. Inquisitors were not an uncommon sight this far from the capital. They would often be called to villages and hamlets to investigate the odd resident or stranger who didn't seem right. The church knew that the Crown's reach and influence were weaker the further you got from the capital. However, the network of temples spread across the kingdom allowed the church to keep a watchful eye where the Crown could not. Sir Frey watched the Seeker leave when he heard the elder's voice behind him. "Sir Frey, please come in." Sir Frey turned to the elder standing at his office door, waving his arm for him to enter. He was wearing neatly pressed brown robes that indicated his position as this temple's leader. What came unexpected was the lack of knots on the man's cincture. Sir Frey followed the elder into his office. "Sir Frey, we weren't expecting you until next week," the elder said from behind his large wooden desk. "I didn't expect to be here for another week. I hope all is well." The elder seemed friendly, which was uncommon in the profession. "All is well, elder. The Crown had business at the border that ended early." The elder knew that invoking the Crown was Sir Frey's way of politely saying he could not divulge the reason for arriving early. "Say no more. How can I help you? That was also very uncommon. The elder referred to himself and not the church as a whole. 30 years as a soldier taught Sir Frey to appraise a person's character quickly. Something about this elder did not seem typical. He had heard of clergy who were more concerned about the teachings than about the politics of the church. They would often end up in menial positions or temples on the outskirts of the kingdom. Sir Frey had a feeling that was why this elder was placed in Braden and decided to take a calculated risk. "Why is an inquisitor this far out?" Sir Frey asked in a hushed tone. "The seeker is here to investigate a report the church received," the elder replied. Sir Frey could tell from his tone that he held no respect for inquisitors or their mission. He also voluntarily identified the man as the head inquisitor. Sir Frey did not miss the importance of the elder identifying the man beyond what was necessary. "It appears a merchant reported seeing something odd about the ruins," the elder volunteered, completely unsolicited. "Yeah, I can see why they sent someone," Sir Frey said. "The ruins were off-limits by both the Crown and the Church. Officially, it was due to the danger ruins pose to anyone who enters. The true story was that relics could be found in the ruins, and such powerful magical items could not exist outside the control of the Church or the Crown. Incursions into the ruins were not unheard of, but even the strongest person would quickly succumb to the magical interference that was present. People believed that only the outermost portions of the ruins had been explored. If more relics existed, they were well beyond anyone's reach. "So, what can the church do for you?" the elder said. The switch from I to church signaled that he had said all he could say on the matter. "I am here to inform you that the Crown will conduct surveys along the border this summer. The church has graciously volunteered to open their stables and stores as needed," said Sir Frey. "Yes, we have already heard." Sir Frey knew the church had already contacted the affected temples, but this was the ruse he needed to explain his visit to Braden. "I'll have the preliminary list of needs sent to the temple this afternoon. The exact dates and details will be sent later. The Crown thanks the church and your temple for their assistance in the matter." "Is there anything else I can do for you?" said the elder. There was that term again. Just out of curiosity, what was so odd about the ruins? "A merchant reported that he saw someone deep in the ruins on multiple occasions," said the elder. "That is odd," said Sir Frey, careful not to reveal his surprise. He had a good idea of who it was. "Well, I won't take up any more of your time," he said as he rose from his chair. "May the light shine upon you," said the elder, as he walked Sir Frey to the door. "And upon you," replied Sir Frey as he stepped into the hallway. He walked down the stairs to his carriage. He knew seeing the Inquisitor was no coincidence. The Seeker was looking for John. Hopefully Marie wouldn't be by his side when he found him. Chapter 6. Sir Frey opened the door and leapt from the carriage before it stopped at the side entrance of House Frey. He needed to talk to Lord Frey while the events were fresh in his head. "The Seeker is in Braden." Sir Frey bounded up the steps, taking 2 at a time until he was at the side door reserved for houseworkers. He did not want to be seen rushing into the front as it may raise suspicion. Sir Frey hurried through the door, only stopping to ask Darcy where Lord and Lady Frey were. "They are in the study, sir." Sir Frey slowed to a brisk walk and marched down the hall to the main study. He pushed open the door and stepped into the room. "Garrett, we have a He abruptly stopped after noticing the room's occupants. Lord Frey sat behind his large desk, while Lady Frey stood slightly behind the side of his chair. This was traditional when House Frey was in the audience with an important guest. Sir Frey recognized he had entered an official meeting and lowered his head in apology before he could see who was in attendance. "My apologies, Lord Frey." "It's all right, Sir Frey," responded in a thin voice he didn't recognize. Whoever it was, they knew him by sight. Sir Frey looked up and met eyes with the man sitting across the desk from Lord and Lady Frey. It was none other than Jarl the Seeker, the same man he had passed in the temple no less than an hour ago. Sir Frey took a deep breath, but controlled his expression for fear of showing any outward sign of surprise. Did he already know? "I was just telling the Lord and Lady that I will be looking into a few items for the church while in Braden," said the Seeker. Sir Frey looked to Lord and Lady Frey to assess their expression. Lady Frey tilted her head so slightly that no one else would have noticed it. It was a warning sign. Lord Frey started to speak. "Sir Frey, would you be so kind as to wait—" "It's all right, Lord Frey. I believe we are done here," said the Seeker, as he raised his hand to dismiss Lord Frey's words. There was a hint of command in his voice. Although no church member held any rank comparable to nobility, this man was obviously used to giving orders. "Sir Frey can stay." "Very well," said Lord Frey. He returned his gaze to the Seeker. "I do hope you will let us know if there is anything we can do to assist the church in this matter. I believe we will be swift in our investigation. After all, it's only one boy. Since you have no knowledge of this situation, I do not see a point in concerning you further." The Seeker stood to indicate he was finished and looked at Sir Frey standing near the door. "I do hope it's not big," said the Seeker. Sir Frey looked puzzled. "The problem you mentioned when you entered the room. I hope it's not a big problem," said the Seeker. Sir Frey narrowed his gaze before responding. "Nothing the church has to be worried about." The Seeker turned to Lord and Lady Frey and bowed slightly. "May his light shine upon you." Lady Frey instinctively replied, "And you," as she lowered her head in reverence. The Seeker walked past Sir Frey and out the study door, leaving it open. Sir Frey quickly closed it and rushed to Lord Frey's desk as Lady Frey dropped her composure and let her shoulders slump with a sigh. "That man is dangerous," said Lord Frey. "Dammit, what is so damn important that you had to barge in here like that?" Lady Frey asked, in an admonishing tone reserved for family members. "I was going to warn you the Seeker is in Braden, but you already knew." Lord Frey responded, "Yes, we know." "Do you think he knows?" asked Lady Frey. "About Jahn? No," Sir Frey said. "But if he's looking for a boy who's been seen in the ruins, I doubt it could be anyone else but Jahn. If he does find him, it's only a matter of time until the church and the crown find out who Jahn is," said Lord Frey. "We will get word to Caleb to get Jahn out of here," said Lady Frey. "And go where?" asked Sir Frey. "I don't care as long as it is not here," said Lord Frey as he looked at his wife. "Marie must leave as well." He grabbed his wife's hand. "I would feel better if Demmit took her to the academy today." Lady Frey nodded solemnly as Lord Frey kissed her hand in consolation. They both knew it was for the best. Sir Frey inhaled deeply. He did not fault them for wanting to protect their daughter, his niece, from what could happen. He knew his duty was to protect his family, but it felt wrong to leave when so much was uncertain. The plan hasn't changed, it merely stepped up. They had known this day would come, but hoped it would be on their terms. Lady Frey walked to the door and called for Darcy. "Yes, m'lady." "Have Marie's trunks been sent to the academy?" asked Lady Frey. "Yes, ma'am, they were picked up last week." "Good, go fetch Marie," Lady Frey commanded. Darcy hurried down the hall and disappeared as she rounded the corner at the end of the corridor. "I'll send a runner to Caleb. If John's not around, then there should be nothing for the Seeker to find," said Lord Frey. Sir Frey crossed the room and peered out the window facing the front of the manor. He wasn't looking for anything specific, just anything that didn't look right. He found it. A robed monk was standing on the street corner on the opposite side of the manor. Although the monk's hood was drawn, he had no doubt the Seeker had left him to watch the house. "I'm not so sure the Seeker believed you when you said you knew nothing." Lord Frey walked to the window to see what Sir Frey was looking at. "It doesn't matter. He would be an idiot if he didn't watch the Lord's manor. The church doesn't believe anyone." Lady Frey turned towards the door and heard feet running down the hall. Darcy stopped in the doorway, clearly out of breath. "Milady!" "What is it?" Lady Frey asked. "She's gone." Chapter 7. John was waiting for Marie at their usual meeting spot, a downed tree at the edge of the ruins. He had wrapped the sword in an old cloth and stashed it in the nearby rubble, waiting for the right time to show Marie. He had quelled his excitement and confusion long enough to graze the sheep earlier that morning. He should have let them graze longer, but he was so excited to see Marie that he returned them to their pen before the midday sun. He had so much to discuss: the uniform, the sword, and his necklace that was now back around his neck. He was curious how she would react to his eyes. He was unsure, but thought they might be even brighter than hers. John heard a rustling of branches and turned to glimpse Marie's blonde hair through the green leaves. "Marie!" he called. "John!" she called back, her voice full of excitement. Marie emerged from the woods but didn't want to get too close to the ruins. The last time she did, she had a splitting headache for 2 days. John ran over to her and walked her to an area where he knew she wouldn't be affected. "Here, sit here," he said. He could see she was out of breath. Did she run here? He handed her his flask of water. Marie hungrily swallowed the water. She held her finger up to indicate she wanted him to wait before they started talking. She lowered the flask, taking a deep breath to calm herself before speaking. "You're not going to believe what I heard my father say to—" John excitedly cut her off. "Aren't you going to say something about my eyes?" She looked into his eyes and scowled. "What? What about them?" "The color. You're not going to say anything about the color?" John excitedly asked. Marie looked confused. "What? They're blue. Yeah, that's great. Anyway, I heard my—" John cut her off again. "What do you mean they're blue?" "Are you all right? They're blue. They've always been blue. Very nice." Marie sighed, annoyed at his interruption. "I overheard Father talking to Uncle, and he said—" "You're sure they're blue?" he asked confusedly. "Yeah, I know the color blue. I've seen it before." Marie was starting to show her annoyance. "Huh? Really?" John looked down. Marie grabbed his face in both hands and forced him to look her in the eyes. "I heard Father say you have no magic." John blinked slowly. "Yeah, I know." Marie looked suspicious. "What do you mean, you know? Since when?" "Since last night when I found the sword," John said. "When did you find out?" "Yesterday, like I've been trying to tell you." "Wait, you found a sword?" John jumped up and dashed to where he stashed the sword. He grabbed it from the rubble and walked back to Marie. "This sword, I found it under the floor. That and a Royal Guard's uniform." That clinched it. John's father must be the knight that Uncle Demi had spoken about. John started to unwrap the cloth. This was under the floor, and I do not doubt that Caleb put it there. Marie sat in awe as he unwrapped the sword before her. Uncle Demi had a similar sword, but she had never seen it outside its sheath. She was also confident the stone in her uncle's sword was a different color and much smaller than this one. "I cut myself with it last night," John said proudly, showing her his finger. "You're lucky you didn't lose your hand. A relic blade can— Wait, this cut you?" "Sure did," John replied. "Were you holding it?" "Yep." Marie looked confused. "A relic can't hurt its wielder." "That's what I said. Wait, tell me everything." "Not just green, but bonkers green, like moss on the sun green." "But you have no magic," she said slowly. "I know. But they aren't green now. Where's the necklace?" "I put it back on so I wouldn't lose it," John answered. He couldn't tell her that it felt wrong not to wear it. Not because it was a lie, but because it was the only thing he had of his mother, even if it probably wasn't true. "Can I see it?" John reached under his shirt and pulled out the necklace to show Marie. It wasn't as cold as it had been earlier today. It felt much warmer, almost back to normal. "Can you take it off?" she asked. John slid the necklace over his head and handed it to Marie. She stared at the necklace briefly, and then looked back up at John. "Holy crap!" she exclaimed with her eyes wide open. "What?" he asked, just as loudly. "Your eyes!" "They're green, aren't they?" he asked smugly. "Yeah, like really, really green." Marie knew that different shades of green indicated nobility and correlated to how much magic a noble had, but John didn't have any magic. It didn't make sense. His eyes were greener than her mother's, and she had the greenest eyes of anyone Marie knew, except for one family, Emperor of Ingvald, and his daughter Elora. "Put it back on," she said. John placed the necklace over the top of his head, and his eyes faded back to blue. "Well, that explains your eyes." "What were you saying about your father?" John asked as he tucked the necklace back under his shirt and close to his heart. Marie relayed all she had overheard between her father and uncle the night before. When she was finished, there was no doubt in either of their minds that John had been born with no magic and was being hidden in Braden by Caleb with the help of her father, Lord Frey. The necklace had provided John with protective magic while concealing that he had none of his own. It also somehow altered the appearance of his eyes so they would appear blue and not green. "I can feel its magic," she said, puzzled. "It was as cold as ice this morning when I took it off." "I believe you, but I can sense it now. It sort of feels like an animal." She reached down, grabbed a small stone, and threw it at John's chest. It bounced to the side without making contact. John looked astonished. "I swear it was dead this morning." "I believe you. It must be powered by something." She froze. "I think it collects magic." "What do you mean?" John thought he knew what she was talking about, but wanted to hear it out loud. "It sucks up magic from whatever is around it. That's why it feels like an animal right now. You were around your sheep all morning." "Holy shit, you're right," John said. "That's why he made me go in the woods every day. That's why he kept that damn dirty sheep pen on the other side of my wall. For their magic," he said excitedly loud. "And that's why my uncle wasn't happy when he found out we had been hanging out together," she said even louder. "He didn't want you taking my noble magic. That explains why you can sneak up on everything. They don't sense your magic. To them, you belong there. You're just a collection of all of nature." John knew it was true. He finally understood why his father would rarely let him go into town. He was afraid someone would eventually sense the piecemeal collection of magic coming from him. Although they lived at the edge of the realm, the church still had a strong presence in most towns. The crown might not care about what happens in a small border town, but the church sure did. "Now what?" Marie asked. "I guess the only thing different is that we know. Your father and uncle didn't make it sound like anyone else knew, did they?" "No. They both seemed pretty sure you were still safe," Marie said cautiously. She didn't want to give John a false sense of security. Her uncle had come to town for a reason, and hopefully, John wasn't it. At that moment, a robed monk concealed by a relic in his hand backed away from his place of observation, hidden in a bush at the edge of the ruins. He couldn't hear what had been said, but he did sense the magic of a noble. He couldn't sense any magic from the other person, which wasn't uncommon since people this far out rarely display elevated levels of magic. What was uncommon, though, was the sword. It had magic that he had never felt before. The Seeker must know about this, he thought as he disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 8. The Seeker sat hunched over a small folding desk inside his field tent. His party had set up camp outside of town, just far enough not to be noticed, but still close enough to make their presence known. The monks set up the camp in standard church formation, with smaller tents arranged in a square facing each cardinal direction, with the Seeker's larger tent in the center. There were 20 monks in all, including the Seeker, but the camp was efficiently small. He knew the importance of traveling light, and creature comforts bred laziness. He looked up from his work as he felt the presence of Brother Paul approaching his tent. "Come in, brother," he said, just as the younger monk rounded the edge of the tent, coming into view. "You have something to report." "You were right. Something was going on in the ruins," said Brother Paul from behind his tattered hood. "Go on," he said as he turned his attention to completing his latest report. "When I arrived, I saw two people talking at the edge of the ruins, a young man and a woman with yellow hair. I could sense she was a noble. No mistake about that," said Brother Paul. "And the other?" "I couldn't sense him, just the presence of animals. He appeared to be a farmer." A noble and a farmer together was an odd pairing, especially at the edge of the ruins. "Couldn't sense him. How close were you?" "Close enough that I could have," said Brother Paul. "And there was a sword, a powerful one." The Seeker looked up from his paperwork. "How powerful?" "The strongest I ever felt outside a battleground." Brother Paul had once been a soldier, so a statement like this had significant weight. "Did you see what it looked like?" "Not clearly, but I sensed its presence before he held it. He had it hidden in the ruins." The seeker drew in a deep breath in excitement. Its wielder's magic amplified a sword's power. For a sword to have a presence without being held was extremely rare, so rare that they were individually named. The church knew the disposition of all named swords except for 3. One had been lost at sea, one had been lost during a battle over 100 years ago, and one had been stolen by a former royal guard. "In the ruins?" he asked. "Far enough that he shouldn't have been able to enter. Didn't appear to affect him at all," said Brother Paul. "And the noble?" asked the seeker. "She stayed outside, didn't go close." The seeker stood from his desk and grabbed his sword sitting behind him. "Prepare the brothers. We are going back to town." The seeker had learned 2 crucial things. First, they found the young man they had searched for over the last 2 years. Second, Lord Frey had lied. He knew who that boy was, and more importantly, where. Chapter 9. Ser Frey had his carriage and driver wait at the far edge of town while he took off on a single horse heading towards Caleb's farm. He had to warn Caleb about the seeker. Hopefully, John would know where Marie was. He had heard Marie and John had become friends, but he hadn't known how much time they had spent together until recently. He didn't want to seem prejudiced against the young lad, but imagining any future where John could live a normal life was difficult. He did not want his niece near John when his past finally caught up to him. His family had taken a substantial risk by defying the orders of the Emperor and the Church on the night John was born. The House of Frey may be a lesser noble house, but their dedication to the crown was unmatched. The Freys had been made lesser nobles 3 generations ago, when a common palace guard had thwarted an assassination attempt on the royal family by members of the royal guard itself. Since then, a Frey had always been the head of the Royal Crimson Guard. Their dedication to the crown was unparalleled among any noble or lesser noble houses. To accuse a Frey of sedition or an act of treason against the crown was a punishable offense. It had been codified into law by the Emperor to prevent any noble house from spreading rumors or lies surrounding the sudden ascension of a common family into nobility. Ser Frey did not miss the irony of the situation. However, the Freys served the crown, not the man who wore it. Ser Frey approached the edge of the woods that grew throughout the expansive ruins a few miles outside town. He hadn't been to Caleb's farm in over 10 years, but knew he was on the right path. He slowed his horse to negotiate over a fallen log when he sensed familiar magic nearby. It was Marie. He stopped his horse and looked around. "Marie!" he shouted. "Uncle Demi?" asked Marie as she emerged from the woods behind him. "What are you doing here?" Ser Frey turned his mount and dismounted. "I was heading out to John and Caleb's," he said as he hugged her in relief. Marie looked confused when he heard her uncle use John and Caleb's names informally. It was as if he knew them. "Why?" she asked. "I was looking for you," he said, as he pushed her an arm's length away to get a better look at her. "Why?" she repeated. "Something came up, my dear. We have to leave for the academy. I know, in a couple of days." "Not a couple of days, my darling. We have to leave today." "Today?" she exclaimed as she turned her eyes to the woods. Ser Frey had no doubt he would find John if he followed her gaze through the trees. "Yes, today," he said in a voice that was part command and part apology. "I don't understand," she said as she pulled away from his arms. She had taken on a resolve that reminded Ser Frey of her mother. "Is this about John being a noble?" Ser Frey's eyes narrowed. How did she know about John? She called him a noble, so she must not know everything about him. He shouldn't volunteer any information until he found out how much she knew. "Did he tell you that?" "I heard you and Father talking about John yesterday. He didn't tell me he was a noble, but I saw his eyes when he took his necklace off. They were green, bright green." Ser Frey tried to remember exactly what he had said. The necklace came off? He took it off after he touched a sword he found under his floorboards last night, and it drained the magic out of his necklace. She knew about the necklace and Caleb's sword, but she didn't know everything about John, or else she would have started with his biggest secret. "Is he still wearing it?" "You know about the necklace, don't you?" Marie asked. "I should. I'm the one who put it on him. Did he put it back on? His eyes turned blue again when he put it back on. Sir Frey was relieved. John should have never been able to remove it in the first place. The amount of magic that went into crafting such a relic into a necklace should have made it impossible to remove. It was one of a kind and was explicitly crafted for John's unique situation. The use of relics to store magic wasn't unheard of. There were many lesser versions that nobles wore to boost their magic presence. Relics like that had a predetermined amount of magic that could not be tapped. It merely blended with a noble's magic to make them appear more powerful. However, John's necklace could collect and release magic as needed. It was his surrogate magic since he had none. There was no way to predict what would happen if it came into contact with a stronger relic, such as Caleb's sword. What's going on? The church is looking for John. The Seeker is in town. Marie turned around. We have to go warn him, she said, as she started to march back towards the woods. Sir Frey grabbed her arm. They'll warn him. It was a lie, since he had been on his way to their farm when he had found Marie, but he found solace in knowing that Caleb was one of the best swordsmen he had ever known. He had seen Caleb single-handedly lay waste to an entire cadre of soldiers while on the battlefield. Caleb was a whirling dervish of death when he combined his skills with his relic-powered sword. We can go now. It's not that far, she pleaded as she tried to break free of her uncle's iron grip. Sir Frey turned Marie and placed his massive hands on her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. The church is watching your house. It won't be long before they find out you have been spending your time with John. The whole town knows you two are close. If neither of you are here, there won't be anything to find. Sir Frey's voice softened. That's why we must leave now. Tears welled up in Marie's eyes. But can I just... No, Sir Frey interrupted. It's safer for John if you don't. Marie's bottom lip quivered as she tried to choke back tears. I can't just leave. I never told... Sir Frey pulled her close and wrapped his arms around her. I know, darling. I know. He had no idea that she felt so strongly about John. They rode in silence back up the road to his waiting carriage on the edge of town. Marie sobbed into the back of his cape. Sir Frey had never been a father and had no interest in a family of his own. However, his heart ached to feel Marie crying behind him. He had done many difficult things in his life, but taking this poor girl away from her family and friends without allowing her to say goodbye was one of the most difficult things he had ever done. One of his 2 horsemen approached him when they neared the carriage. The Seeker and his monks rode by about 20 minutes ago, heading into town, he said as he helped Marie down from Sir Frey's horse. They had steel. What does that mean? They had steel? Marie asked her uncle. Sir Frey looked towards town. It means they were wearing their swords, nothing unusual, he said, tying the reins from his horse to the back of the carriage. One of the horsemen gave Sir Frey a confused look but did not query further. Everyone knew monks only carried steel when planning to interrogate heretics. Sir Frey also knew it meant the Seeker had discovered that his brother, Lord Frey, had lied. Sir Frey crossed to the carriage and opened the door. Into the carriage, Marie. Marie opened her mouth to object when her uncle interrupted her in a soft tone. Please, we have to go. She stayed silent while she entered the carriage with him right behind her. Let's go, he shouted, as he rapped the carriage ceiling twice with his sword. The carriage pulled onto the road heading out of town. Sir Frey thought he heard shouting from behind them before the sound of the road drowned it out. We serve the crown, not the man wearing it. Chapter 10. The Seeker and his group of robed brothers rode past merchant stalls, storefronts, and vendors lining the streets on their way to Frey Manor at the centre of Braden. The din of metal horseshoes striking cobblestone warned the residents of their presence. Slowing his procession to a trot, the Seeker signalled for his group to surround the House of Frey to prevent escape attempts. Darcy, noticing the roar of multiple horses, peered through a window facing the street. "My lord!" she shouted as the Seeker and 3 armed monks dismounted and rushed toward the house. Lord and Lady Frey, hearing the commotion, came into the foyer to see what was happening. Lord Frey saw robed monks through the doorway sidelight and turned to Darcy. "Gather the staff and go to the basement, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone save for me or Lady Frey," he commanded. "My lord, I can't just—" Lady Frey laid an encouraging hand on her shoulder. "Darcy, you can, and you will." Darcy ran down the hall and disappeared into the kitchen, where most staff worked and congregated. The Seeker walked swiftly to the front of the manor, only slowing to allow magic to gather in his open hand. A small orange light started at his palm and grew in size and brightness until a glowing ball of fire hovered in front of his hand. He took a deep breath, gathering the magic closer to his palm before reaching forward and directing the glowing orb at the front door. The double door exploded inward, spraying fiery shards of splintered wood into the foyer. The Seeker, stepping over glowing embers of wood, strolled into the foyer as robed monks ran past him to the other rooms. He stopped and inhaled deeply, enjoying the smell of fire magic lingering in the air. He rarely got to indulge in such displays of magical strength. The church viewed attack magic as blasphemous, but often turned a blind eye when it suited their needs. The Seeker was afforded extreme leeway in how he performed his duties. His power was on par with any knight or noble bloodline. Although he knew the source of his magic, he could never reveal it. He let everyone think it was a gift from God, a gift that should be used. Brother Paul walked out of a hallway on the opposite side of the room. He had entered from the back of the house to prevent any of House Frey from escaping. He smirked, surveying the smouldering wood that had been the front door. "Was it locked?" "I didn't check," said the Seeker. Brother Paul knew the Seeker enjoyed these little dalliances. "Most are barricaded in the basement," he said. "Lord Frey is He's not there." The Seeker tilted his head slightly as if to hear better. He could usually detect a noble's magic, but Lord Frey was a lesser noble and did not have magic commensurate with his position. However, Lady Frey was a true noble. She was from the House of Dershwood, a bloodline of nobles that had served the first emperor for hundreds of years. The Seeker exhaled in impatience. "They're upstairs," he sighed. "Why must they always hide?" The Seeker headed up the stairs with Brother Paul and 3 robed monks behind him. His brother's hammering against the basement door faded as he reached the upper level. The Seeker walked down the hall, stopping in front of an ornate set of double doors, probably leading into a library or study. 2 monks pushed the doors open and were met with Lord Frey charging at the door with a sword over his head. The closest monk rushed forward and buried his shoulder into Lord Frey's midsection, pushing him back into the room. Lord Frey's magic provided little resistance against the monk's stronger magic, but he regained his balance and struck wildly at the monk. It was apparent Lord Frey was never trained in swordplay. The monk easily glanced the blow to the side and pushed through Lord Frey's magic, landing a punch on his face and knocking him to the ground. The sword dropped from his hand. The Seeker looked about the room, unconcerned about the commotion. Lord Frey was not a threat. However, Lady Frey was. His concern was warranted as Lady Frey stepped from behind the door and drove a short sword engulfed in purple light into the back of the monk who had struck her husband. The monk's magic provided no resistance, and his body crumpled to the floor with little more than a soft thud. The remaining monks stepped back, sensing Lady Frey's strength. She was from a proper noble house, and her defensive magic was formidable. Many would find it almost impossible to land a strike on her. "Lady Frey," said the Seeker in a revered tone as he glanced at the purple blade in her hand. He respected power, and Lady Frey was both powerful and dangerous, even more so since she was wielding a relic-powered blade. "How dare you enter my house?" spat Lady Frey as she looked wildly around the room. "Tisk tisk, Lady Frey." He motioned towards Lord Frey, who lay crumpled on the floor. The 2 remaining monks pulled the limp lord into a chair and held a blade against his throat. "It was you who invited me back into your house the moment I realized you lied." Lady Frey's eyes narrowed, knowing the Seeker was searching for answers. If this attack was merely revenge for lying to the church, she doubted he would have shown such a display of strength. It would have been easier to kill them while they slept. "Where is your daughter, Lady Frey?" the Seeker said while looking at Lord Frey, who sat motionless with a dagger to his throat. The meaning of his gaze was not lost on Lady Frey. He looked back, meeting her gaze. More importantly, where is the boy? What boy? Why do we have to play this game? The Seeker looked at Lord Frey and nodded his head. I don't know what... Lady Frey stopped when the monk's blade slid into her husband's throat. His magic provided no resistance. It took no more effort than slicing butter before blood fell in a solid sheet from his neck onto his white shirt. No! Lady Frey screamed, welling magic in her open hand. She didn't wait for it to fully charge before she flung a white orb toward the monk who had murdered her husband. The ball of light hit the monk on the side of his head, instantly corrupting his self-defense magic, causing it to match Lady Frey's magic orb. The monk's head was instantly engulfed in white flames as her magic corrupted the monk's magic into flames. At the exact moment, she lunged at the Seeker with her short sword, now emitting a blinding purple light. Brother Paul blocked the blow with his blue blade. He did not doubt that Lady Frey's magic was powerful enough to beat his. However, being a former soldier meant he was more skilled in swordplay. He pulled back his magic and allowed Lady Frey's blade to cut into his longsword, slowing it just long enough for him to lower his blade, taking Lady Frey's short sword with it. She stumbled forward as Brother Paul let go of his sword and brought both hands down on the back of Lady Frey's head. Her magic tried to deflect and lessen the blow, but it was no match for his physical strength. She fell to the floor. Reaching down, the Seeker touched her shoulder. Magic flowed through his hand and was met with resistance from Lady Frey. Her magic glowed in a blue aura around the area the Seeker was touching. Now, my lady," he said as he directed more magic down his arm. The blue aura started to turn crimson as the Seeker's magic corrupted Lady Frey's natural defenses. Screaming in pain, she arched up off the floor. Footsteps approached the door. The Seeker looked up to find a monk covered in blood. "We know where he is." The Seeker sent one last surge of magic into Lady Frey, causing her entire side to glow crimson. She was too weak to scream anymore. He stood over her, watching her gasp for air with magic swelling in his open hand. "May the light shine upon you, Lady Frey," he said as he projected a fireball downward, causing all her magic to corrupt into flames around her. Brother Paul looked at the Seeker with a quizzical expression. "And the rest? Cleanse them all." Chapter 11. John sat at a section of the fallen wall that served as a makeshift table he often used to investigate his odd collection of relics. Over the years, he had found many weird items that he was sure must have some significance, like a hazy, semi-clear drinking vessel with a small twisting lid to seal its contents. He had seen glass bottles like this before, but had never seen one made of thin, flexible material. It was almost weightless when compared to glass. The material made a crinkling noise when it rolled in his hands. Assorted items, including this one, were made of a material only found in the ruins. It wasn't a natural material like wood, stone, or steel. He used to marvel at how strong and light it was. He also found various metal scraps and long metal strings wrapped in odd, flexible, colored material. He laid the sword at the center of his table, careful not to touch the handle with his bare skin, and compared it to the relics he had found. Nothing seemed similar in any way. He played back his conversation with Marie while he looked over the sword. Was he a noble? Why was Caleb hiding all this from him? The more he thought about it, the more he wondered about the connection between his necklace and the sword's stone. He removed his necklace and laid it next to the sword's handle. Once again, he marveled at how similar they were. "You're the same, aren't you?" he said to no one. John picked up the necklace by the chain and lowered the stone on top of the stone in the sword's pommel. He saw a sudden burst of blinding light before he flew backward over the rubble. Everything went black before he hit the ground. After a while, John slowly opened his eyes. He didn't recognize his surroundings. The light was dim as if the sun was just now rising. If he had been asleep, he would have been in bed. But he wasn't. He was lying on his side in the rubble when he realized it wasn't getting light out. It was getting dark. He tried to remember how he got there when a sudden wave of pain spread across his body. Ow, what the hell? The pain was enough to jolt his memory. I was looking at the sword, then I placed the necklace on it. It was still daylight. How long was I out? Great idea, John. Let's place the magical stone we know nothing about on top of a deadly sword we know nothing about, he weakly said. He often asked and answered his questions, a side effect of being alone for too long. Well, it made sense at the time, he said as he struggled to rise. His body was sore, but there was no physical damage except for a scrape or two on his arms. His clothes weren't torn or burnt. What happened wasn't like any explosion he knew of. He looked over at his makeshift table, expecting it to be blown apart. However, it was sitting perfectly intact, with his collection still in its original place. The force had only affected him, and not the items near it. Yeah, that makes sense, he said with more than a hint of irony. John shuddered as he put the thought behind him. Okay, don't touch the necklace with the sword, John said as he nodded in agreement. Big bang, not good. I think I got it. In hindsight, he had known it was a bad idea before even doing it. Marie would have stopped him if she had been there. He came to the silent conclusion that he should have her around before doing more experiments. He let his thoughts wander for a few more minutes before he realized it was getting even darker. Oh shit. He needed to get back home. His father should be back by now, and John would never hear the end of it if he weren't there to greet him. Even John knew it wasn't safe in the woods after dark. He wrapped the sword and stashed it with his other relics in a metal box hidden under a fallen wall. John ran out of the ruins and along the edge of the trees that faced the road to his farm. He was sure Caleb would be angry, considering how dark it was. But he had never been out after dark, so maybe Caleb would be lenient this time. What would he tell him if he asked? I can't tell him the sword knocked me out. Wait a minute, hell yeah, I can tell him. It's his damn sword. The more he thought about it, the more John realized he was the one who should be angry, not Caleb. If anyone had any explaining to do, it was his father. John started to feel more at ease with any possible conflict he may be walking into. One way or another, he was finally going to get some answers. John crested the small hill next to his house when he saw the outline of their wagon in front of the sheep pen. He knew his father was back, so he slowed to a walk to gather his thoughts. What exactly would he say? Hey Dad, I found your sword. My eyes turned green when my necklace stopped working. Did you bring me anything from Edmund? Why don't I have any magic? Is that why we don't talk about Mom? The list of questions seemed endless. John started around the corner of the house when something felt off. Caleb would have usually called out to him by now. He always knew John was approaching before he ever reached the front door. John walked to the door and grabbed the handle. Dad, you there? He asked as he pushed the door. He had barely opened it when he noticed one of the table chairs lying on the opposite side of the room. The shelf next to the door had been knocked off the wall with its contents strewn about. He pushed the door open and took in the state of the small hut. It had been thoroughly trashed. Everything had been smashed or thrown around the room. It looked as if a bull had run wild in their home. John took a minute to survey the damage. With everything out of place, his brain had difficulty recognizing his home. He stepped into the room and looked behind him when he noticed a wet stain inside the door. Reaching out, he touched his fingertips to the stain. It felt wet. He looked at his fingers and realized the wet stain was blood. A lot of blood. Dad! John yelled as he flung back around. The table lay on its side on top of the crumpled rug. A boot stuck out from under it. He felt the blood rush from his head. He could hear nothing but the deafening sound of his heartbeat. That's Dad's boot. No, 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 John whispered in a panic as he ran to the table. He looked over the edge and froze in horror. His father, Caleb, lay on the floor with his left arm bent at an unnatural angle. Blood pooled all around him. The side of his head was discolored and misshapen as if it had melted. John stood there unblinking until he saw his father's other arm. John inhaled sharply. His father's hand was inside the hiding spot under the floorboards. He had been looking for his sword, the same sword John had taken earlier that day. The same relic-powered sword Caleb had hidden under the floor for an emergency just like this. Tears rolled silently down his face. I killed him. He wasn't sure how long he had stood there before the footsteps brought him back to reality. He looked at the door, watching 2 monks in brown robes rushing into the room. John didn't even move. He was beyond action, knowing he was responsible for his father's death. "I deserve this." "We're not going to hurt you, boy," said the closest monk as he grabbed John's arm. John felt magic from his necklace race out to meet the monk's touch, but it wasn't powerful enough to do anything. The incident with the sword must have drained it. Gripping John's arm tight, the monk turned so his partner could grab John's other arm. John went limp in defeat. He stood there, held up by the 2 monks, as a third one entered. The monk stood at the door, looking at the room. He opened both hands at his side, and a dim blue light grew in strength and size until 2 blue orbs hovered in front of his open palms. The 2 monks looked at each other in confusion. "Did the seeker send—" The monk was cut off as a blue orb struck his head, corrupting his magic into deep blue flames. Letting go of John, the monk crumbled backward as the fire engulfed his entire body. The second monk was looking at his burning partner when he faced the same fate. John watched the monk's magic glow bright blue before ghostly blue flames covered him. John fell to his knees and looked at the door. The monk rushed over to him. "Get your ass up, John!" he yelled as he pushed his hood back. John didn't recognize him, but he instantly noticed the man's graying blonde hair and green eyes, which meant he had noble blood. He seemed tall, but then again, John was still on the floor. He was about the same age as his father, maybe older. It was hard to tell with nobles. "Are you deaf?" the man yelled, pulling John to his feet. "I said get your ass up." John stared at him. "Who the—" "No questions. Where's your necklace?" John looked down at his shirt when the man grabbed the chain and pulled his necklace out. He wrapped his hand around the yellow stone and closed his eyes. John felt the man's magic pour into his necklace. "What did you just—" "I said no questions," the man interrupted in a scolding tone. "Didn't Caleb teach you any manners?" John looked at Caleb's body without meaning to. The man pulled John towards the door. "I'm sorry, son, but we gotta go." The man peered out the door without stepping outside. "Like right fucking now." He grabbed John's arm and pulled him through the door behind them. Everything was black. John's eyes hadn't adjusted to the dark when he heard horses approaching. "The bastards were waiting," the man said under his breath as he squared up on John, looking him in the eyes. He reached out and laid his hand on John's head. John's vision instantly adjusted to the darkness. He saw multiple horses approaching from the closest tree line behind the house. "Go," the man said as he turned towards the riders. "Go to the ruins. I'll find you there." John remained planted, still processing all that had happened over the last few minutes. He looked over to see 2 blue glowing orbs forming in front of the man's open palms. A devilish smile etched on his face, illuminated by the ghostly blue light. This guy is enjoying himself. He enjoyed killing those monks. John turned and ran towards the ruins. He feared the advancing riders, but was more fearful of the man who saved him. As John ran, he faintly heard the man behind him yell, "Bring it!" followed by muffled explosions. Momentary bursts of blue light lit up the tree line in front of him. John ran as hard as he could for as long as he could. Chapter 12. Marie sat silently, looking out the carriage window as the landscape changed from wooded hills to open rolling plains. They had travelled throughout the night to put as much distance between them and Braden as possible. Sir Frey had not said anything since their departure, besides gently offering water or a portion of road rations he kept in the carriage for long trips. "How much further?" Marie quietly asked as she continued to look out the window. Sir Frey was thankful for the respite from the silence. He saw she was trying to take her mind off yesterday's events. "It's 2 days to the academy. We'll stop and rest for the night and finish the trip tomorrow." Marie resolutely sighed and looked at her uncle. "Why?" Sir Frey recognized a trap when he saw one. He had no option but to set this one off. "We could travel through the night, but the horses need rest." He knew this wasn't the answer to her question, but he wanted her to be specific. He would answer her questions but not volunteer any information if he could avoid it. "Why did you and father keep secrets about John?" That was a broad question. He sat in silence, thinking about how to broach the subject. Why did you hide the fact he's a noble? Why doesn't he have any magic? Sir Frey took a deep breath. He knew this would be a lengthy conversation, and he had told himself he would not lie to her anymore. Depending on the seeker's actions, Marie might be the only family he had left in the world. We did it for his own good, for his safety and yours. By making him think he was a commoner? She asked accusingly. Yes, nobody around him would be safe if they knew who he was. It was easier to hide him than to contain the truth if it was known. That wasn't the answer she was looking for. What truth? So, he's a noble. He has green eyes. That's not strange at all, especially around the capital. I'm sure plenty of nobles have children out of wedlock. Sir Frey knew she would hound him until she received answers that would satisfy her curiosity. He had been tempted to say he was a bastard and leave it at that, but he knew Marie would not stop until she knew which house he belonged to and the status of his birth mother. And what about his magic? Sir Frey leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, bringing him closer to Marie's height. It was apparent he did not want to speak loudly on the topic. John has no magic because he was not born with any. That's insane. Everyone has magic. It may be weak, but everyone has magic, she explained. Everyone, except for John. But he's a noble. His eyes are green. They're the brightest green I've ever seen. And I've seen the royal fam. She trailed off as a thought crashed through her mind like a brick through a window, shattering everything she thought she knew. Sir Frey sat in silence. He knew she was starting to figure it out. No, he's not. He can't. Sir Frey nodded. He was impressed with her reasoning. Marie was as sharp as her mother and arrived at the answer on her own. He's a royal? With no magic? He's Princess Elora's brother. Her twin brother, to be exact. I thought the princess didn't have any siblings, she said half-heartedly, already knowing her uncle's response. That was the point. Nobody knew about him. But why? He's a royal. Marie wasn't aware of the nuances of the crown, since the last question would be obvious to anyone who knew the laws of ascension. John was born before Princess Elora. He, by birthright, is heir to the throne. He's first in line to become emperor. Not Princess Elora. Because he has no magic? Sir Frey nodded as he leaned back. The bandage had been ripped off, quicker and less painful than he thought it would be. He could see Marie's mind racing behind her eyes. The people could never know that the emperor had a magicless son, let alone one heir to the throne. It would call into question the royal bloodline, which is the strongest in terms of magic. Since the queen died in childbirth, rumors of his parentage would destroy faith in the crown. Why is he in Braden and not hidden in some royal summer house far from the capital? Because when it was discovered he had no magic, I was ordered to kill him, Sir Frey said. Marie felt shocked that anyone would order a baby to be killed, let alone the royal family. The emperor ordered me to take the child away and dispose of him. With the help of your father and mother, we arranged for him to be sent to Braden. And Caleb? She asked. Caleb is one of my closest friends. He volunteered to take the child and raise it as his own. I had false charges brought against him, so his disappearance would not seem overly suspicious. That allowed him to keep his sword shield breaker if he ever needed it to protect John. All the pieces fell together. Why John had green eyes, why he had no magic, why he was being raised by the person he thought was his father. And John has no idea? From what you told me, he probably only thinks he's a noble. We agreed to tell him when the time was right. And when would the time be right? We could never agree on that, your father and me. Outside of your parents and Caleb, the only people who know of his existence are the people in the room the night he was born. And the royal scholar. Royal scholar? He was the crown's foremost expert on magic and relics. He was the one who used the relic to measure the twins' magic when they were born. John did not have any. However, Princess Elora had almost twice as much as any other royal in history. It appears she somehow got the magic that should have been destined for John. She stole it? She asked in defense of John. She was an infant, Marie. I wouldn't say she stole it. She had no choice in the matter. What about the necklace? She was asking questions as fast as she could think of them. The royal scholar created it from the relic in Caleb's sword. It hides the fact he has no magic and alters his appearance. Does Princess Elora know about John? Marie asked. I don't think so. She has never expressed that she has any knowledge that he even exists. The royal announcement only mentioned one child being born, and I highly doubt the Emperor would tell her. Marie bit her bottom lip in thought, and Sir Frey smiled. Her mother did the same. Why keep him alive? Why not just kill him? Sir Frey was impressed that Marie was starting to understand the difficulty surrounding John's existence. We are loyal to the crown. Sir Frey motioned for Marie to finish the family motto. Not the man who wears it, she said, nodding. He was firstborn and heir to the throne, whether he has magic or not. As captain of the royal guard, I could not let a royal be killed, Sir Frey said with pride. Thank you, Sir Frey, Marie said, nodding her head in the noblest manner she could muster. Marie had never called him Sir Frey before. For what? For not killing him, Prince John. You're welcome, Lady Frey, he said, trying to hide his emotion as he nodded in response. No one had ever thanked him for his actions to protect John, and Marie may be the only person in the world who was glad John was still alive. The carriage came to a sudden stop. Sir Frey looked out the window to see they stopped in the middle of a copse of trees. The sound of horses approaching raised his suspicion. They weren't casually trotting but riding at full speed. 3, maybe 4 heavy horses. Sir Frey pushed Marie into her seat and grabbed the handle of his sword. Stay down, he quietly commanded. The sound of horses stopped in front of the carriage, just out of view. He recognized the creak of armor and swords rattling against leg plates as the riders dismounted. Whoever they are, they're well armed. Sir Frey heard his horsemen talking but could not understand what they were saying. Footsteps approached the door, and he caught a glimpse of a red cloak through the closed shade. Someone knocked on the carriage door a moment before they opened it. Just outside the carriage stood 3 armed soldiers in full battle dress, wearing crimson-red capes. They were all royal guards. Sir Frey, said the taller soldier as he lowered his head in salute. It was Ser Jorah, his second in command. Ser Jorah, what the bloody hell are you doing here? We were ordered to make haste and safely escort you and your niece to the academy. Sir Frey and Marie had only left yesterday. There was no way a runner could have delivered a message to the capital in that time, let alone dispatch riders. They were still a full day's ride from their destination. They must have ridden all night. Whose order? Asked Sir Frey. Princess Elora. Chapter 13. Princess Elora was sitting in her window nook at the far corner of the library when she looked up from her book to see Ser Jorah passing by the open double doors. Jacob, she called. Ser Jorah stopped at his informal name. 2 people called him Jacob inside the royal palace. One was Sir Frey, his commanding officer in the Crimson Royal Guard, and the other was a 16-year-old girl, Her Royal Highness Princess Elora Ingvald, heir to throne. Elora closed the book on her lap and pushed her long blonde hair behind her ears as Ser Jorah approached. She quickly licked her lips to make them appear more inviting before he would be close enough to notice. Princess, Ser Jorah said as he bowed his head as was expected when addressing a royal family member. I thought I told you to call me Elora, she said with a smile. Ser Jorah met her gaze with his sea-foam green eyes, which indicated he was from a respectable noble family. Elora loved his eyes. She thought they were the perfect shade of calm, nothing like her bright green eyes which yelled royalty from across the room. And I thought your father told you to call me Ser Jorah, he responded through a suppressed smile. That name is so stuffy. Ser Jorah. You're way too young to be stuffy, she said teasingly. I'm old enough to be a knight in your royal guard, princess. Although Ser Jorah was a knight, he was still relatively young for his position. He had squired at 12 and served in battle since the age of 14. His daring feats of bravery and tactical strategy led to him being the youngest to be knighted at 16. He had been hand-picked by Sir Frey to serve in the royal guard and quickly rose to second in command in 3 short years. He often served as the princess's guard for royal functions. She assumed it was because of his age, but Sir Frey insisted Ser Jorah was the most trustworthy soldier he had ever known. "You're only 3 years older than me," she said with a mischievous grin. She liked to tease him about his age. Everyone she knew within her age group was either nobles or members of court. Jacob was the closest thing she had to a friend in the palace. He was the only one she could converse with without worrying it would find its way to the wrong ears, or, worse yet, her father. She had no idea how difficult it was for Ser Jorah to balance friendliness with his duty to the crown. She was sure he would have fallen for her in any other situation. Although he may not be in as much physical danger as the other guards, she did not doubt that he would instantly be killed if he abused his position. That was not an exaggeration. Her father had said as much. No matter how much she wanted to have a real friendship with him, and possibly even more, she knew it was impossible. They played this game, and both players knew the rules quite well. 3 years to a royal is like 10 years to a guard. "We tend to die young, Princess," he jokingly said. "I don't believe it. Sir Frey is much older than you, and he is still dashing. Rather distinguished." "I'll be sure to pass on your compliment to the commander when he returns," he said, while giving an official bow, as if acknowledging an order. "Don't you dare, Jacob," she playfully said. He gave her a smirk before he found his military bearing again. She knew the game was over for now, but she didn't want him to go. Her mind raced for an excuse that would allow him to stay. She hopped out of the window seat and straightened her dress. "Time for training." "Princess?" "Sir Frey is not here, so you are to train me today," she said as she started walking out of the library. Ser Jorah turned to follow her. "Princess, I don't think—" "Nonsense," she interrupted. "Sir Frey is gone, and you are second in command. Are you not?" He knew it was no use arguing. "Yes, Your Highness." She would make it an order if he protested, and he could not refuse any reasonable royal order. They walked through the great corridor from the library and down the side stairs to the training room. It had once been a lesser ballroom, but entertaining had not been a priority in the palace since the Emperor fell ill when Elora was a small child. He rarely left his chamber. When he did, it was only to hold an audience in the throne room, and those occurrences had become increasingly rare. They had reached the training room when Prime Minister Grey walked past with 2 senior members of the church. Prime Minister Grey was a short, round man with thinning blonde hair and light green eyes that indicated the lower end of nobility. He was a noble, but Elora thought there was nothing noble about him. He had slowly assumed day-to-day operations of the Ingvald Empire, and would serve as regent until the Emperor ceded the throne to Princess Elora. He had never done anything to call his loyalty into question. Elora simply didn't like him. "Your Highness, please come see me when you are free," said the Prime Minister. Her duty was to assist the Prime Minister, and she always did so without complaint. The quicker she learned to manage the Empire, the faster a regent would become unnecessary. "I shall, Lord Grey." Prime Minister Grey lowered his head in reverence before he continued toward his office. His 2 guests followed him. Ser Jorah glared at the church members as they walked away. Elora knew there was no love between the royal guard and the church. "Come, Jacob," she said as they entered the training room. "Princess, I am not sure I should—" Ser Jorah started in protest. "Is it not the job of the royal guard to ensure my safety?" she coyly asked. Ser Jorah knew that tone too well. She used it when exploiting a loophole or using another's words against them. Elora had a gift for finding a way to bend any order or command to her favor, no matter how convoluted the logic supporting it may be. It would serve as a helpful skill as Empress. "Yes, Princess. However, Sir Frey is—" He started to protest again. "Was it not Sir Frey who thought my safety would be best served if I was trained in the sword and bow?" she asked as she approached a table with bows and 3 quivers full of arrows. "Princess, as I recall, that was your idea." "But did he not agree?" "As I recall, he did not agree. You ordered him to train you, and he only agreed to do so in secret." This princess. Ser Jorah waved his hand across the expansive room with targets, dummies, and racks of bladed weapons. This is not a secret. It was true. She had tricked Sir Frey into training her in secret. She even ordered the palace staff to convert the smaller ballroom into a training room just for that purpose. She did not doubt that Sir Frey had requested permission from her father, which he must have given, but it was never formally acknowledged that she was allowed to train. Elora crossed to an empty table and looked down with open disappointment. It's not here. What's not there, princess? My new sword. Lord Chorl said it would be done today. As if on cue, Lord Chorl, the royal scholar and impromptu weapons master, entered through a side door. He was carrying an item the size of a small sword wrapped in leather. The princess squealed as she ran to meet Lord Chorl. Is that mine? It is, Lord Chorl said as he carried the package to the empty table. It was obvious Princess Elora was restraining herself from snatching the sword away from him and running off like a feral cat with a dead bird. Princess Elora clapped her hands as if anticipating the best present ever. It wasn't easy, Your Highness. Lord Chorl slowly unwrapped the leather to reveal a blade between a short sword and a standard long sword. The handle seemed unnaturally long, wrapped in green leather, leading up to an ornate pommel housing a green relic stone. It's perfect! Elora excitedly grabbed the handle with both hands, which fit perfectly between the hilt and pommel. Ser Jorah looked confused. He had never seen a sword like hers before. Be careful, my lady, Lord Chorl said as she assessed the weight with a few practice swings. It still needs to be calibrated. Elora turned to Ser Jorah, showing him her new sword. See, Ser Jorah, Ser Frey made it for me. She beamed with pride at her new toy. Lord Chorl cleared his throat. Elora looked apologetically at Lord Chorl and then back to Ser Jorah. Ser Frey had Lord Chorl make it for me. It wasn't easy, Your Highness. You've destroyed every other relic sword in the palace. Placing 2 relics in one blade has never been done before, Lord Chorl explained. Not as far as I know. Ser Jorah looked at the sword more closely. It had a green relic stone in the round pommel, which was to be expected. Upon further examination, a smaller relic stone was mounted at the opposite end of the handle next to the hilt. 2 relics powered the sword. Lord Chorl could tell Ser Jorah was confused. Anybody would be. There had never been 2 relic stones in the same sword. Relic stones did not interact well with each other. They either cancelled each other out or violently opposed each other, causing a rather unpleasant discharge of power. 2? Ser Jorah asked Lord Chorl. No other sword can channel her power. She's destroyed everything we've put in her hands. It's not my fault I'm too strong, Elora said. She enjoyed it when people underestimated her. She had always been told her magic was powerful, but she never understood how powerful it was until she started training with Sir Frey. He had told her that not even a named relic blade, which was the most powerful in the world, could break her natural defenses. She was almost immune to all physical attacks, and her magic repelled everything with magical intent that got too close. Can I try it? She asked. Lord Chorl sighed, looking at Ser Jorah. Not today. I don't want you accidentally killing the lad. He smiled at Ser Jorah before bowing to the princess and retreating with her new sword to a makeshift workbench in the corner of the room. Princess Elora offered no protest. She understood her magic could quickly kill any threat, and she was genuinely afraid of what she was capable. She would never forgive herself if she hurt Jacob. Plain steel today? She asked Ser Jorah. Very well, princess, he said as he walked to the closest rack of waiting swords. Elora grabbed the sword Jacob offered her and walked to the middle of the padded mat. Sir Frey discovered early on that the princess's magic blocked every physical attack. The risk of her getting hurt in training was non-existent. It was the perfect training scenario. It allowed Sir Frey to train the princess in full-speed combat without the usual risks. Her sword skill was still far below that of a member of the Royal Guard, so the chance of her landing a blow with a standard steel blade was negligible. She was harmless as long as she didn't use a relic-powered blade. Where did you and Sir Frey leave off? asked Ser Jorah. He just started teaching me to block blind attacks. Elora noticed a look of surprise on Jacob's face. Ser Frey had told her that blind blocking was an advanced skill, but she was never sure how much Ser Frey said to placate her. "Very well," Ser Jorah said, sounding impressed, as she tied a blindfold over her eyes. Elora stood with her sword held in front of her. "Don't hold back." Ser Jorah rushed forward before she had a chance to finish her sentence. He swung his sword in an overhead arc, bringing it down at full speed toward the princess's head. She raised her sword too late. Her magic met his blade only inches away from the top of her head. His sword slid sideways as if he had struck stone. "Damn it," she yelled. "Again." "Okay." Ser Jorah stepped forward, swinging his sword from the right. She started to parry again, but it was too late. Her magic had already met his sword inches away from her side. Both would have been lethal blows if they could have landed. "Ah!" Elora stomped in frustration. A minor royal tantrum at best. Obviously she would never be fast enough to block a blind attack. "It's impossible. I'm not fast enough." Ser Jorah smiled at her. "You are fast enough. You're just sensing it too late to block it on time." "I can't feel it any faster than I already do," she said, defeated. "Tell me, exactly what do you feel when I come at you?" No one had ever asked her that before. She just knew that someone or something was coming at her. She thought for a second. "I can feel the sword coming from the area it swung at." "I could feel your sword coming at the top of my head, and then again at my side." She had never realized it before. Before, she had always thought she was acting on pure instinct. "So, you can feel it accurately, just not soon enough." "I can't feel it any faster." "Why not?" he asked. "I can only sense it once it gets so close to my body." "So make your body bigger." "I can't make my body bigger," she said. "What did Ser Frey teach you about the sword?" "It should feel like a part of my body," she slowly said, as she thought about it. "It's not that easy, is it?" He smiled. "It is." Elora put her blindfold on, and raised her sword again. This time she poured her magic into the sword, not to make it more powerful but more sensitive. She could suddenly feel every slight vibration in the sword. "Ready?" he asked. Elora gasped slightly as she heard his voice. The sword vibrated as Jacob was talking. She could even feel Lord Chall humming to himself on the other side of the room. Suddenly, she felt strong vibrations from above her. Elora swung her sword sideways and felt Jacob's sword crash into her magic on the blade. It didn't hit her this time. She lowered her sword again and felt vibrations coming at her side. She stepped back and brought her sword into a perfect parry, feeling it meet Jacob's swing. She took off her blindfold and yelled, "I did it!" Ser Jorah smiled at her in approval. "How did you know?" she asked. "You're the most powerful person I have ever known. If a common soldier can sword sense, I knew you could too." "Sword sense, that's what it's called? When I could hear Lord Chall's humming?" "Yes. No, what do you mean you could hear him humming?" Ser Jorah looked confused. "I could hear, no, actually feel him humming. I also felt your blade move." Usually, sword sense can detect close movement, making you more aware of what is happening around you by feeling its effects on your blade. He paused in thought. "I know it varies with the power of the wielder, only a few feet at most, and you could sense Lord Chall humming from that far away." "I could. Is that not normal?" "It's not for a normal soldier, but you, princess, are no normal soldier." She blushed at the compliment, but regained her composure when a royal guardsman entered the room. "Ser Jorah, we need you at the stables. The new horses have arrived." "Go," she said. She was a little exhausted from using her magic in a new manner. As with anything else, she would probably master it in a day or two. For now, she was done training. Ser Jorah flashed her a thankful smile and returned the swords to the rack before he offered her a proper bow and left the room. Elora watched him go when she suddenly remembered she was to meet with the Prime Minister. She walked out of the room and made the trek down the hall to his office. As she approached his office and touched the door handle, she heard him talking inside. He must still be busy. She pulled her hand away and prepared to knock when she had a sudden thought. She placed her hand on the door, closed her eyes, and pushed her magic into the wood. She could feel it vibrate from the conversation inside. Not a matter of when, but how. He knows the boy John is there, and he will have him soon. He is out of control. Running rampant across the countryside is one thing, but killing Lord and Lady Frey is another. They are lesser nobles for light's sake. That will be hard to cover up. What about the girl? What girl? The Frey daughter. She was friends with this John. She is on her way to the capital with Sir Frey. Stop them before they get here. Princess Elora can know nothing about John. Elora pulled her hand from the door. She couldn't tell voices apart, but knew they were talking about Sir Frey and his niece Marie. She had met her a few times before and had taken a liking to her. They were the same age and surprisingly had a lot in common. She would almost call Marie a friend. But who is John? Elora turned and ran down the hall that led to the stables. She had exited the palace when she saw Jacob and 2 other royal guardsmen throwing saddles on 3 new jet-black horses, the largest she had ever seen. "Jacob!" she yelled as she ran over. "What is it, princess?" he asked with a hint of confusion. "How fast are those new horses?" Chapter 14. John ran through trees and brush without regard for his safety. It had started to rain, so the woods were darker since there was no moonlight. The magic in his necklace repelled stray twigs and branches before they could scrape or cut his face. However, it did little to protect him from items on the ground. He tripped twice while running at a full sprint, and the magic did nothing to protect him from falling on the slippery roots. He slowed to a jog as he approached the ruins. He was glad to see the familiar sight since nobody could follow him beyond a few paces. "Took you long enough," said a voice to his right, somewhere beyond the sound of rain. He looked over and saw 2 robed monks stepping from behind a large piece of rubble at the edge of the ruins. His mind raced in panic, and he was too tired to run again. John turned back to the woods when a 3rd monk stepped out from the darkness behind him. They had been waiting for him. "What do you want?" John yelled at the closest monk. "We're not going to hurt you, lad. The Seeker only wants to talk with you," he said calmly, barely audible over the sound of rain striking nearby leaves. "The way you talked with my dad back at the house," John spat as lightning briefly filled the sky. "No, I'm sure that whatever happened was a misunderstanding," said the smooth voice. "Misunderstanding?" Rage welled up from deep within him. "You fucking killed him!" John yelled, losing all control. He ran as fast as he could toward the closest monk. When he got in range, he could feel the magic from his necklace swell around him. He pulled his hand back to punch him when the monk stepped forward and intercepted his arm. The monk's magic and his magic interacted briefly before their arms slid away from each other. This was the first time he had felt magic clash between 2 people. The other 2 monks ran up behind him and tried to tackle John to the ground. The necklace's magic surged out and met the monk's magic. Neither one could grab his body, but they were able to knock him to the ground as they slipped in the slick mud. John slid forward and came to a stop on a dead branch. As he tried to get up, he felt a brief resistance around his neck and then a sudden release. He looked down to see that the chain of his necklace had ripped. He didn't feel any different now that it was off. John staggered to his feet and looked at the first monk. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the area. "Those are some pretty green eyes you have there, lad." He had no more magic. Shit. He had been doing reasonably well at avoiding the monks until now. "There's no way I can do this." He looked down and grabbed a piece of ribbed metal from under the rubble. They were common and embedded in the stone rubble throughout the ruins. "What do you think you're going to do with that?" asked a monk. John mustered all his strength, closed his eyes, and wildly swung at the closest monk as he moved towards John. "If I swing hard enough, maybe I'll knock him down." It was unlikely because he had sensed the monk's magic. John had no doubt it would deflect his blow. He had resigned to a swift defeat when he felt the metal bar hit something solid with the sound of a wet, squishy thump. Lightning flashed, and he opened his eyes to see his metal bar partially embedded in the side of the monk's face. His eye had popped from its socket as blood mixed with rain ran down what was left of the side of his face. The monk was dead before John could pull the bar free. "Brother?" asked one of the monks in disbelief. The remaining 2 monks exchanged confused glances. John had never been in a fight, let alone a life-or-death battle, but even he knew that was not supposed to happen. His mind raced as he stood there, metal bar at the ready, blood splatter rolling down his brow. That should not have happened. He ran through everything he knew about protective magic. It prevents anyone from harming you. It reacts to anyone trying to strike or throw anything at you. It reacts to another person's magic. "I have no magic," John whispered to himself. The monks were still standing there, unsure of what to do. They had never seen anything like that before. Lightning flashed again. John stood in the rain with a menacing grin on his face. "I have no magic," he said louder. He rushed toward the closer monk with his metal bar angled like a spear in front of him. The monk tried to step away, but John's metal bar pierced through the man's abdomen as he continued to push him backward. There had been some resistance. Not magic, just the resistance of the monk's clothing before the bar had pierced his soft flesh. The monk looked John in the eyes as he coughed up blood. A surprised look of horror froze on his face. John jerked the bar upward, tearing the monk's insides before he pulled it free, bringing chunks of flesh with it. The last monk reached under his wet robe and pulled out a dagger. It instantly started to glow red. John had never seen a dagger like this before, but knew it was a relic-powered weapon, just like Caleb's sword. The thought of Caleb filled him with guilt, and guilt turned to anger, and anger turned to murderous rage. John raised the bar and ran at the monk. The monk stepped back and brought the dagger up to block John's metal bar. "Aye!" John yelled as he struck the monk's hand. There was a dull chink as his metal bar sent the relic-powered dagger to the mud. It might have been a spoon for all the help it did. "Have!" he yelled as he crashed the metal bar into the monk's side, knocking him down. "No!" He hammered the fallen monk on his shoulder, hearing bones break. The monk quickly backpedaled on the ground, trying to escape, but he kept slipping in the mud with his arm hanging limply at his side. John stood over the monk's body. Lightning flashed again. He could see the terror in the monk's eyes. Good. "Magic!" he yelled as he brought the metal bar crashing down on the monk's skull with all his might. He had struck so hard the metal bar travelled halfway down the monk's forehead before it stopped, embedded in bone. Leaving the metal bar in its new resting place, John fell backward into the mud. "I have no magic," he said, laughing as the rain hit his face. He knew he had been different his entire life, but he never knew why until now. Everything has magic. Everything. Except me. He felt broken inside. He didn't feel broken because he had no magic. He didn't feel broken because he killed 3 people. He felt broken because he killed 3 people, and it didn't bother him in the least. He was happy about it. He thought back on the man who had saved him. Had that been the look on his face? John lay on the ground, thankful for the rain. Not only did it wash away the blood on his face, but it also washed away the tears rolling out of his eyes. His last thought before everything went black was of Marie. Her perfect blonde hair, her beautiful green eyes. Now more than ever, he realized she was the love of his life and the only person he had left in the world. Wait till she hears about this. Chapter 15. After dark, Sir Frey's carriage, flanked by 3 Royal Crimson Guards, arrived at the capital. The city was still alive with open shops, street vendors, and fellow countrymen selling their wares in the broad street market surrounding the city walls. Ingvald was an expansive realm, but most of the population lived within a day's ride of its capital. It was the center of trade and culture, and not only did it hold the palace, but it was also the seat of the church. The church was the name given to the only organized religion in Ingvald and its surrounding neighbors. Although it held no codified political power, its influence was wide-reaching. Ingvald and the church had grown parallel over the centuries, and both royalty and church leadership understood neither one could exist without the support of the other. At one point they appeared to have similar views and goals, but a sudden change in church doctrine almost a century ago caused a rift in their relations. The single topic separating the two was magic. Almost overnight, the church had started to view magic as blasphemous. Magic was the very foundation of nobility and royalty itself. Any attempt to delegitimize magic was an attempt to delegitimize the very basis of the ruling classes. Those with less magic were inclined to sympathize with the church, while those with more magic, nobility, viewed it as a direct threat. The procession continued unencumbered down the main fairway, heading towards the palace and the adjacent academy. Ser Jorah slowed his horse and allowed the carriage to pull alongside. "We're to enter the academy's west gate." Sir Frey nodded in acknowledgement as Marie looked out the open window. She had been to the capital before, but it had always been on official visits. The palace had carefully planned their caravan and route to provide maximum visibility, and this was not that. "What's the west gate?" she asked. "It's for deliveries and servants. Someone does not want us to be seen." Marie knew her uncle was probably talking about Princess Elora. Why was she taking such care to ensure they arrived safely? How did she know we were even coming? She was scared for her parents, but knew that being nobility meant her family had the full protection of the crown. However, if they had the full protection of the crown, why were they ushered in like common fishmongers? "Princess Elora?" she asked nonetheless. Her uncle nodded in silent response. He looked as confused as she was. He was the head of the royal guard, and being told what to do without understanding the reason was vexing him at best. They entered the gate and rode up to the rear stables that served as the delivery entrance. Ser Jorah opened the carriage door, and her uncle gave a knowing smile before he exited. Judging by his movements, the long trip had left him stiff. Ser Jorah offered his hand to Marie as she slid over to the door. He was a handsome man, with eyes the colour of the open ocean. His face appeared young, but everything else about him yelled seasoned soldier. His muscular frame was apparent even through his armour and cloak. She doubted he had ever had a day of leisure in his life. Marie couldn't help but wonder what John would look like if he had the same background as the man in front of her. "Lady Frey," he said as he helped her out of the carriage. She was not used to being called Lady Frey. The last time she had visited the capital, she had been 14, too young to be considered a proper lady. She gave Ser Jorah a friendly nod, and Ser Jorah returned the gesture with a genuine smile that she assumed was the delight of many a lady. "Welcome, Sir Frey, Lady Frey," said a voice from the end of the stable. Marie looked over and saw the definition of propriety. Standing in the doorway silhouetted by light was a noble lady dressed from head to toe in a black dress, indicating she was an instructor at the academy. "Headmistress," Sir Frey said while providing a courteous bow. Marie thought she saw the flash of a smile as he lowered his head. She looked over at the headmistress and briefly saw the same look returned. "Well, hurry up," she said, waving for Marie and her uncle to enter. She turned before they reached the door, and it was obvious they were to follow her. Marie instantly saw that this was the headmistress's domain, as servants provided a courteous head bow as they passed. "Lady Frey, we weren't expecting you for a few days," said the headmistress as they wound through the back corridors reserved for servants so they would remain hidden. "It was unplanned, Miss Sarah," said her uncle in a rather sweet tone. Marie knew from how her uncle addressed her as Miss that she was not a proper noble. Although she had light green eyes and blonde hair, she did not formally belong to a noble house. She may have noble blood, but she had no status among them. She could be a bastard, or simply from a house that no longer existed. Miss Sarah looked over her shoulder at Marie. "We have unpacked your belongings and have your room waiting, Lady Frey." "Thank you, headmistress," said Marie in a formal tone. "Please call me Miss Sarah. All the girls do. We are all family here at the academy, and these are the fellow nobles and lesser nobles you will build lifelong bonds with," she said in a motherly tone. They had entered the main residence hall when Miss Sarah stopped in front of the first room at the end of the hall. It was a plain door with an ornate placard labelled Frey, placed at eye level. It was directly across from a door labelled Headmistress. Great. Although Marie liked what she had seen of Miss Sarah so far, she thought the location of her room was no coincidence. Miss Sarah opened the door to the room. "Please, get some rest. It's late." She laid a friendly hand on Marie's shoulder. "There will be plenty of time for talk in the morning." Ser Frey stepped into the doorway and pulled her close. He kissed the top of her head as he wrapped his massive arms around her. "Get some sleep, darling. I'll see you in the morning." Marie squeezed him tightly before he closed the door behind him as he stepped out. Marie looked at the room. It was a modest size for a dormitory, with a single-sized bed, oak bookshelves, and a matching oak desk under the window. One of her trunks stood empty in the corner. She did not doubt that if she looked, she would find all her belongings already unpacked in the bureaus. She was getting ready to go to bed when she heard footsteps running down the hall. "Demi!" a girl said outside in the hall. Marie was genuinely shocked. She was the only one who called him Demi. He was her uncle, after all. He was head of the Royal Guard. Only family would be that informal with him. She listened closely. "I'm so glad you're safe," the girl said. Her uncle responded in a whisper, but Marie couldn't hear what was said. After a few more seconds of listening, Marie finally recognized the voice. It was Princess Elora. "Who's John?" Chapter 16. John woke during the pre-light of dawn. He wasn't sure how long he had been lying on the ground. The rain had stopped, but he was still mired to the earth by sucking mud holding him down. He rolled to his side and pushed himself up with more than a little effort. He slowly looked himself over. His clothes were covered in dried blood, but he was confident very little was his own. He trudged over to where he had lost his necklace and found it resting around a protruding branch. He untangled it, reshaped the bent clasp that caused it to come off, and placed it back over his head. He felt reassured by the warmth of the stone as he tucked it back under his shirt. He breathed deeply as he felt magic seep out of the stone and slowly warm his body. "That's new," he thought, as he looked at the monks' battered bodies lying in the mud. "For the love of light, John. Did you do all this?" John turned to see the noble who had saved his life. He had shed his robes and was now dressed in tan buckskin pants, a white linen shirt, and a brown jacket made of a material John had never seen before. He looked more like a woodsman than a noble. John glanced at the bodies once more. "I guess." "You guess?" The man stared at the monk with a metal bar jutting from his skull. "You put that there?" he asked with a smile. John could tell the man was more than impressed. He was accustomed to death. "Seemed like a good spot at the time," John said. He had always been prone to snide remarks, but even he thought it might have been too much. "Great place for it," said the noble. "I gave your necklace enough magic to help, but I never thought it would let you take down 3 monks." "It didn't," John said. The noble looked confused. "It fell off at the start," John flatly said. This man knew who he and Caleb were, and knew about the necklace. It was unsettling. "You took down 3 monks?" The noble reached down and pulled the monk's relic-powered dagger out of the mud. "And a relic-powered blade, all without the help of magic?" John watched blankly, while the noble rummaged through the dead monk's robes. "Who are you?" "I guess Caleb did teach you something if you bested these 3, he said as he stood and looked over the entire area. "Dad, Caleb, didn't teach me shit about how to do this. All he ever taught me was how to raise sheep and stay out of sight. And who the fuck are you? You haven't been trained in the sword at all? And you did all this without magic or a blade?" the noble asked. John started to become angry. 1, I have no idea how to use a sword. 2, I could do all that because I had no magic. And 3, who the fuck are you? The noble looked at John with a curious expression, as if he weren't accustomed to answering questions, only asking them. "I am Lord Thomas Thriel of the House of Thriel. You may not know me, but I know all about you, John. I was there the night you were born." John's anger quickly subsided at the mention of his birth. Caleb had refused to tell him anything about his birth, other than that his mother had died. This man told him he was born at night, which was something he didn't know. "You knew my mother?" "Quite well," Thomas said as he looked towards the ruins. "We should go. They'll probably come looking for these 3. John followed his gaze into the ruins. In there. You want to go with me in there? Thomas started walking into the ruins as if they didn't bother him. Come on, if you want to learn more. John jogged to catch up to him when Thomas suddenly stopped and looked back at the monks. His face lit up as if he had finally answered a question that had been bothering him. Their magic didn't affect you, did it? He excitedly asked. That's why you were able to get so close, do what you did. I guess. When I lost the necklace, it was as if they had no magic as well. Thomas reached into his coat and pulled out the relic-powered dagger. To you, this was just a kitchen knife, wasn't it? He asked as he handed it to John. Take it. It's yours. You earned it. John took the blade by the handle and felt some magic rush into the dagger. Unlike Caleb's sword, it didn't drain all its magic. No match for a chunk of metal, he said, walking further into the ruins. John, do you realize that magic does not affect you at all? Thomas said from behind him. And, John said without looking back. He started to hear a crackling sound behind him. He looked back to see Thomas launching a blue orb at his head. What the? John cut himself short as the blue orb flew toward his face. He thought the necklace's magic should intercept it until he suddenly realized it wouldn't. The magic in the necklace had come from Thomas. It wouldn't react to its magic. He closed his eyes for the second time in 2 days and prepared to die. Suddenly, he felt a rush of wind blow over his face. He peeked through a closed eye to see Thomas grinning like a madman. John was sure Thomas was insane. John, my boy, you... Thomas said before he was interrupted. You shot a fucking fireball at my head, John yelled at Thomas, who grinned. Pretty cool, isn't it? John thought for a second. The fireball Thomas had thrown at him was the same fireball he had seen him use to destroy 2 monks. John's mind raced. Magic didn't affect him. Nothing. Not relic-powered blades, not fireballs, not defensive magic, nothing. For the first time in his life, he realized being different wasn't bad. In terms of magic, he was invincible. His mind was alight with all the possibilities that realization held. John returned a reluctant smile of his own. Cool. Thomas caught up to John and continued walking as if nothing had happened. Come on, my camp is just up ahead in the subway. John looked confused. What's a subway? Chapter 17. The Seeker padded up weathered grey stone steps that led to the pontiff's office. The current pontiff had moved his office to the topmost reaches of the Ingvald temple that served as the church's headquarters. He had said it was so he could be closer to the light, but the Seeker knew it was so people had to ascend to see him. The temple was not as extravagant as expected for a countrywide religion's power base. It was modestly built to show piousness and portrayed, just like all temples, a humble status to entice the population. Their physical appearance and extraordinary magic set the nobles apart, while the church was more representative of the common man, humble beginnings and humble magic. The Seeker entered the office unannounced. The pungent smell of burning incense assaulted his nostrils. The pontiff continued to scribble on parchment and blindly gestured for him to sit. The Seeker sank into the chair in front of the pontiff's desk and waited a few seconds before he let out an impatient sigh. The pontiff remained steadfast in his work. Am I keeping you from something, Brother Jarl? Asked the pontiff. The Seeker remained silent. One would think that it was that exact impatience that led to the death of so many of our brothers, the pontiff said, lowering his quill and leveling his full gaze on the Seeker. The pontiff was an unremarkable man, with thinning grey hair and glassy hazel eyes. He was nearing the end of his life, and had a posture that reflected his many years of serving the church from behind a desk. It was this plainness that made him a favourite with the ordinary people and the leader of the church. Can you explain how we lost 10 brothers on a simple mission to question a single boy? The Seeker sat more upright. It was unexpected, Pontiff, he flatly said. Finding a fly in your stew is unexpected. Losing 10 brothers in a single night is not. It borders on negligence, and negligence to the light is sinful. The Seeker sat silently. I understand, Lady Frey. Dershwood is a strong bloodline. However, Losing 6 more to a noble disguised as a monk and 3 more to a single child with no magic is unfathomable, the pontiff spat. He beat them like a sack of flour. Do I even need to mention the House of Frey itself? It was rather unfortunate, said the seeker. The pontiff slowly inhaled and exhaled, quelling his anger. Sir Frey is the captain of the royal guard, and you almost cleansed his house from the face of the map without a single thought to the political ramifications. They knew of the boy and where he was. Ah, yes, the boy John. If it weren't for the fact he is the one we have been looking for, I would see that you were cleansed yourself, the pontiff shouted, losing all composure. What of Sir Frey and the girl? The seeker asked with no hint of intimidation. He has made queries, but he has not pressed the matter. For now, he appears agreeable with the official story that the church arrived too late to prevent Karim assassins from killing the Freys and burning the house down. The pontiff sighed once more. The new Lady Frey is at the academy and appears to agree with her uncle. For now, it appears settled. The seeker tilted his head in inquiry. This is unexpected. He had predicted Sir Frey would immediately notify the Emperor of the church's involvement. To let such a blatant fabrication of Karim assassins run unchecked was out of character for Sir Frey. The Karim Empire was known to strike at nobility along the border, but they would never bother with a lesser noble. He surmised that Lord Frey knew any response might inadvertently reveal the truth about John and the House of Frey's involvement. It was a stretch, but it was plausible. It was more likely Sir Frey was biding his time until he took his vengeance on the church. They will be trouble, said the seeker. Although I appreciate your keen insight into the matter, I would kindly ask you to shut up and do your job. You are the seeker. Go, seek. The pontiff returned to his paperwork, indicating he was finished with the conversation. The seeker stood. May the light shine upon you. The pontiff did not reply. The seeker left the room, closing the door behind him. He was thankful for the musty, wet stone that rinsed the pungent smell of incense from his nose. He made his way down the stairs and into the main chamber of the church, which housed most of the administration officers. Brother Paul joined him as he headed for the door. The pontiff? Not pleased. And now? And now we find John, said the seeker, as he raised his hood against the midday sun. If he's in the ruins, then we'll never find him. We don't have to find him, Brother Paul, said the seeker. We have to make him find us. And how will we do that? Brother Paul asked. The girl, Lady Frey. Brother Paul grabbed the seeker by the arm, stopping him in his tracks. He wanted to make sure he had heard him correctly. The seeker looked at his arm. Brother Paul? Brother Paul let go of him, but did not apologize. The pontiff said we were not to act on Lady Frey. The pontiff is a blithering old man who does not see the importance of having outed a royal with no magic. I can single-handedly prove royal blood is no better than anyone else, and with that, remove the Ingvalds from the throne. Brother Paul was speechless. He had never seen the seeker speak about the church with such disdain. Lady Frey is in the academy. She's untouchable. She won't always be inside academy walls, and when she isn't, she's mine. Chapter 18. Elora sat alone at the small table in her room, eating her breakfast as she gazed out the door to her balcony. To say the table was small would be like calling a pond a puddle. It could easily seat a family of 8 and was currently loaded with enough eggs, sausage, bread, fruit, and juices to feed the same. Elora had not insisted on so much food until she turned 13 and discovered that her untouched food was given to the lower staff. The lower staff were children who did menial tasks such as cleaning floors, scrubbing pots, catching rats, and doing unclean labor. When Elora first requested more food, the staff believed she was selfish. Sir Frey eventually realized her ploy. Since then, there has always seemed to be just enough on the table to ensure every lower staff member was fed. That was one of the many reasons Elora was well liked in the palace. A soft knock came from the door across the room. Enter, she said. Lord Frey entered the room, ashamed to do so once he saw the princess was still in her sleeping gown and morning robe. It's about time, Elora said as she lowered her glass of juice. I thought I would have to order a royal decree to get you in my presence again. Lord Frey was visibly uncomfortable. Official duties, Your Highness, have kept me. Nonsense. I've seen you for the last 3 days entering and leaving the palace. Lord Frey took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I am free now. Elora's face lit up with anticipation. Come sit. Princess. Sir Frey looked around the room before continuing. Maybe we should speak somewhere else. Sir Frey's behavior piqued Elora's interest. He seemed almost paranoid. The Lord Frey she knew was many things, but he was not paranoid. However, he had been actively avoiding her since the night he returned with his niece Marie. Elora had seen the look on his face when she had asked who John was. Her question surprised him, but his answer was just as surprising. He had not denied knowing him. He said, Elora, later. But nothing more. He had never called her anything other than Your Highness or Princess Elora. Elora had known from his tone that she wouldn't get any answers that night. Meet me in the training room in half an hour, then. Very well, Your Highness, Sir Frey said as he backed out of the open door, closing it behind him. Elora finished her breakfast and changed from her nightgown into clothing more appropriate for training before leaving her room. On her way to the training room, she stopped only long enough to return the random customary greeting. She had said to meet in half an hour, but was confident Sir Frey was already waiting for her. Elora pushed the door open and found Sir Frey standing at the table reserved for archery. He examined a pile of arrows and selectively removed the ones not up to standard. Sir Frey, she called, shutting the door behind her. Sir Frey turned to greet the princess. Your Highness, I am sorry for the extreme measures, but I want to ensure that what is said stays between us. Elora looked around the room cautiously. Sir Frey, I trust you. I'm sorry, Your Highness. You may not believe so strongly after what we have to discuss today, Sir Frey said as he handed Princess Elora her longbow. The bow? Today? Why not the bow? Because it's ineffective. No real army has ever had archers, and even the strongest soldier's arrow is useless against the weakest magic. Princess, that may be true for a common soldier. Sir Frey handed her an arrow. But you are not a common soldier. I've heard that before, Sir Frey. Do you knights have a standard playbook that you use for compliments? Elora knocked the arrow on the drawstring. Ah, yes. I had heard that you tricked Sir Jorah into training you in my absence. He informed me you displayed a rather unique sword sense. Elora pulled the drawstring to her cheek. Sir Frey, as interesting as I find this conversation to be, I was hoping you could tell me who John is. She took a deep breath, letting her magic charge into the arrow. He's your brother. Elora lost her concentration and let the charged arrow fly. It ricocheted off the top of the target and struck the wood pillar behind it, causing the edge to explode in a shower of splinters. You're not concentrating, Your Highness, said Sir Frey, as he handed her another arrow and nodded slightly. Elora understood. They were to continue, as if this was just another training session. She knocked the next arrow and drew the bow back. I don't have a brother, Sir Frey. You do, Your Highness. Elora charged the arrow once again. I think I would know if I had a brother. Twin brother. Elora once again let the arrow fly errantly. It ricocheted off the side of the target and struck a wooden chair on the opposite side of the room, splitting it in two. She stood silently, staring at Sir Frey, eyes wide in disbelief. He handed her another arrow. You're still not concentrating, Your Highness. She knocked the arrow. It's hard to concentrate after hearing you have a long-lost brother. She let the arrow fly, striking the bullseye. Since we are asking questions, Your Highness, how did you know about John? I overheard the Prime Minister talking about him to the church. They were trying to prevent you and Marie from reaching the capital. She knocked another arrow. That's why I sent Jacob to find you. She drew the bow back and let it fly. Bullseye. And for that, we are in your debt, Sir Frey said. The few people who knew about him are now dead, as well as their entire household. Elora looked at Sir Frey with sad eyes. They told me House Frey was the work of Karim assassins. They were assassins, but they weren't from Karim. She was surprised at how calm Sir Frey sounded, considering he was talking about the murder of his family. He had a cold detachment that she suspected came from years of seeing death in all manners. "The church?" she asked. He did not answer. "How do you know about my brother?" "Princess, what I'm about to tell you could be considered treason." "It's a good thing I'm going to be empress soon," she said. "Go on." Sir Frey took a deep breath as he handed her another arrow. "Princess, you had a twin brother that was born before you. When the scholar tested you both, it was discovered he had no magic, and you had twice the magic you should have been born with." "No magic?" she asked, as she let the arrow fly. Sir Frey handed her another one. "He had none, and he was firstborn." Elora immediately picked up on the situation. He could never become emperor. She pulled back on the bow. "And father had him hidden away?" "Your father ordered me to kill him." Elora didn't flinch this time. "You hid him, you and your family." She let another arrow fly to its target. "That's why they're dead." "Along with a trusted friend who raised him as his own." "Does father know he's still alive?" "I doubt it. If he knew, I would already be dead," he said. "What about Marie? Does she know?" "John is her best friend, and she only found out who he is on the way here." "So, Prime Minister Grey and the church are working together to find him. Why?" she asked. "Nobody has ever been born without magic, let alone the son of an emperor. Your family is royalty because of how strong your magic is. Prime Minister Grey is already acting as regent. If your bloodline is called into question, he will be in charge of the empire, and he will have the church's full support behind him." Sir Frey handed her another arrow. "You will not be empress, your highness." "Where is he now? My brother?" "I don't know." "How's Marie?" she asked. "She's taking it pretty hard. She hasn't left her room since she heard," said Sir Frey, as he handed her the last arrow. Elora knocked it. "I'll go see her." "She would like that. Just don't push her too hard for information about John." Elora looked at Sir Frey. "I wouldn't do that." She smiled and let the arrow fly without looking at the target. Bullseye. Chapter 19. Marie sat at the desk in her dormitory room and stared out the window. It had been 2 days since Uncle Demi had told her about what had happened in Braden. The death of her parents and her entire household was almost too much to imagine. She had kept a tenuous grip on what might pass as composure, but she finally lost it when her uncle had told her that John's house had suffered the same fate, and John was nowhere to be found. They had only found his father's body, giving Marie an odd sense of hope. Everything she had known in the world was now gone. Her mother, father, Darcy, who practically raised her, and all the people of her house who had been there every day, were now gone. Even her physical home and personal belongings were nothing but ashes. All that remained were a few trunks of clothes shipped to the academy and the hair ribbon John had given her many years ago. The thought of John made her smile for the first time since she came to the academy. She had just discovered who he was, and now she couldn't see him. She had been excited to find out he was indeed special, and not just a boy who she thought was special. He was royalty, but now he was gone too. She hoped he was somewhere safe and that he was fine. But how could he be? His entire world had changed overnight, just like hers. Except she had Uncle Demi, who was still family. John had no one. There was a tapping at the door. Marie recognized the soft knock as headmistress Sarah. She had often checked in on her over the last couple of days and had brought Marie her meals from the mess hall. "Come in," she softly said without looking away from the window. "You have a visitor," Sarah said as she stepped back and stood upright in respect. It was probably Uncle Demi, who had promised he would come by today after duty. Marie turned to the door and watched as Princess Elora entered the room. "Lady Frey, Princess Elora is—" Princess Elora waved Sarah away with an impatient gesture. "Thank you, Sarah. You may go." Sarah offered Marie a smile in condolence as she closed the door. Marie jumped to her feet and attempted a curtsy. "Princess Elora, I didn't—" "Please, call me Elora," she said. And I shall call you Marie." Elora walked across the room and lay on the bed as if exhausted. She looked over at Marie, who was still standing. "It's not as if we've never met before." "It has been a couple of years, Your Highness. I wasn't sure if you remembered who—" "Didn't I just say to call me Elora?" "I'm sorry." Marie paused. "Elora." She said it as if she was testing a new word she had never used before. "Good. Now sit. You're making me nervous. It's not as if we're strangers. I would call Sarah back in if I wanted someone to stand." Marie smiled as she sat at her desk. She remembered the last time they met a little over 2 years ago, right after the princess's 14th birthday. Elora had acted the same back then, anything but princess-like. She had behaved as if she was just another girl and not heir to the throne of an entire empire. Marie could tell Princess Elora wanted to be normal around someone her age. She was thankful for the distraction. Princess Elora sat up on the bed. "I was sorry to hear about your family. I can't imagine what you must be going through. I never knew my mother and father has been ill for as long as I can remember." "Thank you," Marie said. She had never realized how lonely Elora must be in the palace. Even though people surrounded her, they weren't true family or friends. "I can't believe the church would do something like that." Marie held her breath. She was surprised that Elora knew about the church's involvement. Uncle Demi told her the church was behind it, but also told her to keep it a secret. She was supposed to agree with the official story that Karim assassins killed her family. It was shocking to hear that Elora knew about the real culprits. "You know about the church?" Elora rolled back on the bed, looking up at the ceiling. "I heard the church was up to something, but I had no idea what. I wish I could have done something." "I'm sure you would." Marie's mind raced with the possibility that her parents may have been saved if Elora had sent soldiers to her house. However, it was a futile line of reasoning since Braden was a 3-day ride from the palace. Thinking about it hurt her heart, and she needed to change the topic to get her mind on something new. "What's new in the palace?" Marie asked as she sipped from a cup of water. Elora sat up again and looked excited. "Well, since you asked, I have a brother. I think you know him, John." Marie choked on her water. Is there anything she doesn't know? "John?" "Yeah, the one with no magic, John." Elora looked suspicious. "Just how many Johns do you know?" Marie smiled at the mention of his name. "Just the one. Your brother." Talking about him with another person seemed surreal. "Well, tell me about him," Elora said. Marie thought for a moment. She had no idea how much Elora knew about John. Like what? Elora sat cross-legged and patted the bed next to her. "What does he look like?" Marie joined her on the bed. She thought they must look like two ordinary girls sitting across from each other talking about boys. "He's tall, but not too tall. He doesn't have a lot of muscle, but he isn't skinny." Marie paused while she pictured him in her mind. "He has scraggly brown hair that never lays down. Always a mess. His eyes are a pretty shade of blue when he's wearing his necklace, almost like the sky." Elora looked confused. "What do you mean he has brown hair? And blue eyes? He's a royal like me." Marie was happy to hear that Elora didn't already know everything about John. "He wears a necklace that gives him magic. It also hides his eye color. If he takes it off, his eyes are as green as yours." Marie thought for a moment. What about his hair? Why didn't it turn blonde? "I don't know why his hair is brown." "He has no magic," Elora said. "What does that have to do with his hair?" "Magic changes your hair. The more magic you have, the lighter your hair will be." "I never knew that," Marie said. "Your hair is that color because your mother was a Dershwood. For some reason, magic has a way of changing people's hair, even if it's not their magic. Most of the servants' hair becomes lighter from working in the palace, and John's hair is brown. Yeah, it looks like a brown you'd find on a tree, but not any tree, a mighty oak." "What is he like?" Elora asked. Marie stared at the wall while she remembered. "He's kind. I've never seen him be mean to anything. He's funny, and he's always doing something that he shouldn't. The other day, he tried to lick a warg just to make me laugh. Lick a warg? His necklace absorbs magic from whatever is around it. Most animals don't realize he's not one of them and ignore him. He makes me laugh like a lot. You like him, don't you? Elora asked with an envious look on her face. Marie could feel her ears become warm as her face flushed with embarrassment. She had never admitted her feelings to anyone before. She never even admitted them to herself. I don't know. I've known him my whole life. I mean, he is handsome, but he doesn't think of me that way. Elora's eyes lit up. You're in love with my brother, she burst out in laughter. Marie turned redder. She laid back and grabbed the pillow to cover her face. She suddenly started feeling sorry for herself again. I don't even know if he's still alive. He's alive. Marie threw the pillow off and sat up. How do you know? Do you know where he is? How is he? I don't know how I know. I just know he is out there somewhere. I can feel it as his sister. I guess I always did. Just never knew what that feeling was before now. Marie was relieved to hear it, although it made her jealous that someone else had a special connection with him that she could never have. She heard heavy footsteps coming down the hall. They both looked at the door as 3 solid knocks filled the room. Elora looked at Marie and let out a little sigh as she smiled at the door. It's Jacob, she said in a whisper. Marie whispered back. Who's Jacob? Princess Elora. Are you in there? Come in, Jacob. The door opened, and a tall knight dressed in a freshly pressed Royal Guards uniform entered the room with an exhausted look. It was the same knight who had escorted Marie and her uncle to the academy. He provided a deep bow to the girls. Princess, I've been looking all over for you. Elora flashed Marie a smile, nodded toward Jacob and silently mouthed, He's my John. Sorry to interrupt you and Lady Frey. Marie looked the man over in the light of the day. He wasn't much older than she was, but she could tell from his demeanor he was a professional soldier. He was handsome, very handsome. She smiled at Elora. She could see why anyone would find him attractive. Ser Jorah, time for training, Elora stated as she stood up from the bed. She looked around and found a wrap on the back of Marie's chair. She grabbed it and tossed it at Marie. Princess, Sir Frey said he wouldn't be able— Nonsense! You are training me today, she said as she grabbed Marie by the arm. And my good friend Marie, she will be joining us. Marie looked apologetically at Ser Jorah. Princess, I don't believe Sir Frey would want his niece to— Jacob, are we going to go through this again? You say no. I say yes. You object. I remind you that I am heir to the throne, and the throne is Sir Frey's boss. Marie could tell by how they spoke to each other that Ser Jorah and Princess Elora shared a bond beyond traditional princess and guard roles. She looked at Elora with curiosity. Jacob is my personal guard and escort for official functions. Elora smiled when she said personal guard. And he has been training me while your uncle has been busy. It's okay. I don't think my uncle would like— Marie started. Elora turned to Marie. Lady Frey, not you too. Ser Jorah smiled softly at Marie, indicating that arguing was a losing battle. Yes, Your Highness. Good, let's go, Elora said, walking out the door and pulling Marie behind her. Marie, do you like swords? Chapter 20. John sat in what he would describe as a cellar. Thomas called it a subway. It was unlike any cellar John had ever seen. The entrance was well hidden by brush and debris, partly Thomas's doing. Wide stone steps led down to an open chamber as big as the most extensive stable in Braden. It was lit by glowing relic stones that Thomas had mounted on the walls. A square trench partially filled with water ran along the wall, wide enough for 2 full-size wagons to drive side by side. It led to 2 smaller tunnels, blocked by giant rocks and rubble on each end of the room. Thomas had told him it was an underground road. John had no idea why such a thing would be needed. Thomas said he had found similar subways in other ruins as well. He often used them as campsites since they were hidden and unaffected by the weather. John lay on a makeshift mattress of fabric and animal hides, watching the fire Thomas had started in a small stone hearth. The man had left to gather more firewood, and John was finally alone for the first time since he woke up in the mud that morning. Thomas gave him a change of clothes so he would no longer feel cold or wet, but he still felt chilled. It felt like time wasn't running right. The image of his father's body was still fresh in his mind. He could still smell the smoke from the kettle fire in their small hut. He could remember the warmth he felt as the monk standing next to him was engulfed in flames. He still felt pain in his wrist from where another monk had twisted it, trying to force him on his knees. However, the events of last night when he had killed 3 people seemed like a distant memory. He remembered flashes of light, the taste of blood, and chilly rain. He couldn't recall any emotion he felt while he beat the 3 monks to death with a metal bar. John heard the brush concealing the subway entrance being moved. He reached for the relic dagger lying next to his head. Thomas? Thomas walked into the room with a bundle of sticks and twigs in his arms. Who else would it be? Not a lot of folks wandering around the ruins. He dropped the pile next to the fire and placed a few smaller twigs in the flames. That's the way I like it. John sat up as Thomas filled a coffee pot with water from a large, clear container. It was made of the same crinkly material he had found deeper in the ruins before, but much thicker. Thomas's container was obviously made for storing water, as it had a valve on the bottom to pour the water out. It's called plastic, Thomas said. What is? The material, Thomas said as he tapped the water container. You'll find it all over the place. They used it for a lot of things. Buildings, clothes, tools, storage, almost everything. I have a small one with a lid, John said. Thomas looked up with genuine interest. You don't find small bottles very often. They're so thin they rarely survive over the years, especially with a top, extremely useful. John almost felt proud. No one had taken an interest in what he found in the ruins before. Caleb had told him never to bring out anything he found, and Marie hadn't seemed interested in anything from the ruins. How did you find me? John asked. I felt a burst of magic from Caleb's sword yesterday. I was waiting here to go visit a friend. You know a lot about the ruins? I should. I was the royal scholar. I spent my life studying the ruins and the people who lived here. Thomas pointed to John's dagger and the lights on the wall. How relic stones were made and how people accidentally made magic. John stared at Thomas. He had never heard of anyone who knew anything about the ruins, let alone the people who used to live in them accidentally made magic. It was also the first time anyone said magic had been made rather than given by the god of light. His mind raced with possible answers to questions he had asked himself, but never dared to ask out loud. I see you probably have questions, Thomas said with a smile. Ask me anything. It's not often I get to be a scholar again. John stood up and looked around the room with new questions flooding his mind. What were all the ruins? What do you think they were? Thomas asked in a teacherly voice. They looked like they were mostly buildings, so I guess old towns and villages. You're right, they were mostly buildings, but some were much bigger than we have today. Most of the ruins are what's left of large cities. Some of their buildings stretched as high as the eye could see. Imagine 100 houses stacked on top of each other. That's how big some of their buildings were. Their cities went on for miles. The largest ruin I've explored goes on for days. John looked at the collapsed tunnels at the end of the chamber. Did they all have underground roads? No, only the largest cities had subways. There's not much left of them anymore. Only random entrances like this one. Most have caved in, but I did find one that stretched on for miles. I keep saying I will see if it leads anywhere, but I haven't been back there in a while. Who were they? How old is all this? How did they make magic? John asked in rapid-fire succession. Whoa, slow down. Pick one question and we'll start there. John took a deep breath. Who made all this? They were people just like you and me, our ancestors. They lived here over 1,000 years ago. John looked around the room again. This has survived 1,000 years. No wonder there's not much left. Where'd they go? They had so many things you could never imagine. Carriages that didn't need to be pulled. They had flying machines they used to travel across great distances. Everyone lived in a home with its own magic that powered everything from lights to cooking boxes and even kept a constant temperature in their home. John was enthralled. Thomas added a handful of coffee to the boiling water. They also had terrible weapons. They could kill people without even needing to see them. One man could kill 1,000 men with a single javelin from their version of what we call a ballista. They carried small machines that would shoot small metal pieces the size of an arrowhead. Why? John asked. It's not clear. There are hardly any written records from that time. What happened to them? Their weapons. It got to the point where one weapon could destroy an entire country the size of our empire. From what I could find, they invented a weapon that would kill only people and leave everything else unharmed. Is that what happened? John asked as he poured himself a cup of coffee. I think so. I found records saying there would be a great war, but very few records after that. Almost nothing. Just a single handwritten journal by someone who lived in an underground house called a bunker. He said that someone used that weapon, and it changed the air. It spread everywhere. It killed almost every person. Only a handful of people survived, and those who did were changed. John sipped his coffee. He had never been so fascinated by anything else before. Magic? Thomas nodded as he filled his metal cup. Yep. Not sure how, though. The remaining people moved out of the cities and into the countryside to survive. Over the centuries, our bodies absorbed what was in the air and created what we call magic. The ruins absorbed their own magic, and that's why people today can't stand to be near them today. I don't have any magic. Is that why it doesn't affect me? Looks that way. John looked at him with a quizzical expression. What about you? Thomas pointed to the water behind the hearth. The water? Years ago, I discovered that water sources found in the ruins had their own magic. Its magic is probably the same as it was after the original disaster, and it has never changed like it did in our bodies over hundreds of years. I experimented and found that if I drank enough, it changed my magic. Not much, but enough to allow me to be in the ruins without making me sick. John looked at his coffee cup with excitement. Will it give me magic? Thomas shook his head. No. It only changes the magic you already have, and you don't have any. They sat in silence for a while. The only sound was the crackle of the dry sticks as they burnt. You gonna ask? Asked Thomas. John looked up. He thought he knew what Thomas was getting at, and decided to ask the question that had always been on his mind. Why don't I have any magic? I'm going to make this quick, so save your questions until the end. John felt excited. No promises. Thomas half smiled. John, you were one of the twins born to Emperor Ingvald and his wife Lisa, my sister, who died that night. Lisa? John had never heard his mother's name before. It was the first time he had heard anything about his mother. She was Thomas's sister, and that made this man family. He had an uncle. Did he just say Emperor Ingvald? John took a deep breath to say something when Thomas began again. Don't interrupt. You have a twin sister named Elora. When I checked your magic levels after you were born, you didn't have any. Elora has the most magic of anyone I've ever seen. She somehow got both your magic. You were born first, meaning you would be next in line to be emperor. But what? No questions, Thomas said, annoyed by the interruption. This is a lecture, not an open forum. John had no idea what that meant. You could never become emperor without any magic. In fact, if word got out that the royal Ingvald family had a child with no magic, it would call into question their divine right to rule. Your father instructed the captain of his royal guard to take you away and kill you. John didn't move. His mind was still trying to process the previous statement of how he had a sister, let alone the news that his father had ordered his death. Thomas drank from his cup as John absorbed what he heard. You're probably wondering why you're not dead. John slowly nodded. We agreed to hide you, Sir Frey and myself. We couldn't let you die. Sir Frey couldn't because you were a royal, and I couldn't because you were my sister's child. We hid you in Braden, where Sir Frey's brother was the noble. A royal guardsman named Caleb volunteered to raise you as his own. It was all making sense. Caleb was not his real father. It made him feel worse knowing Caleb had sacrificed his life to ensure his safety. John's heart started to feel hollow as his throat tightened. I made that necklace you're wearing from the relic in Caleb's sword. It was supposed to provide you with magic and hide your eyes for as long as needed. It should have never come off. John instinctively wrapped his hand around the necklace. That took me almost a year to make. I wasn't sure it was possible, but I learned so much by making it. I even learned to make relic stones themselves. So much had happened because he was born with no magic. A lot of people have died for that secret. Why am I still here? He whispered. Why save me? A noble sense of honor, a selfish man's need to stay connected to his sister. Take your pick. Sir Frey thought you might be needed as emperor someday. He was afraid Elora would become corrupt if she had too much magic. He needed you to replace her if that ever happened. I wanted to have one last connection to my sister. Thomas got quiet and pensive. Not that I did anything with it. I never once thought that... Fuck you, John said as he put his coffee down. Thomas looked up. John started to roil in a quiet rage. His hands slowly tightened into fists. You're telling me I'm only alive today because I might be needed as a replacement royal? He got louder. And you missed your dead sister? Thomas sat still. He looked confused by what was happening. The only person I ever knew as family is now dead because of me, because of what I did. But that's okay. He wasn't my real dad in the first place. John stood up and grabbed the sheathed dagger. It felt good in his hand as he paced back and forth. My real dad wanted me dead because I don't have enough goddamn magic to ward off an ant. Tears started to well in his eyes as he shouted, I never asked for any of this. You all decided my entire life for me. He pointed the blade at Thomas. Were you fuckers ever going to fill me in? Or was I supposed to spend this entire shit show I call a life living in a small hut, stealing magic from sheep so I can hide my goddamn green eyes? John became quiet again. I only care about one thing in this life, and I have no idea if I will ever see her again. John stood there, squared up on Thomas. He looked down and realized he had unsheathed his blade. Thomas sat frozen with a scared expression on his face. There was a blue light glimmering in his open palm. Are you fucking with me? John asked through an incredulous laugh. I have no magic. Do you remember what happened the last time you tried that? Nothing. That's what happened. If I wanted you dead, I would just walk over there and bash your head in. Thomas let the light fade from his hands. John could see the panic in Thomas's eyes. It was the same look the monks had before he beat them to death. What am I doing? John dropped the blade, letting the metal bounce off the hard floor and echo through the room. Thomas exhaled and swallowed. I'm sorry. John slumped to the floor, exhausted and ashamed by his outburst. He looked at Thomas through glassy eyes. No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't even be alive without you. I'm sorry everything turned out as it did. John pulled his knees up and gently rocked back and forth. He kept his head down to quell the runaway thoughts in his mind. Thomas's expression relaxed. Get up. I'll tell you on the way. John looked up. Where are we going? Thomas helped him to his feet. This is just a camp. I have many like it in a lot of the ruins. I live in the bunker I mentioned earlier. I think you should see it. Thomas pointed to the wall. Grab a pack. John took one of Thomas's packs and swung it over his shoulder. I wouldn't have hurt you. I didn't think you would, Thomas said, but John could tell he was lying. What do I call you? Thomas or Lord Thriel? Thomas grabbed his pack and distinguished the fire with a few kicks. You can call me Uncle Thomas if you want. John thought for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Thomas pulled the relic stones, lighting the room off the wall, and walked up the stairs into the daylight. Chapter 21. Sir Frey pulled on the reins, slowing his horse from a leisurely trot to a walk as he approached the expansive ruins. It had been 3 months since the events in Braden, and he had bided his time, careful not to call any undue attention. He had agreed to the official story put forth by the church, and later confirmed by Prime Minister Grey, that Karim assassins had attacked the House of Frey. Sir Frey knew the church was responsible, and even confirmed it when he interviewed eyewitnesses to the events in Braden. However, the story that Karim was making incursions along the Ingvald border looked more plausible every day. Shortly after the events in Braden, Karim raiders ransacked a small border village and plundered a storage depot along the border river. The increased attacks by Karim were no coincidence. He could believe the church orchestrated the attacks to cover up their events in Braden, but even he thought that was a stretch. The church operated in both countries, but siding with a single government was unprecedented. That's why he was here at the ruins that served as a part of the border between the two countries. He was meeting with an old friend who knew a lot about the palace and the church. Some would say he knew too much, which was why both the crown and the church wanted him dead. Sir Frey continued along the ruins until he saw a white strip of cloth wedged between two pieces of rubble. The sign was far enough in the ruins where nobody would be curious enough to investigate. He stopped his horse at the edge of the ruins and looked behind him. Standing like a lone sentry on the other side of the path was a lone willow tree. He walked over to it and kicked at the random pile of leaves and dead branches that rested against the trunk. After a brief search, he discovered a small wooden box under the debris. He reached down, opened the box, and removed a necklace with a bright orange stone as large as a walnut. "I hate this," he said under his breath. He slid the necklace over his head, immediately feeling his magic rush out to meet the stone. He felt a sudden, painful shock when his magic was replaced with whatever magic was in the necklace. He turned to the ruins and started walking. Sir Frey had been in the ruins many times before, and the necklace that allowed him to do so had become more painful each time. The bastard is getting better. At first, the stones had only allowed him to stay in the ruins for a few minutes. As the stones were refined, he could stay for a couple of hours. He had no doubt today's stone would last half of the day. He continued walking until he found a long, hard path that must have once been a road running through the length of the ruins. From here, Sir Frey knew where to find his destination. He walked for half an hour before he came across a solitary metal building no more significant than an ice house. He walked up to it and kicked the door with the toe of his boot. He only had to wait a moment before he heard metal sliding against metal, and the door slid open. "You know I hate these things," Sir Frey said as he tapped the necklace. "Yeah, but how else am I going to get you to visit?" said Thomas with a grin, before he turned and started down the stairs at the back of the small room. Sir Frey had been here many times before, but each time was as impressive as the first. As Thomas had called it, the bunker was as big as a moderate house, all underground with rooms for sleeping, cooking, research and storage. Thomas had discovered it a year or two after he had fled the capital and set up residence, continuing his research. During that time, he had learned more about the people who had lived there than any country or the church. His knowledge about magic and the ancients as royal scholar had made him so dangerous that both the palace and the church considered him a heretic and wanted him silenced. What he knew now, after 15 years of research, would make him the most dangerous man in the world. "Cold mead?" Thomas asked as he entered the main chamber that served as the living room. Sir Frey wasn't sure how, but Thomas had managed to decorate it with 2 sofas, an ornate dining table with matching chairs, assorted rugs and wall tapestries. It must have been difficult moving all that through the ruins and down those stairs, but when asked, Thomas would smile and say, "It wasn't that hard. Someday I am going to steal that cold box from you," Sir Frey said with a smile, as he watched Thomas open a door on the wall to reveal a cabinet that was always cold. It was filled with jugs of water, mead and garden foods. Thomas handed him a bottle of cold mead and sat at the table, motioning for Sir Frey to join him. Sir Frey removed his sword and cloak and took the chair at the opposite side of the table. "If you could get it to work, I would let you." Sir Frey understood extraordinarily little about how advanced the ancients were. Thomas had tried many times to explain the fantastic things lost over the centuries, but all Sir Frey heard was that the ancients had destroyed themselves and almost the world as well. That should be all anyone needed to know. He understood why knowledge of a power like that should be controlled. "How long is this one for?" he asked as he looked at his necklace. That one should be good for most of the day. I really can't test them on my own. That's why I need you to come around. So I'm your test rabbit? Asked Sir Frey. More like my test mule, Thomas jokingly said, causing Sir Frey to chuckle. I see you got my message. I did. Where is he at? He's in the back, Thomas said, nodding toward a hall leading to the main room. How's he doing? Pretty good, considering. He had a tough time at first, but he came around once he started learning about the ancients. The boy is smart, real smart, and I'm surprised he had no formal schooling. He is a royal, said Sir Frey. I think he's trying to keep his mind busy, so he doesn't have time to think about it. Makes sense. Did you explain everything? Asked Sir Frey. He wasn't happy to hear it, but he came around. He understands who he is and why we did the things we did. How weak is he without magic? Weak? Thomas let out a hearty laugh. That boy single-handedly beat 3 monks to death, and one had a relic-powered dagger. I always knew he had no magic, but I had no idea magic didn't affect him at all. What do you mean? Magic doesn't affect him? Thomas took a drink from his bottle of mead. Just that. As far as magic is concerned, John doesn't exist. He's a hole in the world. Magic does not respond to his presence, and if he does come into contact with magic, it doesn't affect him. Really? Nothing at all? Sir Frey said suspiciously. I've seen it firsthand. What happened? Sir Frey asked as he took a long drink. I threw an orb at his head. Sir Frey spit what mead he had left in his mouth across the table. You did what? Attack magic was mighty, and only the strongest nobles could use it. Thomas was an immensely powerful noble, and if he had used attack magic, it was hard to believe the boy had come out of it unscathed. I threw an orb, Thomas repeated. What happened? Sir Frey excitedly asked. Nothing at all. He just stood there as if nothing had happened. Sir Frey took another drink to hide his excitement. He had always thought John would be weak without any natural magic. He was more prone to being injured by things that would usually not even bother a person with the lowest magic. Sir Frey thought John needed the necklace to survive. It turned out that John may be prone to more injuries, but he could bypass anyone's natural defenses. He could walk through any magical wards and negate any magical items. In a world of magic, he was a ghost no one would see coming. He has a lot of questions about Elora that I can't answer, said Thomas, snapping Sir Frey out of his thoughts. Yes, she has been asking about him as well. Thomas had sent a message a few weeks ago letting Sir Frey know that John was safe with him. He had hesitated to tell Elora, but he did after some consideration. If Elora had caught him in a lie about her brother, there would be no telling what she might have done. He couldn't risk having his most potent ally turn against him. She was happy to find out he's safe. I have a letter she wrote that she wanted me to give him. Sir Frey was careful not to have Elora mention Marie in the letter. He told her it was in case the letter was intercepted, but that was a lie. He wanted to keep Marie out of this world, but it was difficult. Marie had been spending an increasing amount of time with Princess Elora. Sir Frey allowed Sir Yora to train them both in sword and bow, and Princess Elora often attended academy classes with Marie. It was unprecedented, but nobody dared to protest the future empress. Can I see him? I think he'd be glad to see anyone who isn't me, Thomas said as he downed the rest of his mead. They walked down the hall, lit by smooth panels in the ceiling. It differed from the last time Sir Frey had been there a little over a year ago. Find something new? Sir Frey asked, looking up at the lights. Oh, those? I finally have enough stones to power them as well. Sir Frey was surprised he knew what Thomas was talking about. Last time, Thomas showed him a room filled from floor to ceiling with shelves full of artificial relic stones and strips of multicolored metal running between them. Thomas had explained that when stones were placed close enough to each other, their reaction produced some sort of magic that he called a current. At that time, it was only powerful enough for his cold box, but apparently he had made improvements since then. Thomas walked to the end of the hall and opened the door. John sat at a long metal table with various books and parchments splayed across it. Numerous relics that appeared mechanical in all states of disassembly were laid out before him. John was trying to fit two similar pieces together when they entered the room. "John?" Thomas called. John looked up and laid his work down. He welcomed the interruption. He had been sitting at the workbench since he woke that morning, and it had been hours since he last got up and took a break. "We have a visitor," said Thomas as he pointed at Ser Frey. John stood at the sight of the large man. It took him a moment to recognize Ser Frey. He had met him once or twice while walking Marie home, but he had never said more than 2 words to the man. Tom had told him Ser Frey had been responsible for saving his life the night he was born. "Ser Frey," he said in a revered tone as he offered a bow of his head. "It's good to see you again, my lad," Ser Frey said. John wanted to ask him about Marie, but he contained himself for now. He didn't want to appear ungrateful and decided to wait until Ser Frey finished with whatever he might have to say. "I'll leave you two to talk," Thomas said as he backed out the door. Ser Frey approached the bench and picked up a small empty box. "You understand all this?" "Not really. Now and then, I'll figure something out, but not often." John looked around the table and reached for a small, square box with a metal tab sticking out. He pulled on the metal tab, and a continuous strip of curved metal with strange figures emerged from a small slit on the side. "What was that for?" Ser Frey asked. "I think it was for measuring small distances. It goes out pretty far." He pulled it out further and let it retract with a snapping sound. Ser Frey stood back, unsure of what would happen next. "Thomas found a few of these. I was only able to piece one back together. Most of the metal has gone bad after all these years." Ser Frey seemed impressed. John sat back down and tossed the device on a pile of parchment with a detailed drawing of the same device. "I wanted to thank you." Ser Frey looked as if he wasn't expecting John to say that. "I couldn't let a royal die." That's an odd choice of words. John should have expected as much. Thomas had made it clear that Ser Frey had spared him because he was a royal, but it sounded odd coming from the man himself. He wondered if Ser Frey would have followed the order to kill him if he had been a regular palace guard and not the head of the royal guard. Either way, he was glad Ser Frey didn't go through with it. They kept quiet for a few seconds, unsure what to say next. "I have something for you," Ser Frey said, as he reached into his tunic and pulled out a letter sealed with the ornate initials EV stamped in green wax. He laid it in front of John. "It's from Princess Elora, your sister." It was the first letter he had ever gotten. John eagerly grabbed it and was about to open it when he looked up at Ser Frey. "Can I read it?" "It's your letter. You don't need my permission." John carefully broke the seal and opened the letter. He had never seen such elegant handwriting before. "Brother, you do not know me, but I am your sister Elora. I was only recently informed of your existence by Ser Frey, the most loyal and honorable man I know. I was horrified when I learned what our father had done in an attempt to protect the crown. I do not condone his actions, nor can I support any crown that would commit infanticide. As much as I would like to confront father for the heinous crime he committed, I am aware that doing so would put all those that risked their lives to conceal you in grave danger. The death of your surrogate father at the hands of the church and their actions in Braden will not go unanswered. Even now, I am working to identify those in the palace who had a hand in those terrible acts. I am confident our father had no part in those actions, as he is gravely ill. Ser Frey and I believe the church is fully aware of your lineage and intends on using your existence to delegitimize the Ingvald bloodline. Ser Frey has a plan to ferret out those who would usurp the crown, and he has my full support. I cannot wait until this ordeal has been concluded and we can meet in person. I have always felt your presence and hope you have also felt mine. Learning I have a twin brother has filled a hole I was unaware I had. I would understand if you wished to have nothing to do with the crown and with me. Until now, I imagine being an Ingvald has caused you nothing but heartache and pain. If you wish to rid yourself of father and me, please tell Ser Frey, and I will personally ensure you can live a life of peace, far from the Ingvald Empire. Always your loving sister, Elora Ingvald, P.S. How's that whole no magic thing work? John read the letter twice before looking up at Ser Frey. What's she like, my sister? The princess? How do I say this? She's spirited. She's too smart for her own good at times. She has a habit of manipulating people to get what she wants, but she is never mean or cruel. That will serve her well as empress. Everyone in the palace loves her. John thought about the letter and Sir Frey's description of his sister. Please tell her I'm glad to be her brother, and I don't blame her for anything. I want to write her a letter, but it'll take some time to figure out what I want to say. No problem. I have a feeling you and I will be seeing a lot of each other, said Sir Frey. I am sure she will be happy to hear you are safe, and don't blame her. John took a deep breath. She mentioned Braden. What happened? Sir Frey looked at him and sighed. The bottom of John's stomach fell out, and he could feel a hollowness creep to the base of his throat. John, the church burned down the house of Frey the same night they killed your father. They were looking for you. Before you ask, there were no survivors. Everyone was burnt beyond recognition. No one got out of that house. Sir Frey bit the inside of his mouth, waiting for John's response. John sat silently, taking increasingly deeper breaths until his chest was heaving. The only two people he ever cared about in his life were dead, and their deaths were his fault. He suddenly stopped breathing and became extremely calm. He looked at Sir Frey with quiet, murderous rage in his eyes. John thought he saw a glimmer of regret from Sir Frey before it was replaced with something he could only describe as a relief. I'm going to kill him, John calmly said. Kill who? Asked Sir Frey. The church. I'm going to kill them all. Chapter 22. Emperor Leo Ingvald paced up and down the antechamber, filled with the smell of burning sage that connected the royal quarters to the grand hallway on the third floor. His father had not been much older than him when he was born, but he felt like he was too young to be a father, let alone a recently anointed emperor. He was the second youngest emperor to rule Ingvald, and his inexperience showed. Ingvald had long been the ruling family in the empire, for which they shared the name. He was the 12th Emperor Ingvald, and soon he would have a son or daughter who would inherit the throne as emperor or empress. Although he told his wife he did not care about the gender, he secretly hoped for a boy. Not so he would become emperor, but because he wanted a son. Being royalty meant he had a sheltered upbringing, and never saw how a father would interact with a daughter. Leo knew how he was raised as a son, and was confident he could do the same. The doors leading to the royal quarters were pushed open, and the royal physician emerged. It's time, Your Highness, he said before returning to the room. Leo ran through the open doors and to his wife's bedside. She had been in labor for the last few hours. The royal physician had informed him the delivery could take hours, but he thought his wait was unusually long. Her pregnancy had been worrisome, as the royal physician was unable to use his magic to sense anything in the empress's womb. It was uncommon, but not unheard of. The most he could sense was the magic within the empress was male. Maris looked exhausted. Leo, she said as she noticed him next to her. One last push, Your Highness, someone said. Leo couldn't see who. Maris screamed and bared down, seemingly in a lot of pain. She took a deep breath and exhaled as the newborn's crying filled the room. It's here. The royal physician cut the cord and handed the baby to the waiting maid. It's a boy. He looked back at the empress, who was still in a lot of pain. His name is Jais, Maris said through ragged breathing as she looked at Leo. Then she screamed again, and the royal physician realized why he was having difficulty using his magic to see in her womb. Push again! You're not done, Your Highness! Maris screamed once again and relaxed. The sound of a second newborn broke the momentary silence. The combined magic of twins made it impossible to tell there were two babies in her womb. It's a son, the royal physician said. You have two sons. Leo looked at Maris with pleasant confusion. They had not expected twins. You name him Leo, she said between breaths. Leo thought for a moment. He never imagined the possibility of having two sons. He knew twins occurred in his wife's family, but never thought the same would happen to them. They had agreed on Jais months ago and had no second name in waiting. Jais had been Maris's choice in names, so he picked the name he originally wanted. Jarl. His name is Jarl. Jarl the Seeker walked into the dimly lit tavern with Brother Paul trailing closely behind. The humid stench of body odor and stale mead instantly made him feel unclean. It had been months since they had almost caught John, and they had followed many false leads and dead ends since then. He had told the pontiff that John was probably hiding in the ruins, since that was where they had found the dead brothers. The Seeker had never seen anything like that before. The bodies were battered beyond recognition. Brother Paul spent half his life on the battlefield, but had never seen such a savage display of violence. Usually when someone died in battle, there were signs of corrupted magic, or a clean cut from a relic-powered blade. If it hadn't been for the metal bar they had found, it would have been difficult to convince anyone that a wild animal like a warg hadn't killed their brothers. The Seeker had told the pontiff nothing about his plan to use Marie as bait to capture John. He was confident the man wouldn't support that tactic, since Marie was now at the academy. Recent reports from the palace showed she was spending much time with Princess Elora, and they even reported that Princess Elora often attended classes with her. Princess Elora was going to be a problem. Since the pontiff did not know his plan, the Seeker was forced to look into almost every report and supposed sighting that came into the church. He couldn't appear to be going against the church's orders. Not now. The Seeker looked around the room and found what he was looking for, a lone man sitting at a table in the back. He walked over and sat down at the table. Brother Paul stood behind him, watching the other patrons. "You have something for me?" the Seeker asked. The man looked up from behind a dirt-caked face. "Do you have something for me?" The Seeker sighed impatiently, reached into his robe and laid a small leather pouch on the table. Silver coins spilled out. The man quickly shoved them back into the pouch and placed them inside his jacket. He looked cautiously around the room before pulling out a folded parchment and sliding it across the table. The Seeker grabbed it and unfolded it to read the contents. "Is it all here?" The man's eyes darted across the room. "It's all there. Her schedule and the location and times she'll be outside the academy. It wasn't easy getting the academy's training schedule." "No, I suppose it wasn't," the Seeker said as he looked over the hand-drawn tables and a roughly drawn map. "Do you think I could get a little more since—" The Seeker held up his hand and let a tiny spark of red light up his fingers. The message was clear. The man quickly got up. No, I'm good. I'm sorry to ask," he said as he looked towards the door. The Seeker grabbed his wrist and let a small amount of magic rush into the man's arm. Not enough to cause pain, but enough to show his own magic was useless against the Seeker. "You will tell me if anything changes." The man looked like a rat in a trap. "Of course I will. Right away." The Seeker let go of the man's arm, allowing him to flee across the room and out the door. Brother Paul sat in the vacant seat as the Seeker tossed him the parchment. He had just started reading it when he looked up again. "Does this say she trains with Princess Elora?" Brother Paul asked. "Every day," the Seeker said. This was going to make things more problematic. Marie, the new Lady Frey, was a Dershwood, and if she was training with the Royal Guard every day, capturing her without incident was exponentially more difficult. "Not to worry. We will stick to the plan," the Seeker said. "Lady Frey may have Dershwood blood, but she's no match for a royal." "What do you mean, a royal?" asked Brother Paul. The Seeker was unaware he said that last part out loud. "Nothing. It means nothing." Chapter 23. Ser Jorah stood quietly behind Lady Frey, observing her as she nocked an arrow and pulled the string back. She took a deep breath and let the arrow fly. It launched from her bow, sliced through the air, and came to a rest next to its siblings in a pillar a few feet to the left and behind her intended target. Elora stifled a giggle. "You are consistent." Marie slammed the bow on the table in frustration. "Princess, be nice," said Ser Jorah. Marie didn't look at Ser Jorah, but it sounded like he was talking through a smile. "I don't see the point in using a bow," said Marie. "They're useless. They don't do any damage, and the only people who use them are hunters." She looked at Ser Jorah with a sad, pouty face. "And I'm not killing any poor bunny, no matter how hungry I am." Ser Jorah smiled gently at her. It's more about learning control than it is learning a weapon. Your uncle wants to train your mind as well as your body. As for damage? Ser Jorah looked at Elora and said, "Do it." Elora's eyes lit up with excitement. She nocked an arrow, drew the string, closed her eyes, and let her full magic flow into the arrow. Ser Jorah rarely let her use her full strength indoors. She opened her eyes, aimed the arrow at the center of the target, and then targeted a man-shaped sword-training dummy. "Princess, no," Ser Jorah said. Elora turned to him and smiled before she let the arrow fly. A blinding light followed by a boom as loud as thunder filled the training hall. Wood splinters flew outward and showered down on all three of them. Their individual magic responded by deflecting the incoming debris. "Elora!" Ser Jorah scolded. "What? Jacob!" she said in an innocent voice. She liked it when he called her Elora. "Those are a lot harder to replace than a straw target," he calmly said, trying to rein in his anger. He sighed in defeat. He did say she could do it. Marie stared wide-eyed at the scraps of wood that had once been a solid oak man-shaped training dummy. She knew Elora's magic was powerful, but she had no idea how powerful. Elora looked smug. "And?" she asked Marie. Marie was still shocked that such a display of power came from the tiny princess. "And I can't do that. I don't have anywhere near as much power as you." "You do, Lady Frey," said Ser Jorah. "You might not have as much as the princess, but you are a Dershwood, arguably one of the top 3 most powerful bloodlines behind the royal family. You might not be able to do—" Ser Jorah gestured to the destruction. "All that, but you could get an arrow through someone's magic. It probably wouldn't be lethal, but they would notice it." "Maybe we should switch over to sword?" asked Elora. Marie knew Elora had intended for it to sound as if the suggestion was for Marie's benefit, but both Ser Jorah and Marie knew the sword was all the princess wanted to train in. She had mastered the bow, and there was nothing more anyone in the kingdom could teach her about it. Ser Jorah looked at Marie. "Lady Frey?" "Just call her Marie, Jacob." "Princess, you know I can't do that. Sir Frey would have me digging latrines for a month if—" "You are too young to be this stodgy." Elora cut him off. Marie sheepishly looked at Ser Jorah as he smiled at her. He was handsome. Although she had John, she was thankful for his kind attention. She understood why Elora was so enamored with him. "Swords it is," he said as he walked to the weapons rack. He handed Marie a relic-powered sword and tossed Elora a wooden version. "Really, Jacob? Really?" Elora asked. Marie softly laughed behind her hand. "You too? You're supposed to be on my side." "Princess, they are still repairing the wall from the last time you trained with your sword," Ser Jorah said. "I don't see how that's my fault." Ser Jorah looked shocked. "Not your fault. You trailed magic off your blade. You should be thankful it was only the wall that got hit. If anything else were in the way, they would never be able to block it, including Sir Frey and me." A brief expression of admonishment flashed across Elora's face. She knew how dangerous her sword was, and it scared her. The last time she had used her dual relic-powered blade, she had inadvertently let her magic continue to pour into the edge. Any other relic-powered weapon would have burned out and destroyed the stone. However, Elora's new sword amplified her magic until it shot out from her blade like a whip striking the wall. Sir Frey had forbidden her to use it indoors, and was insistent only he could train her in its use. "I'll take it easy on you," Marie said. Ser Jorah knew she was not joking. She might not have as much power as Elora, but her basic swordsmanship surpassed Elora's. In a battle of naked blades, Marie would have the upper hand. However, Princess Elora was practically untouchable due to her magic. Sir Frey doubted even a named sword could breach her defense. Letting Marie use a relic-powered blade against Elora's wooden blade was almost putting them on even footing in terms of magic. It allowed Marie to train with a real edge without hurting her training partner. It was the same for Elora. Marie's magic would protect her from any damage Elora could inflict with a wooden blade. "Take your position, ladies," Ser Jorah said. He looked at Marie and winked, acknowledging that he expected much from her. "Ready?" he asked Elora as he winked at her. He secretly enjoyed riling each one up. "Go." Both ladies started in a slow circle around the practice pad. "You ready to have your ass handed to you, Lady Frey?" asked Elora. Marie spun her blade in a show of control. "Why are you expecting my uncle to take your place, Princess?" Ser Jorah enjoyed watching the two spar. They had become such close friends over the last few months that their banter was on par with any seasoned soldier. Both ladies knew it was only acceptable during sparring matches. Ser Frey said it helped them control their emotions, but it was more tradition than anything else. They both took advantage of the situation as much as they could. Marie shot forward, charging her blade while she swung it overhead. Elora closed the distance on her, allowing her to step under the strike and deflect it over her head. They both lined up again. "That all you got?" Elora asked. "Oh, I got more, Your Highness," Marie responded as she ran at Elora. She feigned a strike to the right, then changed course and spun backward, bringing her blade to Elora's back. Elora brought her sword up overhead to protect her back, but it was too late. Marie's blade had already hit Elora's magic. "Hit!" shouted Ser Frey. Elora huffed a few times and returned to the circle to reset. She was not happy with herself. "Go!" Marie repeated the attack by rushing forward and feinting right. She turned again to strike Elora's back when she stopped mid-spin and blindly thrust her sword behind her. She felt Elora's magic deflect the blow. "Hit!" Ser Jorah called. He had never seen Marie strike 2 hits back-to-back. She had natural athleticism, while Elora did not. Ser Jorah wished Ser Frey were there to see this. He had hesitated to let Marie train because he was afraid she wouldn't take to the blade as he had. Her lineage was apparent, and she had years of swordsmanship flowing through her blood. "Okay, I'm ready. I was just warming up," said Elora. "I thought the heat from my blade would be warm enough for you," said Lady Frey. "Any parts in particular you want me to warm for you?" "You talk a lot for a Frey," said the princess, as she took the initiative and sprung forward. She brought her blade in a traditional arc and was met by Marie. They exchanged blocks as they spun around the training floor. Elora was smaller with a shorter reach, but it allowed her to quickly duck strikes that would have landed on an opponent the same size as Marie. They both offered one last strike before they separated. They were out of breath. Elora was becoming flustered at her inability to land a hit. "You're not a very good dancer," she joked. "If I wanted to dance, I'd ask Ser Jorah. He looks like he'd make a fun dance partner," Lady Frey said. Elora's face went blank. Marie had hit a nerve, and she immediately regretted saying it. Elora ran forward, swinging her wooden sword in an overhead arch. Ser Jorah rushed closer, drawing his sword as fast as he could. Marie stepped back in confusion as both were running at her. Ser Jorah seemed scared. She stumbled backward and looked up to see Elora's wooden sword glowing bright green as it started its downward arch. Ser Jorah thrust his blue relic-powered blade up to block Elora. There was a flash of green light as Elora's wooden sword shattered Ser Jorah's blade and continued toward Marie. Her blade had slowed, but not enough. Marie's magic flowed out to meet Elora's sword, but it was useless. The green blade came crashing down on Marie's shoulder. The sickening sound of breaking bone filled the air. Marie gasped. She had never felt pain like that before. Her head started to swim before everything faded to black. "Elora!" Ser Jorah shouted. Elora dropped her sword and stood over Marie and Ser Jorah with a look of horror. Silent tears started streaming down her face. "Get the healer!" Ser Jorah shouted. Elora stood there transfixed at seeing her friend lying limply in Ser Jorah's arms. It was her fault. She started to cry uncontrollably. "Now!" he yelled again. Elora turned and ran to get help. Ser Jorah looked at where Princess Elora's wooden sword lay on top of his relic-powered blade. Only a few inches of steel blade were left, and the rest lay scattered all around. "You'll be fine, Marie," he softly said as he brushed the hair from her face. Chapter 24. Prime Minister Grey wheezed as he made the trek from the base of the stairs to the pontiff's office. He hated these stairs. The edges were rounded from centuries of use, and the spiral design made for inconsistent stair depth. He marveled at how much better the palace was. He was reaching the top when he heard a door open. The only room at the top of this rip-rap the church called stairs was the pontiff's office, which was his final destination. He rounded the top stair when he was met by a tall man dressed in black. He had dark hair and even darker eyes, and was shorter than the average person in the Ingvald Empire. He must be from Karim. The Prime Minister glanced at the man sideways as they passed each other. He continued to the pontiff's office. The stench of incense wafted out of the room as soon as he got close enough to see the pontiff behind his massive desk. "Karim?" Lord Grey asked. The pontiff looked past Lord Grey to ensure that Karim was out of earshot. "At the moment, we have mutual goals," the pontiff said in the way of explanation. "Should I be worried?" "Not yet. They are a solution to a problem that hasn't arisen yet." "Our problem?" Lord Grey asked. "Exactly," the pontiff said as he stood up and made his way to the window. "You seem as if you don't believe in our original plan." "I believe in it. However, faith has a way of being misguided at times. You assured me you could get John. It has been over 3 months, and I have not seen a single shred of evidence you know where he is," Lord Grey said. "We have our assets working on it." "Ah, yes, your assets. The seeker has been anything but discreet." The pontiff returned to his desk and tossed a stack of papers in front of Lord Grey. "We are following up on every lead we have received from every corner of the Empire." "That is, if he is even still in the Empire." "He is." "And what is the plan once we have the boy? I doubt the populace will simply believe us if we say he is a royal Ingvald, and a magicless one at that. The Emperor will never acknowledge him as his son, even if we walk him up to his bedchamber." "I've given that some thought. We need someone to corroborate who he is. Someone who was there the night he was born." Lord Grey stared at the stone ceiling in thought. "The royal physician is dead. The royal scholar, Lord Thriel, vanished soon after that, and Sir Frey was the one who took the boy and hid him. There had to be maids, chamberladies, even a page. We need anyone else who was there that night and saw the Empress deliver both children. There must be records somewhere of that night." "There are," said Lord Grey. "There is no official record, but I believe copies of the staff schedules may be in the archives. If we can find who attended to the Empress the night she gave birth, we may find someone who can corroborate who John is. Getting them to cooperate may be another issue." The pontiff sat back down in his oversized chair. "You just find the name, and I will take care of the rest." "What if we don't get anyone to corroborate who he is?" asked Lord Grey. "That is what my esteemed associate from Karim is for." Lord Grey leaned forward. He was unhappy with the church involving another empire in Ingvald's affairs. "We don't need Karim to—" "We do. If we can't corroborate who John is, then we have lost the means to discredit the Ingvald bloodline directly. The princess will be of age soon, and once she takes the throne, there will be no way to remove her without serious bloodshed. How does Karim fit in this equation? I have no doubt their recent incursions across the border have been your doing." Lord Grey leaned back into the chair again. "You are not wrong. If we have John, we can use him to convince Karim that Ingvald has the means to permanently remove magic. Their country is even more obsessed with magic than Ingvald. If they believe Ingvald has the means to remove people's magic, their empire will see that as a direct threat to their ruling class." Lord Grey's head started to hurt. There were a lot of assumptions being made about Karim's response. "What happens if we can't find John?" "Then the Emperor needs to be removed before Princess Elora becomes of age to rule. You take over as regent, and Princess Elora will meet with an unexpected accident." "Princess Elora? An unexpected accident?" Lord Grey let out an incredulous chuckle. "That girl is almost invincible." The pontiff stood up from his desk and walked toward the door. "Follow me," he said without offering any explanation. Lord Grey followed close behind as the pontiff descended his staircase and continued past the ground floor. The air became damper the deeper they went. Lord Grey was not looking forward to returning up the stairs after this excursion. The pontiff continued down a hallway at the bottom of the stairs and stopped in front of a locked door. He reached his hand out and magic surged into the mechanism, unlocking the door from the inside. The pontiff looked at Lord Grey. "You are about to see the culmination of centuries of research. Very few outsides of the church know of this." Lord Grey entered the room behind the pontiff. What he saw changed everything he knew about the church. The church did not embrace magic. It accepted it, but it did not support that the kingdom's fundamental basis of elevating people to nobility was solely based on how much magic they had. Currently, there were multiple monks in brown robes working at long tables. The great room was filled with relics in all states of assembly. The entire wall was filled with books from the ancients. The church had said those books were heresy, but they were actively researching ancient texts here. Lord Grey was beyond confused. The pontiff looked at him. "God did not create magic," he said. "Man did." That sounded like the most absurd thing in the world. The ancients nearly destroyed the world over 1,000 years ago. You can tell that by looking at any ruin. The pontiff walked over to the table and opened a box. Lord Grey followed, cautiously looking around the room. The civilization before us was more advanced than anyone could imagine. The pontiff removed a small round metal sphere from the box and tossed it to Lord Grey. He instinctively caught it. "What is this?" The pontiff quickly grabbed a workman's tool and threw it at Lord Grey's shoulder. Lord Grey watched as it crashed into his shoulder and fell to the ground. His magic did nothing to stop it. "It nullifies magic," the pontiff said as he grabbed the sphere from Lord Grey and returned it to its box. "So, man-made magic?" Lord Grey asked. "And we can unmake it," answered the pontiff. Lord Grey looked at everything in the room in a new light. "Why not just show Karim this?" "It's not enough. They know there are relics that do many different things. To them, this would just be another unexplained relic. They have to believe in the possibility of losing magic permanently. Only then will they act." "And the princess?" asked Lord Grey. "It doesn't matter how strong her magic is. As I said, she will meet with an unfortunate accident." Chapter 25. John sat, leaning against a tree trunk, shading himself from the sweltering summer sun. The ruins had trees and greenery, but it was not as full and lush as outside. The air in the ruins also smelled different. It was almost as if it had no smell, unlike outside, where he could smell the plants and dirt. John missed it. He rarely left the ruins anymore. Thomas had taught him where to find fresh water and small game. Not many animals made their burrows or nests in the ruins, but they traversed the outer edges. He and Thomas had gone into a small village a quarter-day's walk from their bunker, but there had been official notices with a drawing of John on the shop's door. Since then, only Thomas went to get supplies they could not find on their own. The outside world held nothing for him now. Thomas tried to be supportive, but he knew better than to interfere with John's mood. John had lost the only two people he loved, but gained a sister and an uncle. He didn't see it as a fair trade. "There you are, my boy," bellowed Sir Frey as he walked into the clearing next to John's tree. He carried a heavy bag with what appeared to be weapons of various lengths, as well as a hunter's longbow. The clearing was close enough to the ruins that it was a safe trip for John and far enough from the road that no one could see them. It was the perfect spot to start John's training. Sir Frey walked over and unceremoniously dropped the bag of weapons at John's feet. "A little gift from your sister." "I have something for her too," John said as he pulled a letter from his supply bag and handed it to Sir Frey. Sir Frey slid it into a pocket inside his summer cape. He would read it before giving it to Elora. John should have had no reason to mention Marie since he was unaware she and Elora knew each other. He just wanted to make sure John didn't mention her in passing. Elora would not be pleased if she found out he had let John believe Marie was dead. Sir Frey had not flat out lied to John, but he had done what was necessary to ensure John would no longer be a danger to her. What Sir Frey needed was for John to be a danger to the church and anyone else who was trying to find him. Sir Frey extended a hand to help John up. "You ready?" "Yeah, I'm ready." John leaned down to look in the weapons bag. "Bring enough toys?" "We have to figure out what you like and what likes you. Finding a good weapon is like finding a good horse. It has to be a good match, or else you will be fighting against it." John thought it was a stupid analogy, but it did make odd sense. "We won't need those right now," Sir Frey said as he walked into the clearing. He turned to John and motioned for him to come. Right now, I need to see what you are capable of. Specifically, what you're not capable of. John realized what he was talking about when Sir Frey picked a small rock. I assume you're wearing it since your eyes are still blue. Yeah, John said. Ready? John nodded as Sir Frey casually tossed the stone. The magic from John's necklace deflected it to the side before it could hit him. Sir Frey walked up to John. Can I see it? John pulled the necklace from his shirt. Sir Frey wrapped his hand around it and closed his eyes. Thomas's magic? He asked as he opened his eyes. There's not much to charge it with inside the ruins. He tried using the stones he made, but it won't take it. Sir Frey nodded. You could do worse when it comes to borrowing magic. Sir Frey released the necklace and walked back to his position. This time without, he said, as he grabbed another stone. This is stupid, John said, as he removed his necklace and placed it in his pocket. His eyes were now a bright shade of green. I have to see it for myself, Sir Frey said before he tossed another rock at John's chest. This time it landed with a thump. John winced. See, no magic. Thomas said he launched an orb at you. You want to try, don't you? Asked John. I need to see how you respond, Sir Frey said as he gathered his magic in his open palm. John sighed in boredom. He came here to be trained on how to kill. Let's get this over with. Sir Frey continued to gather magic in his palm. It took him longer than Thomas to produce an orb a quarter of the size. Once gathered, Sir Frey pushed the orb at John. It dissipated as soon as it contacted John's chest, causing his hair to blow upward. Sir Frey smiled like a child who had just received a new toy. Nothing? Nothing. I doubt I would have even noticed it if it weren't for the breeze. I knew you had no magic, my boy, but I wasn't aware it did not affect you at all. I didn't believe Thomas when he told me. You hid me because I have no magic, but now you all act surprised that I have no magic, John said, annoyed, as he crossed the clearing to get a weapon from the bag. I'm sorry, boy. It's just that we never imagined that... Yeah. Magic doesn't affect me. I know. He pulled a long sword from the bag. I'm a hole in the world. He swung the sword as he walked back to the clearing. I'm a ghost. I get it. Thomas told me 1,000 times. I don't need to hear that from you. John stood at the ready with his sword in front of him. I just need you to teach me how to kill. Sir Frey liked the boy's directness and wished his soldiers were as single-minded in their combat training. All right. Sir Frey appraised John's stance. Caleb didn't teach you anything about the sword, did he? No, but I know a shitload about sheep. Sense of humor. Good, you're going to need it, Sir Frey said. Many soldiers used humor as a coping mechanism, and this boy had already killed more people than he had when he was his age. Sir Frey pulled his sword but did not charge his blade. He knew it was useless. Come on, John charged forward, raising his sword as he got close. Sir Frey lowered his stance as he realized John was not holding back at all. A simple lucky hit would be enough to do severe damage. He raised his sword and blocked John's overhead swing. The sound of metal rang out in the clearing. Sir Frey had never felt a metal-on-metal sword strike before. Magic had always been involved in swordplay, so the feeling of naked steel colliding took him by surprise. This was a new experience for him as much as for John. Everything he knew about training revolved around magic. John spun around and drove his sword at Sir Frey's side. Sir Frey didn't sense the blade coming. The sword sense he spent decades mastering was useless as well. He would have to rely on the basic sword skills he had learned as a squire. If John had any training, he would be in grave danger. However, John had no training in the sword, and Sir Frey was captain of the Royal Guard. He stepped into John's advance and blocked it with the flat of his blade. He closed in on John and drove the hilt of his sword into John's midsection, knocking the wind out of him. John fell backward, gasping for air. You are far too fragile to get that close, Sir Frey said. John lay there in pain, groaning. He could tell Sir Frey had held back in raw strength, but even his reduced strength would be enough to injure him seriously. John rolled onto his side and paused for a second before he attempted to stand. He had thought he would do better against Sir Frey. He had single-handedly killed 3 monks with a simple metal bar. Having an actual weapon should have meant something. "I'm not going to lie," Sir Frey said. "You surprised me at first. I had no idea how to respond to the way you attacked." "Surprise ain't gonna kill anyone," John quipped. "My boy, surprise is the deadliest weapon any soldier can have," Sir Frey said with a genuine smile. "I was able to adjust. Almost anyone trained in combat will adjust, and when they do, your lack of combat skill will get you killed. You only have a few seconds before they realize what is happening." "It took more than a few seconds to kill those monks," John said in defense as he picked up his sword. "I have no doubt it did. They had never seen magic fail before. If they had been trained better, they probably would have adapted." Sir Frey looked at the sword in John's hand. "If you plan on using a sword, it's just going to get you killed." "That's why you're here," John shouted. He knew he had no combat training. That was precisely why he needed Sir Frey. He threw the sword towards the tree in frustration. It landed blade first and stuck in the trunk. Sir Frey pointed at the sword still stuck in the tree. "That's how you're going to do it. You don't need to get close to kill someone." He looked back at John. "Pick up a rock." John picked up a rock and thought for a second before he threw it at Sir Frey. It bypassed his magic and hit him in the arm. "They can't adapt if they don't even know you're there," Sir Frey said. "What do you know about the bow?" "I know soldiers don't use them," John said. He paused for a moment as the implications started to sink in. "We don't use them because even a child's magic will deflect an arrow." John nodded. "I don't even have a child's magic." Sir Frey walked to the weapons sack, pulled out a bow and a quiver of arrows, and returned to John. The boy no longer looked angry. "Caleb did teach me one thing." "What was that?" asked Sir Frey. John reached out and grabbed the bow. He took an expert pull on the string, measuring the resistance of the draw. He turned it from side to side to feel the balance, and then looked back at Sir Frey. "He taught me how to hunt." Chapter 26. Marie was lying in Princess Elora's bed, holding her shoulder, when the royal physician entered the room. Elora had ordered Ser Jorah to take Marie to her room when she had discovered the royal healer was not in the palace, and Ser Jorah had remained by her side since then. She had sent runners to find him. The royal physician was an older gentleman in the last few decades of his life. His eyes were a respectable shade of green that indicated he was nobility. He looked more like a kindly grandfather than the royal physician. "Lady Frey," he said as he walked to the bed, "the princess told me you had an accident." The pause before he said accident implied that Elora had told him what happened. The royal physician's allegiance was to the crown, not the truth. "Where's the princess?" Marie asked through a wince. "She's waiting outside." Ser Jorah stood up and gently touched Marie's good arm. "I'll go talk to her." The royal physician nodded and waited until Ser Jorah left before he started the examination. "Let's see what we have here," he said, coaxing Marie's hand away from her shoulder. When he gently touched her shoulder, Marie could feel his magic probing her. It was odd her magic didn't put up any resistance. "Curious," he said. "What?" asked Marie. "The princess told me she had broken your shoulder. While it is broken, it's just a small fracture." "It was more than a fracture," Ser Jorah said, as he returned to Marie's bedside. Princess Elora was doing her best to hide from Marie by remaining behind Ser Jorah. The royal physician closed his eyes and pushed his magic deeper into Marie's shoulder. After a moment, he opened his eyes again and withdrew his hand. "Ah, it was recently broken. Quite severely, I might add. I can sense the healing magic used to partially heal it." "What do you mean, healing magic?" asked Marie. "Lady Frey, whoever attended to your shoulder before I arrived did an admirable job if an incomplete one." The royal physician looked at Ser Jorah. "Who was here before me? I don't recognize their magic." "No one," answered Ser Jorah. "I haven't left her side since I brought her here." The royal physician looked at Marie. "Lady Frey, you are a Dershwood, are you not?" Marie slowly nodded. "That would be it," said the royal physician. Marie looked up at Ser Jorah, who seemed just as confused as she was. She caught a glimpse of Princess Elora peeking around his side. She seemed minor compared to the tall guardsman. "What would be it?" asked Marie. "You healed it," he stated as if the answer was obvious. "She healed it?" Elora emerged from behind Ser Jorah. "Not a bad job. It was almost completely healed by the time I arrived." Lady Frey protested. "I can't heal anything." Dershwoods have long been capable healers. It was a female Dershwood who served as royal physician many, many years ago. No one ever mentioned it. The royal physician chuckled. "I suppose they wouldn't. Being a healer isn't something that most nobles strive to attain. Although it is rare magic, it is not often cultivated once discovered. Serving as a healer to others is not very enticing to high-born nobles." "I don't know how to use healing magic," Marie said as she tried to move her shoulder. It was still sore. "You don't have to, Lady Frey. Like your other magic, it just responds when you need it." Marie sat up with a wince. "Why now?" "That's simple. You've never broken your shoulder before. Your body has never felt the need to help itself heal. I'm sure it will feel as if it never happened in a few hours." A wave of relief washed across Elora's face. She had been scared that her carelessness might have permanently injured her one and only friend. She was even more scared to face Ser Frey once he discovered what had happened. She was sure he would never forgive her, and might even prevent Lady Frey from being in her company again. Marie could see the change in Elora's face. "Good. Then we don't have to tell anyone what happened," she said, offering Elora a comforting smile. The royal physician nodded. "Oh no, Lady Frey," Ser Jorah objected. "If Ser Frey finds out I covered up the fact—" "Exactly, Jacob," said Elora, stepping back into her princess persona. "If he ever finds out, I can guarantee it will not be from me." Marie interjected. "He won't hear it from me." Ser Jorah looked at the royal physician. He smiled and shook his head. He would do nothing to cause the princess any trouble. "I can't believe you two," Ser Jorah said. "I could make it an order," Elora said. "Jacob, do I need to make it an order?" Ser Jorah knew he had lost once again. "I will not tell him that Lady Frey was injured, but I will not lie if he asks. Princess, he has to know about your power. You shattered a relic-powered blade with a wooden sword. You have to learn to control it, or else I will not train with you again." Elora looked ashamed of being reminded of how she had lost control. Marie turned her attention to the royal physician as she swung her legs over the bed. "How do I learn more about healing magic? Can I learn it in the academy?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Lady Frey. It's not everyday magic. It is usually found early on, and really must be taught one-on-one, usually in an apprenticeship." "That settles it then," said Elora. Everyone in the room looked at her. She turned to the royal physician. "You will train her. Now please excuse us while I speak to Lady Frey alone." "But Princess, I don't—" "Do I need to make it an order?" "No, Your Highness." The royal scholar was dumbfounded at what had just transpired. He had heard stories of how Princess Elora would impose her will, but he had never been on the receiving end. He bowed and left the room. "You too, Jacob," she said before he offered a bow and retreated. Elora waited until everyone was gone before she rushed over and hugged Marie. "I'm so sorry." She began to cry. "It's all right," Marie said as she hugged her back. "I'm fine." Elora pulled away and sniffled. "I thought I hurt you." "You did. You crushed my shoulder," Marie said. Elora grabbed her again and began to cry once more. "I don't know what happened, and I was mad because you were better than me, and then you said you wanted to dance with Jacob. She was starting to ramble. Marie squeezed her tight. "Nonsense. You didn't mean to hurt me." She pushed her back at arm's length and looked into her bright green eyes. "I promise, I'm not interested in Jacob." "Really?" Elora asked. "Really," Marie assured her. Elora stepped back, wiped the tears from her eyes, and took a deep, cleansing breath. She was Princess Elora again. "Good. Let's eat." She turned on her heels and walked out the door, as if the last 2 hours had never happened. Chapter 27. John weaved in and out of a section of the recently fallen wall Thomas had discovered the week before. Thomas had thoroughly explored that portion of the ruins years ago and found nothing significant. However, a storm had swept through the ruins, and the unusually high winds had toppled a piece of wall that had withstood the elements for 1,000 years. Thomas had seen similar events before. Usually storms only exposed more rubble, but they occasionally revealed a relic that survived over the centuries. Thomas told John to wait until they could explore the new part together, because he often saw wargs in that area of the ruins, and a second pair of eyes would come in handy. Wargs were the only animals that called the ruins their home, and they had no reason to fear man, unlike forest animals. Judging by the size of the decayed building, it had been quite tall and collapsed many centuries ago. However, the sheer height of the ruined walls and their square shape led him to believe the base of the building may still be intact. John looked under a section of the wall that created a lean-to when he smelled fresh earth. This section of the fallen building was less extensive than the rest, and the flat facade of an old building could be seen behind it. The fresh dirt told him this wall had recently fallen away, exposing a small opening into the old building. John knew he should wait until Thomas could join him, but this was his chance to find any significant relics before Thomas could methodically explore the place. Thomas had told him there weren't many relics left in the ruins, and almost all had decayed, rusted, or broken down over the centuries. Thomas had explained the heir itself was responsible for it. Some sections were sealed from the outside when they collapsed on themselves. However, airtight pockets like that were hidden under centuries of rubble. The bunker John and Thomas lived in had been sealed until Thomas found it, which was why everything inside was still in relatively good condition. "Well, let's see if anybody's home," John said to no one, as he removed a light stone from his pack. He started down the dirt slope leading to the opening when his feet slid on the dirt. He instinctively fell backward onto his haunches and slid to the bottom, immediately popping up to his feet. The balance training with Sir Frey was starting to pay off. Before, he would have flailed in the mud until he hit bottom. John crouched down and saw the crumbled opening from where a tree root once grew through the stone. He wedged the light stone into the strap of his pack so he could keep his hands free and cautiously peered into the opening. The dirt covering the ground told John that whatever was inside had been exposed to the outside air. "Well, shit," he said as he entered the building. He was disappointed that it wasn't anything like Thomas's bunker. The most he could hope for was to find plastics and anything made out of a metal called alloys that didn't rust. Based on the state of the crumbled building, he wasn't optimistic. He crossed into the room and had a good look around. It was a long hallway, and the brown streaks on the stone walls indicated water had once leaked into the area and filled the building as high as his knees. Nothing remained as far as he could see. "Well, double shit," he said, his voice thick with disappointment. John reached down, took a handful of dirt in his hand, and smiled as it quickly fell through his fingers. It was as fine as dust. It had been dry for centuries, and he felt hopeful once again. Thomas had told him relic stones were made from magic sediment found in water. Over the years, water flowing through rock and other hard substances had trapped the magic sediment and caused it to collect. It took hundreds of years to make a relic stone the size of a pea. Water had flowed here once, so the conditions were suitable for creating relic stones. The hallway led into darkness in both directions. John decided to go left and only travelled a few feet before his stone illuminated a pile of rubble blocking the passage. "And back the other way," he said aloud as he turned around. John continued past the opening where he had just entered, when light from his stone reflected something up ahead. He continued down the hall and came to a large room with boxes of all shapes and sizes lining the walls. They were organized in straight lines, separating the room into sections. He walked up to the box that had been reflecting his light. It was a little taller than he was, at least twice as wide, and covered in the same dust-like dirt as the floor. John brushed his hand against the area that had reflected his light. The dust fell away to reveal a box made of a transparent glass-like material. He tapped his finger on it. It wasn't glass. It was made of clear, rigid plastic. He excitedly used both hands to wipe the dust away. The glare from his light made it difficult to see what was inside. He thought momentarily, wiped the dust from the top, and placed the lightstone in its place, illuminating the contents from above. Inside, he saw a stone knife and various small triangles of rock, shaped like metal arrowheads. There was a picture of people on horseback, wearing only undergarments chasing a sizable horned animal. He looked at another shelf and found a stone hatchet and items made from decorative beads. None of them showed any decay. This box must be airtight. There were at least 30 of these clear boxes in the room. John took his lightstone and moved it to a larger container. He wiped off the dust, placed the stone on top, and looked at the metal blades that filled the shelves. Daggers, short swords, and long swords were lined in a row. Square pieces of paper with ancient writing hung under each weapon alongside numbers he did recognize. He couldn't read the words but recognized the numbers 1530 to 1750. Thomas would know what they meant. He could probably even read the writing on the cards. John felt the magic in his necklace surge right before he heard Thomas call out from down the hall. "John, you in here?" he shouted. He must have tracked him through John's necklace. It was charged with Thomas's magic. He was glad Thomas was here, but also saddened he would have to share his discovery. "I'm in here," John shouted over his shoulder. He decided to wait until Thomas joined him to look at more boxes. Thomas's light lit up the entrance to the hallway as he made his way toward John. "I thought we decided to wait until we both could be here." "I didn't decide anything," said John as he walked over to meet Thomas. Thomas stepped inside, placing light stones along the way as he circumnavigated the expansive room. John realized he was woefully unprepared when compared to Thomas. "You can read this, right?" John pointed at the boxes he had cleared. "They're still good. They must be airtight." Thomas walked over and let out a whistle as he saw the contents. He wiped more dust away as he strained to read the cards. He looked around the room, rushed over to the next box, and hastily wiped away the dust, revealing even more unspoiled contents. "Holy light, John," he said as he went from box to box. "Do you know what you found?" "What?" "This is a museum," he said, clearing the dust. "Everything has been perfectly preserved, everything." "What's a museum?" John said as he followed Thomas around the room. "It's a place where they kept old things so people could come to look at them. It's a record of their past." Now that the room was more lit, John could see metal shapes on the wall that looked like ancient writing. He pointed at it. "What does this say?" Thomas looked at the writing and paused for a moment while translating it. His eyes flew wide as he looked around the room again. "It says, 'Weapons of the World.' This room is filled with weapons from throughout the history of the ancients." John thought of Thomas's story about the ancient weapons being so powerful they nearly destroyed the world. "Didn't they destroy themselves?" John asked cautiously, looking around the room. "They wouldn't have anything like that here. These are older. These are individual weapons." "Are they useful?" John asked. Thomas walked to the cabinet again, looking at what he had uncovered. There were still a few displays he hadn't cleared off yet. "Not really. We have bladed weapons today. I see a few pikes, bows, and axes. These wouldn't work against people today." John's face sank in disappointment. He hoped to find something useful, even if it wasn't a weapon. Finding weapons already old by the time they were placed in these boxes didn't seem logical to him. He walked around the room and realized nothing was more advanced than what was currently being used. Thomas was reading the writing in all the boxes. It's hand weapons over thousands of years before they disappeared. John wiped the dust from the last box in the corner of the room. Once light shone through it, he could see the entrance to another room on the other side. He grabbed a light stone and entered the room. It was much smaller than the other one, and the ceiling had collapsed long ago. Only 3 untouched boxes remained, and 2 more had been broken by falling debris. "John!" Thomas yelled from the other room. "Where are you?" "I'm in the corner," he yelled back. "There's another room." Thomas followed him, carrying another lightstone with him. As he entered, John noticed the shadows from more metal letters on the wall. "What's that say?" he asked as he pointed at them. It took Thomas a few seconds to translate. It is something like a history of flame hands, or flame arms. He looked perplexed by the translation as he walked over and started to wipe the dust from one of the boxes. John was already clearing the sides of the box close to him. Inside were 2 rows of long weapons resembling a crossbow without the bow. "They're guns," Thomas said. "Do you remember when I told you they had little machines that could shoot small pieces of metal?" John nodded. He vaguely remembered something like that from the first night after he met Thomas. Although it had only been a handful of months ago, it seemed far away. "Kind of. These are them. They shot little pieces of metal. Just imagine being able to shoot an arrowhead and nothing else. No shaft, no fletching, nothing." Thomas cleared the dust from the next box. "They look like they are in amazing shape." "Do they still work?" John asked. "I don't know." Thomas cleared the 3rd cabinet. He translated the corresponding display that described each weapon. These older ones were called muskets, and you could probably fire 4 to 5 arrows in the time it could be reset to shoot again. Thomas looked across all 3 boxes. These were already antiques by the time they were placed in this museum. John walked over to the 2 cabinets hit by the falling ceiling and started to clear off the dust. The first one had rows of smaller guns that looked like they only took one hand to operate. They had been exposed for centuries, and the metal was rusted and pitted from moisture. "These smaller ones are trashed," John said as Thomas walked over. "They're called pistols," Thomas said. "I've seen them in some pictures." John slid on his knees over to the last remaining box, leaning against the rubble. The transparent plastic fell inward as he tried to wipe the dust away. "These are going to be trashed too," he said. He picked up the largest piece of plastic and realized the contents had slid to the back of the shelf. It was just a mound of dust over unrecognizable scraps of metal. He was about to leave when he saw a distinct outline in the dust at the end of the shelf. He reached down and brushed some dust away. Whatever it wasn't rusted metal. He reached inside and wrapped his hand around a solid shape. He pulled the object out, revealing a pistol still in good condition. It wasn't made of metal. He'd seen this hard material before. It was plastic. This gun was made from rigid plastic. "Thomas!" he shouted. Thomas was walking over when John saw another one further in the box. "What did you find?" When John turned around, he was holding 2 pistols. "I think there's more," John said with a smile. He found relics that no one had ever seen before. With pride, he laid the guns on the ground and reached further into the box. Thomas grabbed one of the guns and held it in his hand. It was the first time he had ever seen one. "It's a hard plastic called polymer." When John emptied the box, he found 13 guns made of polymer and countless parts from other guns. They all looked the same, but were slightly different on closer investigation. They probably have metal parts too. He looked at John and saw his hopes had been dashed once again. But then again, he looked at the pile again. "Maybe we can figure something out." "You think so?" John asked. "Maybe." Thomas looked at the caved-in ceiling. "There may be more in the rubble. We need to come back and see if we can find anything else. It will be dark soon, and we must be out of here before nightfall." Thomas pulled a cloth bag from his pack and threw it to John. "Pack these up. We'll check them out back home." John eagerly placed everything in the bag. "Can I work on them?" Thomas saw the excited look on John's face. It was the happiest he had ever seen him. "Consider them yours then." Chapter 28. Marie strolled down the center aisle of the royal gardens, lined with meticulously groomed topiaries and exotic plants. She enjoyed the smells of freshly cut grass and flowers in bloom. They reminded her of her time with John near the ruins outside of Braden. She wanted nothing more than to sit amongst the greenery and read. But Princess Elora had arranged for her to meet with Chris, the royal physician. Marie exited the garden through a large trellis and turned down the path that led to the royal physician's quarters. It was a modest 2-story building that reminded her of a bank back home. No decoration, just a square building sitting by itself among ornate architecture and manicured plants. Marie stepped on the paving stones leading up to the door when the royal physician exited the humble abode. He offered a friendly smile once he recognized her. His eyesight was more suited for closer quarters. "Lady Frey, right on time, just wait there," he said, as he waved her off from coming any closer. "Thank you for having me, Royal." The royal physician interrupted her. "Nonsense, call me Chris." "Very well, Lord Chris," she said. Chris walked down the paving stones to where she was standing. "Don't let my eyes fool you, my lady. I am no lord." "I'm sorry." "No need to be sorry. My house died out long ago." Chris offered his arm to Marie, indicating they would have to walk. "These old green eyes are the only thing noble about me. I don't wish to be a bother. You must be a busy man, and Princess Elora should not have committed you like that." "Ah, the princess. It is hard to say no to that one." He softly chuckled. "As for being busy, being a royal physician means I only have 2 patients, the Emperor and his daughter Elora." "You must be busy with the Emperor then," said Marie. "Not so, my dear. I'm afraid what ails the Emperor is beyond my help or any other physician's. I make sure he is comfortable, and not much more." Marie looked pensive. "The princess never talks about her father." Chris gave a kind sigh. "I doubt she would. He took ill shortly after she was born. Your uncle, Sir Frey, is more of a father as captain of the Royal Guard than the Emperor ever was." Marie was surprised to hear how much of a role her uncle had played in Elora's life. He had never acted overtly fatherly when he was around both her and Elora. Chris pointed to the end of the path where a carriage was waiting. "That is for us." "Where are we going?" she asked. "Being a royal physician doesn't mean I can't help others. Twice a week I see desperate souls who can't afford a good healer." Chris walked to the waiting carriage and opened the door for Marie. "They will be quite grateful to see another healer today." Marie shot him a worried look. "I am no healer. I'm afraid I can't help anyone." Chris entered the carriage behind her, taking the seat across from her. "My lady, you healed a broken shoulder, did you not?" "Yes, but I didn't do anything. It just healed itself." "This will be the same except for other people," he explained. "I don't think you understand," she protested. "I know as much about healing as a fish knows about riding a horse." "The princess wants me to show you the ways of healing, and there is no finer teacher than first-hand experience." Chris could see fear start to creep into Marie's face. "You'll be fine," he said, reaching out and patting her clenched hands. The carriage slowed and came to a stop outside of a long hall. They had gone no more than a few blocks outside of the palace grounds. She could have easily walked that distance but realized Chris could not. The carriage door opened, and a footman assisted her and Chris onto the street. "Are you ready?" Chris asked. "No." "You'll be fine." Chris offered his arm again. When they entered the long hall, the smell of burning sage was the first thing she noticed. Burning incense and herbs had long been a staple in rural healing, but she was surprised to see it used in the capital. People filled the room, waiting to be healed. Some sat quietly in chairs, while others moaned loudly in their cots. Marie looked over to ask Chris a question when she realized he was gone. He was already at the cot of a waiting patient. "Lady Frey," he said, motioning for her to come over. When she got closer, she could see the man's arm was in a sling across his chest, and his legs splintered with 2 pieces of scrap wood. This man had a rather unfortunate accident while working on a roof. "It wasn't the worst fall I ever had," the man said. "Yes, I remember that one," Chris joked, as he laid his hands on the man's shoulder. He motioned for Marie to do the same with the man's splintered leg. Marie gently shook her head. Chris offered a fatherly smile and nodded in support. She exhaled, gently laid her hands on the man's leg, and closed her eyes. She immediately felt her magic surge into the man's leg. His magic offered no defense. In her mind, she could see his entire leg. She could sense every muscle, every bone, and every cell. She opened her eyes, looked over at Chris, and he smiled in return. "Now heal it," he gently said. Chris must have already known what would happen when she laid her hands on the man's leg. He didn't explain how to heal, because he knew she wouldn't need it. She closed her eyes again, and concentrated on the broken bone. Her magic flowed into both ends of the break. She willed the two pieces together, and the patient's magic responded. Torn muscle and ligament repaired themselves as the bone finally fused. "Thank you, milady," the man said. She opened her eyes. Chris had already healed the man's shoulder. He offered a smile as he patted the man gently on the arm. Marie smiled. "You're welcome," she said as he followed Chris. "You knew, didn't you?" "I suspected. There are very few natural healers. The magic is rare, but knowing you were a Dershwood, I thought you may have the gift." Marie looked at her hands. "I'd never felt anything like that before. My friend John hurt himself 100 times before, but I never felt anything like that." Chris looked confused. "Your friend, John? You could never heal him?" Marie knew she had said too much. "Well, I never really touched him whenever he hurt himself," she offered as a simple excuse. It seemed that explanation was enough. "Of course, physical contact is needed." A wave of relief washed over her. She wanted to change the topic before he asked more questions about John. "Is it all that easy?" "Oh no, my dear. Broken bones and torn flesh are the easiest. The body wants to be whole, and we merely offer magic to help it do so. Sickness is harder to find and to treat." Chris scanned the room and saw a man coughing in the corner. He motioned for Marie to follow. "How long?" Chris asked the man. 2 weeks, said the man between coughs. Chris laid his hand on the man's back, closed his eyes, and opened them again after a few seconds. "Tell me what you feel," he said to Marie. Marie laid her hand on the man's back. She could feel and see the man's upper chest in her mind. She took her time looking at his bones and muscles. They seemed healthy. She dove deeper, saw the man's lungs, and sensed something didn't belong. When she concentrated, she could feel something living among his cells. It was causing him to produce excess fluid, which was pooling in his lungs. "His lungs?" she asked with her eyes closed, concentrating. "Very good. It took me longer to find it the first time I ever saw it," said Chris. "Now concentrate and heal him." Marie closed her eyes harder and concentrated even more. She tried to will the disease out of the man, but nothing happened. It should be working. She had helped the man with the broken leg without thinking about it. She opened her eyes, frustrated. "It's not working. My magic isn't doing anything to it." Chris nodded as if he expected that outcome. "If your magic is not enough, use more of his. It is his body." Marie thought about it for a moment. A person's magic usually protected them from anything that would harm them. The sickness she sensed was causing harm, but the man's body wasn't reacting against it. Its magic might be too weak to sense. She closed her eyes and once again investigated the man's lung. This time she looked at the sickness itself. She could sense it was living. It had magic, but it was far too weak to be noticed by the patient. Marie pushed her magic deeper into sickness. She could sense resistance from the sick cells, but it was nothing compared to her magic. She corrupted its magic, causing the diseased cells to die. She methodically worked her way around the man's lungs, exterminating the sickness a little at a time, until she could no longer find any. When she opened her eyes, she immediately felt tired and dizzy. She had hardly used any magic, but she was exhausted. Chris laid his hands on the man's back. "You got it all." Chris looked surprised. It should usually take 2 or 3 days for his magic to get rid of all the sickness. Marie tried to stand, but her knees buckled. Chris caught her and helped her to an empty cot. "I'm just tired. That took a lot more than I thought," she said. "What exactly did you do?" he asked. "I found the sickness and sent my magic into it. It just died after that." "Your magic? Into all of it?" "Yes, my magic. It seemed like the right thing to do," she said. Chris laughed. "It was, Lady Frey. However, a healer can usually only send enough magic to mark the sickness so the patient's magic can fight it off on its own. Very rarely can a healer destroy the sickness themselves. It takes extraordinary control of magic to target every cell." "Is that why I feel tired?" she asked. "Lady Frey, if I were to do that, I am afraid I would sleep for a week. I do not know what I will be able to teach you if you can do that on your first try." Can you teach me not to get so tired? Chris laughed again. I don't know if I can teach you that, but I can teach you how to recognize your limits. Good. I think I'm going to stick with broken bones for a while, she said, as she closed her eyes for a quick nap that hopefully wouldn't last for a week. Chapter 29. The Seeker and Brother Paul rode in silence as their horses trotted down the hard stone path at the mountain's base. Expansive ruins partially separated Ingvald and Karim, but a great mountain range comprised most of their border. The sheer height and rocky formation made it impossible to cross. Only a few valleys low enough allowed horse and wagon traffic, and those were under constant surveillance by watchtowers of each country's army. This ensured that any significant border excursion would not go unchallenged. However, the church knew another path across the range, an ancient tunnel that led through a high but narrow section of the mountains. I don't see why we have to meet in Karim, said Brother Paul. They had ridden for 3 long days after leaving the capital, and the trip east left them both feeling battered and tired. I do not disagree with you, brother. I would rather not make this journey. However, 2 riders are easier to conceal than 20, said the Seeker. Have you ever made the pass? Only once, and it was not eventful. Brother Paul may be an ex-soldier, but he was inexplicably afraid of passing through the mountain tunnel. Since the Seeker had told him about their travel plans, he had been ill at ease. It was out of character for the confident brother the Seeker had grown to know. They veered their horses off the path at what had been an old bridge and continued straight to the mountains. After about a mile, the ground level into a path no wider than a city road. Brother Paul nervously looked around. This is the path? Be at ease, brother, the Seeker said reassuringly. They rode along the path for a short distance before it led to a rocky crag that appeared to be a dead end. Once they rounded the corner, they saw a tall semicircle opening as wide as 2 wagons that led to Karim on the other side of the mountain. This is it? Brother Paul asked. This is it, the Seeker said as he stopped his horse at the opening. It looks dark. The Seeker dismounted and grabbed 2 lanterns from his horse pack. It is, and that's why we have the lanterns, he said as he offered one to Brother Paul. Brother Paul dismounted and grabbed the lantern. He lit it with a relic stone and hung it over the horn of his saddle. The Seeker used his magic to light his lantern before doing the same. They both mounted their horses and entered the tunnel. Once their lanterns lit the tunnel, Brother Paul seemed more at ease. They could see for a reasonable distance before the darkness swallowed their light. The Seeker knew the question was coming, so he preemptively answered it. Almost 3 miles. Brother Paul didn't respond. He kept scanning the horizon as far as their lanterns would reach. They had travelled for about half an hour when the tunnel in front of them appeared blocked by large piles of metal wreckage. He gripped the handle of his sword, causing the leather to creak. I'm afraid your blade will be of no use, the Seeker jokingly said. Should we not turn around? Asked Brother Paul. It could be a trap. They continued approaching the blockage when Brother Paul saw they were once large metal carriages. Their large metal wheels were easy to see on the overturned rusted carcass. Wagons? He asked. As you can see, they are much bigger than wagons. Brother Paul spotted a path big enough for a horse along the tunnel's edge. He followed behind the Seeker in awe of what he was seeing. He had never been this close to machines of the ancients before. Typically, they could only be seen from a distance in the ruins. What could pull something like that? An even bigger wagon, said the Seeker. He knew it was an ancient vehicle called a train. He had learned as much when he had spent his time studying the texts in the library under the Ingvald temple. Any answer he gave Brother Paul would be beyond his comprehension. Brother Paul counted at least 20 such wagons laying in a row before the tunnel opened back up, allowing them to ride side by side again. They continued in silence until Brother Paul could sense the air change. It had become crisp and felt fresh. The tunnel started to lighten before a glimpse of sunlight appeared up ahead. Brother Paul let out an audible sigh. See? Uneventful, the Seeker said. I'm sorry for having doubt, he said. They rode to the end of the tunnel when they saw the silhouette of 2 men guarding the opening. They could make out men and horses just beyond the opening as they rode closer. These were the Karim soldiers they were intended to meet. Men clad in black leather uniforms gathered at the end of the tunnel to greet them. "May the light shine upon you," said the seeker as their horses exited the tunnel. "And upon you," said the tallest man as he walked over to greet the two riders. The seeker knew Karim had a devout faith in the church, but their government was nothing like Ingvald's. Only their ruling class had significant magic. Like Ingvald, their ruling class had green eyes and light hair. However, everyone else had little magic. Most of their country had dark hair and dark eyes. They had enough magic to protect themselves from daily harm, but could not manipulate it at will as Ingvald's citizens could. "I am Captain Jew of the Black Sword," the tall man said as he offered a polite bow. "We have been expecting you. Seeker, Brother Paul." He looked at each of them as he said their names. The seeker dismounted with Brother Paul following suit. "You are well informed, Captain Jew." He had no doubt the church had informed them of their names for their pending arrival. "Please, come sit." Captain Jew motioned them toward their small camp. The seeker examined their camp as they walked to the center. There were almost 20 tents that housed over 40 men. The tent placement, their identical campfires, and how their horses were tethered to a single lead denoted discipline that mercenaries didn't have. Captain Jew offered them folding field chairs before he took a seat across from them, placing the fire between him and his two guests. "My orders are to make me and my men available to you. Beyond that, I do not know more and do not wish to know more." The seeker appreciated the man's bluntness. He was a trained soldier, and the seeker liked working with disciplined men. That was why Brother Paul had become so invaluable to him over the last few years. "We require your assistance in capturing a young lady, a noble." Brother Paul looked at the seeker. This was not what he had expected. The pontiff's orders were to lead the Karim soldiers across the border and have them take shelter at the base of the mountain until they were needed. There was no talk of using them to capture Lady Frey, which the pontiff had explicitly forbidden. The seeker saw Brother Paul's look, but continued without pause. "Once across, you and your men are to set up camp and await further orders. However, I will need 15 men to execute a detailed plan to capture a young noble outside the capital. The church's involvement cannot be known." Captain Jew simply nodded. "I have just the men. I shall inform them once we cross." Brother Paul took the opportunity to look at the men around the camp. He had never fought a Karim soldier before and wondered how he would fare if he were forced to do so. He often played this game in his head to keep his soldier skills alive. The Karims were shorter than the average Ingvald, but seemed lean and not puny. According to their black hair and dark eyes, they must have lower levels of magic, but every weapon they carried, from their long swords, daggers, and even the smallest boot knives, was relic-powered. Their country must have incredible wealth to be able to outfit every soldier with multiple relic-powered weapons. "I have been told your company has been doing some exceptional hunting along the border," said the seeker. Captain Jew knew precisely what he was talking about. He had a small cadre of men inside Ingvald, causing mayhem along the border for over 4 months. They had been striking border towns and individual nobles whenever possible. "We do as we are ordered, and I have little love for the wanton waste of magic green-eyed nobility displays." It was apparent that Captain Jew was towing the line regarding Karim's stance on magic and who should wield it. The seeker thought he would test the man's discipline. He reached up and slid his hood back, letting the fire reflect off his bright green eyes. Captain Joe did not bat an eye. "And what of my green eyes, Captain?" "You are no noble, seeker. The light has bestowed upon you their gift." "Who am I to question the wisdom of the light?" he said, as if it had been a practiced response. The seeker nodded and lifted his hood once again. Captain Joe was more than a soldier. He was a zealot, and the seeker couldn't have been more pleased. "Captain, I am glad the light put you in my path." Captain Jew accepted the compliment with a polite nod. "Please rest. I will have my men break camp, and we shall leave at your ready," he said, before he stood and turned to brief his men. Brother Paul turned to the seeker and whispered, "What was that? We need 15 men." "I'm sure the pontiff won't mind once we have our bait." "You are playing a dangerous game, Jarl." The seeker recognized the significance of Brother Paul using his real name. Rest assured, Paul. It's a game I have no intention of losing. Chapter 30. Moonlight bathed the woods behind the academy in a wash of midnight blue. Marie had never noticed how much the woods reminded her of home until she started her practical magic class. All nobles were expected to know how ordinary people used magic in their daily lives, and this often involved field exercises outside academy walls. Tonight's training was navigating the dark with the aid of magic, but the unusually bright moon made it almost moot. The procession of 12 carriages slithered their way along the gravel trail that led to a clearing at the center of the woods. Except for one, the carriages were filled with students and instructors overseeing this exercise. Only 2 people were in the other carriage, Lady Frey and Princess Elora. "You don't have to come," Marie said. "Nonsense. I haven't seen much of you lately, and I miss our training sessions." Elora turned her face into a mock pout. "If it weren't for Jacob tattling to your uncle, we would still be having fun." "Your sense of fun is different from mine, and besides, Uncle Demi just wants to make sure no one gets hurt." Elora knew Marie was right. What had happened to Marie scared Elora more than she wanted to admit. Her magic was scaring her increasingly every day, and it was becoming harder to control. There had never been anyone with her amount of magic before, and nobody, including the royal scholar, had any idea how to manage her unique situation. The training had allowed her to explore her abilities, but she was becoming restless now that training had been put on hold. The procession entered the clearing at the center of the woods. "Please don't do anything." Marie waved her hands in the air to simulate throwing an orb and other magic-related hand gestures. "Too conspicuous. I love you to death. But having the future Empress watch you fumble with basic magic can be distracting." Elora knew exactly what Marie meant. The first time she had attended a class with Marie, the other girls couldn't concentrate on the lesson. It was the first time they had seen the future Empress, and now she was watching them struggle with the basic magic they had been performing since they were 5. Since then, Elora had attempted to keep her presence unknown by disguising her appearance. After hearing about John's necklace, she forced the royal scholar to create a stone that would alter her appearance. For now, she was just another noble who occasionally showed up to sit in the back of the class. She was sure a few girls knew who she was, but her presence was less distracting. The carriage stopped, and Marie quickly hopped out of it, shutting the door behind her and blocking Elora from exiting. She would never have dared to do anything like that before they had become such close friends. "Promise me you won't use your magic or help in any way," Marie said through the open carriage window. Elora looked shocked that Marie had shut the door on her. "You do know I am the future Empress." Marie smiled. She had heard the future Empress line before, but it held no weight. "Right now, you're just another noble sitting in a carriage. By the way, does the royal guard know you have been hiding your appearance and sneaking out?" Elora shot Marie a pleading glance. This was the first time she had left the palace at night. "What do you think Jacob or even my uncle would say about that?" "You wouldn't," Elora said as she pushed the door again. Marie leaned all her weight against it. "I would." Elora slumped back into her seat. "Fine, I promise." "Promise what?" "I promise not to use magic." Marie pulled the door open to let Princess Elora out. "If the guard doesn't know you're outside the palace, then light magic as bright as the sun would signal them in." "Bright as the sun?" she scoffed. Elora had only used limited light magic in her room before, which was just a trickle of magic. However, Marie might not be too far off the mark if Elora let her magic run free. The 2 girls headed toward the center of the clearing, where the others lined up in class formation. "You go ahead," Elora said. "I'll wait for you in the back." Marie smiled at her and ran to her classmates. She was excited to be finally outside. She hadn't realized how much she missed her time with John in their woods until she was confined to the academy grounds. Marie found her rightful place, 2nd row, 3rd from the left. "Nice of you to join us, Lady Frey," Miss Sarah, the headmistress, said. She was standing at the front, flanked by 2 instructors on each side. Marie gave an apologetic smile. Miss Sarah knew Princess Elora had been randomly attending academy classes with Marie. At first, she had been against it, but she eventually realized that it benefited both Lady Frey and the academy. Since the princess started coming around more often, there was suddenly an increase in the budget for maintenance. Many neglected issues over the years were now getting the attention they deserved. Windows were being replaced, grounds were being manicured, and the furniture in the dormitories, including her own, had been replaced. Elora was a silent benefactor that Miss Sarah couldn't afford to lose. Tonight, you will be conducting 2 rounds of nighttime training. Miss Sarah's eyes swept across the 22 girls standing before her. For the first exercise, in groups of 3, you will have to use light magic to find your way to a specific location using the map you will be given. Second, you alone will need to use light magic and sense magic to find the relic stone hidden in the woods that you imbued with your magic earlier today. One of the male instructors, Professor Bragg, grabbed a stack of parchment maps from his satchel. Please line up in lab group order, and I will be by to give you your map and further instructions. Marie found her lab partners, Deanne and Mandy, and joined their small group. Mandy was petite with short blonde hair and delicate features that reminded Marie of an elf she once saw in a painting. She came from a noble family of merchants. Deanne was the opposite. She was tall with long blonde hair that framed her round face. She was from a noble family that owned restaurants and bakeries across Ingvald. Marie, you're used to woods, aren't you? Deanne asked. Didn't you grow up near the border? Asked Mandy. I spent a lot of time in the woods with my friend John, but I'm afraid that won't be much help tonight. I always knew where I was and was never out after dark. Mandy looked scared. Why? What's in the woods after dark? It's fine. There's nothing in these woods. We're practically in the city, Marie said soothingly. Back home was different. There were boars, wildcats, and even wargs. Wargs? Asked Deanne with big eyes. Don't worry. There's none here. Besides, they hate magic, Marie said, as Professor Bragg approached her group. Ladies, here is your map, he said as he handed Deanne the parchment. As you can see, the starting point is where we are now. He pointed to the mark at the edge of the map. You 3 will make your way to this point, retrieve what you find there, and return here. After that, we will do the individual exercise. Deanne held the parchment as all 3 looked around to find a matching landmark. They immediately saw an opening in the woods corresponding to the map's trailhead. It is up to you to decide who will provide light and who will navigate. My only suggestion is that it's easier to navigate the woods with the more light you have. Both girls looked at Marie. Out of the 3, she had the most magic by far. Any questions? He asked. The woods are safe, right? Asked Deanne. Professor Bragg chuckled. We haven't lost anyone yet, and I don't think tonight will be the first. You'll be fine. Just follow your map. Thank you, Professor, Marie said, before he turned to brief another group. Marie, can you provide light with me while Deanne follows the map? Asked Mandy. Sounds good. She looked at Deanne. Good with you? Deanne nodded in approval. She was always flexible and rarely had any objection to anything. Unlike girls in other groups arguing over who would get to read the map, their personalities meshed well. Let's go, Marie said, as she conjured a ball of bright light in front of her hand and started walking toward the woods. The 3 girls walked in a single-file line down a well-worn path. Marie was in the front, lighting up the woods ahead of them, while Mandy provided light from the back so Deanne could read the map. For now, the exercise felt effortless since they were following a trail. They had been walking for about half an hour when the trail narrowed. Wait a second, said Deanne. I think this is as far as we can go on the trail. She looked into the woods on their right. I didn't think it would all be this easy, Mandy said. According to this, we have to go through the woods. There should be a creek or something. If we follow it, then we just have to cross here, Deanne said as she pointed to the map. That should take us over here, and we'll be close to where the end is. The girls looked at the woods. Although the foliage wasn't dense, they couldn't see a defined path where they should walk. Marie, we need to go that way, toward that fallen tree, Diane said as she pointed into the woods. Marie boosted her light to illuminate further into the woods. She walked off the path with the other girls behind her. They had only walked a little into the trees when the ground started sloping downward. Did you hear that? Mandy asked. Marie and Diane stopped to look at her. Hear what? Marie asked. I thought I heard something. Heard what? Diane asked. She sounded scared. They stood silent for an eternity, straining their ears to hear anything. Marie brightened her light even more, but they couldn't see far through the trees. Probably nothing, Mandy said. I'm sorry. Let's go. They cautiously continued down the slope and found a small creek bed as wide as a city street. There was only a tiny stream this summer, but the creek was apparently prone to a deluge of water during the rainy season. Diane found it comforting, since she had been uncertain how they would cross the water otherwise. It should be... Diane stopped short when a branch broke somewhere behind them. I heard that, Mandy said. The sound of moving leaves and branches echoed from around the creek bed. Mandy increased her light as bright as it would go, less than half of what Marie provided. Diane let the map fall as she produced a light orb of her own. They were lighting the woods all around them. I don't like this, Mandy whispered. Is it a warg? Diane asked. I don't think so, said Marie. It would have attacked by now. She was trying to be comforting, but mentioning the word attack caused Diane to inhale sharply. We should head back. Yeah, we should, agreed Diane. They turned around when an arrow flew from somewhere to their right and bounced off Mandy's magic. It didn't cause any harm, but that didn't prevent her from screaming as if she'd been hit. Suddenly, the sound of multiple bows releasing arrows could be heard. They came from all around them. The arrows bounced harmlessly off their magic, but it was frightening nonetheless. All three girls turned to their left, the only direction that wasn't shooting arrows, and ran down the creek bed. What was that? Yelled Diane. They tried to kill us, cried Mandy as they weaved under branches. Marie didn't respond. She thought the attack didn't make any sense. She had trained in the bow with Elora, but it was ineffective in anybody else's hands. Even a child's magic would protect them from an arrow. Then she realized it. They were acting like John's sheep back home. They aren't trying to kill us, she called out. They're trying to hurt us. They want us to run this way. Why? Mandy asked as she ran. Stop, 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 Marie said as she cancelled her light and waved for the girls to do the same. If their arrows can't hurt us, then we shouldn't go where they want us to. Both girls nodded, crouching silently next to Marie in the darkness. They were panting, trying to catch their breath. We need to go back, Mandy whispered between breaths. Diane, which way? Asked Marie. I don't know. I dropped the map. Diane looked ashamed. It's all right. Can you figure out which direction to go? Mandy asked. Diane took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and replayed their path in her mind. She opened them and pointed to their right. The path is that way. Are you sure? Asked Mandy. Diane nodded. But how are we going to outrun them? Mandy looked down and shook her head. We all know I'm not outrunning anybody. I could hardly keep up with you two. Marie turned to Diane and grabbed her by the shoulders. You go. You're small, and you're fast. Mandy nodded in agreement. Diane could outrun both of them, and her night vision was the best out of all three. She should have no problem making it back. What about you? Diane asked as she looked back and forth between the two girls. I'll distract them. You should be able to get there before they find me. Marie turned to Mandy. You find some place to hide under the bank. What are you going to do? Asked Mandy. I don't know. I'll figure something out, Marie said, as she caught a glimpse of a man in black running silently up behind Diane. He had a relic-powered sword in his hand. He would have successfully snuck up on them if he had waited to power his blade. Only the red glow gave away his presence. Run! She yelled to Diane, pushing her to the side. Mandy screamed as Marie grabbed a fallen branch and rushed forward to meet their attacker. He didn't follow Diane with his eyes as she ran away. He also didn't look at Mandy when she screamed. His eyes stayed fixed on Marie. He raised his sword and expecting Marie to attempt to block it. However, Marie kept running straight at him with the branch held low by her side. She feigned left and slid on her haunches to her right. He tried to change directions, but Marie thrust the branch between his legs, tripping him. She straightened, ran towards the man, and brought the branch crashing down his head. His magic surged out to meet the wood, and her weapon slid down the side of his shoulder without causing any damage. "Shit," Marie said. The man blindly reached behind him and grabbed her leg, causing her to fall backward. He pulled a relic-powered dagger from his belt and crawled on top of her. Her magic surged out and met his. She had no doubt her magic was more powerful, but she wasn't trained in attack magic. She had only practiced the sword and the bow, and right now, she had neither. The man placed all his weight on her midsection, pinning her hands by her side, and held his blade to her throat. He yelled something in a language she didn't recognize, followed by the words, "Lady Frey." He was from Karim. Marie lay frozen in shock when a voice replied from the woods behind her, and the sound of multiple feet running through the underbrush came closer. She turned her palm upward and grabbed the man's ankle. His magic surged out to meet hers. She had no idea what to do, but then she had a crazy thought. She closed her eyes and sent her magic into the man's body as if she were going to heal him. His magic stopped resisting at once. Marie felt the torn muscle in his calf from where he had tripped her with the branch. It slowly started to heal. She went in deeper until she sensed his individual cells. She forced her magic into the cells, just as she had done when she had destroyed the lung sickness a few weeks earlier. The cells started to burst and die. The man screamed in pain as he fell to the side, holding his leg. Marie was crawling away when he reached out and grabbed her ankle. She turned and lunged over to him, placing her palm on his chest and pushing her magic forward. She found what she was looking for, his heart. She closed her eyes, focused, and burst the cells around his heart, which immediately stopped beating. When she opened her eyes again, she could see the panic in his as he realized he was dying. She looked around, grabbed his discarded sword, and ran off in the opposite direction. She had only run a short distance when someone approached her from her right. She sent her magic into the relic-powered blade, and it responded with a ghostly blue glow. She stopped, gathered her composure, and waited for her attacker. Her adrenaline was starting to subside, and she was becoming keenly aware of the energy she used to stop the man's heart. The few seconds of rest were a welcome respite from her running. A Karim soldier charged her with his sword at his side. She recognized the style. It was a Karim attack style that Jacob had started to teach her before they had to pause their training. These men were Karim soldiers. Marie waited until he got closer to see what angle he would attack from. The soldier turned his blade in his hand, and Marie recognized that he was going for a side attack. She pulled her sword to her side and spun forward. His blade's magic slammed into hers, and they were pushed apart. She swung her sword behind her and felt magic resist against her blade for a moment before it hit something solid. She turned her head. Her sword had sliced through the man's abdomen and struck his spine. She had almost cut him in half. Jacob had told her Dershwood magic was well suited for the blade, but she never really believed him. She had hit Elora much harder than this without coming close to breaching her magic. If she could inflict this much damage to a regular soldier, then Elora was practically invincible. But now wasn't the time to think about it. She heard more footsteps and ran for the creek bed, where she crouched under a partially fallen tree and caught her breath. She no longer heard shouting or the sound of footsteps. She felt confident that her hiding hole would keep her safe. Sweat dripped down her forehead and stung her eyes. She tried to wipe the sweat away and realized it was mixed with blood. She felt around her head and was confident she wasn't bleeding. It must have been splatter from when she killed the last soldier. She smiled. As bad as it might sound, she was proud of herself. She almost wished her uncle were there to see how well she did against a trained soldier. "Lady Frey!" a heavily accented voice shouted from the woods. "Stop running!" It was apparent they had no idea where she was, and she had no intention of giving her position away. "Lady Frey, we have your friend," the man said. She peered through a hole in the overlapping branches and saw a soldier holding Mandy by the hair with a relic-powered dagger at her throat. "We were instructed to bring you back alive, and we do not care what happens to this one. Do you?" he asked. Marie stepped out from her cove. They didn't expect her to emerge from where she did, and they scrambled to surround her. She counted at least 10 men, probably more, before she dropped her sword. "You have me. Just let her go," Marie said as she looked at Mandy. Her face was battered and bloodied. She must have resisted, but she was no match for trained soldiers. Marie offered an apologetic look to Mandy. 2 men came up behind Marie and grabbed her wrists, while 2 more stood close by with their swords drawn and powered. They were taking no chances. They walked her up to where Mandy was being held hostage. She was close enough to see Mandy's hands were bound, and one wrist was probably broken. One of the soldiers stepped forward with wide metal cuffs in his hand. They both had relic stones near the clasp. She had no doubt they would block her magic. "Please put these on, Lady Frey." Marie looked around to devise a plan. She couldn't see any way out, and she knew that she would be helpless once she put those cuffs on. There was a brief commotion of leaves in the distance, a faint flash of light, and then the sound of something falling. All the men turned to see what the commotion was. A small figure wearing simple clothes under a brown cloak emerged from the woods. She was carrying a Karim bow and a quiver over her shoulder. She must have taken it off one of the soldiers shooting at them. The person stopped a reasonable distance away and lowered their hood. It was a young girl with dirty blonde hair and pale green eyes. Marie immediately recognized her. It was Princess Elora in disguise. The leader looked confused. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Where did you get that bow?" Elora pulled an arrow from the quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. "Let them go!" she shouted. Marie could sense the rage in her voice. The men laughed. "What are you going to do? One girl with a bow?" "Let them go," she said again, only quieter this time, more menacing. "I have over 10 men, and you have a single bow." "Marie," Elora shouted, "can I use my magic now?" Marie smiled. "Use all the magic you want." Elora took a deep breath, pulled the bow, and let her magic flow into the arrow. It glowed a ghostly blue as she pushed even more into the arrow. The color changed from blue to white. She had never driven that much magic into an arrow before. She aimed at the leader and smiled as she let it fly. The arrow streaked through the trees as it flew forward. It appeared to pass by and hit a tree behind him, exploding it into splinters of wood no bigger than a bean. The men stood around, dumbfounded. The leader's body was still for a few seconds before it fell. It took a few more seconds for them to realize she hadn't missed. The arrow had flown through his head without slowing and struck the tree. His magic and his body provided no resistance. There was another flash of light and another explosion. This time, Elora hit a soldier in the chest, causing an explosion that also killed 2 soldiers close to him. Marie's captors let go of her wrists and ran for cover. Mandy lunged forward, struggling to get away, when the soldier holding her in place sliced her neck with his dagger. Blood flowed freely from the slit as she fell forward. Marie screamed and ran forward. She grabbed a sword from the ground and powered it while thrusting it forward. The soldier's magic was no match. Her sword dug into his side, and he staggered away. Marie followed him as another arrow flew across the woods, disintegrating a nearby soldier in a red mist. She caught up to the man and kicked the back of his leg, causing him to fall. She put her foot on the man's back, preventing him from crawling away, and placed the tip of her blade between his shoulder blades. She barely had to push. The weight of the blade, combined with her magic, severed his spine and went through his chest and into the dirt. Marie stood, blinking as arrows exploded around her. Men were screaming and trying to escape down the creek bed. She remembered Mandy and ran back to her. Her body was lying lifeless, face down. Marie rolled her over and saw blood was no longer flowing. "No, no, no," she screamed, then pleaded as she placed her hand on Mandy's neck. Her magic surged forth. She could see the torn flesh, the sliced arteries and the veins. She immediately started to mend them. It was more challenging this time. Mandy's magic wasn't helping. She placed her other hand on Mandy's chest and pushed magic into her heart. It wasn't beating. She willed it to beat. More than anything else in the world, she willed it to beat. The muscle contracted once. Marie sensed the veins in Mandy's body and realized she had extraordinarily little blood left. She opened her eyes and saw she had healed her friend's neck. Doubling her efforts, She used both hands to pump magic into Mandy's heart. It beat once again. The little blood she had left pulled away from her arms and legs and flowed back into her heart. It began beating weakly on its own. The explosion stopped, and Elora walked toward her, firing another charged arrow as she stepped over what was left of a Karim soldier. Marie was exhausted from healing, and she was having trouble thinking straight. The most she could do now was turn her head to watch what was happening around her. She looked around again and heard swords clash from the riverbed. There were blinding flashes of light, and then silence. Her vision started to swim. She thought she saw Jacob dressed as a commoner walking up the riverbed with blood splatters on his face. He must have followed them outside of the palace. "Marie, are you okay?" Elora asked as she leaned down. Elora looked in astonishment at Mandy. Except for the precise line where she had bled, there was no sign she had ever been cut. Her breathing was slow but regular. Elora had seen how Mandy got her throat cut. She had been sure the girl was dead. There was no way she could have survived a wound like that. "They're over here," Jacob shouted. The sound of heavy boots was all Marie heard before everything went black. Chapter 31. John stared at the assorted polymer pieces before him. He fully diagrammed and documented each gun as he dismantled it. It had been difficult at first, but by the time he got to the third one, he was amazed at how easy it was. He started with 15 assembled guns and a handful of random parts he found in the bottom of the display cabinet. He now had well over 100 pieces laid out on his workbench. He had discovered they were not all identical and was careful to document each variation he came across. Surprisingly, the parts Thomas called magazines were not in as bad shape as he thought they would be. Although all the springs were decayed, there was enough for John to figure out their approximate size and exact purpose. He had examples of every metal piece in various states of decay. They were mostly pins or shaped steel, and Thomas was confident they could be replicated. However, not a single metal barrel survived. They had all decayed to scraps of rust. John could tell from the scraps that they were finely honed and had intricate internal striations. He had no idea how they were going to replicate that. It would take an expert blacksmith and a watchmaker to create a suitable replacement. John started to believe restoring a gun created over 1,000 years ago was probably impossible. Of course, the stone knife was in perfect shape, he said to himself. He and Thomas hadn't been back to the museum yet to see if there was anything more to find. He didn't have high hopes of finding still airtight display cabinets under the collapsed ceiling. "John, come here," called Thomas from down the hall. John pushed his chair back, took one last look at all the pieces, and started down the hall. He heard Sir Frey's voice as he got closer. "I knew there was something about him," said Sir Frey. "He's been my connection in the church for almost 20 years. We did research together when he was just a monk." "Well, I'm afraid his days in the church are numbered," said Sir Frey. Thomas walked into the main room. The two men were sitting across from each other at the table with papers spread out before them. "Whose days are numbered?" asked John, as he grabbed a piece of bread and sat next to Thomas. "My old friend Toby. He's the elder at the Braden Temple." John stopped chewing his bread at the word Braden. He had tried awfully hard to put everything about that place out of his mind. It seems the church knows of the elder's extrasecular activities, and they have a few questions for him, added Sir Frey. John grabbed a piece of paper from the table and glanced at the writing. It was an official communiqué from the pontiff instructing inquisitors to bring the Braden elder and any private research he had to Ingvald. Even John knew that was a thinly veiled death sentence. "Is there anything you can do?" asked Thomas. "He's a good man. I'd hate to see anything happen to him." Sir Frey inhaled deeply and slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid there isn't. Even if I told Princess Elora, she wouldn't be able to do anything. It would tip our hand that the palace has been intercepting their communiqué, and we can't risk losing our only avenue of tracking what the church has been doing." "How much time?" Thomas asked. "If they left as soon as they got this..." Sir Frey crunched the numbers in his head. "Probably tomorrow morning." "We'll go get him," John said. Sir Frey smiled. That was the answer he was hoping to hear. Thomas shot John a surprised glance. We will? John tossed the paper back on the table. If we go through the ruins, we can probably be there by midnight. Just sneak in and sneak out, and no one will ever know. Thomas thought for a second and looked at Sir Frey. That could work. Sneak in and sneak out before morning. They'll never know we were there. Sir Frey nodded. He looked over at John and realized the boy was lying. It was something in his eyes. John had no intention of sneaking in and sneaking out. John met Sir Frey's gaze and slowly nodded. They were in silent agreement. The church was going to pay for what they did in Braden. John would make right on what he had told Sir Frey the first time they met. He was going to kill them all. John and Thomas traversed the ruins remarkably easily since they were traveling light. Thomas carried a single satchel with food, water, and a unique stone for Toby to allow him to enter the ruins without becoming ill. John had a bow and quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder, and the relic dagger he had taken the night he killed 3 monks. The relic was useless to John, but it was still a well-crafted blade, and Sir Frey had shown him how to sharpen it to a razor's edge. They had agreed John could sneak in undetected since he had no magic. Thomas would wait outside, ready to act if things didn't go as planned. Thomas was determined to get his friend out alive, but wanted to avoid bloodshed if possible. John felt the opposite. He was sure there would be bloodshed. They exited the ruins north of Braden a little after midnight, and made their way through the woods to the edge of town. There were still a few hours before sunrise, and even more until the Inquisitors arrived. If all went according to plan, Toby would be deep in the ruins before anyone realized he was gone. They made their way through town, sticking to the shadows between buildings, and stopped behind the temple stables. Seeing the road and the temple doors made for a good vantage point. "You ready?" Thomas whispered. John nodded. He was afraid that if he said anything, Thomas would be able to hear how scared he was. Until now, he had only killed in self-defense. This was going to be deliberate murder. Sir Frey had taught him all he could about how to kill a man silently. He even taught John self-defense moves that took full advantage of his lack of magic. During their last training session, Sir Frey had been confident John could hold his own. However, John wasn't so sure. They sat behind the stable for a few minutes before they saw a monk patrolling the temple grounds. Sir Frey had said there would be 1 monk patrolling the grounds while the rest slept inside. Once John was inside the building, he should have no problem finding Toby. Thomas had drawn a detailed map of the temple since he had been there many times before. John slid his bow off his back and nocked an arrow. He waited until the monk was at his closest point at the far end of the stable. John had shot rabbits further away, so a human-sized target should pose no problem. He drew the string back, took a deep breath, and let the arrow fly. It struck the monk in the back of his head, and he crumbled to the ground. It was an instant kill, just like Sir Frey had taught him. Hitting anywhere else, you risk your target still being able to draw attention. Thomas put his hand on John's shoulder as he laid his bow down. "Good luck." John ran across the open area between the stable and the temple and pressed his body against the temple's wall, careful to remain in the shadows. He found the side door that Thomas had described, pulled it open, and stepped inside. The smell of cooked chicken and stew told him he was in the kitchen exactly where he wanted to be. He walked across the room and cracked the door on the other end. He could see the dining hall, and no one was in sight. He followed Thomas's directions and made his way down a corridor to the room reserved for the elder. After taking a deep breath, John silently entered the room. Inside, Toby was awake and sitting at a small table next to the window with assorted relics and parchment scattered about. The man looked up. "Who are you?" Toby asked as he stood up. "How did you get in here?" He looked beyond John to the door. It was clear he was looking for an escape. "Thomas sent me," he whispered. "Thomas? Why?" John stepped to the window and looked out. "Inquisitors are on their way here. They're supposed to bring you and, I guess..." John waved to the desk. "All that back to the capital. Grab your stuff. We're leaving." Toby looked confused. "Now," John urgently said. "Thomas is waiting outside." Toby walked back, pulled out a satchel from under the desk, and laid it neatly on top. He then collected the papers on his desk, ensuring they were all perfectly stacked before setting them down again. He reached inside the satchel and pulled out a pair of leather gloves. "Are you fucking with me?" John asked, as he rushed over and pushed Toby out of the way. He started grabbing everything he could find and shoving it into the satchel. "That's very important," Toby protested as John stuffed the papers inside. John grabbed the small relics and stuffed them inside as well. "You can't touch those without—" Toby trailed off as he watched John handle the relics with his bare hands. It took a second before he realized who the boy was. "You're John." "Yeah, I am," John said as he pushed the full satchel into Toby's chest. "Tomas is waiting for you at the back of the stables. Go out of the kitchen." Toby stared at John as if he were appraising a farm animal. "Go," John said as he opened the door. Toby stepped outside and turned to go down the hall when he realized John was walking toward the dormitory rooms instead. "Are you coming?" "Don't wait for me, I'll catch up," John said. He stood in the hall and waited for Toby to disappear before he turned around. He had something else to do. John walked down the hall, turned the corner, and entered the portion of the temple that housed the monks' rooms. Thomas hadn't been sure of their sleeping arrangements. He just knew what part of the temple was reserved for sleeping quarters. John walked silently to the first door. He pulled the dagger from his belt and held it at the ready as he gently pulled on the door. The room was dark, except for what little moonlight shined through the dirty window. There was a bed on each side of the small room, with a person sleeping in it, completely unaware of the intruder. John quietly walked to a monk sleeping on his back. Sir Frey had taught him to always take out the threat facing you first. If someone were facing away, it would take them longer to turn around if they heard anything. John looked at the sleeping man's face and felt nothing. He didn't feel any pity or sympathy. He just wanted this man to die. He took a deep breath and pushed his palm over the monk's mouth as he drove his blade into the man's throat, making sure to sever his airway and the main blood supply to his brain. The monk opened his eyes for a brief second before he died. He barely struggled. John turned to the other monk sleeping with his back to him. Sir Frey had taught him what to do in this situation as well. He reached over the monk's head and cupped his mouth as he drove his blade into the base of his head. John could feel the blade slide against bone as he guided it upward into the man's brain, instantly killing him. John left the room without looking back and walked to the next door. He dispatched 12 more monks in 6 identical rooms without any hesitation. He even had enough courage to experiment with the best angle to slice a man's throat. One monk was able to push John away, but he bled out without being able to make a sound. That was how John knew he had found the location of a man's vocal cords. He only ever heard the strangling sounds of bubbling blood after that. When there were no rooms left, John's hands were tacky from the blood. He had tried to wipe it off on the monk's robes before he left each room, but he had inevitably missed some. The sickeningly sweet smell of blood reminded him of the night he had found Caleb. He stifled a sudden retch and made his way back down the hall. He walked through the dining hall and the kitchen before he heard horses' hooves in the distance. He ran through the kitchen door and saw the light from approaching riders splash against the front of the stable. There was no way they didn't see him silhouetted against the stable wall. John ran to the end of the stable where Tomas and Toby were waiting for him. "What took you so long?" Tomas shouted as he tossed John his bow. "We gotta go," John yelled as he knocked an arrow. He only waited a second before targeting the leading rider. The horses were slowing, and that allowed John the time he needed to judge the distance. He let the arrow loose and started to run before it found its target. He could hear confused shouting behind him. Thomas looked back to see John only a few feet behind him. "How many?" "I counted 6. Well, 5 now," John said as he caught up to the men. Thomas continued to lead them down the alleys and around houses on their way out of town. The sound of leather boots running on stone echoed off the alley walls behind them. "I'm going to buy us some time," John said, as he slowed and grabbed another arrow. Tomas and Toby slowed as well. They were tired from sprinting the short distance and needed a quick rest. 5 isn't so bad," Tomas said, as he gathered his magic in his palm and steadied his breathing. The light from his orb reflected off the blood on John's hands. He hadn't noticed it before. "What happened?" "Nothing. I can do this. John let another arrow fly as one of the monks rounded the corner of a building behind them. It struck the monk squarely in the chest, knocking him backward into the monk behind him. 4, he said, as he knocked another arrow and let it fly. 3. Thomas held a full orb in his hand as it flooded the entire area in a wash of blue light. The 3 remaining monks ran around the corner, unaware of what happened to the brothers in the lead. They instinctually stopped as they saw their 2 brothers lying on the ground with ordinary arrows pointing skyward from their chests. Thomas pushed his orb at the monks. The monks looked up to see an arrow flying through its center, hitting the middle monk in the chest. The orb arrived immediately after, corrupting the remaining 2 monks' magic and causing them to burst into flames. 0, Thomas said, as he patted John on the shoulder before jogging away toward Toby. John slumped his shoulders in disappointment as he watched the monks burn. "That's not fair!" he shouted over his shoulder before he turned to follow. Chapter 32. Princess Elora stormed into Prime Minister Grey's office and threw a relic-powered Karim dagger on the stack of papers on his desk. She was still wearing the dirty clothes and commoner's cloak she had used to conceal her identity last night during Marie's training. Ser Jorah stepped into the office a few seconds later, now dressed in his proper Crimson Royal Guard uniform. He had taken the time to change while other guards had stood watch outside of the infirmary where they had taken Marie. Princess Elora had remained by her side until the royal physician could examine her. He had assured her Marie was merely exhausted and would recover on her own. Lord Grey flinched at the sudden act of aggression. He had never seen the princess truly angry before, and knowing what he knew about her increasing lack of control of her magic made him genuinely frightened. Seeing her dressed as a commoner added another layer of uncertainty. "Princess, what's a—" She cut him off. "Do you want to explain how Karim's soldiers attacked Lady Frey at academy training last night?" She could tell by his face that he had no previous knowledge of the situation. She knew he had conspired with the church, but this was a genuine surprise. "Is she all right?" "She's resting, but not before she had to fight off Karim's soldiers armed with relic-powered blades." Lord Grey looked at Ser Jorah and then back at Elora. "Were you there?" "Where do you think I got the blade?" she asked. Lord Grey looked at Ser Jorah for confirmation. "The princess was observing the training in an unofficial capacity," Ser Jorah said. "Was anyone hurt?" "Unless you count the 15 Karim soldiers that were most definitely hurt, then no. No one was hurt," Elora answered in a mocking voice. Lord Grey looked at Ser Jorah again. "Thank the light your men were there." "His men weren't there," Elora stated. "Then who—" "Me and Lady Frey, that's who!" Elora shouted. Lord Grey looked skeptical. "The princess dispatched 12. Lady Frey dispatched 2. And I tried to capture the last one before he killed himself," Ser Jorah said. Lord Grey was relieved when he heard the Karim soldiers had all perished. Although he knew nothing about the attack, he was still worried his involvement in the church would eventually implicate him. "I will personally look into it," Lord Grey stated. He wasn't sure what else to say. He would be talking to the pontiff about Karim's soldiers operating on behalf of the church in the country's capital. "I don't have to remind you that an attack on the princess is a declaration of war. I will brief Sir Frey upon his return, and I do not doubt he will suggest the Emperor convene a war council," stated Ser Jorah. "You will have my full report on the incident within the hour." Elora was surprised that Ser Jorah suggested the possibility of going to war over the incident. He knew the attack probably hadn't been sanctioned by Karim, but hearing him threaten war on her behalf was oddly comforting. "I will speak with Sir Frey before we brief the Emperor. I would hate to be too hasty in declaring war on a neighboring country," Lord Grey stammered. "In the meantime, I will order the Royal Guard to increase our presence in the capital. I will also send you my recommendations for increasing military presence along the border," said Ser Jorah. Elora didn't know what to add. She wanted to express her displeasure even more, but etiquette dictated she remain calm. "I will be back to discuss this matter further after I check on Lady Frey." Lord Grey stood and offered a bow as Elora left the room. Sir Jorah offered a respectful head bow to the Prime Minister before he followed her out. Lord Grey bound the stairs 2 at a time to the Pontiff's office at the top of the Ingvald temple. He had departed the palace as soon as Princess Elora and Ser Jorah left his office, and wasted no time making the journey on horseback to the temple. He had to get a handle on what the church was doing before its actions thrust the entire country into war. There was a plan to dethrone the current Ingvald regime, and attacking Lady Frey was not part of it. Lord Grey paused at the top of the spiral staircase to catch his breath. He took a couple of deep breaths and pounded on the Pontiff's door twice before entering unannounced. The Pontiff looked up from his morning paperwork. "Lord Grey, what in the light are—" Lord Grey interrupted. 15? You sent 15 Karim soldiers to attack Lady Frey." This was the first time the Pontiff had heard about the event. He recently sent the Seeker and Brother Paul to escort Karim soldiers across the border, but they were to remain unseen until needed. The Pontiff strongly suspected the Seeker was following through with his original plan to use Lady Frey as bait, despite being forbidden to do so. That was the only excuse he could think of why Karim's soldiers would be in the capital. "Calm down. Tell me what happened." "You should know damn well what happened. Princess Elora and Lady Frey killed 15 of your Karim dogs last night," Lord Grey said. "In the capital nonetheless." The Pontiff remained stoic as he processed the information. He didn't want to appear as if he had no control over the Seeker. Lord Grey was already wary of the Seeker's actions, and it wouldn't take much more before he demanded the Inquisitor be removed. Without the support of the Prime Minister, their plan would be worthless. However, 2 young girls killing 15 armed soldiers was unfathomable. "I know very little of the specifics of last night," said the Pontiff, trying not to betray his lack of knowledge of the situation. Lord Grey thought on the matter for a second. If every man had been killed, this might be the first time the Pontiff was hearing about it. He was confident the Pontiff was involved in the attack, but it was plausible he hadn't known the outcome until now. Lord Grey took a cleansing breath and sat in the empty chair in front of the Pontiff's desk. "Your attack on Lady Frey couldn't have been less disastrous, and the only thing that could have made it worse is if it occurred on Academy grounds itself." The Pontiff decided to play along to see if he could discern exactly what happened. "I assure you, if they had been successful, we would be having an entirely different conversation." "And exactly what would that conversation be?" The Pontiff had to think quickly. If we captured Lady Frey, then capturing John would be all but assured. Lord Grey had never considered that was the intended outcome. He had assumed they were trying to kill Lady Frey, which made no sense. Capturing and using her as bait to draw John out of hiding was more plausible. "I didn't realize that was the plan. I only heard Karim's soldiers had attacked Lady Frey." "I assure you, there was no intention to harm Lady Frey," Lord Grey said. The more he thought about what happened, the more he realized the Seeker may have been correct. His plan of using Lady Frey as bait became more attractive every day John evaded their capture. Capturing her has always been an option to flush out the boy. Lord Grey was calm now as he thought about how it could be done. "I need to be informed of such plans. It may have very well succeeded if the princess wasn't there." "It was merely an oversight on my behalf," the Pontiff said. "Separating Lady Frey from the princess is going to be a tenant in any future plans." Lord Grey thought for a moment. "I think I can help with that." There was a single knock on the door before a robed monk rushed into the room. He was not expecting to find the Prime Minister. "It better be important," the Pontiff said. The monk nodded before handing the Pontiff a folded piece of paper. He quickly left without waiting for a response. The Pontiff opened the paper and read it twice. He started to breathe heavily. "Bad news?" Lord Grey asked. The Pontiff crumpled the paper and slammed it on the desk. "I might as well tell you before you hear it elsewhere." Lord Grey tilted his head in interest. "It would seem John single-handedly killed every monk at the Braden Temple," the Pontiff said. "Everyone?" "He slit the throats of 14 brothers while they slept and killed another with an arrow to the head." "An arrow?" "An arrow," the Pontiff replied. "Not just one. He used a bow to kill another 4 inquisitors I dispatched to Braden yesterday. Attack magic killed the other 2. Well, we know John didn't do that, said Lord Grey. No, but I am confident whoever rescued him was involved. Magic of that strength is not common. Lord Grey laughed aloud. And what do you find so funny, Lord Grey? The pontiff asked through clenched teeth. I'm sorry, it is quite funny when you think about it. What is? Asked the pontiff. In the last 24 hours, Princess Elora and her magicless twin brother have killed at least 30 men. Removing the Ingvald family from the royal throne will be more dangerous than we thought. Chapter 33. Thomas sat across from Toby at the table inside the bunker. Toby was still wearing the homemade relic stone necklace Thomas had given him, and its power was starting to wane. Despite that, he was marveling at how Thomas made it. He had taken a short nap after the events of the night before and was eager for some answers. How long did you say it would last? Toby asked. Should be almost a full day, Thomas answered. You may want to change it early unless you want to wake up sick as a dog. I can feel its effects fading, Toby said as he rubbed the back of his head. I guess it's different for everyone. Thomas got up from the table and headed to the back storage area. He continued talking as he went down the hall. I got a new one. Should be finished right about now. After a few moments, Thomas returned with an identical stone. If you can keep your hand on both stones as you swap them out, you probably shouldn't feel anything, Thomas said as he tossed the stone to Toby. Toby fumbled to catch it. I knew you were experimenting with sediment, but I had no idea you could create your own relic stones. Thomas sat back and took a drink of his coffee. I couldn't say too much to you. If the church found out, I could make... You don't need to explain. I didn't tell you or them about my research either, Toby said before he swapped stones in his necklace. I already started you on not needing those, Thomas said as he gestured at Toby's necklace. Ah, yes, the water. I remember you telling me about it. Is it necessary, though? I'll be out of your hair shortly. Thomas let out a soft laugh. And where do you plan on going? This is probably the only place they won't be looking for you. Toby took a moment to think. I can't impose. You're not imposing. John and I have plenty of room. Can you think of some place better to study relics than in the ruins? Toby smiled as he looked around the room. I must admit, this is the first time I have ever been in the ruins. This place, your bunker, is amazing. You learned how their power worked. Based on the research we did years ago. If you were here, I probably would have had that cold box working years ago. I need you just as much as you need a place to stay. Light be damned, I'll stay, Toby said. Good. Now that that's settled, tell me what you have been working on, said Thomas. When I was in the capital, I was responsible for logging new finds as they came into the temple. Pretty advantageous position, Thomas said. It was for as long as it lasted. There was a period when relics would often disappear before they were officially registered. When it was discovered, they replaced everyone and sent me to Braden. You're doing? Asked Thomas. Not all of it. I only took a few for my research. At one point, entire shipments would disappear. Although they could never prove my involvement, I was replaced just the same. Somebody else has their hands on some rather nasty relics. How nasty? I never knew where they came from, but I suspect it was some sort of ancient research lab. Well beyond any of our comprehension, answered Toby. And your research? Asked Thomas. Luckily, I was able to bring it all with me. Just a few curiosities that piqued my interest. Like most of the relics the church acquires, their origin is unknown. Do you think they get them from the ruins? They must. I can't think of any other source, answered Toby. Thomas took a thoughtful drink from his coffee. I've been all over the ruins and I've never seen any sign of anyone else. They're coming from somewhere. Speaking of research, I'm afraid John helped himself to your satchel the moment you fell asleep, Thomas said in the way of an apology. He what? Toby got up from the table. Those can be very dangerous. Trust me, Thomas said as he stood as well. John's probably the only person they won't hurt. Toby was already down the hall before Thomas could finish his sentence. He rushed to the research lab at the end of the hall, opened the door, and hurried into the room. He stopped as soon as he saw John sitting at a long research table at the room's far end. Toby's research papers were laid across the table with their respective relics sitting on top. John was mindlessly rolling a square-shaped metallic relic as long as a dagger in his hand as he read the parchment in front of him. "Put that down!" Toby shouted. "It'll burn the skin on your—" Toby trailed off as he noticed the relic didn't affect John. John looked up from his study and then down at the object in his hand. "This thing?" Toby remembered their brief encounter from the night before. John hadn't been affected by any relics while he had unceremoniously shoved them into the bag. "I've been reading your papers," John said. "You don't know what it does, do you?" Toby walked over to John's table and looked at what he was reading. It was his detailed description of the damage the relic had caused to a monk's hand after he handled it. "I know it should be burning your skin right now." "Good thing he doesn't have any magic then," Thomas said as he entered the room. "What do you think it does?" Toby asked. "It does this." John held up a coffee-stained parchment with a distinct area that wasn't stained running through the middle. "Stains paper?" asked Thomas. Toby realized what John was alluding to. "It did that?" Toby asked. "Did what?" asked Thomas. "Sure did. I found out by accident," John said to Toby. "Found out what by accident?" asked Thomas. He was starting to get annoyed that they were ignoring his questions. John laid the paper in front of Toby and Thomas and placed the relic on top. It fit perfectly into the portion that was no longer stained. "How?" asked Toby. "I don't know. I laid it on the parchment, and when I removed it a few moments later, the stain was gone," answered John. "Gloves?" Toby asked. John looked behind him, pulled the gloves from Toby's satchel, and handed them over. Toby slid the gloves on and grabbed the relic and the parchment, lining them up perfectly. "How would it know the stain didn't belong?" asked Thomas. "This is the first time I have ever seen anything like this," Toby stated. John leaned back in his chair with a smug look on his face. "What are you smiling for? It's not as if you found it on purpose," Thomas chided. "Yeah, but I did find it." "He's right," said Toby. "I've had it for years and never knew it could do that. I always had to be so careful that I never actually experimented with it." "It burns skin?" asked Thomas. "It's not a heat burn. The few monks that have touched it described it as burning, but not hot." John rifled through the piles of paper until he found the page describing its effects on the skin. He handed it to Thomas. Thomas scanned the paper for relevant remarks. "Red. Blisters. Long time for magic to heal." Thomas lowered the paper again. "Sounds like a burn." "I've never touched it myself," Toby said as he laid the relic back in front of John. John immediately picked it up with his bare hands. "Have you observed anything else?" asked Thomas. "It seems time-dependent." John grabbed a pencil from the desk and drew a squiggle on the coffee-stained parchment. He placed the relic on the pencil mark for a few seconds and pulled it off. The squiggle was gone, but the stain remained. "If I leave it long enough, the stain will be gone too." "Have you tried it on anything else?" Toby asked. "Try tearing the paper," Thomas said. John threw Toby a questioning look, and Toby responded with a shrug. John grabbed the paper and tore it just enough for the relic to cover the damage completely. He laid the paper on the table and placed the relic on the tear. For almost a full minute, he watched it intensely before he removed the relic. The paper looked like John had never torn it. "I think you're right about the time," Thomas said. "I think it somehow turns whatever is touching it to a previous state in time." "Huh?" John was confused. "It repaired the rip because it returned the paper to its earlier state before John tore it." "Fascinating," Toby said. "So, whatever it touches, it repairs to a previous state?" John excitedly asked. "Will it work on metal?" "I don't know," said Toby. "We need to establish a protocol for testing different materials, identifying any—" John laid a piecemeal gun he had cobbled together on the table. Will it work on this? It took Toby a moment to recognize what he was seeing. Most of it appeared whole, but the metal barrel was badly rusted. John laid more rusted internal parts as well as a badly rusted magazine on the table. It might. Wait, is that a gun? Toby asked. Where did you find a gun? He asked Thomas as he picked it up. A museum not far away, Thomas answered. You found a museum? Toby excitedly asked. It had all kinds of weapons, John said. I pieced this one together from what I found. I'm not sure how all the internal parts fit together. Most of them are rusted out. Toby turned the gun over and looked at the markings on the polymer body. Would an instruction manual help? You have one? Thomas asked. I don't, but I know where to find one, Toby said, placing the gun back down. Where? John excitedly asked. The church's central research lab. Thomas winced. John noticed his body language. What's wrong? Where's the central research lab? Under the Ingvald temple in the middle of the capital, Thomas said as he looked at Toby with an exasperated expression. So let's go get it, John said. I'm afraid I have worn out my welcome. Toby looked at Thomas. Is he always like this? Sometimes worse, Thomas jokingly said. We need to see if the relic will work on metal before we even think about needing a manual, Thomas said. These parts are probably at least 1,000 years old, Toby said as he grabbed a piece of badly rusted metal that had once been a spring. There's no saying how long it would take for the relic to repair any of this, Thomas added. John laid the relic on the table and placed as many small parts on top of it as possible. I'll let you know. It may take a while, Thomas said. Toby looked at the other relics sitting on top of their respective piles of research papers. Have you looked at anything else? He asked John. That was the first, John said. Do you have anything else dangerous you couldn't touch? Toby pointed at the 8 other objects on the table. Yeah, all of them. John smiled as he looked at a small round sphere no bigger than an egg and picked it up with his bare hands. Chapter 34. Marie left the academy early in the morning to meet with Lord Grey in his office at the palace. He had wanted to wait until she had plenty of time to recover before discussing the specifics of the attack. Princess Elora had already provided a detailed accounting of her involvement, but the events leading up to the princess's arrival were still vague. Lord Grey knew he should show some due diligence. Although his conversation with the pontiff was enough to answer his questions, the conversation with Lady Frey was needed to maintain the illusion of ignorance. Marie walked down the hall, slowing only to return proper greetings from passing staff. It was still early in the day for any official visitors, but a few people still offered a customary greeting. She was becoming commonplace in the palace due to her relationship with Princess Elora, and traditional reverence was turning into genuine fondness by the staff. She walked up to the Prime Minister's office and knocked on the door. Lady Frey, come in, said Lord Grey from inside. Marie entered his office. She had been there plenty of times before, usually with Elora, but never on her own in an official capacity. It somehow made the office seem more intimidating. She wondered if his desk had always been that large. Lord Grey stood out of respect. Please, have a seat. Marie took a seat in the empty chair in front of his desk. If she remembered correctly, there were usually 2 chairs, not just one. Lord Grey sat after Marie settled in her chair. I don't know what to say about what happened to you and your friends. I wish there was something I could have done to prevent it, but I am afraid I am struggling with the fact that Karim's soldiers attacked Ingvald nobility within the capital itself. Thank you, Lord Grey. I doubt there is anything you could have done. I'm sure you are aware your uncle, Sir Frey, has briefed the Emperor, and a war council will be convening soon to measure our response. Marie was aware of her uncle's opinion on the matter. When she had woken the day after the attack, he had been waiting at her bedside. He was convinced the church was behind the attack, but he wasn't sure to what end. He had convinced her to play along again while attempting to uncover the attack's real purpose. The official story was that Karim's soldiers had hoped to take her and her friends hostage because of their nobility. It was a stretch, but Karim's attacks along the border were a reasonable basis for their incursion into the capital. Sir Frey couldn't order a royal guard to stand watch over her, but he was pulling strings to get her a personal guard, even if it cost him his coin. "He was concerned, to say the least," she said, "and he should be. I don't have to tell you, Lady Frey, Karim has been growing bold as of late, attacking border towns, destroying crops, even attempting to kidnap nobility in our capital." Lord Grey was pleased with how well he sold Karim as the sole protagonist. Marie thought his words were a little too calculated. "I am grateful for your concern. Hopefully it was an isolated incident. I shudder to think what would have happened if you and Princess Elora weren't there. I have no doubt they would have been successful if they had targeted any other group. I understand your healing powers were invaluable in saving." He was interrupted by an urgent knock on his office door. "Excuse me, Lady Frey," he said to Marie before he called out, "Come." A palace guard entered and quickly walked up to the desk. He offered Lady Frey a polite bow. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Lady Frey, Lord Grey, but there has been an accident." "What is it?" Lord Grey asked. "There's been an explosion at the tannery. People report seeing 2 men from Karim leaving the building shortly before it exploded. The fire brigade is already on site," the guard reported. "Any injuries?" asked Lady Frey. The guard turned to Lady Frey. "Many. They're being taken to the Workmen's Guild Hall outside the gates." Lord Grey was surprised Lady Frey took the bait so quickly. "What do they need?" "They need all the healers they can find if some are to survive," stated the guard. "I'll go," said Marie. She had some experience healing physical wounds, and this would be a good application of her skills. "Are you sure, Lady Frey?" Lord Grey stood up from his desk. "I would call for the royal physician, but I'm afraid he is out of the palace today." Lady Frey stood as well. "I'll go. I know where it's at. I've healed there before with Chris." "Would you like me to call a carriage?" asked Lord Grey. "It'll be quicker if I walk." She offered Lord Grey a polite bow. "We'll pick this up later," Lord Grey said, as he watched Marie hurry out the door. Marie ran down the hall and cut through the servants' hall on her way to the supply entrance close to the side gate. She saw billowing black smoke over the palace wall before hearing the fire brigade bells. She was worried the palace guards would prevent her from leaving, but they were familiar with Marie and allowed her to pass unobstructed. She ran down the side hill along the palace wall and crossed to an alley a short distance from the guild hall. It took her only a fraction of the time to reach the hall than it had when she had travelled with Chris in his carriage. When she drew closer, she could hear people shouting and moaning. The smell of chemicals burned in her nostrils. "Lady Frey?" asked a young lady as she directed a stretcher into the hall. It took a moment before Marie realised she was one of the young ladies who had assisted the sick the last time she had been here with Chris. She must be a local healer. "Where can I help?" Lady Frey asked. "Anywhere," she said as she disappeared into the crowd. Marie entered the hall and saw a sea of people. Many were still walking about, but the most gravely injured were lined up on cots close to the front. She decided to start with whoever had the bloodiest bandages. She didn't have to look far before he found a workman with a pile of red rags on his stomach. Blood started to pool under his cot as she hurried over. "I'm here to help," she said as she laid her hands on his side. She doubted he even heard her. His eyes fluttered as he drifted to the edge of consciousness. Another far-off explosion rocked the building, stirring dust from the rafters. Women screamed while others shouted in confusion. Marie had never seen war, but she imagined it wasn't far off from the chaos she was witnessing now. Another wave of injured people entered the hall. Marie took a deep breath and let her magic flow. The injury wasn't as bad as she feared. Everything was in its rightful place. However, the man had a deep cut in his side that tore into his liver. She concentrated and pushed her magic into the wound. His tissue immediately responded and started to close the jagged tear. His bleeding stopped the moment his skin healed shut. He had lost a lot of blood, but he was breathing normally. She was confident he would recover on his own from that point. One cot over lay another man with a similar bandage. She rushed over and realized he was already unconscious. She pushed her magic into his side and recoiled at what she found. Unlike the other workmen, this man was gravely injured. Something had torn through his abdomen and damaged almost every organ. His liver, intestines, and stomach were ripped open. She was surprised this man was still alive. There was something else too, a piece of metal lodged near his spine. She wasn't sure what to do. She knew the metal had to come out, but the man wouldn't survive much longer if she didn't stop his bleeding. She identified the 3 injuries responsible for most of the bleeding and healed those first. Once she finished with his liver, she realized that removing the metal would probably cause even more damage on the way out. She couldn't leave it in place, and she couldn't pull it out from the front. It would have to come out from the side. That meant she had to cut it out. "I need a knife," she yelled to no one in particular. Marie was surprised when another injured person tossed her a small curved knife. She gave him a thankful smile and looked the blade over. It was probably used for cutting leather, but it looked clean. It didn't matter. She used her magic to heat the blade. When she was confident that the blade was clean, she rolled the man to his side and laid her hand on his back. She could sense where she had to cut to prevent the most damage and still allow the metal to be removed. She made the cut with steady hands, pushing her magic into the wound as she went, preventing it from bleeding. When the cut was big enough, she dropped the knife, reached into the incision, and pulled the metal free. She placed her hand over the wound and repaired the damage. The man would live. Marie continued for over 3 hours, healing everyone she could find. She performed the same operation 3 more times, removing foreign objects that she couldn't physically see. It was becoming easier and less traumatic every time. She wondered what Chris would say if he could see her. She took a moment and stood to get a better look around. The scene had calmed down since multiple healers were making their way through the crowd now. She looked around and realized she had healed every person with a life-threatening injury. She lost count after 30 as a wave of exhaustion washed over her. A short workman with dark hair appeared beside her. "You okay, milady?" Marie couldn't place the accent. "Let's get you some water and fresh air," he said, offering her a tin cup of water. "Thank you," Marie said as she hungrily gulped the water down. A second person appeared next to her. "We'll help you get some air." Marie wanted to thank the man, but her head was spinning. She couldn't focus her eyes on anything as the 2 men helped her out the door. She knew she was exhausted from healing, but this felt different. "Just have a seat, milady," a third man said, as they helped her sit on the back of a wagon. Marie tried to focus her eyes, but keeping them open was becoming harder and harder. The last thing she saw was a man reaching toward her with a pair of relic-embedded cuffs. Chapter 35. Ser Frey had just sat at his desk and thrown his gloves on the empty chair next to him when Princess Elora and Ser Jorah entered unannounced. He expected it from the princess. She always had something important to discuss, but he could tell by the look on Ser Jorah's face it must be something serious. "What is it?" he asked Ser Jorah, ignoring the princess. "Do you know where Marie is?" asked Elora. "No," he answered. He looked at Ser Jorah for an explanation. "She's missing," he said. "No one has seen her since yesterday," said Elora. "I looked at the academy, the library, even the royal physician, and she's not anywhere." Ser Frey stood up from his desk. "What do you mean she's missing?" he asked Ser Jorah. "The last time anyone saw her, she was at the Workmen's Guild, healing their injured." Ser Jorah always had a level head when it came to reporting during a crisis. "What the hell was she doing outside the academy? I told her to stay put until I could find a personal guard," Ser Frey said as he grabbed his sword and started walking to the door. Elora and Ser Jorah followed behind. "She was summoned by Lord Grey to discuss the other night," Elora responded, trying to match Jacob's level-headedness. "What on earth for? He got my full report. There's no reason he should have to talk to her in person," Ser Frey said as they started down the hall. They walked in silence until they came to the Prime Minister's office. Ser Frey didn't even slow as he jerked on the handle and pushed the door open. Lord Grey sat at his desk with 2 ministers of economy sitting across from him. "Out," Ser Frey said to them. The men hurriedly gathered their books and loose papers before rushing out the door. Ser Jorah and Elora stood aside so they could leave. "Ser Frey, what a—" "You know damn well why I am here," he interrupted. Lord Grey looked abashed that he had even tried to feign ignorance. Princess Elora had been in his office not an hour earlier, asking about Marie's whereabouts, and there was no doubt the princess had told him about their conversation. "I've already alerted the town guard and sent runners to the outlying villages. We will find her," he said. "Why did you call her into your office when you had my full report?" Ser Frey demanded. "I wanted to speak with her firsthand. I already spoke to the princess." Lord Grey pointed to the princess in hopes she would corroborate his statement. "I wanted her input as well." "Her input?" Ser Frey bellowed. He grabbed his sword handle with his gloved hand, causing it to creak loudly. "The last time I saw her, she went to the Guildhall to help. You can even ask the palace guard who reported what happened. He said they were injured, and the royal physician could not be found. Lady Frey excused herself to go help with the injured." That did sound like Marie. Since she had come to live at the academy, Ser Frey had heard many reports of her acting on a whim. He had no doubt a majority of it was Princess Elora's doing, but Marie was her own person, and she did act accordingly. "Well, send out more men," Princess Elora said to the Prime Minister. "Your Highness, I just can't." He was cut short by Elora. "Ser Frey, are you the captain of the Royal Guard?" "I am," he said. He knew where this was going. "And as the Royal Guard, are you not sworn to protect me?" Ser Jorah answered this time. "We are, Princess." "And what if I were to leave the palace to look for Lady Frey, and not return until she was found? How many men do you think it would take to protect me for that long of a time?" "It would take at least 3 full shifts of guards and necessary reliefs." Ser Frey glanced at Ser Jorah with a quizzical look on his face. 20 men? "At least," Ser Jorah replied. "Maybe even 24. Princess Elora never took her eyes off the Prime Minister. "If 24 royal guards were out of the palace, would there be enough to protect my father if Karim assassins should attack?" "No, Your Highness," Ser Frey said. "Well then, Prime Minister," she said, "please have 24 men report to Ser Frey for his immediate use. Before you think about sending any stable boys, ask yourself—" She gathered a small ball of green light in her open hand. The light reflected wildly off her emerald green eyes. "Who is going to be Empress?" Elora banged her hand on the desk, pushing her magic into the wood. When she removed her hand, there was a hole in the Prime Minister's desk clear through to the stone floor. She turned and walked out with Ser Frey and Ser Jorah following closely behind. Ser Frey knew Marie and the princess were friends, but he hadn't known how close of a bond the two had forged. It almost seemed as if Elora was more afraid for Marie's safety than he was, and Marie was his only family. "When did you teach her attack magic?" Ser Frey whispered to Ser Jorah. "I didn't," he said. Chapter 36. Toby and Thomas sat at the bunker table recounting their earlier days doing research together when John walked in from the hall. He had relentlessly studied the relics Toby had brought with him after fleeing the temple in Braden. The highlight, of course, was the metallic rectangle-shaped relic that could restore any item to an earlier state. John finally had results, but they weren't as good as he had hoped. The relic did repair most of the metal pieces he placed on it, but a few were missing too much of their original mass to repair. The relic could replace lost mass of small proportions, but no more than around 10%. He hoped he had enough to reconstruct at least one gun. "I'd say it works," John said as he laid a handful of parts on the table between Toby and Thomas. Toby and Thomas each grabbed a couple of pieces and examined them thoroughly. Some were still slightly pitted or discolored, but they appeared solid. "Looks solid," Thomas said as piled the pieces on the table. "How long?" Toby asked as he grabbed another piece to examine. "Only 3 days," John answered. 1,000 years in 3 days? Toby asked. "Probably not 1,000, Thomas said. The decay didn't start until the collapsed roof smashed their display case. We have no idea when that happened. Could have been 100 years ago, could have been 1,000. "I never thought of that," John said as he sat down. Without knowing how long ago that was, we still don't know how long it will take to repair something of substantial age, Toby said. And, John said as he looked between the two men. And what? Thomas asked. John let out an impatient sigh as he pulled the small pile of parts closer. I tried, but I have no idea how some of these parts go together. We need that manual that Toby was talking about. Toby looked nervous. He had told John and Thomas about the church's extensive collection of books and papers under the Ingvald temple, but he never thought they would try to get one. The realization the church wanted him dead was finally sinking in over the past few days. The sound of the bunker door opening distracted the three men. Thomas looked toward the stairwell leading up to the entrance. He had expected Sir Frey yesterday, but he never showed up. "Dmitri?" Thomas shouted. "Who bloody else would it be?" shouted Sir Frey as he made his way down the stairs and into the main room of the bunker. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days. "You look like shit," Thomas said. "Anything wrong?" Sir Frey gave John a careful look before answering Thomas. "A little busy at the palace with some Kareem problems." "Sir Frey," Toby said after recognizing him. It took Sir Frey a moment to recognize the man sitting at the table. "You're the elder from Braden. I'm glad they were able to get you out in time." "I guess I have you to thank for that," Toby said. Sir Frey walked over to the cool box, pulled out a cold mead, and sat in the last open chair at the table. "From where I stand, it was these two who should get all the credit." Sir Frey had a long drink and smiled at John. "Busy night?" "A little," John replied. "I'm proud of you. I'm not going to lie. I was worried about you, but 15? Sir Frey shook his head in amazement. "That's an impressive number, even to an old soldier like me." Thomas looked confused. "What's 15? Toby inhaled slowly and let it out as he looked at Thomas. "That's how many monks were in the Braden temple, excluding me." Thomas felt a sinking pit in his stomach. He had no love for the church, but wholesale slaughter wasn't the original plan. "Sneak in, sneak out. Those were your words, your plan," he said at John. John looked at Thomas unflinching. He had no reason to feel ashamed for what he did. He had sworn he would kill them all, and the Braden temple was just the start. "You killed them all?" Toby calmly asked John. "I think you two are missing the big picture here," Sir Frey said as he turned to Toby. "If it weren't for Ghost Boy here, you would be dead right now." Sir Frey turned his attention to Thomas and pointed at him with his bottle of mead. "And you. We both know your butcher's bill to the church is at least 20 times that number. We all have reasons to do what we do." John looked at Toby. Toby's face turned red as he got angrier. "Some of them were good men," he said in a harsh, scolding tone. John slowly tilted his head as he locked onto Toby's gaze. He felt the warmth of righteous fire creep into the back of his neck and into his ears. "You know who else was a good man? My pa, Caleb, before the church killed him. How about everyone in the house of Frey? They were good men. And women." John quickly stood up, toppling his chair backward. He leaned forward on the table, squinting his eyes as he spoke. "How about Marie? She was the best person I ever knew. Do you want to know who killed her? Go on, take a guess." "John," Thomas said in a warning tone. "No, I want to hear it," he said to Thomas before he returned his fiery gaze to Toby. "I want to hear who killed all those people. If you don't say it, then I will. It was the church. Think about it, because I sure as hell did. Where did all this bad shit happen?" Thomas started to push his chair back, but Sir Frey put his hand on his shoulder, preventing him from moving. He knew the boy needed to vent and wouldn't get physical. John stared for a few seconds, waiting for an answer. "It happened in Braden. And who was in charge of the church in Braden?" John took a deep, cleansing breath and sat back down. "I've only known you for a few days, and I honestly like you, Toby. I don't regret saving you. You're here only because Uncle Thomas convinced me you had nothing to do with it. Light helped me, I want to believe him. But if I ever find out you had anything to do with any of it, I will slit your fucking throat where you stand. I know I've turned a blind eye." Toby thought carefully on his following words. To what the church is capable of. But I had no idea what the seeker was up to. Even if I did, I couldn't have stopped him. Silence hung heavy in the air, as all four men were afraid to speak first. I believe you, John said with a sigh. I'm sorry if any of them were your friends, but I don't apologize for what I did. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last. Remember, the church wants you dead too, said Ser Frey. You done? Thomas asked, looking at John. I'm done, John said. Good, I need your help, Ser Frey said to all three men. I need to get into the Ingvald temple. They might have some information I need. What kind? Asked Thomas. Ser Frey glanced at John before answering Thomas. Matters of the crown, trying to find proof of their connection with Karim. We need something from there as well, John said. What I need will probably be in the pontiff's office in the tower, Ser Frey said as he drained the last drop of mead from his bottle. What do you need? Some books from the research lab under the temple, Thomas said. There's a research lab under the temple. Ser Frey was genuinely surprised he hadn't been told about that. Being captain of the Royal Guard meant he had access to almost all the intelligence the Crown had on the church. His recent investigations into their activity had revealed nothing of the sort. Their biggest, Thomas answered. Any idea how we'll get in? John asked. All three men turned to Toby. He gave them a quizzical look in return until it dawned on him that he was their ticket inside. He slowly shook his head. I'm not going. I can't. Someone there will recognize me, Toby said. You said yourself, they want me dead. We can do it without you, but we need the layout and how to get into the pontiff's office and the lab, Thomas said. Toby thought for a moment. The pontiff never locks his office, and why would he? As for the lab, the locks are keyed to individual magic signatures. If they don't recognize the right magic, they stay sealed tight. The door will dissipate any attack magic, no way to force it open. You need the pontiff or a high-ranking research member to get in. I doubt the pontiff will be agreeable, Ser Frey said. I doubt you would be able to force him from his office down to the basement without raising any alarm, Toby said. We don't need him, we just need his magic, John said. The men looked at John in anticipation of his following words, because nothing he said made any sense. We have my necklace, John said, as he pulled it out from under his shirt. We just drain it and charge it again using the pontiff. As far as magic goes, it'll feel the same. Ser Frey looked at Thomas. Thomas had made the necklace and should know better than anyone else if it would work. Will it? Ser Frey asked. That could work, Thomas said. If we drain it and immediately charge it with only his magic, it should be identical. Ser Frey raised his eyebrows at Toby as if asking for input. The lab is only empty for a few hours once a week for worship, Toby said. The pontiff never attends, so he should be in his office. Then that's when we'll go, said Ser Frey. When is that? Asked John. Noon tomorrow, Toby replied. Thomas scoffed, louder than he intended. Plenty of time. Chapter 37. The street in front of the Ingvald temple was alive with men and women making their way toward the temple entrance. The sound of soled boots and shoes striking cobblestone provided a mild cacophony that drowned out the noise from adjacent streets. It was the same every week. The church had realized holding worship more often resulted in smaller crowds, which led people to believe the church was not as popular as it once had been. The church had long ago discovered controlling souls was more beneficial than saving them. The crowd narrowed to 4 lines as it prepared to enter the temple. Men and women of every lifestyle, from the highest of nobility to the lowest of workmen and even robed monks, walked through the doors side by side. It was the illusion of equality that the church preached the most, and that message was most eagerly received. It can't be this easy, John said from behind his hooded robe. It is, said Ser Frey. It's like this every week. Getting in the temple is the easy part. Not getting caught inside is the hard part, Thomas added from behind his hood as he stepped off the curb. The plan was simple enough. They would use monk robes that Sir Frey had procured to enter the temple at the rear of the crowd. Once inside, all three would wait for the crowd to thin before heading up the tower to the pontiff's office. Next, they would subdue the pontiff and absorb his magic into John's necklace. Sir Frey would remain behind to search the pontiff's office, while Thomas and John would use the necklace to access the empty lab below. Once worship was over, they would blend in with the crowd as they left the temple. The final bell for the call to worship faded as the last of the crowd entered the temple. The three men entered moments before the double doors shut. They milled about at the crowd's edge before exiting the entrance hall to the right and heading up the spiral staircase leading to the pontiff's office. "You have it ready?" asked Sir Frey. "I got it," replied John, as he pulled a small metallic relic from his robe. It was one of the relics Toby had been studying. John had spent hours with it, but couldn't discern any extraordinary power or ability it possessed. The only notes Toby had on the item were what he had observed himself: a rather nasty reaction to anyone who possessed magic. They stopped as they approached the top of the stairs to catch their breath. Hopefully, there would be no surprises once they turned the final spiral. The sound of singing crept up the stairs behind them, letting them know worship had started. "That thing will work?" asked Sir Frey. Toby's notes were quite specific. "It should give us enough time," Thomas said. Sir Frey took the lead, with John closely behind. Toby followed a bit further back. He was the only one who could use attack magic, which was their last resort for getting out of the temple. They crept across the landing and stopped outside of the pontiff's office. Sir Frey stood at the door for a second, hoping to hear any indication the pontiff was inside. His patience was rewarded after a few seconds when he heard a chair creak from the other side. Sir Frey pushed open the door and entered the room with John. The pontiff looked up with a baffled expression that quickly turned to anger at the sight of the two monks in his office. "What are you doing here? I didn't call for anyone," he shouted. John took a step forward and lowered his hood, revealing his brown hair and bright green eyes. That was not part of the plan. The pontiff immediately recognized John, despite never having met him before. Sir Frey was worried John would say something about Marie. A wrong response from the pontiff would be disastrous. "Just do it," Sir Frey commanded. "Heads up, asshole," John said as he tossed the relic from his hand to the pontiff. The pontiff instinctually caught the small object flying toward him. There was a blinding light as soon as it contacted his flesh, and the pontiff slumped motionless in his chair. "How long?" asked Sir Frey. "Does it matter?" asked John as he walked to the pontiff. He pulled his necklace out of a pocket and looked for the relic thrown at the pontiff. He found it on the floor next to the chair and placed the necklace on top. The necklace responded to the relic with a small flash of light. He quickly put it in the pontiff's open hand and forced his fingers closed around it. "We need him alive," Sir Frey said. He knew the boy was planning to kill the man once the necklace had absorbed enough magic. Why? If the pontiff is sitting in his chair with his throat slit, it might be obvious someone was here. John knew the relic would cause the pontiff to forget the events of the last few moments before he was knocked unconscious. In theory, he would recover, with no memory of what happened, and no evidence of anything having been done to him. He would simply wake up from a nap that he didn't remember taking. "He is going to pay," John snarled. "He will, just not today," Sir Frey said, as he started rifling through the papers on the pontiff's desk. He found one of interest, immediately folded it, and stuffed it in his robe while John was preoccupied on the other side of the pontiff's chair. "Done?" asked Thomas as he peered in from the doorway. John looked at Sir Frey as disappointment washed across his face. "I'm done," he said as he opened the pontiff's hand and retrieved his necklace. John placed it around his neck and raised his hood. He could feel magic once again as his eyes faded to blue. "Good, let's go." Thomas motioned for John to hurry. Sir Frey remained in the pontiff's office as John and Thomas started back down the stairs. "Any problems?" asked Thomas. "None," said John, placing his hand on the dagger under his robe. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When else would he have a chance like that? They wound their way down the spiral staircase, continuing past the ground floor, and arrived at a long stone hallway. Toby's map had been accurate, but the lab was further underground than they thought. The construction of the hallway reminded Thomas and John of the bunker. "Does this look like?" John asked. "It does," Thomas interrupted. The hallway was deserted. They hadn't seen another person since leaving the pontiff's office. They walked down the hall and arrived at the only door at the end. Thomas tried to open it. The handle wouldn't even budge, letting them know they were in the right place. "You're up," Thomas said. John stepped forward and placed his hand on the handle. Magic flowed out of his necklace and through his hand to the door. He felt the locking mechanism release on the other side of the door. He slowly cracked the door and peered inside. "We don't have time to be careful," Thomas said as he opened the door. The research lab was larger than Toby described. Long tables with relics were laid out in neat rows in the middle of the great room, while shelving units lined the walls. The far wall was filled with ancient texts and books. Thomas had never seen so many ancient books in his life. He had a few from his years of research, but his collection paled compared to what the church had gathered. Thomas pointed to the wall of bookshelves. "There." John ran to the bookshelves and started looking for the symbols that Toby had him memorize. Thomas could read ancient writing, so he would be able to scan the shelves quicker than John could. "How did they get all these?" asked John. "They don't look old at all." Thomas continued scanning the shelves. "I have no idea." John came to a portion of the bookshelf with documents too thin to have any writing on the spine. He started pulling them out to look at the covers. On them were pictures of vehicles, mechanical devices, and even flying machines. Nothing looked familiar, nor did they have matching symbols. "This is going to take forever," John said. "Just keep looking," Thomas said as he started on another bookshelf. He stopped and let out a whistle while pulling a satchel from under his robe. "You find it?" John asked as he looked over. Thomas was placing books into his satchel. "Not what we're looking for, but if these are what I think they are, we definitely want them." John continued looking at the thinner books. The covers were starting to look more uniform. They all had the same symbols on top, including a green star, and the images changed to diagrams of individual items. These were instruction manuals. He continued past a section on small vehicles and what looked like mechanical boats. He started believing they were all useless when he came to another row. The first booklet had the wrong symbols, but it did have a picture of a gun. He grabbed it and looked at the insides. It was ancient writing and diagrams for a long gun. "I think these are it," John said as he pulled his satchel from under his robe. Thomas ran over, grabbed the next book, and read the title. "It's not the one we're looking for, but it is a gun manual." Thomas rifled through a few more. "Grab them all," he said, shoving them in his satchel. John did the same. He was working his way down the shelf when he finally found the one they were looking for. The image resembled the gun he had built at the bunker. The symbols were not exactly as Toby had described, but they were close. He cleared that shelf section until the manuals started depicting flying machines again. "That's all of it," Thomas said. He looked toward the door and back to the bookshelf. "Light. I wish I could take them all." John kept rifling through the shelves. Thomas closed his overstuffed satchel flap and tapped John on the shoulder. "Let's go." John closed his satchel flap and followed Thomas. They were almost at the door when something caught his eye. There was a wooden box with a drawing of a relic and simple instructions on the lid. "Do not touch with bare skin." Thomas pushed the door open and walked into the hall. He turned to see where John was when he saw John opening a wooden box. "What are you doing?" "It says don't touch. It might be important." John slid off his satchel in anticipation of taking the item. "We don't have the time," Thomas said. "Don't worry, it won't affect me," John said as he reached his hand into the box. Thomas felt a wave of panic wash over him as he realized John was still wearing the necklace with the pontiff's magic. "John, your necklace!" he shouted. John reached inside and touched the relic. He felt the magic from his necklace drain into the object and then nothing. He looked up at Thomas just in time to see the door start to move. He grabbed his satchel and ran for the door, but it was obvious he wouldn't make it in time. He threw his satchel through the crack in the door before it closed in front of him. He was trapped. "Fuck me," he said to no one. Chapter 38. Marie sat in the middle of an expansive tent supported by 5 poles. The ground was covered with some of the most delicate hand-woven rugs she had ever seen, and fine silk pillows adorned every surface. She slept on a down-filled mattress, and the air was rich with burning incense, although she could never find the source. She would have sworn this tent was meant for royalty if she weren't being held prisoner. She had never seen anything like it, but then again, she had never seen much of anything outside of Braden. If someone had told her a year ago that she would have been held as a shackled prisoner by elite Karim soldiers, she would have been skeptical, to say the least. "I have your food, Lady Frey," said Captain Ju as he entered her tent. Captain Ju was the only one who ever came in the tent. She could hear voices outside but was never allowed to interact with anyone else. He was pleasant, but he kept his distance as a professional soldier. He reminded her of her uncle in that respect. "Thank you," she politely said as she accepted the tray. She realized there was no point in being combative. She was shackled at the wrist, and the collar on her neck wouldn't allow her to leave the tent. "Do you require anything else?" he politely asked. "No, thank you." Captain Ju turned to leave. "Captain?" He stopped and looked at Marie with the same expression she would expect from a servant waiting to receive orders. "Lady?" Marie knew she was being held captive for a reason, but she could never ascertain why. She had broached the subject on many occasions, but never received an answer. She thought she might try a different approach. "Do all Karims have dark hair?" She had no idea why she asked that. She just wanted to start a conversation that may lead to some helpful information. Captain Ju looked perplexed. It was such a childlike question that he couldn't avoid answering it. "Why is your hair golden?" he asked in a teacher's tone. Marie did not expect a question in response, but she would play along. "My family has golden hair because they are nobles." "And what makes them noble?" Marie thought for a moment. "We are nobles because of our standing with the crown." Captain Ju's face softened at hearing her answer. He pointed to an empty chair. "May I?" Marie nodded. "Of course. It's your tent." Captain Ju took a seat and leaned forward. "But what makes you worthy of being a noble in the eyes of your crown?" "Our magic," she said. He tilted his head and nodded politely to indicate she had answered her own question. "Karims don't have magic?" she asked. "We do. We just don't have as much as your people do here in Ingvald." That was something new. Now she knew they were still in Ingvald. "What about your royalty?" she asked. "Our king and the royal family have magic. That is why they are royalty. The light has chosen them to receive the gift." This was the first time she heard magic referred to as a gift and not an inherited trait. "Do none of your people have the gift besides the royal family?" "No, we have magic, but not enough to affect the outside world. It protects us, but we can't control it as you can." That answer explained why every Karim soldier carried multiple relic weapons. Their magic was too weak to affect a common steel blade, and even she could sword sense with a steel blade. "Is that why our two countries are at odds?" she asked. "I can't say, milady. But ask yourself this question. What would you think if hundreds of the citizens of a neighboring country had as much, if not more, magic than your country's own royal family?" Marie thought for a moment. That was a lot to process. Was Karim's royal family that weak, or was he trying to make a point? Either way, for a professional soldier to speak of their rulers in that way was significant. She could see how that would make any ruler cautious. If powerful magic made someone the de facto leader, what would happen when someone with even more magic came along? "I can see how Karim royalty would be wary of those with more magic," she said. She thought she might as well broach the reason why she was here. "Is that why I am here?" Captain Ju smiled. He had known she would ask again. "Lady Frey, I honestly do not know." His answer felt genuine. Captain Ju stood from his chair. "I'll leave you to your meal," he said as he turned to leave. "Captain," Marie said. "Thank you for the conversation." Captain Jew stopped at the tent flap. "You're welcome," he said as he left the tent, closing the flap behind him. Marie ran through all she had learned from that conversation. She knew she was still in Ingvald, but nothing else about her location. However, she had learned a lot about Karim. They had mentioned Karim before in the academy, but never discussed their ruling class. She grabbed a piece of bread and chewed on it, while thinking of what to ask during their next encounter. Outside, light flooded in as the tent flap opened once again. "Lady Frey," came a smooth voice. Marie couldn't see the man's face. The tent flap closed, and she quickly readjusted to the change in light. This wasn't a soldier. It looked like he was wearing robes. "I do hope you are comfortable," he said as he sat in the chair Captain Jew had just gotten up from. Marie had seen this man before. He was responsible for the death of John's father and her entire family, and one of the last men she had expected to see in a Karim military camp. "Seeker," she said in a low tone, as if the words made her mouth unclean. She had thought the church was in league with the recent Karim attacks, but she never knew they were in physical contact. "I assure you, you are in no danger as long as you are cooperative," he said. Marie pushed her food tray to the side. She no longer had an appetite. "I should have known the church was behind this. Why am I here when you killed my entire house?" That was rather... The seeker brought his closed hands to his mouth as if in prayer, and then interlocked his fingers. "Unfortunate." "Unfortunate," she sneered. "We have no intention of hurting anyone else." "Then why am I here?" she asked. "You are a means to an end," said the seeker. "What end would that be?" "Come, Lady Frey, you should already know by now," he said. Marie had a rather good idea of why she was being held captive. "John," she said with a sigh. "Exactly. You, my dear, are bait for a trap." "Do you really think you can use me to get to John?" she asked. The seeker lowered his hands and slumped into the back of the chair. "I don't think, Lady Frey, I know. That boy will come for you." "And what makes you think that? He's a shepherd. He's not a soldier." "Lady Frey, your shepherd friend killed 20 of my brothers." Marie was shocked by his words. John was nothing like that. He was kind and would never hurt anyone. This must be a ploy, but she couldn't figure out why. There was no benefit to him telling her that. "What makes you think he would come for me?" she asked. The seeker laughed. "For the same reason he killed 20 of my brothers. Because he loves you." She had never heard that out loud before. She had hoped that the first time she heard those words would be from John himself. She knew her feelings for him, and she suspected his in return. However, it was a shock that his feelings were evident to anyone else. She stammered. He wouldn't be stupid enough. Never underestimate a boy in love. They tend to do stupid things. She knew John, and she knew he was stupid enough to try and rescue her, even though he had no magic. "Why him?" she asked, although she could guess the answer. "If you didn't already know, he's a royal with no magic," he said. Her lack of response was enough to let the seeker know she was already aware of who John was. "What does Karim have to do with any of this?" "We need the muscle. The church can't appear directly involved in removing a royal family from the throne. Capturing John has proven to be more difficult than we had originally planned." Marie was surprised he was telling her all of this, although nothing he said was new information. "There's no way you will get away with this. Nobody in the palace will care if he is a royal." "But my dear, they will. John is the firstborn and the rightful heir to the throne. Not that freak of nature, Elora. But I don't care what the palace thinks. Once the people learn that the emperor tried to hide the rightful heir to the throne, there will be questions. His lack of magic will lead to the royal family's fall." "Why?" she asked. "For power. That's why." He leaned forward again. "With the Ingvalds gone, the regent will slowly relinquish power to the church." "Lord Grey," she said in a disgusted tone. He was probably responsible for her kidnapping. "Not our first choice, but he will suffice until we no longer need him." "And what about me? What will happen to me?" she asked. "The same. You will suffice until we no longer need you. Chapter 39. The street outside was crowded as people streamed out of the temple doors. A monk carrying 2 satchels crossed against the flow of bodies and walked down the alley between the temple and 2 shorter buildings. Halfway down the path, he stepped into an alcove created by mismatched building shapes. Sir Frey was waiting. "Where's John?" Sir Frey said once he realized John was not with Thomas. "He's still inside, trapped in the lab." "What do you mean he's still inside?" Sir Frey said from behind his hood. Thomas took the satchels from his shoulder and placed them on the ground. The books were heavier than he had initially thought. There was a problem, and the door shut. "Did you try to get him out?" Sir Frey asked in an accusatory tone. "Of course I tried to get him out. My magic did nothing. The damn door just absorbed everything I threw at it." They stared at each other, thinking about what to do as the sound of the crowd became quieter. They knew John would be discovered once they opened the lab door. "He's a smart lad," Sir Frey said, trying to assure himself. "I'm sure he's already thinking of a way to get out," Thomas said in response. "I am so fucked," John said, as he slumped with his back next to the door. He had said that phrase many times before, and each time was more relevant than the last. He could feel his magic regain power again as his back started to tingle. It was absorbing magic from the locking mechanism on the door. He reached up and tried the handle. Nothing. The door would only respond to a few individual magic signatures. Its own magic was useless against the lock. "It has magic," he said, as a thought raced into his mind. John stood up and rushed over to the relic that had absorbed the power from his necklace. He grabbed it and felt his necklace drain again. He looked around, found a small stand next to one of the tables, and shoved the contents off. With the stand under his arm, he ran back to the door, tilted the small stand against the handle, and wedged the relic between the stand and the door handle. He then pulled out his necklace and laid it against the door. Nothing. The relic was absorbing the magic in the door. "Try to open that," he said. John gave a big sigh of relief. He wasn't sure how long that solution would work, but at least he had bought himself some time. He looked at the massive room to plan his next move. There had to be something he could use. He had to hide or find another way out. Either one seemed unlikely from his point of view. "You can do this," he said to himself. "We just need a relic to make us invisible, or maybe a tunnel out." He laughed. "Invisible or tunnel, that sounds reasonable. I'm sure there's plenty of relics like that," he said as he looked at the long tables full of relics. There were too many to examine. "Okay, how about the dangerous stuff?" he asked himself. "Yeah, they gotta have some pretty nasty shit around here." He walked around the room's perimeter, looking for anything to indicate a relic would be dangerous. He made it to the bookcases when he noticed 2 metal boxes resting on a table out of view from the door. "And what are you doing over there all alone?" "Oh, I'm just waiting for a strong, handsome man like you," he said in a mock girl's voice. "Well, you're in luck," he said as he walked over to the boxes. They had no markings on the outside. His hope started to wane as he realized there might be nothing of any use inside. "I want you inside me," he said in a girl's voice before he started to laugh. Even he knew that was a bit much. "Well, who am I to argue?" he said, opening the first box's lid. There was nothing inside except for the smell of dust. "You're a tease," he said to the empty box. "Well, let's see what your sister has under her lid." John opened the second box and let out a low whistle. It was filled to the top with relic stones lined up in neat little trays. A thick wood border partitioned them from each other. John had been working with relic stones for months now and knew there was only one reason to do something like that. They didn't play well together. "I'm just going to borrow a few if you don't mind," he said as he pulled the top 2 trays out. "Take all you want, handsome," he said in the girl's voice. "I don't mind if I do." John carried the 2 trays to the research table closest to the door. He looked down at the relics and thought about how to execute his plan. 2 trays should be enough, he said to himself. "Are you sure you don't need more?" he asked in the girl's voice. John nodded. "Why not? Better safe than dead, I always say." John made 2 more trips, emptying the box until all 6 trays of relic stones lay on the tabletop. He smiled as he surveyed his bounty. This could work. John stacked 3 trays and leaned them against the door. He returned to the table, got the remaining 3 trays, and lined them up on the ground in front of the leaning trays. If anybody tried to open the door, it would knock over the trays of relic stones, causing them to fall on the trays sitting on the ground. John could hear voices outside the door, but the wood was too thick to discern what they were saying. He had no idea how long it would take for them to open the door, but he had to be prepared for when they did. He shoved all the relics off a long metal table and its closest neighbor. He pushed them over, laid the tops against each other, creating a makeshift blast shield, and crouched behind the far side. Now he only had to wait. He sat there for what seemed like an eternity as the monks kept banging on the other side of the door. They were going to use brute force to open it. The door's wood creaked every time they struck it from the other side. He looked over his barrier and saw the door move more with every hit. He slumped back behind his shelter. "Hurry up! I gotta pee!" he shouted right before a light as bright as the sun filled the room. John heard a deafening blast just as the shockwave hit his barrier, knocking it and him a few feet backward. The sound of tables flying across the room and crumbling stone lasted for a few more seconds until there was nothing but confused shouting from the doorway. The air was thick with dust as John crept over to what was left of the entrance. The blast had blown the door back into the hallway, taking a good portion of the adjoining walls with it. John could see monks lying in the hall just on the other side. He took a deep breath and jumped into the dust-filled hall, landing among them. John lay there for a few more seconds, until the monks around him started to stir. John followed their lead and staggered to his feet. "Get those men out of there!" someone yelled from beyond the dust. They staggered to the end of the hall until the air cleared. Some monks leaned against the walls, while others continued up the stairs. John followed a group of 4 monks up the stairs and out into the entrance hall. Sir Frey and Thomas had waited for what they thought had been more than a reasonable amount of time for John to arrive. If he wasn't there yet, then he wasn't coming. "We gotta go," said Thomas, as he grabbed a satchel full of books. Sir Frey reached for the other satchel when they heard a dull rumble and felt the ground shake below their feet. Both men looked at each other and let out a small laugh. They knew exactly what that sound meant. "I think he found a way out," said Sir Frey as he tossed the satchel over his shoulder. They started down the alleyway to the front of the temple. They were halfway down the alley when John walked around the corner, covered in dust. "I see you got out," Sir Frey shouted to him. "How'd you get out?" Thomas asked as John got closer. "Remember those thick stone walls next to the door?" John asked as he leaned over to fill his lungs with fresh air. He paused for a moment, then looked up and smiled. "Well, they're not there anymore." "For the love of the light, John, you really don't get the whole sneak in and sneak out concept," Thomas said. "Did you find what you were looking for?" John asked Sir Frey. "No, but I did find something for you." Sir Frey pulled a folded piece of paper from his robe and handed it to John. "What is it?" John asked as he opened the paper. It only took him a few seconds before he realized it was a supply request for a temporary encampment on the other side of the capital. "Is it them?" he excitedly asked. "It matches what I found on my own. I just never knew exactly where they were before." "Who?" asked Thomas. "The Seeker," John said. Chapter 40. John crouched behind the remains of an old stone fence that reminded him of the ruins outside of Braden. It may have been the foundation of an ancient house at one time, but it was difficult to tell. He looked at the ruins with more clarity of their purpose since he had been living with his uncle. He often found his mind drifting to the myriad of possibilities that an everyday sight could have been over 1,000 years ago. The more he looked around, the more he realized there were signs of the ancient civilization everywhere, not just in the ruins. Thomas and Sir Frey took up similar positions out of sight in the rocky formation closer to the monks' camp. They had been observing the camp for a better part of the day, and the sun was starting to make its waning trek behind the nearby mountains. The plan was to observe the camp until the Seeker arrived, and then make their move in the middle of the night. It would be dark soon, but the seeker was still nowhere in sight. John's attention snapped back onto the camp when he heard a horse approaching from the trail. He could tell right away it wasn't the seeker. The single rider dismounted and was quickly greeted by 2 other monks. They were too far away to be heard, but John could tell it was urgent by the monk's body language. John listened to a couple of muffled shouts before the camp sprung to life. The seeker's band of monks started to break camp. Even the best plan is worthless if the enemy doesn't stick to it. He had heard Sir Frey say it before, but John never realized how true it was until now. John looked over at the rocky outcrop, where Thomas and Sir Frey were hiding, but didn't see anything. "Shit," he said. "Now what?" He knew the plan was to wait for the seeker, but that plan was now moot. As much as he wanted to get revenge on the seeker, these monks were just as responsible. They were the ones who had killed his father, and they were the ones who had killed Marie. John's mind turned from questioning to simple calculations. Who can I kill first, before anyone notices? John grabbed his arrows and lined them up on the wall in easy reach. He gripped his bow and nocked an arrow as he looked for his first target. It only took a few seconds until he saw a lone monk untying the lead line holding their horses. "Sucks to be you," John said to no one as he pulled the drawstring back. He took a deep breath and let the arrow fly. It flew straight and struck the monk in the middle of his chest. He fell onto the lead and spooked the nearest horse. There was a chain reaction as all the horses ran away from the camp. It wasn't planned, but the results couldn't have been more favorable. "Oh shit, there goes your ride," he chuckled. John nocked another arrow and targeted the monk who came to investigate what was happening with their horses. He pulled on the drawstring and took a deep breath when he saw a ball of blue light streak from the tree line, hitting the monk in the back. The monk burst into ghostly blue flames as Thomas's orb corrupted his magic. Thomas and Sir Frey must have moved locations when they noticed the camp was being taken down. John quickly adjusted his aim to the next closest monk. The monk immediately fell as the arrow sunk into his back. Sir Frey emerged from the trees on the other side of the camp with his relic-powered blade glowing red. John watched as a monk charged at Sir Frey, only to be cleaved in 2 with a single sidestep and double-handed swing. John lost sight of Sir Frey as he disappeared behind the tents on another side of the camp. John knew he would only be in the way if he entered the camp, and decided to stick to his long-range attacks well out of sight. John continued falling monks as they came into range on his side of the camp. The sound of clashing swords and screaming monks did nothing to quench John's thirst for revenge. Flashes of blue light increased in tempo until they suddenly stopped. Everything fell eerily silent as Sir Frey emerged from the tents covered in blood. He waved at John to indicate it was over. John slowly let his drawstring relax and took a deep breath. He wasn't sure how long it had been, but he only had 5 arrows left in his closest quiver. John stood and waved back at Sir Frey when he suddenly turned and looked into the trees. Sir Frey made a pointing motion, and John followed his hand to see a lone monk running for the rocks. They couldn't let any monks survive. If the church knew Sir Frey was working with John and the ex-royal scholar Thomas, it would end his only connection with his sister. John drew his bow and let an arrow fly. The arrow should have struck true, but the monk slipped on loose rocks and was struck in the leg. John drew again, but the monk disappeared out of sight as he hobbled behind a stone cropping. "Shit!" John took off on foot to run down the injured monk. He ran along the tree and into the rocks when he noticed drops of blood on the dusty stones. He slowed his pace and drew his drawstring to half-draw. He couldn't hold a complete draw for longer than a minute or 2, but the half-draw would allow him a decent head start on shooting an arrow if needed. John heard shifting rocks from up ahead and increased his pace. As he got closer, he heard more shifting gravel and saw the monk with his arrow still in his leg, desperately trying to climb up a sheer rock face. He was trapped. "Where do you think you're going?" John said as he pulled the drawstring the rest of the way. The monk looked over his shoulder and his eyes flew wide with panic. He turned around to face John and struck the arrow protruding from his leg against the rock. He shouted in pain as he crumbled to the ground. "Why are you doing this?" he shouted at John. "Who are you?" "Who am I? I'm the arrow fairy," John said as he let the arrow fly. It tore through the monk's good leg, only stopping when it hit a solid bone in his thigh. The monk let out a stifled scream. "Why?" the monk shouted between rasping breaths. Tears were swelling up in his eyes. John knocked another arrow. "Why?" he asked as he let it fly. It struck the monk in his right shoulder. "Everybody loves free arrows," John said over the man's screams. The monk calmed for a moment. John could see he was doing his best to think of a way out. "Why?" the monk asked again through spittle-covered lips. John slowly grabbed an arrow, knocked it, and looked into the man's eyes. Nothing. John felt nothing. He quickly pulled the drawstring and shot the monk in his other shoulder. The monk didn't even scream this time. He sat there wide-eyed in abject terror. John calmly knocked his last arrow. "Let me ask you why?" The monk looked confused. John walked up to the feet of the incapacitated monk. "Why did you kill Caleb?" "Who's Caleb?" the monk shouted. John kicked the bottom of the monk's foot, causing him to scream in pain. "Why did you kill the Freys?" John kicked him again, only harder. At the mention of the name Frey, the monk's eyes went briefly from terror to regret. "Why did you?" John kicked the man harder. "Kill my Marie!" he shouted as he pulled the bow up, aiming at the man's face. No answer this man could give would make him feel better. He just wanted to hear anything. The fact this man didn't say anything made John think their deaths weren't important enough to remember, that she wasn't important to remember. "We didn't kill Lady Frey," the monk shouted. John did not expect that answer. Why would he say that? Why would he deny killing Lady Frey when he asked about Marie? Even Sir Frey said everyone in the house of Frey died. "She left with her uncle," the monk shouted. He was becoming calmer as he lost precious blood. The new Lady Frey wasn't there. She left with Sir Frey. She left with Sir Frey? That doesn't make any sense. He said she died. Wait a minute. When I asked him about Marie, he said everyone in the house died. He never said Marie died. She wasn't in the house. Marie's alive. "Where is she?" John shouted. "She's in the capital. She's alive, so you can let me—" His sentence was cut short as John's last arrow embedded itself in the monk's skull. John heard footsteps behind him a moment before he heard Tomas's voice. "John, you there?" "I'm over here," John shouted over his shoulder, not taking his eyes off the monk's body while he processed what he had just heard. Why would he lie? John turned as Thomas and Sir Frey rounded a boulder and came into view. Both of them looked shocked at what they saw. John was standing over a dead monk with 5 arrows protruding from his body. One in each of his limbs and another in his head. John had tortured this man before he died. "Light, John," Sir Frey said. "What did you do?" John looked Sir Frey in the eyes. "She's alive." Sir Frey's expression was enough to confirm it. "Who's alive?" Tomas asked. John kept eye contact with Sir Frey. "Marie, she's alive." Chapter 41. Princess Elora stood against the smooth marble wall at the end of the hallway. She walked forward, placing her heel directly in front of the other, ensuring her heel was touching her other foot's toes. Several servants walked by and provided a proper greeting, but she ignored them and continued until she arrived at her final destination. 42, she said as she looked to her left at the Prime Minister's office door. She turned on her heels and returned down the hall she had just come from. "Are we done, Princess?" asked Ser Jorah. Ever since Lady Frey had been kidnapped, he had been a constant companion at her side. Sir Frey wanted to take no chances with the princess's safety. "Not yet, Jacob." "Exactly what are we doing?" he asked. Elora walked past him and up the stairs leading to the floor above. Ser Jorah followed closely behind. She walked to the end of the hall and stood with her back against the marble wall. She started to walk heel to toe, counting her steps as she went. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Shh, I'm counting," she said between steps. Elora continued down the hallway and stopped midway down. 42, she said as she came to her last step. She looked to her left and smiled when she saw a door to the room directly above the Prime Minister's office. "Your Highness, why are we here?" he asked. Princess Elora walked over to the door and tried the handle. It was locked. She turned and gave Jorah a pouty look. "It's locked." Ser Jorah knew there was no point in arguing. He immediately grabbed the master keys from his tunic and opened the lock. "I don't see why you get keys to all the rooms," she asked as she pushed the door open. Ser Jorah placed the key ring back in his tunic. "It's so we can find you, Princess." She knew it was true. As a child, she had hidden so often that all royal guards were allowed to carry master keys to make it easier to search the palace. Elora used to have a habit of finding her way into rooms she shouldn't have been in, and it appeared today would be no different. "Well then, I should thank the younger me," she said as she entered the room. It was identical in size to the Prime Minister's office. There were no window dressings, so it was well lit. There was a musty smell in the air despite not seeing any clothes. The room was partially filled with chairs, serving carts and drinkware. This must be from the training room. She scrutinized the room, pushed a cart aside, and stood in an area she calculated to be directly over the Prime Minister's desk. "Jacob, promise me you will not say anything about what you see here." Ser Jorah smiled. "Princess, if I told Sir Frey about even half of the stuff I've seen you do, he would have me in the stocks for dereliction of duty." Elora smiled at that response and dropped to the ground, sitting cross-legged under her dress. She laid both hands flat on the floor at her sides and concentrated. She had used her sword sense ability before on a door, so it was reasonable to think it might also work on a thicker surface. "What a—" "Shh, I'm trying to hear," she said. Ser Jorah grabbed the top chair from a stack of 4 and sat it in front of her. He adjusted his armor and sword belt before he sank into the leather cushion. He knew this could be a while. Elora pushed her magic forward just as she had with the door and sensed nothing. "Put your hands closer together," Ser Jorah said. Elora looked confused. "If you're trying to eavesdrop, put your hands closer together. You're sitting between them, so you're killing the vibrations." How did he know what she was doing? She never told anyone that she could use her sword sense on other objects. Elora leaned forward and placed her hands face down on the floor in front of her. Jacob was right. She could feel the difference in the vibrations of each hand. She pushed even more magic into the floor and felt the footsteps of a servant in the hall as she walked by. She narrowed her magic and could hear her singing softly to herself as she walked. Testing her powers, Elora pushed her magic towards Ser Jorah and felt it connect with the chair legs. She concentrated and opened her eyes when she realized she could hear his heartbeat. It seemed too intimate to her. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing," she said as she closed her eyes again. She lingered on his heartbeat, memorizing its rhythm. She wondered if her heartbeat was the same. Would they match if she could hear hers as well? She had a devious thought. "Jacob?" she said. She listened closely to see if his heartbeat had changed. "Yes, Princess," he replied. There was no change. Maybe that's not how it works. "It's nothing. I wish Marie were here to see what I was doing," she said. Ser Jorah's heart sped up when she said Marie's name. Why? Why would his heart speed up at the sound of her name? She opened her eyes and saw Jacob was cleaning his fingernails with his small dagger. That must be it. He must have nicked himself with the knife. She knew she was being paranoid and pushed the thought out of her mind as she felt the door below her shut. She closed her eyes again and concentrated. The Prime Minister was back in his office for his appointment with the Pontiff. "I miss her too," Ser Jorah said. Elora opened one eye to see the expression on his face, which was the same as he continued cleaning his nails. "Shh," she said as she closed her eye again. "Not going to be a problem. They are far enough away from any beaten path." She couldn't tell who was talking. She could only sense speech vibrations as they hit the ceiling above them. "Think it's wise to be so close to the border. There could... Tunnel is an easy escape in case the need arises. Doubt anybody. The mountains have no... They'll be hidden at the base, a secret if anyone else. Once he hears... Lady Frey. John will come. Karim's soldiers will... We still need to find. Night he was born to confirm. Is. Elora flung her eyes open. That son of a bitch, she shouted. What? Sir Jorah asked. Nothing, she said. Sir Frey had told her to keep Jon's existence a secret. She trusted Sir Frey and didn't want to needlessly endanger Jacob. Are you sure, Your Highness? Sir Jorah asked. She ignored his question, stood up, and brushed the dirt from her dress. I need to speak to Sir Frey now. Where is he? Sir Jorah stood and placed his chair back on the stack. I believe he returned this morning. Good, she said as she walked out the door into the hall. Sir Jorah had just shut the door behind him when Elora disappeared down the stairs. She was running, not her usual jog, but full-on running. He scrambled to stay with her as she ran down the stairs, along the Great Hall, and out the door leading to the stables and the Royal Guard's quarters. Sir Frey was walking a horse at the front of the stable when she burst out of the door. Sir Frey! She shouted as they saw each other. Sir Frey handed the reins to a stable boy as he walked toward Elora. Where's Sir Jorah? He asked a moment before the guardsman exited the building. They had both been running, which was unusual, even for the princess. I think I know where Marie is, Elora shouted. Chapter 42. What the hell was he thinking? Toby asked, as he laid his pack down next to the bunker stairway. He was returning from a 3-day trip to a house he had lived in years before he turned to the church. He had been sure a few of his belongings were still stashed in the basement, but he had been primarily interested in finding any of his old clothes. It must have been a successful trip, because he was now dressed in clothes that made him look more like a farmer than the former leader of a temple. Thomas took a long drink from his mead before answering. I doubt he was thinking. Toby walked to the cold box and pulled out a mead for himself. How did Jahn take it? Let's say mixed at best. Toby sat across from Thomas, opened his mead, and had a small drink. Light. I love that thing, he said as he looked at his cold drink. I don't care what else they had. That cold box has to be the pinnacle of an ancient civilization. I might not go that far, but it is pretty great. What did he do when he found out? Toby asked. He went back and forth between being happy and being pissed. Extremely pissed. He took another drink. I think he looked at Dmitri like a surrogate father. Where is he at now? Tomas motioned to the back hall. He's in the back, going through what we took from the temple lab. Toby's eyes widened with excitement. How did it go? Well, John blew most of it up. Toby spat out whatever mead remained in his mouth. He what? There was a small hiccup, and John got trapped in the lab. How'd he get out? Thomas chuckled. He threw about 60 stones in a pile in front of the door and blew out the whole wall. Holy light. He's lucky he even survived. He got a little banged up, but other than that, he's fine. Did you get what you were looking for? Toby asked. That and then some. Even a few books you might be interested in. Thomas took the last drink of mead from his bottle. Want to see? He asked as he stood up from the table. Before Thomas even asked, Toby was already halfway out of his seat. He followed Thomas down the hall and through the open door to the bunker's research lab. John was hunched over the pile of metal pieces he had restored earlier that week. He had found the manual for his gun model in the pile of books they had stolen. He was now comparing the small parts to an exploded diagram, showing how it was assembled. Any luck? Toby asked as he entered the room. John looked up and gave Toby a friendly smile. He was glad to him. Thomas had told him that Toby was a decent craftsman and may be able to make any missing parts from what they already had in the bunker. Toby, welcome back, he said, putting a mismatched piece to the side. You look like a normal person. Thank you. That robe was getting a little stale, Toby said as he walked over to John's table. I was eventually going to say something, Thomas joked as he pulled a stool over to the end of John's table. Toby looked at the diagram in front of John. Is that it? Yup. The pictures are all the same as the one I got. I'm surprised there aren't more pieces. Shouldn't take me long to figure out what belongs and what doesn't, John said as he pointed to the 3 piles of parts on his table. He had already found a few matching pieces and laid them on the diagram next to their picture counterpart. The original diagram he had drawn when he had dismantled his guns paled compared to the printed manual. "Any idea what you'll do for bullets?" asked Toby. John was glad he had the manual, because it also had detailed drawings of the gun-fired metal cylinders. Although he couldn't read the writing, he knew that each one had something inside that would propel the bullet forward. He knew that a gun part struck the cylinder, but he didn't understand what was inside to make it fly down the tube. "John here already came up with an idea," Tomas said. "Well, maybe. If Tomas can make some of his homemade relic stones in the shape of a bullet, then I was thinking..." John picked up the diagram and pointed to a specific part for Toby to see. "We might be able to make this part from the same relic stones. The 2 should react and shoot the stone out the front," Toby added on his own. Tomas was impressed that Toby caught on so quickly. Toby had always been more adept at understanding the mechanics of relics, while Tomas concentrated more on the theory of how they worked. "Or it'll explode," John said, "taking my hand with it." "Maybe I'll be the first to try it," Tomas said with a smile. John was disappointed since the gun was his project, but he knew Tomas was right. John had no magic, and if it didn't go as intended, he could end up seriously injured. If that happened while Tomas was holding it, there was little chance Tomas would be harmed. There was a muffled bang from down the hallway. It sounded as if someone had shut the bunker door. "Tomas, you here?" asked a distant voice. It was Sir Frey. "I don't want to see that man," John said. His once jovial expression was quickly replaced with seething hatred. "I'll see what he wants," Tomas said. He was surprised Sir Frey was back so soon. John hadn't said a single word to Sir Frey after discovering Marie was still alive. Sir Frey had returned to the palace once they had searched the monks' camp for any information on the Seeker's whereabouts. They hadn't found anything. "I want to see those other books when I get back," Toby said as he gave John a sympathetic smile and patted him on the back before following Tomas down the hall. "Is he here?" Sir Frey asked. He looked like he had been riding hard to get to the bunker. "He is," Tomas said, "but he doesn't want to see you." Toby walked to the cold box, grabbed a cold mead and handed the bottle to Sir Frey. He eagerly grabbed it with a nod of appreciation before gulping half of it down. "He'll want to hear this." "I doubt anything you say will change his mind about wanting to talk to you," Tomas said. "It's about Marie. The church has her, and I need his help getting her back," he flatly said. Toby sat down next to Sir Frey. "When did they grab her?" Sir Frey took another drink and paused before he answered. 5 days ago." 5 days? Tomas asked, not even trying to mask his ridicule. "That's why I needed your help with the temple. I was hoping there might be some clue to tell me where they kept her." "Was there?" Toby asked. "If there were, I wouldn't be asking now," Sir Frey said. "I just found out where they are keeping her before I came here." "You lead a small army. Go get her," Toby said. "I can't let on that I know until I find out who in the palace is involved. So far it's only Lord Grey, but his family has close ties with the army." Tomas had already filled Toby in on how the church was trying to use John to depose the throne. Toby found it difficult to believe the church would try to overthrow a sovereign government, but recent events led him to think otherwise. "You lied to John about Marie being dead, and now you..." Toby said before he was interrupted. "I didn't lie. I just didn't tell him the truth," said Lord Frey. "For the love of light, Dmitri, there's no difference," Tomas said. "John just found out you lied about her being dead. On top of that, she was captured 5 days ago, and you kept that from him as well, even after he found out she was still alive. I know, I'm a bastard, but I need his help. I need your help." "Before I do, I need some answers," John said from the hallway's entrance. No one had noticed when he arrived. Tomas shot Toby a silent glance and nodded. "Toby, let me show what else we found." Toby took the hint and stood from his chair. "Yeah, sounds good." John watched both men walk down the hallway and disappear into the lab. He waited until they shut the door. "Okay, you bastard. Why the fuck did you let me believe Marie was dead?" "I was worried about her. In case you don't remember, my entire family was killed because of what they did to keep you alive," Sir Frey calmly said. "I couldn't afford to lose Marie too. She's the only thing I have left." John was surprised by the large man's sincerity. However, it wasn't enough to quell his anger at him. He walked over to the cold box, opened it, and started talking while staring at the mead inside. "Only thing you have left? You let me believe I had nothing. That feeling of losing her and being alone. That feeling you fear. That's how I felt every second of every fucking day. I had 2 people in my shitty little life, which you created, by the way, and they were both gone in the blink of an eye." John slammed the door shut without taking a mead. "I never meant to cause you any pain, son," Sir Frey softly said. John turned around and leaned back against the counter. "Don't you dare call me son. You ain't my pa. The man I thought was my pa was just another soldier, just like you, doing his damn duty to the crown. Marie was the only person in the world who liked me for who I was, and not because I was some magicless freak. She was a noble, and she didn't care where the fuck I came from. She's not dead. You keep talking as if she's gone. She's not. The Marie I know is gone. Neither one of us is the same person. I've done stuff I never thought I would because I thought she was dead. I stopped counting the number of people I'd killed, thinking I was doing it for her. How can I look her in the eyes and tell her I killed people in her name? She'll never forgive me." "She will. Princess Elora tells me Marie talks about you all the time. She never gave up on you even though she knows she may never see you again." "My sister. Was she in on it?" John asked. "No. She has no idea what I did, and I'm sure she will be none too pleased when she finds out." "Good. I hope she makes you suffer," John said as he grabbed a piece of bread from the counter behind him. "How many?" he asked as he took a bite. "How many what?" Sir Frey asked. "How many are there?" Sir Frey thought for a moment. He was surprised John was already talking about rescuing Marie. "I don't know." "Where does the church have her?" John asked. "The church doesn't have her. Karim's soldiers took her." "Karim?" John knew extraordinarily little about the country. He knew extraordinarily little about the world outside Braden and the ruins. "They're good soldiers, excellent swordsmen. I hope we won't have to go toe-to-toe to get her out. I may even have to bring someone else to help." John pointed at Sir Frey with a piece of bread. "After this, we're done." John knew that meant he may also sever the only tie he had with his sister. It was only because of Sir Frey that he knew he had a sister and could communicate with her. "That's fine. I don't blame you." "Good. Just a quick sneak in and out. Nobody will ever know we were there." John took a big bite of his bread. Sir Frey let out a genuine laugh. He knew that meant John wouldn't stop until everyone was dead. Chapter 43. Thomas and John waited at the edge of the ruins closest to the mountain road. John had never been this far east before. The mountains were even more giant in person than he had imagined when he had seen them in the distance from his farm. John took a long, deep breath. The air was colder here as well, crisper. He couldn't explain it, but somehow it felt sharper in his lungs. It reminded him of winter. These ruins were beyond any useful exploration. It was all rubble and thorn bushes. Even the sparse foliage seemed rugged and forgotten. Nothing higher than his waist remained of what must have been a small city. "You saw what it did. It could come in handy," John said as he laid the arrow down. "Yeah, I saw it blow a hole in a wall. We still don't know how those stones will react to each other." "That's the point," John said. Earlier that day, John had come up with the idea to attach 2 ring-shaped stones to an arrow. One was permanently affixed right before the arrowhead, and another kept in place with a paper wedge at the fletching. The concept was that the stone at the rear would slide forward when the arrow struck an object and impact the stone behind the tip, causing it to propel forward. John thought it might be necessary to pierce heavier armor. However, in practice, the reaction often blew everything in the surrounding area apart. Man-made relic stones were unpredictable in terms of volatility. Blowing a hole in a wall is not stealth, Thomas said. He secretly admired John's ingenuity, and John's experiment with arrows led him to believe that using man-made stone bullets for John's gun might just work. I promise I won't use them unless I have to, John said. The look on John's face told Thomas he would definitely use them. You know they're not accurate. The weight is nowhere close to evenly distributed, Thomas said, still resting behind his hood. John knew he couldn't make accurate kill shots at any reasonable distance. However, he was sure they would come in useful. In the meantime, he would have to rely on headshots if the Karim armor proved too effective against an ordinary arrow. The sound of multiple horse hooves on stone bounced off the ruins and told them Sir Frey and his extra swordsmen were almost at the rendezvous point. They grabbed their packs and went to meet the riders. Sir Frey and his companion were tying their mounts and 2 extra horses to a fallen branch at the edge of the ruins. I see you brought help, Thomas said as they approached the 2 men. I thought we might need an extra sword, and he's the finest swordsman I know, Sir Frey said as he nodded over his shoulder at the soldier tying the horses. When he finished, he walked over to meet Thomas and John. He was a tall man, but not as large as Sir Frey. The first thing John noticed was how young he looked. He couldn't be much older than he was. The second thing he noticed was the man's armor. It was not the polished ceremonial armor the royal guard usually wore. This man was wearing battle-scarred, dented and abused armor. If it wasn't inherited, he would have seen a lot of battles to get it in such a state. I would like you to meet Sir Jacob Jorah, my second in command and one of the finest swordsmen I have ever known, Sir Frey said. Sir Jorah shook Thomas's hand. Jacob, I would like you to meet Lord Thomas Thriel. Sir Jorah's eyes widened. The royal scholar? He asked. Sir Jorah recognized him as the late Empress's brother and Princess Elora's uncle. He was also a wanted man for treason against the crown. Ex-royal scholar, Thomas corrected. And this is John, Sir Frey said. Sir Jorah shook his hand and noticed John's bright green eyes. He looked confused. Ah, you noticed, Sir Frey said. Sir Jorah released John's hand. I'm sorry if I seemed confused. It feels as if you have no magic, but your eyes say otherwise. Sir Jorah, this is Prince Jon Ingvald, Princess Elora's older twin brother and rightful heir to the throne of Ingvald. Oh yeah, he also has no magic, Sir Frey said. John had never heard anyone say his actual title before, and it seemed surreal to listen to himself associated with royalty. He wished Sir Frey hadn't done that. John didn't want distractions hindering them from rescuing Marie. Is this a joke? Elora is heir to the throne, Sir Jorah said. I think we need to have a short talk before we begin, Sir Frey said. Sir Jorah looked at John again. John? He asked. Marie's John? You could say that. They grew up together in Braden, Sir Frey said. The same John that Marie talks about is the Prince of Ingvald. Sir Jorah sounded disappointed as he said it. He recognized the situation, stood upright, and offered the proper bow for royalty. He's going to have to stop that shit right now, John said to Sir Frey. Sir Jorah had never heard anyone talk to Sir Frey in that manner before. Then again, he was royalty. If he was anything like Elora, he was prone to a few eccentricities. I'm sorry, Your Highness, Sir Jorah said with another bow. John could see Thomas softly laughing out of the corner of his eye. What is with this guy? John asked. He's a royal guard. We're sworn to protect the royal family, and that now includes you, Sir Frey said. You could always order him to do otherwise, Sir Frey joked. John looked at Sir Frey with renewed vile. Are you fucking with me? I'm not ordering another human being to do anything. If anything, he should be telling me what to do. He's the one with the armor that looks like it's seen more action than a 2-copper whore. Thomas laughed loudly. Sir Jorah looked confused. He had never heard a royal say anything like that before. Elora was delighted whenever she had to give him an order to do what she wished. Let's have that talk, Sir Frey said to Sir Jorah as he led him back to the horses. You're going to have to get used to that, Thomas said. Get used to that? No, not me. I want nothing to do with that life, John said. You may have no choice. If it comes out you are a royal, then people will treat you as a royal whether you have magic or not, Tomas said as he grabbed his pack. I hate to say it, but you may have to take over the throne someday. Other than Elora and the Emperor, there are no other Ingvalds. John never thought there was a real possibility that he would be forced to sit on the throne. The only thought that had crossed his mind was that Marie would make a great empress by his side. He pushed the idea of his mind and grabbed his bow and quivers for one final inspection. Tomas and John only had to wait a few minutes before Ser Frey and Ser Jorah returned with a rolled-up parchment. John could tell by Ser Jorah's expression he was more at ease. Ser Frey had explained John's situation, and it seemed to achieve its desired effect. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, John. Ser Jorah looked at Ser Frey for final approval and nodded. It's a lot to take in. Finding out you're another royal, and the church wants to use you to depose the crown. If I heard it from anyone else, I would swear they had gone daft. Good. Now that that's done, let's have a look, Ser Frey said as he crouched and opened the parchment on the ground. It was a detailed map of the Karim encampment that depicted the layout of the entire camp, including the placement of each fire and lantern. Where did you get this? Tomas asked. I'm sorry there's not more detail. I was pretty far away when I drew it, Ser Jorah said. Light, Jorah. This is more detailed than I expect from an actual map maker, Tomas said. Now I know why he brought you. The kicker is, he's a better swordsman than a map maker, Ser Frey said as he grabbed 4 nearby rocks, one to represent each of them, and started to explain his plan on the map. So, I'm not going in? John asked. Your job is to snipe as many Karim soldiers as possible while changing positions. No more than 3 shots from each location. We want to keep them confused and guessing. While they're trying to find the threat outside of the camp, Ser Jorah and I will make our way in from the opposite side to the center tent where they are keeping Marie. Once inside, Tomas will lay waste to the camp from the north, giving us ample cover to escape. We will all meet back up here when it's all over. Is there a plan B? Tomas asked. Kill everyone, Ser Frey said. So, sneak in and sneak out? John asked. Chapter 44. John leaned against the rocks, waiting for darkness to conceal his location. The sun had dipped below the horizon almost an hour ago, but he didn't want to risk betraying his position by acting too hastily. He didn't have to wait for a signal this time because he was the signal. Ser Frey and Ser Jorah were waiting for John to start his distraction before they would sneak in and rescue Marie. He decided to be patient and wait until the campfires were the only light source. Twilight faded to black, and John knew it was time. He had been observing the camp and had already picked out his first 3 potential targets. Unlike before, he was hoping to cause a commotion and wanted the Karim camp to know they were being attacked. He nocked an arrow and trained his sight on his first target, the one person he knew everyone would notice. It wasn't a commander or another officer. It was the guy many soldiers were lined up to see, their one and only cook. Sorry, bud, John said with sarcastic glee as he let his arrow fly. The continuously changing mountain wind was challenging to read, and it nudged his arrow slightly off course. Instead of a clean headshot, it struck the man in the neck, and John couldn't have hoped for a better reaction. The chaos was delayed for a brief second, as everyone around the cook processed what had happened. It didn't take them long to realize they were under attack. John looked for his second target, the soldier with the cleanest uniform. John thought he must be an officer, and was probably correct by how quickly he started barking orders. Bad day to be the boss, he said as his arrow sunk into the man's chest. John's third target was a common soldier. He wanted to see how well Karim armor held up to an ordinary arrow. It was stronger than expected as his third arrow struck the soldier in his chest plate. It didn't kill him, but it was apparent it went deep enough to cause severe injury. John grabbed his quiver and ran to his second position just as he saw 2 Karim soldiers with relic-powered blades drawn run toward him. He hadn't expected them to do that. He had assumed they wouldn't leave the camp. John paused halfway to his new position and dispatched both soldiers with well-placed headshots. It only took a minute before John was in his second position. He looked at the camp and realized something was different. The soldiers were now carrying shields. Ingvald soldiers never carried shields, Why would they, when their magic was strong enough to deflect any arrow? John chose a target and let his arrow fly. It struck the man in the side of the chest and sank deep. The surrounding soldiers immediately identified John's shooting direction and covered themselves with their shields. He couldn't get a second shot before a group of 3 soldiers started running his way. These men were used to fighting against archers. "Shit!" John yelled as he ran for another position. He had expected them to behave like the monks, who relied on their magic to protect them. Why were these guys so armored up? He made it to his 3rd position and decided to change tactics. His instructions were to create chaos, so he decided he would. He grabbed one of his modified arrows and picked the closest target. He let it fly, and it went wildly off course, striking the ground near a campfire. The reaction between the 2 stones blew logs and flaming debris into the closest tents. The fabric caught fire and filled the area with smoke. "Okay, that was cool," John said as he grabbed another of his special arrows. He tried to look for a specific target but decided that if Ser Frey wanted chaos, he would give him chaos. He looked to the side of the camp where Ser Frey and Ser Jorah were supposed to make their approach and saw a rush of soldiers heading that way. Ser Jorah and Ser Frey were only a little inside the camp and had already met stiff resistance. That side of the camp was aglow with relic-powered blades in pitched battle. John saw an orb streak from the tree line and hit a group of soldiers. John launched his 3 remaining special arrows into the camp and started another fire on the east side. Most of the soldiers abandoned the side John was shooting from and joined the fray. They didn't see arrows as an imminent threat. "Where are you going?" John shouted as he blindly fired arrows into the running soldiers. John thought about what to do. He was useless where he was. He took a deep breath and let out a small chuckle. "Fuck it, plan B," he said as he slung his bow over his shoulder and ran to the closest soldier he had shot earlier. Marie stood near the tallest pole at the center of her tent. She had heard people shouting and swords clashing in the distance for a few minutes. She thought the center might be the safest place in case her tent collapsed. 2 sides of her tent started to glow with running shadows as people rushed by. The camp was under attack, and she hoped it was because of her. Her hope turned to mild panic as she heard fires raging closer to the tent. No one had come to check on her, and she was still cuffed. She couldn't leave the tent, even if it did catch fire. There was a commotion at the front of the tent, and a Karim soldier fell backward into the fabric. Blood soaked into the fabric as he slid down. The tent flap opened, and a Karim soldier quickly stepped inside. There was something different about this soldier. He only carried a dagger, and his uniform didn't fit quite right. It was too short. He also had bright green eyes. "John!" she yelled as she recognized him. "Oh, hey, Marie," he casually said. "Nice place you have here." "Thanks, I decorated it myself," Marie casually replied. John looked at her for a moment. Her hair seemed lighter and was styled differently. He had never seen her in such a delicate dress. She looked like a proper lady. John?" she asked. John snapped back to the present. "Yeah?" "Can I ask you a question?" she asked as she saw a tiny flame lick the corner of the tent. "Sure," he said as he looked out the tent flap to ensure no one followed him. It was as if they were having a normal conversation. "If you're not too busy, can you please get me out of this tent before I burn to death?" John closed the tent flap and looked at Marie. "I see you're still bossy," he said as he walked over to examine her cuffs. "And I see you're still doing stupid stuff that could get you killed," she shouted. "All this?" He motioned to the chaos outside. "Nah, I'm fine." "What are you doing here?" she asked, pushing her cuffs forward for him to examine. "I'm rescuing you." "I can see that, but who else is with you?" He tugged on the clasp, and it wouldn't budge. "Let's see, there's your uncle. There's my uncle and some other guy in a shitload of armor," he said, as he looked around the tent for something to release the clasp. "Your uncle?" she asked. "Long story," he said over his shoulder as he walked to her serving tray. The tent flap opened, and another soldier entered. She immediately recognized him. Ser Jorah didn't recognize John dressed as a Karim soldier and raised his blade. "Hey, Jacob," John casually said, as Ser Jorah advanced on him. Ser Jorah stopped as soon as he saw Jon's green eyes. "Jon?" "You two know each other?" Marie asked through an incredulous expression. Jacob ran over to her and gave her a big hug. He pushed her back at arm's length and looked her over, stopping when he saw the cuffs with the relic stones on her wrists. Jon walked over with a fork and bent all the tines except one. "You're not going to be able to get those off," Ser Jorah said. "They're sealed with mag." He trailed off when Jon pushed the linchpin out with the single fork tine. "Remember? No magic," Jon said as he dismantled the second cuff. Marie immediately threw herself into Jon's arms, and he had no choice but to hold her tight as Ser Jorah watched with an odd expression. They had never hugged before, and that simple act let them know what they had always been too afraid to say out loud. "Let's go," Ser Jorah said as he rushed over to the tent flap and peered outside. He reached outside the tent, grabbed a relic-powered sword next to the soldier Jon killed, and pulled it back inside. "I can't use that," Jon said. "It's not for you," Ser Jorah said as he handed the sword to Marie. "She doesn't know." Jon stopped when he saw the sword spring to life with a ghostly blue flame along its edge. Marie smugly smiled, swinging the blade in her hand. Ser Jorah turned to Jon. "You stay in the middle." "Why?" Jon asked. Ser Jorah looked as if he was straining to maintain his composure. "Everyone here who has killed someone with a relic-powered sword, please raise their hand," Ser Jorah said as he raised his hand. Marie sheepishly raised her hand as well and offered Jon an apologetic smile. "Really?" Jon asked. "Just a few," she apologetically answered. Ser Jorah was already halfway out of the tent before Jon could say anything. Outside was pure chaos. Almost every tent was ablaze, and acrid smoke hung heavy in the air. The sound of clashing swords and flashes of blue light let them know a pitched battle was still raging on the other side of the camp. There were no Karim soldiers in immediate sight. They continued until the last row of tents. Ser Jorah stopped and looked at Jon. "You get her out of here," he said before he turned to Marie. "Protect him," he said to Marie. Then he turned and ran back into the smoke-filled camp. "Protect me," Jon said right before she pushed him sideways and charged an advancing soldier. She blocked his overhead blow and continued to the soldier's side, spinning blindly and driving her sword into the man's midsection. Her blue blade emerged on the other side. She had cut the man entirely in half. Jon stood there in shock. He was supposed to be the one rescuing her, not the other way around. "Yeah," she said. "Someone has to." She grabbed Jon's hand and ran for the tree line. Chapter 45. The din of battle faded the further Jon and Marie ran into the woods. Blue light flashed, the only reminder that the battle still raged until the leaves behind them completely blocked it out. They slowed to a walk and continued in silence, careful not to make any noise in the dark. The sound of a cracking branch stopped them in their tracks. "I told you he would come," said a voice from the dark up ahead. Jon looked over at Marie. Her face went pale as she pushed magic into her blade, causing it to glow once again. "Seeker!" she roared, without even trying to hide her disgust. Two figures stepped into view of her blue light. It was the Seeker and a monk armed with a Karim bow. "It's nice to finally meet you, Jon," said the Seeker. Marie looked over and saw Jon's eyes glaring with a murderous rage. She had never seen that expression before. "Why don't you come over here so I can shake your hand, all proper-like?" Jon said as he grasped the hilt of his dagger under his side armor. "Come now. I have seen what you can do up close, slicing the throats of 15 brothers while they slept. I am impressed." The Seeker noticed the shocked look on Marie's face. "What about you, Lady Frey? Are you impressed?" Jon felt a sudden wave of panic and regret. He knew he had done horrible things, and he was afraid Marie would be disappointed or even worse, disgusted by what he had done. However, his panic was short-lived as Marie laughed out loud. "Only 15. He's gotten soft without me around," she said as she flashed Jon a devious smile. That was why he loved her. No matter what, she would always be on his side. "Jon, we don't have to involve her. I just want you." That sounds nice and all, but I'm not into older men, John said. The seeker stepped forward and lowered his hood. Even in the blue light, his eyes looked bright green. You didn't think you and Elora were the only set of Ingvald twins, did you? John could see the surprise on the other monk's face, which only supported the seeker's statement. Then why are you doing this? John asked. The Ingvalds do not deserve to rule. Unlike you, I was the second born. There was no doubt that the throne would go to my brother, Yais. And unlike you, I had magic. Royal magic. The seeker gathered a small red flame to confirm his statement. My father gave me away to the church. I never knew who I was until the previous pontiff told me. Only he knew who I was. I doubt my brother even knows I exist. I'm not going to call you uncle if that's what you're getting at. The seeker chuckled softly. Your father didn't even try to give you away. He ordered your death just because you have no magic. Ask yourself how many other twins the Ingvald Empire disposed of because it was inconvenient to have a second child. Don't listen to him, Marie whispered. If I could do it myself, I would. But there is no one left who can confirm I am Jace's twin brother. The seeker stepped forward and made an inviting gesture with his hand. But you, there are still people who can confirm who you are. People who were there the night you were born. With you, we can end their rule. John looked into the seeker's face and saw the family resemblance for the first time. The most surprising of all were his eyes. They were as bright as his own. There was no trace of malice on the man's face, just a genuine plea for help. This was the only person who could ever understand exactly how John felt. Despite everything else, he was family, and the seeker did not deserve what was done to him, just as John did not deserve what was being done to him. The seeker could see his words were having an effect. John looked at the ground. If I help you, can I ask you for something? Only one thing. Marie tried to grab his hand, but he shook it away. No, she said. You can't. Anything you want. Ask me for anything, and it shall be yours. Nephew, the seeker said. John looked up at the man. I want you to bring Caleb back, he said with tear-filled eyes. The seeker's eyes softened in return. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I didn't think so, John shouted as he pulled the dagger from his side and threw it at the seeker. The seeker didn't even try to block it. He watched it leave John's hand and flip through the air. Time slowed as he looked at John's face. There was a knowing smile that seemed out of place. Even John should know a knife would be pointless against a royal's magic. The seeker remained stoic as the blade came closer. He knew his magic would block the blade, and when it did, John would realize there was no point in resisting. The knife continued to spin. The seeker's eye flew wide open when he realized something was wrong. He watched the blade make one final spin and bury itself hilt deep in his right shoulder. He screamed as he fell to his knees. Brother Paul leaned down to help him stand. That's for missing my birthday, John quipped. The seeker stood at full height once again with blood running down his arm. I should have expected that, he said as he pulled the dagger out of his shoulder. How else could you get close enough to slice a man's throat? I need you alive, John. John didn't like the way he emphasized the word you. I don't need her. The seeker instantly gathered an orb of red light in his good hand and pushed it forward. The red orb flew straight at Marie. The look on her face told John it would be fatal. However, he had instinctually reacted as soon as he saw the seeker's arm flinch. He turned to Marie and pulled her in close to him. The orb struck John square in the back and dissipated. Marie felt the breeze and opened her eyes. John stood in front of her, inches away from her face, and winked. Cool trick, huh? He asked before he turned to face the seeker. I did not expect that, the seeker said. You truly are invisible to magic, Brother Paul. At the sound of his name, Brother Paul knocked an arrow and aimed it at Marie. What do you expect to do with that? Marie asked as she pushed more power into her blade, demonstrating her capacity as a Dershwood. It's not for you, the seeker said as Brother Paul adjusted his aim and quickly shot at John. No! Marie screamed, but it was too late. The arrow had already struck John in the shoulder, knocking him backward. Brother Paul was knocking another arrow when a blue orb streaked past the trees and struck him in the side. He fell in front of the Seeker as his magic corrupted and started to burn with a blue flame. The Seeker instantly laid his hands on him, and the blue flames disappeared. "Run!" Ser Frey yelled from the woods. Another blue orb streamed through the woods and struck the Seeker in his chest. The impact pushed him back as his magic surged out to cancel the blue flame. Marie struggled to help John stand when Jacob emerged from behind a tree in blood-splattered armor. He reached down, lifted John over his shoulder, and ran into the woods. "This shit hurts," John mumbled as he was jostled over Ser Jorah's hard armor. Ser Jorah carried John all the way to the rendezvous point, with Marie guarding their rear. He laid John down against a stone wall and helped remove his Karim armor, careful not to touch the arrow. Marie slid beside him and laid her hands on John's shoulder. "An arrow?" Ser Jorah chuckled. "You'll be fine," he said as he pulled his armor to the side, exposing a long scar on his arm. "First battle, all the way to the bone. They hurt like hell, but you'll be up in no time." Marie pushed her magic into John. She felt nothing. "This has to come out, though," Ser Jorah said as he grabbed the arrow. John nodded. "Make it quick." Marie closed her eyes and concentrated harder. When she realized something was seriously wrong, it was already too late. John shouted as Ser Jorah pulled the arrow free. "No!" she yelled as Ser Jorah looked at the end of a smooth shaft. The arrowhead was still buried inside John's shoulder. "Do your thing," Ser Jorah said. Blood streamed from the hole in John's shoulder as Marie put her hands over it, trying to staunch the flow. She closed her eyes and concentrated as hard as she could. "Why is he still bleeding?" Ser Jorah asked as panic crept into his voice. "You literally brought someone back from the dead." "I can't," she screamed. Tears were rolling down her cheeks as she realized she had no idea what to do. "I'll be fine," John said from behind a rasping breath. The sound of feet on the trail snapped Ser Jorah back to reality. He drew his sword and stepped forward to protect John and Marie. Tomas and Ser Frey emerged from the trail. They were both battered and covered in blood, but none of it appeared to be theirs. "Marie!" Ser Frey shouted as he ran over to her. He thought it was odd she didn't stand up to greet him. He walked over and saw her leaning over John. She was leaning all her weight on her blood-soaked hands as she pushed down on his shoulder. She looked up at Ser Frey with tears streaming down her face. "I can't. It won't stop bleeding." Thomas knew exactly what the problem was. "He has no magic," he said as he looked around for his pack. "Why won't it work?" she pleaded. "Your magic won't work on him either," Thomas said as he pulled a dagger from his pack. "We have to stop the bleeding." "How?" she shouted. "He's not healing." "We have to close the wound on our own," Thomas said as he started a blue flame in his open hand. He held the dagger in the flame until it was glowing red. "What are you going to do with that?" John weakly asked. Tomas gave John a half-hearted smile as he walked over and pushed Marie's hands away. "Really?" John asked a moment before Thomas laid the red-hot blade on his shoulder. He heard sizzling followed by searing pain before everything went black. Right before he lost consciousness, he thought he heard oddly familiar voices. "John? Where's the sword, John? We don't have much time. Where did you hide Caleb's sword? Where is Shieldbreaker? I told you, was too far back. We need to try again, when he was older." Chapter 46. Ser Frey slowed his horse to a trot as he entered the side gate of the palace. He struggled to maintain his usual composure as he calmly dismounted in front of the stable and patiently waited to hand over his reins. He removed his pack, which contained his bloodied armor, and went straight to his office. Once there, he paused to collect his thoughts. He wasn't sure how to broach the subject of last night's events with Princess Elora. "Where is she?" Princess Elora said from his office door. She had watched the courtyard, waiting for him to arrive. Her arms were crossed, a posture she often took when she was impatiently being patient. "They're at the safe house." A wave of relief washed over her face. "I'll change into my disguise, and we can go see her." Sir Frey heard about her disguise from Ser Jorah. "There's something else," Sir Frey said from behind his furrowed brows. The relief on Elora's face was instantly replaced with apprehension. "What, Jacob? Is he all right?" "Jacob's fine. Marie's fine. John got shot by an arrow," Sir Frey said apologetically. Elora looked confused. An arrow did not cause a severe wound. More often than not, it didn't even break the skin. "He's going to be fine. Marie's with him, right?" "He's not healing." "What do you mean he's not healing? Marie's the best healer I've ever seen. She even saved—" "He has no magic," Sir Frey said, cutting Elora off. "Marie can't heal him because magic won't work on him. He got hurt when he wasn't wearing his necklace." All blood drained from Elora's face. She looked as pale as a ghost, while her eyes darted back and forth as she thought about what that meant. "We just need to find a different healer, one that doesn't use magic." "Listen to yourself, Your Highness. A healer that doesn't use magic. That's why they're healers, because they use magic," Sir Frey said as he dropped into his office chair. Elora stood in silence for a second, and then looked outside the door. She saw a royal guardsman passing by. "You, Sir Gary or Mary, whatever your name is, get the royal physician and somebody fetch his carriage. Now!" she screamed. The guard took off at a sprint. "I doubt he'll be—" Sir Frey started before Elora cut him off. "He's the oldest, wisest man I know. Maybe he knows something Marie doesn't," she said. "I'll go change and then we can go." "Princess, I don't—" he started, but she caught him off again. Her face was void of all expression. "My brother, Prince Ingvald, rightful heir to the throne, is lying wounded in a filthy hovel outside these palace gates. The next words out of your mouth better be, 'Yes, Your Highness,' or else the House of Frey will no longer serve as captain of the Crimson Royal Guard." She leaned forward on his desk. An eerie green glow emanated from the wood where her palms were resting. "And if you think you'll go to my father, I assure you, you will not survive long enough to step outside that door." If Sir Frey didn't know any better, he would have thought Elora would kill him if he didn't obey her command. He understood she was feeling many emotions, but actions like this were what Sir Frey was afraid of. She had too much power. He could feel her magic pressing into his own from the other side of the desk. If she were ever to lose control, there was no saying how much damage she would do. "Yes, Your Highness," he said as he stood and grabbed his riding gloves. Elora instantly returned to her jovial self. "Good, I'll be right back," she said, before she turned on her heels and ran off. Sir Frey sighed in relief as he watched the princess leave. He stuck his head outside the door and shouted at a passing stable boy, "I need a fresh horse." Ser Jorah walked to the front door and peeked out the curtains of the window closest to the door. He had heard the carriage and horse approach and was confident it would be Sir Frey with help. The safe house was a lesser nobleman's manor, which had died years earlier without family, and ownership had passed to the royal treasury. The crown had several homes and apartments across the capital, and beyond that served as a refuge if needed. No one outside of the royal guard knew this one existed. Ser Jorah abandoned his lookout and unlocked the door when he saw Ser Frey being followed by the royal physician's carriage. He opened the door and watched as Ser Frey bounded up the stairs, followed by a much slower royal physician and Elora in her disguise. "How is he?" Ser Frey asked as he entered the foyer. Ser Jorah held the door for the royal physician, followed by Elora. "No change." Ser Frey led the procession to the master bedroom at the end of the hall. He stood back and allowed the royal physician to enter first. "Chris," Marie called as soon as she saw the man. The royal physician walked over and laid his bag on the bed next to John. "I can't heal him, and I can't feel anything." The royal physician patted her hands. "Shh, let's have a look," he said as she grabbed John's hand. He let go and started rummaging through his bag. "I wouldn't have believed it unless I felt it myself." "Marie," Elora said from the doorway. "I'm all right," Marie said as she stood up. Elora tried to walk into the bedroom, but Ser Jorah grabbed her shoulder. "Give them some room," he calmly said. Elora just now noticed Ser Jorah was covered in dry blood. He had tried to wipe it away on the trip back, but most of it had already dried. She opened her mouth to protest. "Please, Elora, let them work," he said. She could count on one hand the number of times he had called her Elora. She trusted Jacob with her life, and would trust him with this as well. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up," she said as she led him down the hall. The royal physician removed a long tube with a cone at one end and a flatter, smaller cone on the other from his bag. He pushed the flatter cone over John's chest and held the other end to his ear, listening quietly for a few seconds. "His heart sounds fine," she said as she laid the back of his hand on John's head. "He's got a fever, probably infected." "What does that mean?" Marie asked. "It means that his wound is poisoning his body." The royal physician pulled back the cloth and looked at the seared flesh. "Whoever did this probably saved his life. I learned a lot when I was in the palace," Thomas said as he entered the bedroom with a pitcher of fresh water and clean white sheets. The royal physician turned to see who was talking. "Thomas?" "It's good to see you, Chris," Thomas said as he placed the water on the nightstand. The royal physician smiled. "I heard you were dead." "You two know each other?" Marie asked. "Thomas was the royal scholar when I came to the palace," Chris said. Thomas started tearing rags out of clean sheets. "And Chris here tried to teach me about healing. I never had the magic for it, though. Not like you." "Chris, can you do something?" Marie asked. "That wound needs to be opened and cleaned out," he said. "The arrowhead is still in there," Marie said. "That'll be it. If we can get that out and clean it up before he loses too much blood, he should recover," he said before taking a long breath and letting it out with a sigh. "What's wrong?" Marie asked. "If we can't use magic, then we'll need medicine, the old kind." "Where do we get it?" she asked. Thomas looked up from his busy work. "We make it." "I have a book at the palace. We should be able to find everything we need easy enough." "Why do you think we have so many plants in the royal garden? Magic doesn't always work." Marie had never heard anything like that before. When would plants ever heal better than magic? "I'll make a list of what I need," the royal physician said. "Everything else I can get from the palace. Can I ask?" "I have a feeling you already know," Thomas said. "It's him? The prince? I heard rumors but never thought." "His name is John," Marie said, laying a wet rag on his forehead. "John will be fine," the royal physician said. "Not a word," Thomas said. "My dear boy. Treating royals and keeping their secrets is what I do," he said, as he closed the clasp on his bag. Sir Frey sat at the servants' table in the kitchen, cleaning his sword with dish towels he found near the oven when Ser Jorah and Elora entered with Thomas closely behind. "And?" Sir Frey asked. "Chris said he'll be fine. A little worse for wear," Thomas said as he sat down. Marie entered the room right after Thomas. Elora turned to face her. "Marie," she said as she hugged her close. "I'm so glad to see you," Marie said as she returned the hug. "How is he?" Elora asked. "Chris is with him. He's making a list of things we'll need, but he's confident John will be fine." "Leave it to me. I'll make sure he gets everything on that list." Elora grabbed Marie's hand and walked her to a chair at the table. She looked as if she was still in shock. "I'll keep watch," Ser Jorah said as he left the room. Elora thought she saw him give Marie an odd look as he went. "The Seeker said he was royalty," Marie said. "He what?" Sir Frey asked. "He said he was the Emperor's twin brother, John's uncle," Marie answered. "I have an uncle," Elora asked. "What about me?" Thomas asked in response. Elora turned to Thomas quizzically. "And exactly who are you?" Thomas let out an audible sigh. "Thomas, Lord Thriel, your mother was my sister." Elora's eyes lit up. "The royal scholar? I thought you were dead." "I get that a lot," Thomas said. "There's no way the Seeker is part of the royal family," Elora said. "I believe it," Thomas said. "I hit him square in the chest, barely fazed him." "He said his father gave him away to the church," Marie said. "If the Emperor's father was anything like him, then I believe it," Ser Frey said. Did he say anything else? Thomas asked. He said he wouldn't need John if anybody was still around that could confirm who he was, Marie said. That's why he needs John. He says there are people who were present at the birth that night, who could corroborate the fact that Jahn was born a royal. I guess without someone confirming John's birth, it would just be a wild claim, Thomas said. Who else was there the night we were born? Asked Elora. Thomas thought for a moment. Ser Frey, myself, the royal physician who is now dead. Betty, the Empress's handmaid. She's dead. Ser Deal. He died in battle, Ser Frey added. What about the pot boy? Thomas asked. Kevin. He got trampled by a runaway horse. Light. Was there anyone at our birth besides you two that didn't die? Elora asked. Ser Frey and Thomas looked at each other at the same time. Meg! They both shouted. She was the linen maid they called in from the hall to bring fresh sheets, Ser Frey said. She was the one who wrapped John up, Thomas said. Marie looked excited as they were solving the puzzle. Where is this Meg? I don't know, Ser Frey said. She was still in the palace when I left, added Thomas. Old Meg? Asked Elora. She left the palace a few years ago. Alive? Marie asked. She was when she left, Elora added. If she's the last person who can corroborate the church's story, then we have to find her before they do, Thomas said. Do you think they'll leave him alone after that? Marie asked. If the Seeker didn't think he could convince anyone he was a royal, I doubt he'll have any better luck with John, especially since he doesn't have any magic. Who would believe him? Ser Frey asked. He's barely awake, the royal physician said from the kitchen doorway as he cleaned his glasses with a handkerchief. Can we see him? Asked Elora, grabbing Marie's hand. The royal physician knew she would go regardless of what he said. Only you two for now. He needs his rest. He needs to gather some strength before we can get that arrow out. Elora quickly stood and headed for the doorway, dragging Marie behind her. She ran down the hall, only slowing when she approached the bedroom door. She smoothed her dress and gently opened the door. John? Elora softly called. John tilted his head to see the two girls enter the room. Marie? He softly said. He had trouble focusing his eyes. Marie ran past Elora and grabbed his hand as she sat by his side. I'm here. There's someone else here to see you too. Marie waved Elora over. John, this is Princess Elora. John did his best to focus his eyes on her. Can't be, he said. Too ugly. Elora huffed in displeasure until she remembered she was still wearing her disguise. She removed her necklace, and her eyes turned bright green as her hair faded to golden yellow. Ah, much prettier. There's no way I could have an ugly sister, especially a twin, he said. Hello, brother, Elora said. Hello, sister, John said. How's that whole no magic thing working out for you? She asked. John laughed until the pain in his shoulder was too much to bear, and he drifted back to sleep. Chapter 47. Princess Elora sat in her library window perch, researching natural medicines when Ser Monel made himself known. Elora had ordered Ser Jorah to remain in the safe house to protect Marie and John, while she and Ser Frey attempted to resume regular daily routines. Ser Jorah's absence was easy to explain as he came from a large family, and the oldest child was often involved in the decisions of their noble families. Since Ser Frey had assigned Ser Monel as her guard, Elora regretted her decision. He was efficient and courteous, but he wasn't Jacob. Your Highness, there you are, Ser Monel said as he offered a bow. I've been looking all over for you. Ser Monel, did you know there are 5 different types of plants that can cause blindness? She asked without looking up from her book. No, Your Highness, he replied. I wish you would inform me when you plan on leaving your quarters. Elora closed the book and gazed out the window and over the palace wall. Ser Monel, do you know what I wish? No, Your Highness. I wish Ser Frey didn't insist on me having a babysitter, she said out the window. I am sure Ser Jorah will return to his duties once he returns, he calmly replied. Elora let out a soft sigh. She missed both Jacob and Marie. Sir Frey thought it would be best to continue the ruse of her absence. He had no doubt the Prime Minister knew of Marie's rescue and his involvement. Sir Frey had to maintain the appearance that he did not know of the Prime Minister's involvement with the Church. The Church already knew of the Frey's connection to John, so it was status quo for now. Sir Monel, I wish to train. You will train me today. Your Highness, you know Sir Frey is the only person allowed to train with you. Elora swung her legs down from the window seat and squinted at Sir Monel. Do I have to make that an order, Sir Monel? You cannot, he replied. Elora was shocked. I what? You cannot order me to train you. Elora stood to her full height in an attempt of intimidation. The top of her head didn't even reach the bottom of Sir Monel's chin. Am I not the future Empress? Your Highness, training you would put your safety at risk. As a royal guard, I am sworn to ensure your safety. He sounded as if Sir Frey had had a similar conversation with him before he was assigned to Elora. Although you may be the future Empress, Sir Frey is my commander right now, and I am more afraid of him than I am of you. Elora angrily grabbed the book again and swung her legs back onto the window ledge. I'll remember this, she said under her breath. I am sure you will, Your Highness. She missed Jacob. She had never realized how much he bent the rules by allowing her simply to be her. However, she knew Jacob would never entertain the thought of becoming romantically involved with a future empress. Elora felt electricity flash through her brain as she suddenly thought of how they could be together. Can I at least order you to ask the librarian to find a book for me? She asked Sir Monel. You can, Your Highness, he said with a kind smile. Ask her to find any books she has that mention transferring magic. Marie filled a coffee cup from a kettle on the stove and wrapped her hands around it as she sat at the servants' table. Sir Frey didn't want them to start the oil burners for heat. He was afraid it would be evident that the house was occupied. Marie thought that was overkill considering he had arranged for a local tavern to drop off meals at the back door twice a day. The days were fine, but the brisk fall air made its presence known on a nightly basis. Sir Jorah walked into the room, grabbed a small loaf of bread from the basket on the table, and turned to leave. Stay, she said. He stopped mid-stride. We've been here for 3 days, and you haven't said more than 5 words to me. Sir Jorah sighed. He had hoped to keep his distance without being obvious about it. I'm sorry, Lady Frey. I really should get back to the door, he said as he left the room. I'll join you. Marie grabbed her coffee and followed him into the front sitting room. Sir Jorah sat down in the oversized chair by the window and stared at the street. The silence was deafening. How's the prince? He's still sleeping. Chris gave me some medicine to make him sleep for a few days so he can gather his strength, she said as she sat in an empty chair. He should wake in another day or 2. Sir Jorah nodded as he looked out the window. Did I ever thank you? For what? He asked without looking back at her. For saving me. Marie paused for a moment. For saving him. It's my job. Marie sat silently for a few minutes before deciding what to say. Why are you mad at me? I'm not mad at you. I'm just busy making sure you two are both safe. I see, she said. Looking out the window must be very taxing for a royal guard. Sir Jorah let out a small laugh and turned to Marie. I'm sorry if you thought I was mad at you. I'm just worried about the prince. I could never be mad at you. And I'm sorry if I did anything to make you think otherwise, Lady Frey. Marie pointed at Sir Jorah with her coffee cup. That right there. Why do you keep calling me Lady Frey? You're more than I thought, he said. Is that supposed to make sense? I'm sorry. It's nothing, he said as he looked out the window again. No, it's something. So what is it? Why are you acting different? And don't tell me it's because of John, she said with more than a hint of annoyance in her voice. Sir Jorah thought hard. Let me ask you a question, he said casually. Okay, she said. The prince. You two are close? We practically grew up together. Marie took a long drink of her coffee, thinking about how to answer. I never knew he was royalty. He was my best friend. He's been my only friend my whole life. He made me happy when I felt sad, did stupid things to make me laugh, and he always tried to make me laugh. I never heard him say an unkind word." She stopped when she saw a strange look on Ser Jorah's face. "What's wrong? Do you love him?" "Why would you ask that?" "Do you?" he asked again. "I do. I never knew it at the time, but I do now." Ser Jorah let out a sigh. "He's a royal, you know." "Yeah, I know. He's not a real royal. He has no magic. They wanted nothing to do with him." "He's still a royal," he calmly said. "Magic or not. And his life won't ever be the same. That boy you knew in Braden is gone." Ser Jorah pointed down the hall. "But that man in there, that man is heir to the throne of the Ingvald Empire. He will be responsible for 1,000,000 people's lives, and his actions will decide who lives and dies." "Why are you saying this?" she asked with a confused look. "I want you to understand you two can never be together," he said. "Jon doesn't care about that. He never wanted to be a royal." Ser Jorah became quiet. "People rarely get what they want, Lady Frey," he whispered. "What is up with all the Lady Frey? Call me Marie," she said as she stood up. "I can't." "Is it because I know the so-called heir to the throne?" Her annoyance was starting to show. Ser Jorah looked at her with a resolve she had never seen before. She realized again how handsome of a man he was. He turned to look out the window. "It's because it hurts too much." Marie stood quietly, unsure of what to say. Ser Jorah turned back around, met her gaze, and took a long breath. "Saying your name hurts too much. Every time I say your name, it's like a knife in my heart because I know you will never look at me the same way you looked at him." "What?" she softly asked. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for any of this. Do you think I enjoy feeling this way? I feel like a traitor because the prince almost died. And all I can think about is you. How can I compete with a royal?" Marie looked shocked. "I never knew." Ser Jorah stood up and walked to the fireplace. "Did you know you blink 7 times a minute, or that you bite the bottom of your lip when you think for too long?" He grabbed the poker and stabbed at the burnt logs despite the fire not being lit. "I memorized every line on your face, every freckle, every hair that falls out of place. I notice." Marie was unsure what to say. "What about Elora? I thought you—" Ser Jorah softly laughed. "What about Elora? She's the princess. Sure, she's beautiful, but she's also short-tempered, entitled, and capricious." Ser Jorah walked over to Marie and looked down at her. "But do you want to know what she's not?" Marie was struck by how close he was. She wondered why she wasn't backing away. "What?" "She's not kind, she's not funny." He took a step closer. "She's not the bravest person I know." Marie wanted to say something, anything, but she swallowed any protest down. "She's not you," he said, as he took one last step until he was only inches away. Marie looked up at his green eyes. She could feel the warmth of his breath on her face. She had never heard anything like that before, and it stirred something deep inside her that she didn't know existed. She realized she wanted to be loved. She wanted to have someone look at her the way Ser Jorah was looking at her right now. She'd been alone her whole life, and she was tired of it. Swallowing her fear, Marie looked at his soft lips and closed her eyes. She didn't have to wait long before she felt his hand on the back of her head, pulling her to him. The warmth of his face drew closer. The front door suddenly opened, snapping her back to reality. She hastily pushed Ser Jorah back and blinked away a cacophony of emotions. The reality of what she had almost done came crashing down as a wave of shame washed over her. Elora was her best friend. She could never do anything to hurt her. "Am I interrupting something?" Thomas suspiciously asked. Marie took another step back and sheepishly pushed a stray hair behind her ear. She was terrified to think what Thomas might have seen. She hadn't done anything wrong, but that did truly little to sway her guilty feelings. Ser Jorah's reaction was less obvious. He simply looked Thomas in the eye and shook his head. "Nothing, Lord Thriel," Ser Jorah said as he walked back to the window. Thomas threw Marie a questioning look that said more than words ever could. "How's Jon doing?" Marie took a cleansing breath to compose herself, and did her best to push the events of the last few minutes out of her mind. He is resting. Thomas held out the satchel he had over his shoulder. I brought some clean clothes. I figured he might need something to wear when he's better. Marie instantly slipped into her Lady Frey persona. Thank you, Thomas. I am sure John will be grateful to have them. Thomas looked at Ser Jorah, who kept looking out the window. Help me put these away, he asked Marie without taking his eyes off Ser Jorah. Of course, Thomas, she said as she turned to the staircase. Thomas followed her up the stairs before he decided to ask. I'm sorry if it's none of my business, but is there something going on between you two? Marie stopped in the middle of the hall. I don't know, she softly said. You better figure it out, Thomas said as Marie turned around. He could see that his response hit her harder than he intended. You don't know this, but your uncle let John think you were dead. Marie felt more horror than shock at hearing the words. Why? I don't know. I think he may have been trying to protect you. You are the only family he has left. Marie looked longingly at the door to John's bedroom. He took it hard, real hard. He did things he would have never done if he knew you were still alive. When he heard you were, he risked his life to rescue you. Tears started to swell in Marie's eyes. She couldn't rationalize her guilt. I was sure he was going to get himself killed. But when he heard you were still alive, he changed. It was as if a missing part of him had been put back in its place. Marie's bottom lip quivered as she tried to control a silent sob. I was young once, and I remember what it's like. Just don't lie to him. Tell him the truth even if you think it will hurt him. If you lie to him and he finds out, I'm not sure what he'll do. I don't know, she said, before she started crying uncontrollably. Thomas pulled her in close. Shh, it's okay, you will, he whispered, as he gently rubbed her back. He knew this was probably the first time she had cried in a long time, and he would stand there for as long as she needed. Chapter 48. Thomas laid his pack against the wall at the bottom of the stairs of the bunker. He was splitting his time between the bunker and the safe house in the capital to keep a watchful eye on John. After removing the arrowhead from his shoulder, he was well on his path to recovery. Chris provided little reason why John couldn't return to the bunker in a few days. Thomas's only reservation was John's involvement with Marie. She couldn't stay in the safe house indefinitely. She was the current Lady Frey, and would eventually have to return to the academy, despite John's insistence on moving her to the bunker. Thomas did not look forward to that conversation. Toby, you back there, he shouted as he walked down the back hall. Yeah, Toby yelled from the research room. Thomas entered the room and saw Toby leaning over John's research table. He had taken on the task of fabricating a couple of missing pieces for John's gun. Without exact measurements, it was trial and error based on the manual's diagram compared to the parts they did have. However, there was no guarantee the diagram was drawn to scale. How is he? Toby asked without looking up. He's better. Chris wants him to stay in the capital where he can keep an eye on him for a few more days, Thomas said. I think I got it, Toby said as he placed a small spring on the nearly assembled gun frame. I can't translate what I assume are technical terms, so I'm just working from sight. Did you figure the spring out? I modified one of the spare parts from another gun. It's wider and thicker, but it's looking like it'll fit. Toby sandwiched the two sides of the gun body together. Hand me that screw, he said as he held the parts together with one hand. Thomas handed Toby one of 4 small screws sitting in a pile resting on top of the diagram. Toby dropped it in the hole indicated on the chart and tightened it with a rustic screwdriver John made from spare metal. The other 3 screws went in with little issue. Toby laid the final assembled lower parts on the diagram. Looks good, I guess, Thomas said. If it weren't for John, I would have never known that relic could restore metal. Luckily, only a few pieces were too far gone. What about the top part? Thomas asked. I put that barrel thing back on the relic. The diagram showed there was supposed to be a spiral carved on the inside, and it wasn't there the last time I checked. What's the spiral do? No idea. All the mechanics look easy to explain, but that part is only shown once, Toby said. It might affect how the bullet comes out of the gun. Did you get the pin made? Toby pulled a small cylinder-shaped pin from next to a pile of relic chips and dust. I had to shape it by hand. If it works, I'll make a mold so we can cast a stone in the exact shape. Thomas grabbed the small piece of man-made relic stone. What did you use to carve it? I ended up using John's relic-powered dagger to scrape it down to that shape. I had to pour a lot of magic into it just to do what you see there. It would have been quicker if I was stronger. Toby grabbed the piece from Thomas's hand and slid it into the end of a long U-shaped piece of polymer that made up the bulk of the top part. Looks like it fits, Thomas said. Hand me the barrel, Toby said, as he pointed to the metal tube sitting on the restoration relic. Thomas removed the barrel from on top of the relic and handed it to Toby as he just finished sliding in a smaller pin, locking the sliver of relic into place. Toby looked inside the barrel and smiled before he studied the diagram one last time. He turned the barrel around in his hand and slid it into the U-shaped polymer. He used another small pin to lock it into place. Is that it? Thomas asked. Should be, Toby said as he sat the top section on the bottom handle portion as shown in the manual and pulled it back. The two pieces slid together with a clicking sound. Now what? Now we do this. Toby pulled the top part back and released it, letting the spring slide it back into place. See? Toby said as he showed Thomas the part called the hammer that was now propped back. Pull the trigger, and then that part will push the relic pin into the bullet. It seems pretty simple, Thomas said. The best machines always do. Toby squeezed the trigger, and nothing happened. He looked the gun over and tried again before he remembered there was a small lever that prevented it from functioning correctly. He changed the lever position and pulled the trigger once again. The hammer fell forward and struck the sliver of the relic with an audible click. Is that it? Thomas asked again. Yeah, that's it. We just need a bullet. Hang on, Thomas shouted as he ran down the hall to the room where he made his relic stones. He had made a mold out of carved polymer and let sediment from the local water he collected flow through it. Once the mold was filled, the sediment hardened as it dried. Thomas had started drying a tray of molded relic bullets before he left for his last trip to the capital. They should be ready by now. He grabbed the tray and took it back to the research room. The magazine part was made almost exclusively out of polymer. The spring inside was in relatively decent shape. Toby's relic restored it to its original condition in less than a day. Thomas carved wooden replica bullets using the diagrams and barrel openings as size references. Once the magazine was reassembled, Toby followed the instructions on how to load the wood bullets into the magazine. They slid on top of each perfectly and would remain in place unless pushed forward from the top. The bullets they were hoping to use now were man-made relic stone, and the same property that would cause them to propel down the barrel also prevented them from touching each other in the magazine. It was a problem that Thomas was sure he could manage. Did you figure out how to keep them from touching each other? Asked Toby. I lined the molds with wet rice paper. Doesn't take up much space, and it should stick. Let's just try to put one in, Toby said. Thomas took one relic out of the mold, slid it into the magazine, and handed it to Toby. Toby pushed the magazine into the bottom of the handle until he heard it lock into place with a click. He looked at the manual once again. Just need to pull back on this. Toby pulled back on the slide and released it. And it should have pulled the bullet out of the magazine and into the barrel. Toby pulled back gently on the slide until he could see the bullet sitting at the end of the barrel and slowly let it slide forward again. He gently handed the gun to Thomas. Thomas cautiously grabbed the gun and pointed it at the wood cabinet behind them. Ready? Better you than me, Toby said, stepping backward. They were both protected by their magic, but Thomas was more powerful, and if this attempt went disastrously wrong, he would feel the effects less than Toby. Just pull? Thomas asked. Just pull the trigger. Thomas extended his arm as far as it would go and pulled his head backward. He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. There was a click as the hammer fell forward, but nothing else happened. He looked at Toby, who was already reaching out to take the gun. "Is that it?" Thomas asked. Toby grabbed the gun. "No, that is not it." He pulled on the slide again and reset the hammer. "Try again." Thomas grabbed the gun less cautiously this time and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Toby snatched the gun from Thomas and impatiently pulled the slide again, cocking the hammer back. "You try," Thomas said. Toby pointed it at the wood cabinet and pulled the trigger. There was a pop no louder than a hand clap, and the relic bullet shot out of the barrel and fell to the floor before it hit the cabinet. "Is that it?" Thomas asked yet again. "No, that is not it," Toby shouted. "I don't get it. It should be stronger than that." Thomas grabbed another bullet. Toby pushed a button and the magazine fell to the floor. He picked it up and handed it to Thomas for him to load. Thomas loaded the magazine with a single relic bullet and returned it to Toby. Toby pulled the slide back, aimed the gun at the cabinet, and pulled the trigger. There was an identical pop, and the bullet flew slightly further, still falling short of the cabinet. Toby pushed the button again and caught the magazine before it fell to the floor. Thomas loaded a bullet, and Toby handed him the gun. "Try it again," Toby said. Thomas pulled the trigger, and nothing happened. Toby grabbed the gun, cocked it, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out with less than stellar results. "Magic?" Thomas asked. "I have no idea how relics react to each other, but it seems like it doesn't work in the presence of stronger magic," Toby said. "You're a high noble, so it won't work for you. I have less magic, so it does react, but not as strongly as it should." Thomas nodded his head. "John should have no problem then. That explains what happened when he told me his necklace knocked him out when he touched it to another relic. We could have probably touched the stones together without any problem." "It works, but we won't know how well until John tries it," Thomas said. "I'm starting to think not having any magic isn't as bad as it sounds," Toby said. Chapter 49. The pontiff sat behind his oversized desk, massaging the bridge of his nose as he stared at the stone ceiling. The official reports from last week's lab explosion were starting to pour in, and each new report was worse than the previous. Special engineers had to be brought in to evaluate the structural integrity of the entire research lab. The monk sitting across from the pontiff took a deep breath before summarizing the engineering report. "It's amazing the only structural damage was a portion of the wall surrounding the door, none of which was load-bearing. We have already started repairs on the wall, but our engineers report it won't be as robust as the original." "And the door?" asked the pontiff. "Beyond repair. It was irreplaceable. It was a relic, and we were lucky enough to turn it to our needs," the pontiff said as he looked at the reports on his desk. "And the cause?" "It was magical in nature. There were no signs of heat or fire damage inside the lab. At this point, we can't rule out the door itself as the cause of the explosion. It failed to function properly, and we can't rule out the possibility that trying to force it open may have triggered an unforeseen response." The pontiff rummaged through the unread reports on his desk, looking for anything on the contents of the lab. "What about the research?" The monk pulled a report from the stack of papers closest to him and laid it in front of the pontiff. "So far, it appears the larger relics are all accounted for. Although there was no heat, the blast was enough to demolish almost everything on that side of the room." "What about the library?" "The stacks were hit hard. Everything that wasn't inside a hard-bound cover was blown apart. It will take years to decipher which pages belong together. It was extremely fortunate that individual pages stayed mostly intact." The lab damage was less than he expected, but the impact on relic research was still devastating. "I don't think setting back our research by countless years is very fortunate." "At least there are still relics to research," the monk said. The pontiff knew he was right. Only by the grace of the light had there been no serious injuries, and the only permanent loss appeared to be the door itself. "The light protects and keeps us." "Indeed. I will have a detailed inventory shortly," the monk said as he rose from his chair. The pontiff said nothing as the monk left his office. He spun his chair away from his desk, facing the empty fireplace behind him. The explosion in the lab may have a reasonable explanation after all. However, The missing time he experienced on the same day was still troubling. "Your Grace," said a voice behind him. The pontiff had no idea how long he had been staring at the empty fireplace. He spun his chair back to his desk. "Seeker," he said, before he even laid eyes on the man. He looked more ragged than usual. "I see there was some excitement while I was gone," said the Seeker. "A little disturbance in the lab, nothing more," the pontiff said as he noticed the blood-stained tear in the Seeker's robe. "Please tell me you have good news for once." "News is neither good nor bad. Only its perception can—" the pontiff interrupted. "I'll take that as bad news then." The Seeker's silence was all the confirmation he needed. The pontiff was keenly aware that every other plan for capturing John was made moot by his remaining hidden in the ruins. The Seeker's strategy was sound, and capturing Lady Frey had been the biggest hurdle. "It appears John has more support from the palace than we thought," the Seeker said. "How so?" asked the pontiff. "He knew where to find the Karim camp. We never even had the chance to set the trap before he stole our bait, and he wasn't alone." "The magic user?" "Him, Sir Frey, and another knight. They caught the Karim camp unawares," the Seeker said, as he looked at a stray paper hanging over the side of the desk. "Is that what happened to your robe?" "No, there's something else about John we didn't know." "Don't tell me he did that." The Seeker tossed the paper back on the desk. "He did. Besides not having any magic, it appears magic also does not affect him. At all." "What?" "I hit him with an orb, and it did nothing. Plus, he was able to do this." The Seeker pointed to his blood-stained robe. "By throwing a dagger. I didn't even sense it until it hit me." "He's immune to magic as well?" the pontiff asked through a surprised expression. "He's even more dangerous than we thought. I underestimated him once, and it was a mistake. It will not happen again." The pontiff massaged the bridge of his nose. "It's not surprising Sir Frey participated in rescuing his niece. The only real concern is how he found out where to find her so quickly." The Seeker cocked an eyebrow. "Only one person outside of the church knows of our plans. I find it hard to believe the Prime Minister would jeopardize his regency. He's a stupid man, but he is not that stupid. I doubt he intentionally betrayed us. The most logical answer is that it's not safe to have such conversations within palace walls," said the Seeker. "Knowing what we do now, I am confident we will have another chance. The plan to secure a witness to the birth will continue as intended. Our operative in the palace is close to finding who was there that night." "And Lady Frey?" asked the Seeker. "She has not returned to the palace, and I suspect her uncle has her stash somewhere. The ruse to get her outside the palace walls was rather effective, but I doubt it will work twice," answered the pontiff. "If she is outside the palace, then I suspect John won't be far away. I have a backup plan in motion. I had hoped to make this as bloodless as possible, but sometimes blood is the only way to cleanse an empire. Elora cannot be allowed to take the crown. I don't see what can be done to her. She is almost invincible." "No one is invincible in the eyes of the light," the pontiff said. "Man made her magic, and man can take it." Chapter 50. Marie sat by John's bedside reading a book, just as she had done for the better part of a week. John regained his strength after 5 days, and Chris could finally operate on his shoulder. It had surprised her that Chris's plant-based medication was effective at keeping him unconscious during his brief surgery. The whole operation had taken less than 5 minutes. Chris had cut into John's shoulder and removed the arrowhead with a pair of metal tongs. He applied a salve inside and outside the wound to prevent infection, and that was it. It had been so anticlimactic that Marie felt foolish about her initial reaction. John still teetered on the brink of consciousness for a time afterward, but he was starting to regain his faculties. "Marie," John whispered. Marie put her book down and checked his forehead for a fever. Chris's only concern following the surgery was an infection. "I'm here. You seem to be doing better." John slowly pushed himself up to sit. "I'm still a little tired. Chris told me it would be a while before the medication works its way out of your system. In the meantime, just rest." "Did I imagine it, or was Elora here?" he asked. Marie walked over to the windows and opened the curtains to let in more light. She was, when we first brought you here. I didn't say or do anything stupid, did I? Marie sat back down and grabbed his hand. Just the usual. You said she wasn't pretty enough to be your sister. Did I say that? He asked. Yeah, you did, she answered. What did she do? She made you laugh until you passed out again. John looked off into the distance as if lost in thought. Yeah, that makes sense. Marie shook off his odd response. The more she thought about it, the more similar the two seemed. They had some similar facial features, but their personalities were what stood out. They both had a habit of being impatient and often made rash decisions. They were both extremely loyal to a fault, and neither handled authority well. Which was odd, considering Elora was the definition of authority. The sound of voices and footsteps echoed down the hall. Who's here? John asked. Sir Yora and Thomas. Is Elora coming back? He asked. She'll come by a little later. She said she would come once you were better. We're fairly sure they're keeping a close eye on her in the palace. Her disguise will only work for so long, and she didn't want to risk a visit until you were better. John closed his eyes for a few seconds and fought off the urge to sleep. He took a deep breath to wake himself and forced his eyes open. Marie was gone. He must have dozed off, but he had no idea how long. The light in the window seemed the same, so it couldn't have been too long. So, you're finally awake, came a voice from the door. John looked up and saw a petite girl with long blonde hair. He struggled to focus before he realized who it was. Elora? He excitedly asked as he tried to push himself up. She was a princess, and even though she was his sister, it seemed appropriate to make himself more presentable. Besides Marie, how many other women are you expecting? She asked from the doorway. Come in, he said. That must have been what she was waiting for. She hurried over and sat in the empty chair next to the bed, looking him over once before examining the nightstand. She grabbed a spoon from a bowl of broth and wiped it on her cloak. With narrowed eyes, she looked at John and threw the spoon at him, hitting him in the shoulder. John winced in pain. I can't believe it worked, she excitedly said. You really have no magic. John picked up the spoon from his bed. You want to see something else? He asked through a devious smile. Yes, she excitedly answered. John held the spoon sideways as if he were preparing to do a magic trick. He pointed it at her and then quickly brought it crashing down on the back of her hand. Elora sat there in utter shock. Her eyes were wide with pain and uncertainty as she quickly pulled her hand away and looked at it. John thought he could see tears swelling in her eyes, knowing he had taken it too far. She was the princess, after all. Do it again! She shouted. John cocked an eyebrow in confusion. He had no idea what to say. Do it again, she said as she laid her hand on the bed. Why? I've never felt anything like it before. My magic did nothing. Do it again, she demanded. John decided not to strike her so hard this time. He hovered the spoon over her hand and looked at Elora's face. She wore a ridiculous smile, as if she looked forward to getting hit. He flicked the spoon down and hit the knuckle on her ring finger. Ow! She yelled as she plucked her hand away again. What's going on? Asked Marie from the doorway. Elora looked at Marie with tears swelling in her eyes and a massive smile on her face. He beat me with a spoon. He did what? Marie asked as she ran over and snatched the spoon from his hand. She gave John what could only be described as a death stare. Now you do it, Elora said to Marie. No, I'm not going to hit you with a spoon. Watch this, she said to John before looking at Marie. Do it, she commanded as she stuck her hand out. Marie finally caught on to what was happening. She grabbed the spoon like a knife and brought it down in a hard, stabbing motion. Elora's magic surged before Marie was halfway through her downward arc. Marie's hand slowed and slid off to the side. She never even came close to hitting Elora. See? Elora excitedly asked John. I see, John said with an approving nod. Elora started to laugh. No one else can even get close to hurting me like that. I never knew my hand could hurt so bad, she said through uncontrollable laughs. It really hurts. John started to laugh in return. "You should see what I can do with a fork." No, I really don't," she said as her laughter started to wind down. Marie just stood in disbelief, watching the two. They were frighteningly alike. Elora calmed down and slid onto the bed next to John, and it was as if she had known him her whole life. She looked up at him and suddenly became serious. "I'm sorry," she sheepishly said. "Don't worry about it. I enjoyed hitting you with a spoon," John said. "Not that. I'm sorry I stole your magic," she said in an apology. "You didn't steal it," John said in a calming tone Marie had never heard before. He craned down and kissed the top of Elora's head. "Consider it a gift." Marie felt a hitch in the back of her throat, fighting back the urge to cry. These two people had just met and were already closer to each other than Marie had been to anyone in her entire life. "I'm going to check on dinner," Marie said. She wasn't sure they even heard her. Elora was already telling John about the palace in between asking him questions about Braden. Marie returned with dinner a couple of hours later, and it looked as if they hadn't moved an inch. The only difference was that Elora was fast asleep, and John softly stroked her hair. Marie felt a sudden pang of jealousy as she watched him stroking another girl's hair. She had no reason to be jealous. It was his sister, after all. The thought of Ser Jorah came crashing into her mind. Would he stroke her hair like that? Maybe Ser Jorah was right. John was different now. He had a whole life she knew nothing about. "Marie," John said out loud, causing Elora to wake. "Did you let me fall asleep?" Elora asked as she rubbed her eyes. "What time is it?" "A little after the 5th bell," Marie said as she laid the tray on the nightstand. "I must get back before they miss me. I can only stay in the royal bath for so long before they come in and check on me," she said as she got up from the bed. "You should go," John said, "before I hit you with a spoon again." Elora let out a friendly laugh. "I'll see you later. Don't forget. You promised." "I won't forget," John said. "I'll be back in the palace soon," Marie said as she adjusted John's tray. "You better be. I want Jacob back," Elora called over her shoulder as she left the room. Marie's mind raced as she wondered if Elora knew what had happened between her and Ser Jorah. She remembered her conversation with Thomas and needed to make up her mind better sooner than later. Ser Jorah had made it clear that he was in love with her. Although she suspected John did as well, he had never said it out loud before. "What's for dinner?" John asked, snapping her back to now. Marie laid the serving tray over John's lap. "Beef stew and pork loin," she said as she sat beside the bed. John grabbed a spoon and started to slurp the soup loudly. "It's good," he said, chewing. Marie knew it couldn't wait any longer. "John, can I ask you a question?" she asked. "Of course," he mumbled between bites. She took a deep breath and jumped in head first. "How many times do I blink a minute?" She would stake everything on the answer to this one question. "That's a pretty stupid question." John tore off a piece of bread and dipped it in his soup without even meeting her gaze. Marie felt a wave of disappointment and hurt wash over her as John called her question stupid. Maybe Ser Jorah did see her differently than John did. "I mean, we haven't seen each other for such a long time," he said with a mouthful of bread. "You used to blink 7 times a minute," he said before he swallowed. 5, if you were watching me do something stupid. I guess that could have changed, though." Marie stared at him in stunned silence. "Do you love me?" she hesitantly asked. John stopped, laid down his bread, and let out a soft sigh as he looked her in the eyes. "Ever since I first saw you." Chapter 51. John thought the air in the bunker smelled cleaner than he remembered. The safe house was in the middle of the capital, and the city air had been a constant reminder of the number of people, horses, and other denizens that lived there. He was glad to be back in the bunker, but he missed the din of the city outside his window. The 2 weeks he spent in the town seemed like a distant memory as soon as he set foot back among the ruins. Only his time with Elora and Marie was permanently etched in his mind. "Anyone here?" he shouted from the main room. Although he would say it didn't bother him, he was disappointed that no one was there to greet him. He had wanted to bring Marie, but he wasn't sure if Thomas continued to hide his man-made relic stones that allowed an ordinary person to traverse the ruins. They were explicitly for Sir Frey, and John had Thomas promise that he wouldn't provide them anymore. Although he would have loved to spend the extra time with Marie, it would be a long walk back to the capital if there had been no stone. Elora had secretly agreed to meet him at the safe house once a week, and she would be able to coordinate any future visits with Marie. As much as John would love to see her, he was worried about what would happen if the church knew Marie kept leaving the palace. Elora, on the other hand, was in absolutely no danger at all. From what he was told, she could take on the entire church on her own. He would lie if he said he wasn't jealous of her abilities. John filled a cup with water from the pitcher in the cold box and looked around the empty room. He knew Toby had been working on his gun project in his absence, but he wasn't sure how it was progressing. He downed his water and went down the hall to his workroom. Almost everything was how he had left it. The most significant difference was his project. A single ancient weapon now occupied where he had left multiple pieces of his ancient gun. Toby must have replicated the missing parts and assembled the weapon himself. Lying beside the gun was a partially repaired magazine and another restored one. John was simultaneously disappointed he wasn't the one to finish the gun, but also excited it was finished and looked as if it could be functional. John walked over, picked up the completed magazine, and noticed 3 bullet-shaped relics resting in it. He grabbed the gun in one hand and the magazine in the other. The manual on the table was open to a diagram depicting how to load the magazine in the gun, and he followed the directions. The magazine locked in with a satisfying click. He followed the next diagram and pulled back on the slide, loading a bullet into the gun. He pointed across the room, pulled on the trigger, and nothing happened. He looked over the weapon and found a little lever beside his thumb. He pushed on the lever with his thumb, exposing a red dot. "John, you're back," Toby said from the doorway, causing John to flinch, squeezing the trigger instinctually. Magic from his necklace shot out as the gun made a loud popping noise. The relic bullet shot out of the barrel and fell harmlessly to the ground in front of Toby. John looked puzzled. "Is that it?" "No, that's not it," Toby shouted as he snatched the gun from John's hand. "What is it with you two? If that had been it, you would have killed me." John narrowed his eyes. "So what's wrong with it? Are you wearing your necklace?" "Tomas charged it for me a couple of days ago." Toby nodded. "That would be it. We discovered magic interferes with the relic reaction, and neither of us could get it to work more than a few feet." John took his necklace off before Toby even finished his sentence. "Gimme," he said as his eyes turned bright green. "Pointed at the cabinet," Toby said as he handed John the gun. "You just have to pull the trigger again. You only need to pull back on the top the first time you put a magazine in." He grabbed the gun, extended his arm, and pointed it at the cabinet in the back of the room. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Boom! The gun pushed backward in John's hand, causing him to drop it. "What the fuck?" Both he and Tomas covered their ears in case there was any more noise. The sound was deafening. A high-pitched tone in his ears kept increasing in volume until that was all he could hear. He looked over at Toby and saw he was opening and closing his jaw in an attempt to clear his ears. John reached down, gingerly grabbed the gun, and placed it back on the table. He looked at the cabinet and noticed an egg-sized hole in the side of the door. John walked over to it and started laughing hysterically because he had no idea what to do. He was simultaneously scared and exhilarated. He had never felt anything as powerful as a gunshot before, and he was the one responsible for it. Is this what it feels like to use attack magic? "Holy light!" Toby yelled as he walked over to the cabinet. "Is that it?" John yelled so he could hear himself. "Yeah, that's it," Toby yelled back. Tomas ran into the room. "What was that?" John pointed to the cabinet door and laughed. Tomas walked over and found a matching hole in the door where the bullet had gone through the back of the cabinet. The wall behind it had a small crater where the bullet had struck and presumably disintegrated into dust. Thomas pointed to the gun on the table. "It did that?" Toby nodded. His hearing was starting to return. "If this is a smaller hand weapon, I can see how they destroyed themselves." We need to go back and see if there's more, John excitedly said. Hold up, Thomas said. Look at that hole. Can you imagine what a bigger version would do? Yeah, I can imagine it, and that's why we need more, John said. Thomas looked conflicted. I can't imagine what would happen if multiple people had these. You don't have to, John said. Only someone without magic can get it to do that. He's right, Thomas, Toby said. He may be the only person in the world who can do that. I doubt anyone else could come up with suitable bullet either. John was getting frustrated. He pulled the corner of his shirt down to show his bandaged shoulder. A single arrow, he said. I almost died because of a weapon that couldn't even harm a child with the slightest amount of magic. I don't even know if I can pull a bow with my shoulder like this. You have your... Thomas started. John threw his arms up and started pacing the room. It doesn't matter if I have my necklace. I've drained it of power so many times I can't even keep count. With a gun, I can level the playing field. Anybody can physically block an arrow. Look at the damn Kareems from the other night. They completely ignored me after a few shots. There's no way in hell that anybody is blocking that, he said, as he pointed to the cabinet. Thomas shook his head to show he didn't agree with the situation. All right, I see your point. You can keep the gun, but you need to learn how to use it. I'm sure there's more to it than just pointing it in the general direction. John clasped his hands as if he were giving thanks. Thank you. I will learn the shit out of that thing. You also have to learn how to make the bullets from sediment. I honestly don't want to have any part of bringing that back into the world, Thomas said. Fine, I can do that. How many bullets did you make? Toby asked. More than I should have, he answered. John smiled. How many is more than you should have? I don't know. Counting this current batch, between 200 and 300, Thomas said. Toby looked shocked at that answer. What? They're easy to make, Thomas said as an excuse. John became even giddier as he grabbed the second magazine. Are these hard to make? He asked Toby. Toby grabbed the rusted magazine from John's hand and looked it over. There are only a few parts. As long as it's not completely rusted, the relic should be able to patch them up. Okay, looks like we need to go back to the museum, John excitedly said. Toby looked at Thomas and shrugged. I would like to see it for myself. Thomas knew arguing was pointless. John knew where to find the museum, and Toby was anxious to see the place for himself. I just want to say, Thomas said as he pointed at the other men, I'll go, but I will not be part of recreating anything that should have stayed forgotten. Right now, John is the only person who can use ancient weapons, and if that changes, then it could be the end. Thomas let his last words hang in the air, hoping they would resonate with the other two men. End of what? John asked after an uncomfortable silence. Everything. It could be the end of everything. Chapter 52. Elora mindlessly shuffled the stack of papers in front of her. She rarely had to personally deal with any paperwork beyond the odd document that required a royal signature, which was something the regent could not provide. The emperor had stopped signing official documents almost a year ago, and Elora was now responsible for any official correspondence and decrees that required the Ingvald royal seal. When possible, she would push it off until the last minute, which usually meant poring over a stack of papers at least twice a month. She knew it was required of her and provided little resistance beyond her procrastination. She did not relish being in charge of an empire, but she did look forward to making drastic changes as soon as that crown hit her head. Dealing with Prime Minister Grey was at the top of her list, closely followed by ending the crown's relationship with the church. She was in a relatively good mood for what she liked to refer to as death by paper day. In a few short hours, she would be meeting John at the safe house. They secretly agreed to meet once a week to keep tabs on each other and pass on any information the other might have discovered about the church. Honestly, she just wanted to spend more time with her brother. She smiled as she looked at the hand that John had hit with the spoon. Princess, these are the last 2 documents Lord Grey requested, said a faceless clerk. Elora looked up from her silent reverie. She paid more attention to the cleaning staff than any of the Prime Minister's clerks. Since Elora's return to the palace, Lord Grey had made it a point not to be alone in a room with her. so much so that he did not even lodge a protest when Elora had brought Marie to stay at the palace. He probably thought it might be easier to track Marie's movements if she was under the same grand roof, which was why he went along with it. "More?" she asked. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. These were generated from the incident last night." Elora laid her quill on her current stack. The word incident was catnip to her. She was usually responsible for anything that included that word, so her interest was piqued. "Ah, yes, the incident from the other night," she said, hoping to learn more. "Yes, Your Highness," he said. The clerk stood in silence until he realized Elora's eyes were bearing down on him. "At the Royal Archives." Elora continued to stare for a few more seconds before the clerk realized she knew nothing of the matter. "There was a break-in at the Royal Archives. The first page is the requisition to upgrade a secure door within the palace, and the second is the official receipt acknowledging the missing documents." Elora grabbed the top document and read it over. It was a simple order to upgrade the door to the Royal Archive. It wasn't damaged, but the fact that someone got in was enough to increase security. She signed it and placed it to the side. The second was an inventory of what had been stolen. The only thing missing was a single page from an old palace staff work ledger. It didn't mean much until Elora saw the date. It was from the night she was born. "Just one page? That's all that's missing?" she asked. "Yes, Your Highness." "What specifically was on it?" The clerk pulled out a book from his satchel. It was full of dog-eared pages and loose notes. He thumbed to the last bookmark and ran his eyes down the page. "It looks like it was a payroll listing for the staff working in the kitchen and on the second and third floors that day." Elora knew it was a list of who might have seen their birth that night. Luckily, Sir Frey and her newfound uncle Thomas had already narrowed that list to a single remaining person, Meg. Elora had been asking random staff if any of them knew Meg, but it was as if nobody knew her, even if they had been working in the palace at the same time. She signed the paper and handed them both back to the clerk. It wouldn't take long for whoever took the page to realize Meg was the only person still alive that might know anything about their birth. The clerk bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness," before he turned to leave. Elora waited a few minutes to ensure he had left the hall before she let out a panicked exhale. She needed to find out where Meg was, and she needed to find out fast. "Jacob!" she shouted. Sir Jorah stepped into the room from his position outside the door. "As far as you know, who has been here the longest?" she asked. It was apparent Sir Jorah had no idea what she was talking about. "The staff," she said as she rose from her desk. "Who has worked in the palace the longest? Who was here over 15 years ago?" Sir Jorah looked off into the distance for a few minutes. "I'm sorry, Princess. I don't know. That was before my time." Elora let out an impatient sigh. "Who do you personally know that works here that looks really old?" "The smithy. He's been here his whole life." Elora never even thought about asking staff that worked outside the palace walls. She had mainly concentrated on whoever would have worked the same jobs as Meg. "Take me to him," she said as she grabbed her cloak from the chair next to the door. Sir Jorah knew better than to ask any questions. He led Elora down the great hall, and then the side hall that exited to the stables and the smithy. They walked across the open courtyard and came to the royal blacksmith's workshop. Sir Jorah opened the double doors, letting heat-filled smoke pour into the sky above them. The closest person instantly recognized Elora and wiped his hands on his leather apron before he gave a proper bow. "Your Highness," he nervously said. She did not doubt that she might have been the only royal to visit the soot-filled workshop in the last few decades. However, she had no time for pleasantries. "We need to see Bludger," Jacob casually said to the man. Elora was surprised Sir Jorah knew their names. They maintained all the guards' weapons, but Sir Jorah had taken the time to learn their names, which made her swoon a little. Ko disappeared around a half wall, and shortly after, an elderly man who looked too feeble to hold a hammer returned in his place. He didn't even flinch at seeing the princess. He offered a friendly smile as he got closer. "What you need, little princess?" He had no pretense of royal courtesy. Elora could not help but admire the man. Jacob didn't even bother to correct him, so it must be his nature. "Do you remember Meg? A chambermaid that worked in the palace years ago?" The old man smiled even more, showing his missing teeth. "Oh yeah, I knew Meg. She used to come down here bothering one of my smithies. She used to distract the hell out of the poor boy. They even got married. That was nigh on 40 years ago." Elora got excited to find someone who knew her. "Is he still here?" "No, he died of black lung almost 20 years back," the old man said. A wave of crushing disappointment rushed through her, like it was drowning her heart. "Do you know where they lived?" she meekly asked, careful not to get her hopes up. The smile faded from his face. "I'm sorry, little princess. I don't." "Thank you," Elora said. She knew this old man was probably the last person in the palace who knew Meg. She turned back to the palace when she heard the old man shout out from behind her. "Evan, get over here and tell the princess where your grandma lives!" Chapter 53. Elora casually walked down the sidewalk to the safe house where she had first met John. Her blue eyes and darker hair allowed her to return every greeting she received without anyone knowing her true identity. Her disguise's anonymity was a pleasant change of pace from her daily life in the palace. John had agreed to meet Elora in the safe house once a week, and this was their first meeting since he had recovered. She had information about Meg that John and Thomas would want to hear. She thought about bringing Marie, but was still wary of having her leave the palace. Marie had been acting differently since being rescued, and Elora honestly had no idea how to react to the situation. She wasn't sure if she should ask about it, or if she should give her space and time. Having a friend with their own problems was still relatively new. Elora turned the corner, putting her on the path that led to the front door, when something felt off. Her eyes darted back and forth across the front of the building when a rough hand slid over her mouth from behind. She panicked, gathered her magic in her hand, and grabbed her assailant's arm. She sent all her magic into her attacker's arm when she realized she didn't sense any other presence. She twisted her head and bit down hard on the hand over her mouth. Her attacker let out a yelp as he pulled his hand back. "John, you almost scared me to death," she said before turning around. "You need to be more careful." "I could have been anybody," John said as he shook his injured hand. Elora gathered crackling magic in her hand, laid it on John's chest, and smiled. "Nobody else could even come close to touching me. Even if they did, they would be ash by now." John pulled his necklace from his pocket and slid it over his head, turning his eyes a pale shade of blue. "Still, you need to be careful. I was following you for at least 2 blocks, he said as he continued to the front door. She hadn't felt him at all. John's lack of magic was still hard for her to understand. As a future empress, she could see how it could be beneficial. John pushed the door open and held it for Elora. "Ladies first," he said. John entered the foyer and shut the door behind him. He looked out the window to be sure they weren't followed. "I know where Meg lives," Elora said as soon as John was done looking out the window. "Really, that's amazing. Who's Meg?" John walked down the hall to the kitchen. "Tea?" he asked over his shoulder. "Yes, please," she answered. "I guess you were a little unconscious when the rest of us had that conversation." "I do that sometimes," he said as he filled a kettle from the sink and placed it on the stove. He looked around for a box of matches. "Do you have a match?" Elora shook her head while she walked over to the stove, stuck her hand inside the door, and touched a log, causing it to burst into flames. "No, I don't have any matches." John looked at the fire. "That's cheating." "For everyone else, it's not cheating," she said. She had never realized how difficult it must be for John not to be able to do everyday magic. "I could have lit it without matches too," he said. "Really?" she asked as she sat down at the table. "Yeah, I just need a couple of sticks, some tinder, dry moss, twine, maybe 2 flintstones if I can't find any sticks," he answered. Elora laughed at his answer until she realized he was serious. He would need all that to start a simple fire. A fire she could create by just touching a log. "Is it hard?" Having no magic? Nah, my stone helps with practical magic, but it's still not enough to start a fire. Let me see it, she said. John sat across from her, slid off his necklace, and tossed it to Elora. She wrapped her hand around it and tilted her head. Uncle Thomas, is this his magic? Yep, not a lot to charge it with in the ruins. May I? She asked. Go ahead. Elora closed her eyes and pushed her magic into the stone. It was a strange sensation to feel magic leave her body without guiding it for a purpose. She felt a sudden, solid resistance and tossed it back to John. John caught the necklace by the stone. It's hot, he said. Don't be a wuss, Elora said. John put the necklace back on, and his eyes didn't fade. They stayed green. Your eyes. They're still green, she said. That shouldn't happen, he said. I can feel your magic, like a lot of magic. It felt like it took a bit to fill it up, she said. Elora looked around the kitchen and grabbed a wooden spoon from the counter behind her. She placed a metal plate in front of John with the spoon on top. Try lighting it. How? I don't know, just light it. Put your hand on it and push your magic into it, she said. John picked up the wooden spoon. I have no idea how to... He stopped when he felt magic leave the necklace. It was different this time. Way different. The magic flowed into him, down his arm and into his hand. A purple glow engulfed the spoon, causing it to turn to ash instantly. He pulled his hand away, but the purple glow remained in his palm. It continued to build from a glow into a slight mist with crackles and finally a round orb of purple flame. What are you doing? Elora asked. I ain't doing shit. This is your magic, not mine, he shouted. For light's sake, don't throw it, she said as she calmly got up from her chair. John stared wide-eyed at his open hand. He concentrated on doing absolutely nothing. Is this one of those orbs? Yes, it's an orb, she said as she walked over to him. The kind that kills... He stopped short when Elora laid her hand on the orb, causing it to disappear. Elora continued to lower her hand on top of his to be sure none of it remained. She felt a sudden surge as the rest of her magic in the necklace flowed back into her. John's eyes faded to blue once again. What the fuck was that? He shouted. Why was that coming from me and not the necklace? I guess your body recognizes my magic as its own. We are twins after all. John collapsed back into the chair, exhausted. It felt powerful, he said with a smile. What would have happened if I tried to throw it? Elora sat back down. I don't know. Maybe blow the side of the house off. Maybe the next one too. John laughed until he realized she was being serious. That little orb could have blown the side of the house off? Probably, she said. The fact John could create an orb let Elora think there might be a way to transfer his share of her magic back into him. Would you want it back? It's yours any time you want it, she said. So who is Meg? He asked as he got up to check on the tea. She was one of the people who were there the night we were born. And that's important, he asked as he poured a cup of tea and walked it over to Elora. Elora grabbed the cup. It is, if you're trying to prove there was a royal born with no magic. Ah, he said as he sat back down. You don't get it, do you? John nodded his head up and down. Not at all. The church needs Meg to back up their story that you are royalty. She's the only person who can confirm you were born that night. It's not enough to have you. They need someone to back up their claims. Otherwise, you're just another person who might have touched the wrong relic. So, without Meg, they would leave us, me and Marie, alone. I can't say for sure, but maybe. So, what do you need from me? I know where she lives. Sir Frey and Jacob aren't back yet, and I was hoping you could watch her until they get back, and we can go get her. I think they would sense Thomas if he were there. Just watch, he asked. Just watch. If the church gets there first, follow them to find out where they are going. They need her alive, so they won't hurt her. How will you find me? John asked. Elora walked over and wrapped her hand around John's necklace for a brief second. That's just a little of my magic. I'll be able to find you. No walls? John asked disappointedly. No walls. Chapter 54. John crouched behind the remnants of an old well on the far side of Meg's farm. The smell of musty stone lining the old shaft reminded him of the ruins, and he found it oddly soothing. He had spent most of his life in or around the ruins, and being around decay felt familiar. He wondered if they had stopped using the well because it had run dry, or if it was just too far from the house. Either way, he was thankful for the vantage point it provided. John fidgeted with the small lever on the gun in his pocket as he watched the house. Once Elora had told him where to find Meg's farm, he made a quick detour to the bunker to gather his new toy. He was still too weak to hold a bow at full draw, and felt more comfortable having an effective weapon in case he needed it. Toby had shown him how to load the bullets into the magazine and how to change magazines once they were empty. The second magazine wasn't finished yet, so John had 15 bullets in the single magazine. He hadn't grabbed any loose bullets because he was afraid they might react to each other in his pocket. He shuddered at the thought of a small explosion occurring so close to his manhood. After a while, an elderly lady in the last years of her life walked out the front door to empty a bucket next to the house. Other than her, there were no signs that anybody lived on the old farm. There were no animals, and the small barn looked like it had seen better days. He figured she must be receiving a stipend and commended her for living so far away from the excitement of the capital. John had been watching for hours when he heard horses approaching from down the road. He hoped it was Sir Frey. The temperature started dropping, and he was ill-prepared to maintain his vigil overnight. "Shit," he whispered, as a band of monks on horseback slowed to a trot when they approached the farm. There were 7 monks by his count, and all of them carried steel on their hips. These weren't ordinary monks. He quickly scanned each one as they dismounted and felt relieved to find the seeker was not among them. 2 monks remained with the horses as the remaining 5 rushed into the house unannounced. John could hear shouting and a woman scream before everything fell silent. The door opened when John suddenly realized he had made a severe blunder. He had left his horse in the woods. There was no way he could make it there in time to follow them. If they escaped with Meg, he wouldn't be able to find her again. John took off his necklace and stashed it away before he retrieved the gun from his pocket and pulled back on the slide, loading a bullet. He would have to keep these monks from taking Meg by himself. He had practiced with the gun, but he wasn't as accurate with it as he was with a bow. Toby had explained how to line up his target in the metal parts sticking up from the top, but it was more difficult than he had expected. He would need to get closer if he wanted to ensure a hit. Since none of the monks carried a bow, he should be safe. John ran toward the front door, hoping the monks would not notice him until he was in shooting range. He was severely mistaken. The closest monk saw John as soon as he stood up from behind the well, and it was too late to change plans. John continued to charge toward the house as the 2 monks drew their swords and ran to meet him. John stopped, raised his gun, and waited for the monks to get closer. He aimed down the barrel and squeezed the trigger. "Shit!" he yelled as nothing happened. He remembered playing with the lever that prevented the gun from firing and quickly nudged it with his thumb. He was too late. The closest monk was already swinging his sword. John tried to back away, but the tip of the sword had already torn through his clothing and grazed the front of his chest. The pain was instant. It was more of a burning sensation than it was a sharp pain. John took that as a good sign, pointed the gun at the monk's head, and pulled the trigger. Blood and bone exploded outward with a loud boom. John watched as the monk fell backward. It was hard to recognize him as a person with the left half of his head missing. Due to the commotion, 3 more monks came running out of the house. The other monk who had charged him stood motionless, staring at his brother. He looked up at John with a confused expression. "Pretty cool, huh?" John asked before he raised his gun. He pointed it at the monk's body and pulled the trigger. The monk staggered backward as the bullet hit him in the chest. Blood spread out over his robe where the bullet had struck him. The monk crumpled to the ground. Seeing the wound reminded John of his own injury. He touched his chest and felt blood. His hand wasn't soaking wet, so his wound must not be very deep. He looked up and realized the 3 monks from the house had spread out and were cautiously approaching from different angles. "And what the fuck do you think you're doing?" John asked no one in particular as he aimed at the closest monk and shot him in the chest. The force of the impact spun the monk around before he fell face down in the dirt in an ever-increasing pool of blood. John looked at the next monk and smiled. That looked pretty painful. The remaining 2 monks exchanged a cautious glance before one turned to run back to the house. John quickly readjusted his aim and fired. The monk ducked at the sound of the shot and avoided getting hit. John promptly fired 2 more shots, hoping to hit him, but they both missed. John knew he was getting overexcited and calmed himself. The monk was starting to open the door when John shot again. There was a small explosion of splinters from the wood door where the bullet had struck it. John briefly thought the monk had gotten away until his body fell, blocking the door open. He quickly looked around for the remaining monk, but he was gone. John ran through the shot count in his head. He wasn't sure if he had fired 5 or 6 bullets. Either way, he had more than enough for the 2 monks remaining in the house. He cautiously approached the open door with his weapon leveled in front of him. The weapon's weight was starting to wear on John's weakened shoulder. He wasn't sure how much longer he could hold it up, but he was afraid to lower it in case he had to make a quick shot. "You don't want me to come in there," he shouted. John did not want to go in there himself. Once he stepped inside, he was probably within striking range of any sword. He cautiously looked around before deciding to enter the house. He slowly stepped into the doorway when he saw 2 monks standing at the far end of the room, holding Meg between them. John wondered if they had a plan or were just standing there. "Don't come any closer, or we'll kill her," said the monk on the left as he pulled his sword up to Meg's throat. The other monk gave him a confused look. It was a bluff. Even John knew they needed Meg alive to prove who he was. John slowly aimed his gun at the monk holding the sword to Meg's throat. "Who are you?" Meg asked between ragged breaths. "What do you want?" "Shut up," hissed the monk through clenched teeth. "I'm gonna count to 3, John said. He narrowed his eyes. 3. John pulled the trigger, hitting the monk in the neck. The monk dropped his sword and fell backward onto the kitchen table before his weight pulled him to the ground. John had been aiming at his head, but his arm was starting to tremble from all the exertion. "You said you were counting to 3!" the last monk yelled. His eyes darted across the room, looking for any escape route. "I was never really any good with numbers," John said as he leveled the gun at him. The last monk tried to run for the back door, but John was already squeezing the trigger before he even turned. Meg stood wide-eyed in panic. John recognized that look. It was the same look he would see on a trapped animal when they knew they were going to die. The sound of horses coming up the road drew John's attention. He walked to a window and saw more monks riding up to the house. There were too many to count in the brief moment he looked outside. He knew he didn't have enough bullets to fight them all off. John turned back to Meg to catch a glimpse of her running out the front door. She had no idea who John was, and the approaching riders might be a better refuge than the man who had exploded 2 monks standing next to her. John ran to catch her before she could get away. He had to get Meg before the monks got her. His mind raced with the implications. If they captured Meg, they wouldn't stop coming at John until they caught him too. As long as they kept trying to capture him, Marie was in danger. John thought back to his earlier conversation with Elora. If no one was left to prove who John was, they might stop coming after Marie. John pulled his gun up and aimed it at Meg's back while she ran. Everything slowed down. A few horses beyond Meg turned back to the road. He thought he saw flashes of blue on the other side of the riders, but it was too late. He had already started to squeeze the trigger. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The tension on the trigger gave way as the hammer fell forward. He told himself it was for Marie. Sir Frey rode at the lead of their small band of rescuers. He didn't want to involve anyone who didn't already know about John, so it was just him, Ser Jorah, Marie, and Elora in disguise. He had vehemently protested against Marie coming, but Elora had convinced him they needed her healing skills in case of any injuries, and he reluctantly agreed. As for Elora, he had no control over her. He couldn't threaten to go to the Emperor with anything concerning John, and Elora knew it. Hopefully, John would still be watching the house from a safe distance, and Meg would agree to come along once she saw Ser Frey and the princess at her door. They would explain everything to her once she was safe back in the palace. Marie felt something was wrong as they got nearer to Meg's farm. She could smell the dust in the air. She saw Ser Frey toss Ser Jorah a knowing glance. There must be riders ahead of them. Ser Jorah pulled his sword and rode to the lead with Ser Frey following behind him. "Stay back!" Ser Frey yelled to the two girls. It was pointless. Marie was already shifting her reins to one hand in anticipation of drawing her sword. Marie looked over at Elora, and she returned a devious smile. Elora had brought her two-handed short sword with 2 relic stones, but couldn't yield it while riding. Marie was confident that Ser Frey didn't know Elora had packed her sword. Marie saw a group of robed riders responsible for the dust as they slowed to a stop just ahead. A single rider turned his horse as he saw the 4 approaching from their rear. Ser Frey and Ser Jorah held their swords low as they sped up for a cavalry charge into the dust around the riders. Marie had no idea how to fight on horseback. She would have to dismount before she got too close to the monks. Elora was already slowing her horse, preparing to do the same. Ser Jorah and her uncle's relic blades glowed in the dust cloud as they engaged the monks. Marie jumped off her horse and pulled her sword just in time to see Elora pull her sword free of her pack. "Don't do anything stupid," she yelled at Elora. "I'm the only person here who can't get hurt," Elora yelled back. Marie knew she was right. In all truthfulness, Elora could walk unarmed into the middle of a pitched battle and never even suffer a scratch. "I didn't say be safe. I said, don't do anything stupid," Marie said as she walked over to Elora, who was now holding her special sword. The girls smiled at each other as they charged their blades and started walking to the front. Several riderless horses ran by before they encountered the first monks. Elora quickly stepped forward with her double-handed short sword glowing light green. It was evident she was holding her magic back for her first encounter. The monk charged at Elora as she slowly brought her sword up to block his overhead strike. Marie saw the top half of his blade fall behind Elora. Her charged blade had cut the monk's sword in half as he brought it crashing down on her. Elora flicked her blade downward and sliced the monk's sword arm clean off. She pulled it back and thrust through his chest before his brain had time to realize what was happening. Marie saw a monk approaching from the side and sidestepped as she dug her blade into the monk's exposed flank. He fell forward without a sound. Marie marveled at how easy it was. The sound of shouting and moving horses faded as they got closer to the farm. Marie could see glimpses of the farmhouse through the action. There were still more monks on horseback at the front, but their numbers were dwindling as the knights easily cut through the monks' traditional steel blades. An old lady ran out of the farmhouse. Marie assumed it was Meg. The monks must not have had a chance to get to her before their group arrived. Marie looked around and saw a few monks lying lifeless near the farmhouse. She was relieved to think that John had killed them before they got too close. Marie wondered why Meg would be running toward the monks and away from the house when she heard a loud boom. The noise took her and everyone else by surprise. The horses closest to the farmhouse reared up, and the few remaining monks looked to see what had caused the noise. Marie saw Meg fall forward in the dirt before she noticed John in a blood-stained shirt standing at the front door. He was holding an odd relic in his outstretched hand. The dirt around Meg's body turned to a muddy mahogany brown. "John, tell me you didn't," she whispered to herself with tear-filled eyes. Chapter 55. John sat upright in the oversized bed in the safe house he had finished convalescing in less than a month ago. He wanted to return to the bunker, but Ser Frey had insisted that Chris, the royal physician, examine his wound. Marie had refused to talk to him on the ride back to the capital, and he hoped being close to the palace might facilitate a private visit. "You're lucky I'm the royal physician, or else this would be costing you a fortune," Chris joked as he laid a clean bandage across John's chest. "I'm okay. I've been cut worse," John said, even though it was a lie. The only other significant injury he experienced was when he was shot by an arrow just a few weeks ago. "He'll be okay?" asked Ser Frey from the doorway. "As long as he stays away from sharp, pointy things, he'll be fine," Chris said over his shoulder as he finished wrapping John's chest. "It's a clean wound. It doesn't need to be stitched. It'll heal on its own. Sir Frey stepped into the room. I told you to stay out of sword range. You are far too... John had heard that exact phrase so many times, he finished Sir Frey's sentence for him. Far too fragile to get that close. I've heard it before. And it's still true, Sir Frey said. It doesn't matter if you like me or not. I've protected you for 16 years, and I'm not about to stop now. Chris finished wrapping John's chest with a clean bandage and closed his bag. I'd tell you to take it easy, but I know you won't listen, he said disappointedly. Thank you, John said as he reached out to shake Chris's hand. Chris looked at John with a surprised expression. He grabbed John's hand and covered it with his own. You're too kind to be an Ingvald, he said before letting go of John. Take care, young prince. John thought the comment about him being too kind to be an Ingvald came from a deeper place than he understood. I'm not a prince. I'm no better than anyone else, John answered. Chris stopped at the doorway and looked at John with a kind yet sad smile. Ah, my boy. If only all Ingvalds thought like that, this empire would be a better place, he said before walking away. John waited until Chris was gone before he looked over at Sir Frey, who was preparing to leave himself. Marie? He asked. Now you want to talk to me? Sir Frey asked. She's still here? She didn't say a word to me the whole time. Sir Frey took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. He slid an empty chair closer to the bed and sat on it. Aye. She and Elora are still here. Elora is worried sick. Again, I've never seen her get so worked up as she does over you. And Marie? John asked. Marie, Sir Frey sighed. Marie is going to need some time to process what you've done. John knew exactly what Sir Frey was talking about. Nobody mentioned it then, but it was on everybody's mind. Meg? What were you thinking? Sir Frey asked. I was telling myself it was an accident, but I know better. I didn't know you were coming so soon, John said through a hoarse throat as he looked across the empty room. The monks arrived. I left my horse too far away. John's voice started to crack. I couldn't let them take Meg. If they did... John paused to swallow and look Sir Frey in the eye. If they took Meg, then Marie would always be in danger. I could never forgive myself if anything happened to her because of me. He quickly blurted out before he became too emotional. Sir Frey sat in silence. Was I wrong? John asked. It doesn't matter what I think. The silence dragged on. That's why you did it? John asked. He finally realized why Sir Frey had let him believe Marie was dead. Sometimes we do what we know is wrong to protect those we love, Sir Frey said. Do you think she'll forgive me? John asked. That's a question you must ask Marie, Sir Frey said. Ask me what? Marie said from the doorway. Sir Frey turned to see Marie with Elora standing behind her. She had something in her hand. I need to check on Jacob, Sir Frey said as he got up from his chair. He walked towards the door, stopping briefly to kiss Marie on the top of her head, and disappeared down the hallway. Marie slowly walked over and inspected the bandages around John's chest. Chris said you'll be fine, she flatly said. I'll heal, John said. Marie turned to leave. Please stay. Marie turned, walked over to the empty seat her uncle had just gotten up from, and stared at the open window. They both sat quietly, unsure of what to say. For the love of the light, Elora exclaimed from the doorway. She's freaked out that you killed Meg. John and Marie looked shocked that she would calmly blurt out something like that. Secretly, they were both relieved she had broached the topic. What? Now talk, I'm getting tea, Elora said as she walked away in a huff. I'm not going to say I'm sorry for what I did, he said. Marie's eyes flew wide. She was bewildered by his admission. You shot an unarmed woman in the back with an ancient weapon. I'm sorry, John said. Marie threw her hands up in confusion. You just said you weren't sorry. John quickly responded before she could spin herself up into a tizzy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Hurt me? You hurt me? She scoffed. I'm not the person with a hole in their back. I did it for you, John softly said. He regretted his choice of words as soon as he said them. Marie jumped up from her chair and stood at the end of the bed. "You did not do that for me. Don't drop that pile of crap on my doorstep." John felt more ashamed of what he had done than anything else in his whole life. "With Meg gone, you'll be safe." Marie stormed over to the door and slammed it hard. She didn't want anyone else to hear her yelling. "Don't you dare say that you killed that poor innocent woman because of me. I didn't ask you to keep me safe. First my uncle, and now you. Why does everyone do horrible things for the sake of keeping me safe? You killed an innocent person to keep me safe. Why is my life more important than hers?" John stared at her, watching her breathe heavily. He didn't know what to say to make it all go away. "Because I love you." Marie took a deep breath and slowly let it out as tears rolled down her cheek. "If that's what your love means, then I don't want it," she whispered. "Don't say that. What do you expect? How do you think that makes me feel? You tell me you killed a person because of how you feel. For me. So Meg would still be alive if you didn't love me." "I couldn't just—" Marie cut him off. "Don't say another damn word. You have no idea how I feel." "How you feel?" John whispered. "I think I might know." Marie stared at him silently, seething. "Do you have any idea how many fucking people died trying to keep me safe?" John was getting louder as he spoke. Marie walked to the open window and stared out into the night. John got up from the bed with a wince and walked up behind Marie. "Your mom and dad. How's that for a start? They died because of who I am. Do you know how bad I feel knowing that people are dead just because I exist in the world? Ask yourself, how many more people are dead because I was born?" Marie cried silently while watching a carriage pass by. "That's not the same," she whispered. John had no idea what to say. "I love you more than life itself," he croaked through a sore throat as he laid his hand on her shoulder. Marie turned to face John, knocking his hand from her shoulder. "That's the problem?" she said with a regretful smile. She stood still, staring into his green eyes, afraid to move. She swallowed any lingering doubt away. She tilted her head upward, slightly parted her lips, and gave him a deep, passionate kiss. Their first kiss. John felt a sudden wave of relief as she stared into his eyes, proving she still loved him. "Goodbye, John," she said as she walked to the door and grabbed the handle. "Don't," he whispered. Marie stopped for a moment, staring at the door, waiting for him to say something else. She wanted to hear something, anything that would make these feelings go away, but she knew there was nothing he could say that would make her change her mind. She opened the door and left. John stared at the open doorway as a lump swelled in his throat. The sound of blood rushing in his ears drowned out the sound of his breathing. He felt helpless. He stood there for an eternity before the pain in his chest started to make its presence known again. He returned to the bed and sat on the edge, staring out the window. "She seems mad," Elora said from the open doorway behind him. "A little," John whispered. Elora walked over to the bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling. John slid back and stretched out beside his sister. "I fucked up." "A little," Elora said. "I'll talk to her." They both lay together, staring at the ceiling. John wasn't sure how, but Elora knew he just wanted to have someone close. He wondered what his life would have been like if she had always been there. He felt her arm move before she blindly dropped something heavy on his stomach. He grunted softly as cold metal landed on his bare skin. He reached down and felt the handle of his gun. "Where can I get one of these?" she whispered without taking her eyes off the ceiling. Chapter 56. The pontiff squeezed the bridge of his nose, hoping to quell his increasing anger. Only a single monk had returned alive from the two groups sent to secure an elderly chambermaid, and his explanation of events was far from believable. The pontiff exhaled slowly and looked at the young monk sitting across from him. "Am I to believe that a boy with no magic used an invisible form of attack magic that was powerful enough to blow a hole through a person? Is that correct?" The young monk nodded in response. "It was as loud as thunder. I've never heard anything like it before." And you miraculously survived because? The monk nervously looked around the room, unable to make eye contact with the pontiff. Someone had to report on what happened. I thought the church needed to know what... The church needed that old lady alive. You, brother, are not allowed to think. You do as the light commands, the pontiff said before one of his clerks entered the room and laid a parchment on his desk. The pontiff quickly read over the report that might clarify the situation. When he was finished, he rubbed the bridge of his nose again before he spoke. If he used an unknown magic, then why do I have a report stating that there are signs of attack magic, as well as battle wounds on our dear departed brothers? The pontiff tilted his head in his waning patience. Were you even there when the escort arrived? The monk looked down at his hands as he wrapped them in the loose fabric of his robe. No, your grace. The pontiff could tell the young monk was terrified of his current situation. He was glad there was a first-hand report of what occurred, but the discovery of a new type of magic was ludicrous. He would let the research monks talk to the young monk in hopes of discerning what had happened. The light obviously has plans for you since you are here now and not with your brothers. The young monk relaxed at hearing the words, but still refused to make eye contact. You may go, the pontiff said. The monk quickly stood and started backing towards the door. May the light shine upon you, your grace. And upon you, the pontiff said, as he dismissed him with a simple hand wave. The seeker appeared at the pontiff's doorway the moment the monk had disappeared out of sight. He calmly walked in and sat in the empty chair. Did you read it? The pontiff grabbed the report again and looked at it. 19 dead. 6 of our brothers had injuries no one can explain. Our only eyewitness swears to the light that John used invisible attack magic. There's even evidence he used it on the old lady so she could not be captured. I am impressed with his resolve. I doubt it was magic. More than likely, it was some relic, the seeker added. I already have researchers looking into it. The pontiff laid the report back down. It appears your plans have run their course, the pontiff said sternly as he looked at the man. The seeker shifted his weight as the pontiff leveled his gaze on him. He remained silent. Relax, the pontiff said dismissively. I am beyond weary with this game. Without the chambermaid, no one else could provide corroboration that John was born in Ingvald. Once we capture the boy, we can still use him to convince the Karim Empire that Emperor Ingvald has the... What makes you think you will even be able to capture the boy? He has the full support of the future empress. Our plan to use him to delegitimize the Ingvald bloodline is at an end. Once she takes the throne, she will undoubtedly seek retribution against the church. I am honestly surprised Prime Minister Grey still draws breath. We believe we know which of the ruins he is hiding in. Karim's soldiers may be able to tolerate the effects if we could utilize them, the seeker said. As much as I would like to support your pointless snipe hunt, I'm afraid our Karim friends will be busy with activities in the capital, the pontiff said as he grabbed a parchment from his desk and slid it to the seeker. The seeker looked at the diagram of the capital and laid it back down with a smile. Blood, then? As much as I had hoped for a bloodless coup, it has become obvious it is no longer feasible. What about the army? They won't sit idly by as the palace is laid siege, the seeker said. That is where the Prime Minister will be useful one last time. He will order every garrison in the capital to the Karim border within a matter of days. You don't think the palace will see through that ruse? Oh, it's not a ruse. As we speak, the majority of the Karim army is amassing at the border pass. The Prime Minister has no knowledge of this plan. We simply need him to do his job as he is expected to do so. He will have no choice but to order the army to the border with the approval of the Emperor. And resistance from within the palace, asked the seeker. We have enough to subdue the palace guard as well as Frey and his royal guard. And Elora? She alone could thwart any number of Karim. The pontiff sighed as if he was tired from answering questions. We have a means of neutralizing her magic. Once she is dealt with, the palace will fall. They won't even get close enough to her to do anything, the seeker scoffed. That is where you come in, said the pontiff with a devious smile. What can I do? I am but a humble servant of the light, the seeker said as he bowed his head in reverence. Come now, brother Jarl, There is one thing you can do that no other person in the church can do. The seeker looked up. He didn't like how that sounded. How so? There is a secret escape route that leads under the palace. You will lead a band of Karim elites inside, and they will deal with Elora. Why me? The seeker asked, although he had a sinking suspicion about why he was uniquely qualified to lead the men. It's simple. The passageway is locked with magic, and only a royal can open it. That's why we need you, Prince Jarl. Chapter 57. The palace air inside the library smelled stale. It was getting too cold to open the windows, but wasn't yet cold enough to light the oil boilers that provided heat throughout the enormous building. Marie stared blankly at the open book in front of her. She'd been staring at the same page for half an hour without reading a single word. She still had to review a stack of books on the table next to her. Elora's pile was almost gone. Elora looked up from her book. They're not going to read themselves. Marie snapped out of her silent reverie. What? Elora reached across the library table and tapped the pile of books. You haven't even finished the first one. Marie slowly blinked and shook her head. Why are we doing this again? The librarian thought she remembered something about transferring magic in these dusty old books, but she can't be sure. Marie narrowed her eyes. Then why isn't she reading them? Elora closed the book in front of her and leaned across the table. Yeah, that would work. Why don't we just announce to the whole palace that I need to find a way to transfer half my power to a long-lost twin brother that nobody knows about? Surprise, it's a boy. Oh, by the way, he's the rightful heir to the throne. Marie sat still, sulking. For the love of light, are you still moping? Elora asked. I'm not moping, she said as she slumped in her chair. It's been a week, Elora said. You were the one who left him. After you kissed him, I might add. I know, it's not that, Marie said into her book. Then what is it? I don't know what to do. Marie looked up at Elora. He killed an innocent woman. Elora had been annoyed with the same conversation for the last 3 days. Old Meg had 1 or 2 years left at best. If you ask me, he probably did her a favor. Marie's face turned to horror at hearing Elora's words. What? Elora asked. He did it because he thought it would keep you safe. That doesn't make it right. Elora leaned in closer. She was starting to get frustrated. Listen up, Lady Frey. If I had someone who loved me as much as John loves you, I wouldn't care if he killed my grandma with a shit shovel. What is it with you two? Your minds don't work right. Elora sat back with a smug look on her face. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I think it was, Elora said. The librarian walked over to the table and laid 2 more dusty books on Elora's pile. These are the captain's logs from the royal expeditions to the Forbidden Isles. Elora's eyes lit up. How forbidden? I've never heard mention of them outside of these 2 logbooks, she said before she bowed and returned to her work. Elora tossed Marie the top book and opened the larger one in front of her. Am I wrong? Marie asked. Elora looked up. All I know is that he did it because he loves you. That has to count for something. You're biased, Marie said. Why would I be biased? It's not like he's my twin brother or anything, said Elora. Wait a minute. He is my twin brother. Of course I'm biased. Is it wrong to want your best friend to marry your older brother? The look of horror returned to her face. Don't give me that. You know you've thought about it. That would make us sisters. Besides, you may eventually be empress if you did marry him. Marie Ingvald. Marie blushed. There it is, Elora shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. The few library occupants looked over at the princess, but knew better than to let their gaze linger for too long. Shh, Marie said while laughing at Elora's outburst. Elora lowered her voice to whisper, You blushed. The thought of marrying John made you blush. Marie returned a sheepish smile. You still love him and want to be with him. Do I? Elora looked at Marie with a deadly gaze. I order you to forgive my brother. You can't do that, Marie said. Jacob, Elora shouted without taking her eyes off Marie. Everyone in the library looked at the two girls. "What is the worst punishment for refusing a royal order?" she yelled across the library. Jacob stepped into view from behind the last stack. "That would be death, Your Highness." Jacob had been keeping a reasonable distance between himself and Marie after admitting his feelings for her. Elora smiled deviously at Marie and cocked her head to the side. "Thank you, Jacob," she shouted. "You're welcome, Your Highness," he shouted back before disappearing again. "You would have me killed?" "That's how much I love you. Yes, I would have you killed," Elora said without blinking. "How is it possible you two are exactly the same?" Marie said as she smiled. "Great minds think alike," Elora said. Marie admitted defeat. "Fine, I'll talk to him." "Good. I will take you when I go see him." "What do you mean, when you go see him?" Marie asked. "We meet once a week." "Since when?" "Since he almost died rescuing you, I guess," Elora said as she looked at the first page of the logbook in front of her. "Now read." The two girls had barely started reading the leather-bound logbooks before Elora started flipping through pages like a woman possessed. "Wait a minute." Marie looked up from her book. "What?" Elora scanned page after page until she found what she was looking for. There was an expedition to an island. Elora ran her finger across the page as she read it to Marie. "We ran across an uncharted island covered in ruins as far as the eye could see. We could see natives, but we were unable to get close. We tried to land a boat, but we had to turn around after the crew started to exhibit signs of magic sickness. We dropped anchor offshore far enough to avoid any ill effects. A small rowboat from the island came to greet us on the first day. It was two young boys from the island. As far as we could tell, neither one had any discernible magic. They did not know the word magic when we asked them about it. When Lord Herf explained what it was, the boys conveyed that everyone on the island was born with the gift, and it was freely given to the king to prove their loyalty. We only saw the boys once, and nobody else visited the ship after that. We left after 2 days once the crew started to report headaches, and continued west to the Great Chain. I will recommend to the Emperor that the island be marked as dangerous and removed from future expeditions." Elora looked up once she was done reading the passage. "That sounds like they transferred their magic," she excitedly said. "It does. Is there any more?" Elora continued to flip through the pages. "I don't see anything else." She let out a whistle like she was calling an animal. The librarian walked over to the table with an expression that could only be described as waning patience. "Yes, Princess?" "Do we have any more books on royal expeditions like this one?" "No, I was surprised I was able to find those two. The Emperor usually keeps the information about royal expeditions in his own library. It's a tradition to send royal expeditions once a new emperor is crowned. It is a sign of strength to other countries that Ingvald is stable. If I'm not wrong, your father was the one who ordered that expedition after taking the throne." "Thank you," Elora said. Marie waited for the librarian to leave before she spoke. "Now what?" "Now we go see my father," Elora answered. Chapter 58. Prime Minister Grey pored over reports laid across his desk. Military leaders had been in and out of his office since yesterday, when rumours of a possible Karim invasion had started circulating in the capital. At first, it was just rumoured, but travelling merchants' first-hand reports were hard to ignore as idle chit-chat. The first official message from the army outpost at the mountain pass had arrived a little after dawn. It was confirmed Karim was amassing troops at the border. The initial number reported was over 100,000, with more coming by the hour. The Prime Minister knew the Church had been using Karim's soldiers in their plans to capture Jahn, but a full-scale invasion of Ingvald just to catch one person was impossible to fathom. This was something different. This was a flat-out war between two nations. The Prime Minister picked up his quill and furiously signed a stack of documents that a clerk had recently brought. Ordering a full-scale troop deployment was more difficult than he had thought it would be. Ordering all regiments to the border had been easy, and a verbal command was all that was necessary for military leadership. However, allocating supplies and support for hundreds of thousands of troops was another matter. Money had to be distributed to pay for supply convoys, and funds for civilian blacksmiths and craftsmen had to be procured. The orders activating the civilian guard had to be personally signed by the Emperor. Luckily, the Emperor had been lucid enough to sign the required documents and give verbal orders that would suffice for the sake of bureaucracy. Sir Frey walked in behind another faceless clerk as they dropped another stack of papers to review. "I'm guessing it's true," Sir Frey said. Lord Grey looked up and offered a half-hearted smile. Even though they were aware of each other's opposing actions regarding John, it was obvious that thwarting a Karim invasion took precedence. It wouldn't matter if John were outed as Ingvald royalty if there was no longer an Ingvald empire. "I have no idea about the palace guard," said Lord Grey. Sir Frey turned sideways to let a clerk run out of the office. "I'll oversee it. We can afford to send some reserves, but we do not want to send any of the palace guard. If anything, it wouldn't hurt to beef up security around here." "I'll leave it to you. What of the royal guard?" "Nothing changes. We will protect the Emperor and Princess no matter what," Sir Frey said. Even though Prime Minister Grey had been actively working to depose the Emperor and Princess Elora, the thought of losing his regency to a foreign power was unimaginable. "I was thinking of ordering the capital garrisons to the border as well." Sir Frey laughed. "We'll be fine if you do. We are hundreds of miles from the border, and I doubt they'll pop up here overnight." Sir Frey's smile vanished. "Will they?" he asked in an accusing tone. Prime Minister Grey knew exactly what Sir Frey was alluding to. "Trust me, I'd tell you if they were." Sir Frey was confident Lord Grey had no foreknowledge of a Karim invasion. If he did, he wouldn't be as frazzled as he was now. He could tell the man was genuinely caught off guard by troops amassing at the border. Sir Frey was thankful that John was safely in the ruins while Elora and Marie were in the palace. Ensuring they all stayed in place was what was concerning. John had been moping in the back lab for days before Thomas decided to do something to lift the boy's mood. If not for John, then for Toby and himself. John's morose attitude was starting to affect the two older men, and they were woefully ill-prepared to coddle a teenager through his first heartbreak. John had been easier to deal with when he thought Marie was dead. Now, they were constantly careful not to mention anything that would remind him of Marie, which would either end in a violent outburst against an unsuspected relic or a bizarre marathon session where he would spend hours on end improving his aim. The only benefit to the latter was that it kept him out of the bunker. Thomas watched John sitting across the table, organizing relic bullets by their color for the third time today. Once John finished, he grabbed a random bullet, shook his head, and gently poured his collection into a single pile. It was a miracle none of them exploded. "That's it," Thomas shouted as he stood up from the table. "Are you trying to kill us?" Jan defeatedly looked up. "Toby, get in here!" Thomas shouted. Toby walked down the hall, his hands covered in relic dust. He was experimenting with extracting relic dust from the water and had significantly improved Thomas's method. Thomas waited until Toby was in the room before continuing. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but let's go see what else we can find in that museum." John and Toby looked at each other with poorly restrained excitement. They had talked about it for weeks, but promised Thomas they wouldn't go on their own. Thomas knew their intention to honor that promise was waning every day, so he figured he might as well be there when they found something dangerous. "You serious?" Toby asked. He was probably even more excited than John. "I am." "And we can keep what we find?" John asked. Thomas knew he was going to regret his answer. "Within reason." Toby turned and ran down the hall. "I'm getting the bag," he shouted over his shoulder. Thomas looked confused. "What bag?" John looked guilty. "Just a bag we made. It has some light stones, shovels, tools, stuff." Thomas leveled a stern gaze at John. "You were planning on going without me?" John stood up and emptied his pack so he could carry home anything he might find. "Of course not. We thought it might be good to be prepared, in case we ever have to dig for something. On short notice." Toby returned to the main room with a long bag of tools over his shoulder. "Ready?" Thomas was surprised he had never seen that bag before. "Where were you hiding that?" Toby looked around nervously. "You know, around." "Let's go," John shouted. He was halfway up the stairs before Thomas could even grab his jacket. Thomas and Toby quickly caught up to John as he unlocked the bunker door. The museum was a good distance away, but plenty of light was still left in the day. Thomas figured John and Toby would waste little time on making it to the site, and they may even have enough time to explore and make it back before dark. The nights were getting colder, and Thomas did not want to walk a long distance in the cold. The three men walked in silence as they navigated the fallen ruins en route to the ancient museum. While Thomas and John were adept at moving around the ruins, Toby was more akin to a newborn calf. He constantly tripped on rubble or got his pack caught on protruding metal, and he was unaware of anything not directly in front of him and above his waist. They arrived at the dilapidated building a little after midday. "This it?" Toby asked. Thomas could tell he was not impressed. "What do you want? A grand facade?" asked Thomas. John pulled a small shovel from the bag and jumped down the slope leading to the breach in the wall that served as their entrance. "Trust me, it's a lot cooler on the inside." Toby excitedly slid down the slope with their bag of supplies. When Thomas entered through the hole, Toby was already in the dark hall, pulling light stones from his pack. John was waiting for the light stones when Thomas lit up the area with an orb. John looked down the hall that led to the display room when he realized something was different from the last time they had been there. There were fresh drag marks on the dusty floor. Judging by their size, whatever it was must have been heavy. John and Thomas exchanged a warning glance before Thomas placed his finger on his lips, warning Toby to be quiet. John pulled his gun from a pouch he had made inside his jacket. "Why did you bring that?" Thomas whispered. John pointed to the orb in Thomas's hand. "Why did you bring that?" "Fine," Thomas whispered. John walked down the hall with his gun drawn at the ready. Thomas followed close behind, lighting the way while Toby cautiously brought up the rear. They walked halfway down the hall before they saw the light coming from the main room ahead. Thomas extinguished his light orb and started a smaller spark in his right hand. John slowly walked down the hall and peered into the room. All the cases had been broken open, and the contents were gone. 2 empty pull sleds stood in the middle of the room, and a pile of shovels sat haphazardly on a third. Thomas laid his hand on John's shoulder to let him know he was next to him. He was just opening his mouth to talk when metal striking metal echoed from the back of the room. It was coming from the room where they had found the guns. "I don't think so," John whispered as he cocked his gun and quickly walked across the room without trying to hide his presence. "John, no," Thomas whispered behind him, but it was too late. John walked around the display cabinets leading to the firearms room and saw a monk resting something long against the far wall in front of him. John walked up to the entrance and looked around. 2 other monks excavated the dirt around the display cases where the ceiling had collapsed. John pointed his gun at the ceiling and fired. The sound was deafening in the underground room, and the blast wave knocked dust loose, raining from the ceiling. All 3 monks quickly turned around, unsure of what had happened. "I know you're not stealing my guns," John said. The closest monk tried to reach for a sword resting on the wall when John shot it, knocking it to the ground. He was impressed with his accuracy. The monk backed away. Thomas and Toby entered the room behind him. Thomas had a full orb of attack magic in the palm of his hand. He looked at Toby. "Friends of yours?" Toby looked over the closest monk. "They're raiders," he said with disdain. "What the hell is a raider?" asked John. "They acquire relics for the church," he said. "It doesn't matter where they get them. No more than thieves and murderers." "So, not friends of yours?" John asked. "No, they're—" Toby was cut off when the closest monk pulled a dagger from under his robes and charged at him. John stepped forward and shot the man almost point blank in the face. Blood and bone exploded backward into the room. Toby fell back to the floor in an attempt to get away. "Light, John. Was that necessary?" asked Thomas from the doorway. John looked at Toby, waiting to see what his reaction would be. "It was," Toby said, as he held his hand out for John to help him up. "I don't like pointy things." "Why can't I sense these guys?" asked Thomas as he stepped forward. "We are protected by the light," one of the other two monks said. John aimed his gun at the monk's face, and he fell silent. Toby reached down and rifled under the dead monk's robe. He pulled the man's sleeve back to reveal a square metal relic no bigger than a tinderbox attached to a leather armband. "Relic," he said. He touched it and gasped as he suddenly felt hollow. He pulled his hand away. "It blocks magic. They're exceedingly rare and unbelievably valuable. Some of the church's most holy items." "That explains why they're in the ruins," Thomas said. "Show me," Toby said to the other monks. The monks exchanged glances and stood defiantly still. John fired a round at the wall between the two monks' heads, and they immediately pulled up their sleeves, exposing similar leather armbands. "Stop doing that!" Thomas yelled as he worked his jaw open and closed, hoping to quell the ringing in his ears. John stepped closer to the monks to look at their relics when he realized the taller of the two was staring intently at the gun in his hand. "You know what this is, don't you?" John asked. The monk nodded. "I found them before, but I've never seen one work." John felt relieved by that answer. Although the church may have found ancient weapons, they couldn't use them. "We swear to the light we won't say a word if you let us go," said the other monk. "How did you get here?" asked Thomas. "We have horses close," answered the taller monk. "Good. Now we won't have to drag those sleds by hand," Toby said. It was as if he had a personal vendetta against these men. Toby turned around and looked John in the face. "Kill them." Thomas wanted to protest, but John had already shot both men in the head. Thomas knew they couldn't let them go, but executing them still felt wrong. He had probably killed more monks than John by a multitude of 10, but he told himself they at least had had a fighting chance. These men had been no immediate threat. Toby walked to the dead monks and carefully removed their armbands. "Losing these will be a big blow to the church," he said, throwing them next to a bag against the wall. John walked over to the area the monks had been excavating. He found a partially exposed cabinet that had been recently pried open. It must have still been airtight when it was opened. There was no sign of dust on the inside. Next to the cabinet lay a long bag on the floor. He unzipped it and let out a stifled giggle. "Uncle Thomas," he shouted over his shoulder. "What? Remember when you said I can keep whatever I find?" John asked. "I remember I said you can keep anything you find within reason," Thomas answered as he walked over to John. John stood up and turned around with a large firearm in his hand. It was as long as a short sword with a grip like his smaller gun and a shoulder stock like a crossbow. There was a magazine similar to John's gun protruding from the middle. It was apparent it was a two-handed weapon designed to hold many bullets. And from the size of the magazine, they were much bigger bullets. There wasn't a single sign of decay or rust. "No," Thomas said. Toby walked over and smiled at Thomas. "Can't leave them here. The church had already cleaned the rest of the place out. They may be back for this." "Fine," Thomas said. "Bring it all, but only so the church doesn't get their hands on them." He pointed to John's jacket, where he had stashed his gun. "No one needs a weapon more powerful than the one you already have. I doubt they'll work anyway." John and Toby looked at each other. They both knew they would have it working within the week. Chapter 59. Elora walked down the great hall that led to the Emperor's quarters, with Marie following close behind. The palace had been bustling with military leaders and all manner of ministers since early that morning. Prime Minister Grey avoided face-to-face interaction with her, but he did manage to personally tell her his intent to send the army to the Karim border. He had done so in the hall to give Elora no opportunity for any erratic outbursts. He was still waiting for any retribution related to his actions against her brother. Elora paid no mind and thought she should talk to her father before things got too hectic in the palace. Marie tried to avoid accompanying her, but she had learned long ago that arguing against the wind was of no use. Her interests slightly outweighed her respectful fear. Although he was ill, Elora's father was still the emperor of an entire nation. The two royal guards standing sentry outside the emperor's doors offered a head bow as Princess Elora pushed her way into the room. Marie smiled politely at each one as she passed by them. She had no doubt they would not hesitate to kill her. even if she was their commander's niece, if they deemed her a threat. She wondered if there was any truth to the story that accusing a Frey of treason was a punishable offense. Elora entered the foyer and stopped outside the double doors to the Emperor's bedchamber. She pressed her dress smoothly and checked her hair. Marie was uncertain of the protocol for visiting a bedridden emperor. Elora took a deep breath and pushed the doors open. The smell of burning incense wafted out of the room thickly enough. Marie thought she could see the smoke in the air as it rolled into the hall. The fact they were using such arcane medicine methods let Marie know of the seriousness of the Emperor's condition. Elora stepped into the room with Marie by her side. The room was very dark and smelled of antiquity. Elora walked up to the massive four-post bed at the far end of the room, with Marie no more than a step behind. "Father?" Elora asked. Marie had never heard that tone of voice from Elora before. She sounded like a little girl. "Father, I came to talk to you," Elora said. "Is that you, Ellie?" A voice creaked from a shapeless lump under the massive covers. Elora looked relieved to hear her father's voice. She had told Marie that he had good days and bad days. From Elora's expression, this must be a good day. "It's me." "Oh, how I missed you," he said as a wrinkled hand protruded from the bedsheets. Elora walked over and grabbed his hand. "I've missed you too. You seem so much better today." If Marie didn't know any better, it sounded like Elora was fighting back the urge to cry. "We've come to ask you a question about the royal expedition you ordered when you were first emperor." "We?" he asked. Elora reached behind her, grabbed Marie's hand, and pulled her next to her. "I brought Lady Frey with me." The lump shifted, and a skinny, emaciated man forced himself to sit up. Elora looked surprised by his movement. He blinked his eyes slowly and smiled when he saw Marie. "Maris, you finally came to see me." Elora shot Marie a confused look. "My mother," Marie mouthed. Elora nodded. Her father must be confused. "Come closer," he said, pushing out his bony hand. "I thought you'd never forgive me about the child. Garrett was always a better man." It was unsettling to hear the Emperor speak of her parents in such a familiar manner. She looked down at the man's feeble hand. Elora nodded for Marie to reach out and touch it. He apparently wanted to touch her. Marie reached out and took the Emperor's hand. Her magic got instantly pulled in, and her healing magic ran free throughout his body. His magic did not resist at all. It felt as if his magic was leading her. She instinctively closed her eyes and let her magic flow. She saw everything: his failing kidneys, the small portion of his liver that remained active, and his heart straining to pump blood into his brittle veins. She had never experienced anything like it before. There was disease and decay everywhere. She could sense what traces of magic he had left trying to fight on and resist the inevitable. But he was at the end of a losing battle. However, she might be able to help him hurt a little less. Marie pushed into his heart and was immediately forced out. She tried his liver, and she was blocked there as well. She tried his stomach, bones, and even his skin. She could sense what was happening, but his organs resisted letting her in closer. The Emperor gently squeezed her hand. Marie became more determined to help the man. She pulled her magic back and realized there was another almost invisible magic. She would have missed it if she had been any less powerful. She pressed back in and looked for any trace of the unknown magic. The more she looked, the more she could sense it. It was coming from his other arm. Marie pushed down his muscles and followed the magic to its source. It went down his arm and into his hand. She pushed harder and found it. It was stronger this time. It came from one finger. She pushed on and sensed all the magic flowing from a circle around his middle finger. It must be a piece of jewelry, a ring. She tried to push her magic into it, but it was too powerful. The Emperor's magic grabbed hers and started forcing it into the cells underneath the ring. Her magic sunk into his skin and blocked the ring from touching him. As soon as the ring lost contact with the Emperor's skin, a bolt of lightning ran through his body, and an incredible magic emerged from within the last of his good cells. It gently pushed Marie's magic back into her hand. She opened her eyes and let go of him. She had no idea how long she had been holding his hand. Elora hadn't noticed anything, so it must have been only seconds. You're not Maris, the Emperor said from behind a weak smile. She's Marie, her daughter, Elora added. I can see that now, he softly said. His voice already sounded a little stronger. You look just like her. Lovely. Father, we need to know about the expedition you sent to the Forbidden Islands. You want to know about the people with no magic? He asked. Elora looked surprised that he intuitively knew what she was asking about. She would have to think fast to avoid letting on why she needed to know. You were right. It is too much. I can't control it. I'm sorry, Ellie. I hoped I was wrong. He strained to speak clearly. Marie was surprised to learn that even the Emperor thought Elora had too much magic. She knew the princess had a lot, but never thought it would become a problem. I almost hurt someone close to me, Elora said as she smiled at Marie. Maybe there's something on that island that will help me siphon off some of my magic. Ellie, you're so powerful, you couldn't even get close to that island, he said. Elora started to cry. I have to try. She looked up at her father as a single tear streamed down her cheek. I don't want to die. How did you hear about it? He asked. It was in a captain's log in the library. The Emperor remained silent for a moment. There are charts, he said after some thought. I'll have someone find them. I'm too tired to talk anymore today. Elora squeezed his hand as she sniffed her tears away. She reached down and kissed his head before turning to leave. The Emperor reached out his hand toward Marie, and she took it. He's alive? Marie jerked her hand back. What is it? Elora asked. She must not have heard what he said. Nothing. Just a healing magic thing, Marie said. Chris said his healing magic hasn't worked for years. Marie backed away from the Emperor before turning to leave. Chris was more adept at healing than she was, so it was surprising he hadn't noticed the ring. How long has your father worn that ring? The one on his left hand? Forever, Elora answered. Marie thought about telling Elora but decided to keep it a secret. She didn't want to raise her hopes in case she was wrong. She wanted to talk to Chris first. The girls left the room and stopped in the foyer while Elora wiped her tears on the back of her sleeve. I didn't know, Marie said. Your magic could kill you? Elora looked at Marie with red eyes. A grin spread over her face. Nah, I'm fine. Elora had been faking the whole time. The soft voice, the tears, all of it was a show. You're scary, Marie said. Elora smiled with no trace of sadness. I know, she said before she turned on her heels and walked to the door. Chapter 60. John lit the stove with a match and waited for the fire to build before he shut the door. He filled a kettle with water, slid the burner lid to the side, and placed it over the fire. A tiny tendril of smoke slid along the kettle side, rising to sting his eyes. Elora liked tea, and he wanted to have hot water ready for her before she arrived. At first, he had been doing things because he thought that was what she expected as a princess, but recently, he had started doing things because he just wanted to make his sister happy. If it weren't for Elora, he would avoid the capital altogether. Marie had made it clear she wanted nothing else to do with him. John heard the front door open from down the hall. Water's on, he shouted over his shoulder, grabbing 2 cups from the shelf above the stove. Footsteps approached the kitchen. I have black and green tea, he shouted, before he placed the cups on a tarnished silver tray and turned to meet his sister. I like green, Marie said from the doorway. John fumbled the tray as soon as he saw her. He quickly set it down and returned to the stove to avoid looking at her. It hurt too much. Why is she here? He had finally started to have entire strings of hours without thinking about her. He was so excited about seeing Elora that he hadn't thought of Marie since that morning. He fidgeted with the kettle lid to maintain the illusion of business. Elora said she couldn't make it. She can't leave the palace since Karim might invade. I heard, said John, as he adjusted the lid for the 5th time. She thought we might need to talk, Marie said. Why? Did you forget to say something last time you were here? You seemed pretty clear. Why did I say that? Can I sit? She asked. Do what you want, John answered, as he pulled the kettle off and turned to the table. Marie grabbed a cup and held it out for John to fill. He filled it without looking at her and sat across from her. Marie dropped in a few tea leaves from the small pile on the serving tray. John followed suit, refusing to look at her. "I'm sorry if you were expecting Elora," she said. "It's okay. I know she's busy," John said as he stirred his cup. The silence dragged on as neither one was sure what to say. "We found a logbook that talked of people who know how to transfer magic," she said to break the silence. "Oh," he said, faking interest. "I met the Emperor. He said he would give Elora the charts to see where it is. He really is sick." "That's good," John said. "Good that he's sick, or good he's going to tell her where the island is. Why are you here?" "Both," he said. Marie slowly nodded. She wasn't sure why. "How's Thomas and Toby?" "As if you care." "They're fine." They sipped their tea silently until John couldn't take it anymore. "Fuck it." "I was 14, he calmly said. Marie looked up from her tea. 14? John slowly set his cup down and stared into her eyes. "God, you're beautiful. I was 14 when I memorized every line on your face, every freckle, every crack in your lips, every out-of-place eyebrow." Marie swallowed, unsure what to say as she pushed a stray hair behind her ear. "Don't do that." John looked back down at his tea. "I was 15 when I realized you were even more beautiful when you smile." Why am I telling her this? I even remember the exact moment I swore to myself that I'd always make you smile. "John," Marie whispered in a cracked voice, "just hear me out." John looked up with glassy eyes. "I'm too tired to cry, and I don't want to fight." "I don't want to fight either," she whispered. "I was 16 when I realized you would leave me." "You know I didn't want to," she said. "It took me 16 years to realize I can't live without you, and then one more to learn I was going to have to." "Why are you telling me this?" she whispered. "Because I've already tried to stop loving you 3 times. The first was when you told me you were going to the academy. The second was when I thought you were dead. I hope this hurts you. And the last time—" "Please," Marie said, as tears welled up in her eyes. "The last time was when you said goodbye, and I realized you didn't love me." Marie swallowed again, trying to stifle her tears. "But you know what?" John said as he got up from the table. Marie became nervous as he walked over to her side of the table. "What?" she quietly asked. "I'm done. I can't do this anymore." Marie couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They freely rolled down her cheeks as she felt the lump in her throat swell. She knew she was too late. John grabbed her arm and forced her to stand. Her eyes widened when he grabbed her. Scared? Good. He let go of her arm and stared down the hall at the front door. Marie followed his gaze, and a hitch caught in her throat when she realized he was kicking her out. She stood silent, afraid to move. "I'm done trying to stop loving you," John said. "Because I can't. I'll never stop loving you," he whispered as he grabbed Marie's waist and pulled her close. She let out a soft whimper as he pulled her into him. Marie softly bit her bottom lip as she realized what was happening. She leaned hard against his body and looked him in the eyes as he lowered his head, slowly parting his lips. She closed her eyes when she felt his hot breath against her lips. Boom! The house shook as an explosion rocked the capital. There were more muffled explosions in the distance. They pulled away from each other and ran down the hall. The sound of distant shouts and running horses could be heard outside. They looked out the picture window facing the street and saw 3 Kareem soldiers ride toward the palace. Marie watched the chaos unfold while John ran back to the kitchen. He put on his jacket and patted his gun in his inside pocket to ensure it hadn't shifted. He walked back to the front of the house as he rifled through his pack, looking for the 3 extra magazines that Toby had repaired. He had planned to do some target practice before he came to meet Elora, but he had been running late, so he decided to hold off until afterward. He was thankful for the decision as he calculated he had over 60 rounds in the magazines and at least the same amount in loose rounds wrapped in cloth in his pack. Marie waited for him at the door. Neither one had to say a word. They knew they had to get to the palace. "Ready?" Marie asked as she grabbed the door handle. John grabbed her and kissed her deeply, before quickly pushing her away as if nothing had happened. "Now I'm ready." Marie blinked a few times, caught off guard. She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him down to her. She kissed him even harder before she pushed him away. "I'm sorry." "Yeah, you are," John said, as he flung the door open. Chapter 61. The Seeker, followed by Brother Paul and 10 elite Karim soldiers, walked in the darkness down a back alley to an abandoned warehouse almost half a mile from the palace's back walls. There was nothing between the warehouse and the palace walls but open grass that housed a small man-made marsh. The muddy ground made a direct assault on the palace impossible from that direction. They had half an hour to traverse the tunnel connecting the warehouse to the palace and emerge somewhere inside. Even the pontiff didn't know where the tunnel led to within the palace, but he was confident it would be well hidden. The Seeker walked into the warehouse and looked for a collection of 3 wine barrels standing against the back wall. When he found them, he led his band of men to the back of the warehouse. He had been told the barrels were covering a trapdoor leading down to the tunnel, but it looked as if there was solid ground beneath them. The Seeker nodded at the closest soldier, indicating they were in the right spot. The soldier quickly started pushing the barrels to the side, as others dropped to their knees and began digging at the dirt floor by hand. They were rewarded for their labor when they revealed a wood panel under a couple of inches of dirt. It was apparent it hadn't been accessed in years. The Seeker wondered if the tunnel was still serviceable. The soldiers cleared off the dirt and revealed a trap door no bigger than a tabletop. Brother Paul pulled the door up, and the smell of stale earth and damp stone wafted out. He quickly descended into the darkness and lit a relic light stone at the bottom to indicate the others could come down. The tunnel was thankfully bigger than the entrance. All 12 men fit comfortably at the bottom, with room to spare. The stone tunnel was solidly built and wide enough to accommodate 3 people to travel side by side. Brother Jarl retook the lead and headed into the tunnel, lighting the path with an orb. They would have to travel fast if they were going to be in the palace before the distraction started. They had been traveling in a straight line for almost 20 minutes when the Seeker saw something up ahead. The tunnel was blocked by a large wooden and iron-barred door with no visible handles or locking mechanisms. He was confident this was the entrance, and they were now somewhere under the palace walls. He felt an immense magic press against him as they got closer. Something was wrong. The Seeker's royal magic should have allowed him to approach and open the door. The Seeker tried to move further down the tunnel, but the pressure was too great. He looked behind him and saw that Brother Paul and the Karim soldiers also felt the ill effects. They were starting to back away in silence when the Seeker saw a single soldier looking around, confused at what was happening to his fellow soldiers. He was completely unaffected. The Seeker quickly looked the man over to see if he could identify what was different about him. He looked identical to the other soldiers. His gear and uniform were the same except for one thing. In his right hand, he was carrying the relic cuff that would be placed on Elora to neutralize her magic. Since he was holding it in his bare hand, this soldier had no magic. The Seeker motioned at the cuff and silently asked him to toss it. The soldier did so without hesitation and fell to his knees as soon as the cuff left his hand. The Seeker caught it and instantly felt everything change. It was as if he had lost a crucial sense. His vision dimmed, and his skin felt as if he was wrapped in a thick cloth. Even breathing felt off, but the most significant difference was that he no longer felt the magic pressure from the door. For the first time in his life, he had no magic. He marveled for a moment how this must be how John felt every minute of every day. It made his nephew's accomplishments even more significant. The Seeker walked up to the door and looked it over. It appeared like it should swing inward to him, but there was no handle or grip for pulling. It dawned on him that the magic pressure he experienced was designed to thwart anyone from doing what he was doing right now. It was to prevent anyone from accessing the door from the wrong side. The resistance magic didn't work against him since he was holding the relic, but then again, the door couldn't sense his royal magic. He would have to take a significant gamble. The Seeker took a deep breath and dropped the cuff. The effects were instant as he felt a vice close around his brain. The pain was so sudden that he dropped to his knees and couldn't breathe. His vision faded to black, and he felt searing pain throughout every inch of his body. He couldn't see, but he was convinced he was on fire. He blindly reached up and placed his hand on the wood door. The feeling stopped, and he felt all his magic return to normal. He opened his eyes in time to see the large door opening toward him. He could hear footsteps of the men behind him rushing to the open door before he felt a muffled explosion above them. Their distraction had already started. Elora sat quietly inside the library, looking at any book she could find that had anything to do with islands in the Western Sea. She wished Marie was there to help her look for any reference to the Forbidden Islands or the Great Island chain. She was sure she wouldn't find any reference to the particular island in question. Still, she did want to familiarize herself with what was beyond their western border besides the open ocean. The possible Karim invasion had been a flurry of excitement, but it had subsided just as quickly as it began. The army had been ordered to the border, and all available garrisons had also left the capital. If it weren't for her first-hand knowledge of the events unfolding, she would have sworn nothing had changed. The only real difference was that she was unable to leave the palace. Sir Frey was very adamant about that fact. He had initially wanted to restrict her to her quarters, but she had won that argument. Whether she was in her room or not, the palace was still one of the most secure places in the country. Elora heard a deep boom that shook the table. Her mind raced with what could have caused it. She heard 2 more successive explosions in the distance, and men shouting in the courtyard outside the window. She stood to look out the window when Jacob ran in from his post outside the library door. He had a look of worry on his face she had never seen before. "Jacob? What is it?" she asked, despite having a sinking suspicion of what was happening. Sir Jorah ran over and roughly grabbed her arm, forcing her to follow him. "Elora, you need to get to your room. Now!" he shouted, pulling his sword and dragging her to the hallway. He stopped at the doorway and checked to see if it was safe to escort the princess to her quarters. All he saw was palace staff running in every direction. He had just pulled her into the hall when 2 more royal guards came running toward him. "You two, with me!" he shouted before they fell in line behind Elora. "Jacob, what's happening?" Elora shouted as she was pulled along. "Nothing good," he answered. They made it to her royal quarters with no incident, and Sir Jorah searched her room while the other 2 guards kept watch. He pulled her inside and stuck his hands on her shoulders to ensure she would hear what he was saying. "You'll be safe here." "Jacob?" she asked. "I promise, you'll be fine, but I need you to stay here where it's safe until we figure out what's happening." He didn't even flinch as a louder explosion rocked the palace. Elora suddenly stepped forward and kissed him on the lips. She felt embarrassed and ashamed as he stood rigid until his lips softened and slightly parted to meet her kiss. He quickly pushed her away with a mixed expression on his face. Her shame turned to glee as she realized Jacob had kissed her back. "I have guards right outside. I'd rather die than let anything bad happen to you," he said as he stepped out the door, closing it behind him. Elora could hardly contain her happiness. She had finally made the first move, and he didn't reject her. Her mind was alight with the possibilities of how they could be together. If John became emperor, then she would be free to be with Jacob. She ran over to her window and looked out across the capital. Fires were burning right outside the palace walls. She hoped John and Marie were safe. Elora didn't like having other people be responsible for her safety. They all knew she could stand in the middle of a pitched battle and emerge unscathed, but she was confined to her room. She remembered the last thing Jacob said and mirrored the sentiment. She would rather die than let anything bad happen to him. Elora was staring out the window when she heard footsteps behind her. Jacob must have already come back with news about what was happening. She touched her lip, smiling as she remembered their first kiss. If it were good news, he might let her kiss him again. "Couldn't wait to see me, Jacob," she said before turning around. Her stomach fell out when she saw the door was still closed. She felt panic creep into the back of her brain as she watched a Karim soldier locking the door from the inside. Chapter 62. John and Marie made their way down the back streets and alleys that led to the palace without incident. They had seen Karim's soldiers pass by, but their numbers weren't consistent with a large-scale invasion. John knew the Karim troops at the border were a pretense to get soldiers out of the capital. He felt a small solace, knowing that a direct attack on the palace meant the church had abandoned their plan to use him to discredit the Ingvald bloodline and remove them from the throne. The church was now going to do it the old-fashioned way. They were going to kill the emperor and his only heir, Elora. "I hope she's safe," John said as they rounded the last house on the road leading up to the south gate. "Oh, she's safe. She's probably the only one inside the palace who is," Marie answered. Hearing Marie say that made him wonder what their plan was. The emperor was sick and could probably easily be killed. However, Elora could walk out the front gate and stand there as a soldier after a soldier tried to hack or slash her down. Even attack magic from the strongest noble would fail to do anything to her. He felt uneasy as he remembered how they had captured Marie and blocked her magic with a relic. "We need to get to Elora, now!" he shouted. They crouched behind a small shed next to the road leading to the south gate and watched as a small cadre of palace guards engaged an overwhelming amount of Karim soldiers. They must have stayed outside the palace to ensure no one entered the south gate as it closed behind them. It was apparent they would not last long against the superior Karim swordsmen. John pulled his gun, racked the slide, and calmly walked up the road leading to the battle. Marie grabbed his shoulder and trying to hold him back. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "We don't have any weapons." John held up his gun. "Boomstick," he mockingly said. It took a moment for Marie to recognize that it was the weapon he had used to kill Meg. "Well, I don't have a sword," she said. Something behind her caught John's attention. He raised his gun and fired off 2 shots in succession. Marie flinched at the sound of his gun and turned in time to see 2 Karim soldiers fall lifeless behind her. They had been coming at her with their swords drawn. John pointed at a relic-powered sword that slid to her feet after being dropped. "Happy?" Marie reached down and grabbed the sword. She stood up and kissed him quickly before the blade began to glow an ethereal blue. "Very," she said. John smiled at her gesture before he looked at the battle behind him. If the soldiers hadn't noticed them standing in the middle of the road before, they noticed them after the noise created by John's gun. It only took a moment for the Karim soldiers in the rear to turn their attention to the 2 strangers behind them. John raised his gun and waited for the soldiers to approach when Marie ran by him with her sword held low by her side. "What are you?" John stopped as she disappeared in a blur of light and action. Marie blocked the first soldier's strike and used the momentum to swing blindly to her side, striking another soldier in his stomach as he raised his sword. She spun her sword behind her and brought it up to her side, catching a soldier in his chin and slicing his face in half. For a moment she stood still and waited for another soldier to approach before she rushed forward and deftly cleaved the man in 2. The soldiers still engaged in battle had no idea that their comrades had fallen so quickly. Marie continued her march of death as she decimated the Karim soldiers who were foolish enough to challenge her. John felt an odd sense of pride and horror as he watched the girl he used to chase frogs with tear through well-armed men as if they were no more than straw targets. She had mentioned that her mother had come from a long line of swordsmen, but he had assumed it was just idle bragging. He never really believed Marie could do the things he was witnessing now. It had been less than a year, and she performed at a level even John recognized as exceptional. He heard new shouting from the palace wall, and realized that palace guards were calling her name, cheering her on. "Lady Frey!" they shouted in unison. Even these trained soldiers respected the skill of this teenage girl. John watched a Karim soldier unexpectedly turn and catch Marie in the arm with his relic blade, bypassing her magic and slicing her arm. John could see it was a superficial wound, but seeing her blood made his mind think otherwise. Something snapped in John. He felt a sudden surge of rage and anger he couldn't contain. Even if he could, he didn't want to. He aimed his gun and exploded the soldier's head into a mist of red blood. He walked up the road quickly, seeking and dispatching each soldier dependent on how close they were to his Marie. He continued firing until there were no more Karim soldiers left. In all, he had killed 12 men in no more than 10 seconds. A majority of the dead no longer had a recognizable head. The palace guard on the wall fell silent. They had never seen anything like it. The remaining palace guards outside the gate turned to John with their swords ready. Marie walked up to them. "Open the gate!" she yelled. "Who is he?" one of the guards in front of her cautiously asked. Marie looked over her shoulder and smiled at John as he stood with his gun pointed to the ground, trying not to be perceived as a threat. "Him?" she asked. "He's my boyfriend." Elora looked around her room and saw even more Karim soldiers. Where did they come from? She scanned her room for anything she could use as a weapon, but couldn't find anything. She felt confused by her own fear. Why am I worried? She was in no real danger. The only danger was getting tired from killing these men. Elora walked toward the closest soldier and brought magic to her palm. The soldier rushed at her bare-handed and tried to grab her. Her magic instantly shot out, and she pushed his arm to the side before he could even get close. She reached out and touched his shoulder, forcing her magic into his. The man burst into a green flame, screaming in agony as he burned. 2 more soldiers tried to approach her from the side, and they met the same fate. What's going on? Why are they just coming at me unarmed? Elora realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Someone grabbed her arm from behind. "Why didn't I sense you?" Her magic did nothing. She turned to see him when she felt cold metal surrounding her wrist. Her magic disappeared at once. She was not prepared for the sudden loss. All her senses lessened. It felt as if she was underwater. She tried to physically strike the man placing the cuff on her, but another soldier grabbed her. 2 soldiers were holding her, and there was nothing she could do. "What's happening?" Panic, like she had never felt before, ripped through her mind, and she screamed louder than she ever had before. "Jacob!" she screamed. "Where are you?" She tried to squirm her way out of the grasp, but it wasn't working. She feebly kicked at the men holding her. Her panic turned into abject terror, and she started to sob uncontrollably, screaming Jacob's name. In between screams, she heard someone at the door, banging to get in. They were just on the other side of the door, but they couldn't get to her. "Jacob! Where are you?" "Come now, princess," said a smooth voice from the shadows. Elora calmed when she heard the man talk directly to her. Jarl, the Seeker, stepped out of the shadows with a relic-powered dagger in his hand. She stared wide-eyed at the blade in his hand. "I expected so much more from the future Empress and my niece." Elora began to scream again when she realized this was the man Marie had described to her. His eyes were as green as her father's, and there was no doubt this man was her uncle. This was the man who was trying to capture John to take over the throne. "Why?" she whimpered between ragged breaths. She suddenly realized the church had given up on their plan to capture John and decided to kill her and her father instead. "No," she softly said as she slumped in their grip. "I don't want to die." The 2 soldiers holding her forced her back on her feet to stand. The Seeker walked over and held the dagger sideways in front of her to see. It was a common relic-powered blade with a single red stone in the hilt. She thought she could see traces of dried blood on it. "You probably don't recognize this," he said. She shook her head, crying. "It's your brother's. He gave it to me, and I thought he might want it back," he said as he pointed the tip at her. "No!" she screamed as her terror was renewed. The sound of banging on the door became steadier. They were trying to break it down with something heavy. The Seeker paused for what seemed like an eternity. She watched him shift his weight before he slowly slid the tip of the knife into her chest, stopping after just breaking the skin. "Jacob!" she screamed. "Why aren't you saving me? Give this to your brother when you see him, freak!" he snarled as he pushed the blade deeper into her skin. It stopped briefly when it hit bone. He tilted his head and forcefully pushed the blade through her breastbone and into her heart. The pain was too much to bear. Elora felt something warm run down her chest, onto her stomach, and into the front of her underwear. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The soldiers let go of her, and she crumpled to the floor. The fall jostled the blade inside her, causing even more pain. She lay motionless, staring at the door. Jacob! Everything went black a moment after she stopped breathing. It was another second or two before she stopped thinking. All her senses stopped one by one, and she was no more. Elora Ingvald, heir to the throne of the Ingvald Empire, was dead. Chapter 63. Sir Frey ran down the great hall to the armory as soon as he heard the first explosions rock the capital. He had known that the Karim troops massing at the border were no more than a well-planned diversion to get the army out of the capital. He regretted dropping off his sword at the smithy earlier that morning, but it needed attention after being abused for the last few months. The replacement sword at his side was mere steel, and not a relic-powered blade like he was used to. Both the palace guard and royal guard knew what to do, and he was confident the palace would be secure once the gates closed. They were designed to resist siege from entire armies, including attack magic from the most powerful nobles. Nothing he knew about the Karim army led him to believe they could even come close to breaching the palace walls, making him incredibly nervous. He had a nagging suspicion that there was something he was missing. Sir Frey grabbed a relic-powered blade from the weapons rack reserved for the royal guard and tossed his standard steel to the armory floor. He turned to leave when he saw Elora's special two-handed sword sitting on the blade master's table. He was going to check on Elora first, so he grabbed the blade to bring to her but questioned his choice as soon as he left the armory. He was afraid giving Elora her sword might encourage her to take unnecessary risks, and with her level of magic, she was no safer with it than without. However, if worse came to worse, Elora having her sword meant she was even more deadly to anyone if they did breach the walls. John and Marie ran up the stairs to the second floor, only slowing to allow groups of palace staff and visitors being escorted to bunkers by the royal guard to pass. Lady Frey was a common sight in the palace, so no one paid any mind to the commoner at her side. They finished ascending the final flight of stairs when Marie saw a cadre of royal guards grouped in the hall outside Elora's quarters. She was thankful for the sight. It let her know Elora was in her quarters. However, something was off. Instead of standing guard and looking for an external threat, they were facing her door. As they got closer, they could see her uncle, Sir Frey, furiously yelling orders as the other men slammed a pillar as a battering ram against Elora's door. Sir Frey briefly made eye contact with Marie and John as they approached, but didn't acknowledge their presence. The sight of John inside the palace should have been enough to cause Sir Frey grave concern, but something else was more important. "Heave!" Sir Frey yelled as the men pulled back their makeshift battering ram. "Ho!" he shouted right before the pillar crashed through Elora's door, causing the men to spill into the room. The fallen men quickly got to their feet and ran into Elora's room with Sir Frey immediately behind. John and Marie ran up behind them when they realized something was wrong. The guardsmen had stopped rushing into the room and were standing still inside the door, inadvertently blocking their view. The scene was eerily silent until a single pained voice yelled out from inside the room. "Elora!" shouted Ser Jorah. The men shifted, and Marie could see what they were looking at. In the middle of the floor, Elora lay in a pool of blood with a dagger buried in her chest. Ser Jorah kneeled at her side, cradling her lifeless head in his lap. He pulled the dagger free and threw it across the room. Elora's eyes stared lifelessly at the ceiling. She was dead. "Search the room!" yelled Sir Frey. He pointed at two men next to the door. "You, go lay eyes on the Emperor." The men spread out in the room, and Ser Jorah looked up to see John and Marie standing in the doorway. "Bring her back," he softly said to Marie through tear-filled eyes. Marie ran over and knelt in a pool of still wet blood next to Elora's body. John stood in the doorway, horrified at what he was witnessing. The memory of how he had found his father's mangled body replayed in his mind as he dropped his gun on the marble floor. "I know you can do it. I've seen you do it," Ser Jorah said as he calmed his breathing. He looked like he was on the verge of panic. Marie laid her hands on Elora's chest, closed her eyes, and pushed her magic forward. Nothing. She felt nothing. It was identical to what she had felt the night John was shot. She opened her eyes and quickly looked Elora over. A metal cuff on her wrist peeked out from under her rumpled dress. She grabbed Elora's arm and pulled it closer to examine. It was a relic, not unlike the one she had been wearing the night she was rescued from the Karim camp. Ser Jorah pleaded, "Please, bring her back." He was begging. Ser Frey walked over and laid a hand on Ser Jorah's shoulder. "She's gone, lad." Marie gave her uncle a defiant glare. "John!" she yelled, without taking her eyes off her uncle. John snapped back to reality when Marie yelled his name. He ran to her side and looked down at the cuff on his sister's arm. The sickening, sweet smell of blood reminded him of Caleb and almost made him retch. He pushed the feeling down, looked at the cuff again, and knew exactly what it was and why it was there. He dropped to his knees in a pool of blood and examined the clasp. The Karim soldier's cuff on Marie had been protected by magic, but only physically held together with 2 pinned hinges. To get it off, he only had to remove a pin and pull it apart. This relic was more secure. It had a physical lock that could only be opened by a key he didn't have. "Get it off," Marie yelled. "This is different, I can't. It's locked," John said. Marie grabbed his face and calmly looked him in the eyes. "Get it off." As soon as Marie let go of his face, John grabbed Ser Jorah's sword lying at the grief-stricken man's side. He slid backward on his knees in the sticky blood and swung the sword in an overhead arch. John could hear Ser Frey shout in protest as he brought it crashing down on the marble floor, severing his sister's wrist right above the cuff. A royal guard tackled John from behind and kicked the sword across the floor. Ser Jorah didn't move. He knew why John had done it. Another guard tried to pull Marie away from Elora's body. None of these men had witnessed what Marie had done in the woods months ago. "I will kill the next man who touches either one of them," shouted Ser Jorah as he cradled Elora's head. Marie crawled over to the body and laid her hands on Elora's chest. This time, her magic flowed into Elora, but nothing responded to her presence. It was as if she was looking around an empty house. She searched frantically through every organ, every muscle, every cell. She couldn't find any trace of life. She partitioned off a portion of magic and set it to work, healing the physical damage from the dagger. It was relatively easy to mend the torn flesh now that she had practical experience in healing wounds. She repaired Elora's grave injury before she concentrated on starting her heart. She couldn't sense Elora's magic in any part of it. She pushed into the muscles and forced them to contract on sheer will alone. The muscles responded with a single ventricle contraction. She concentrated again and coordinated more muscle contractions. Elora's heart beat in rhythm once. Marie knew it could be done, but she couldn't maintain a person's heartbeat using her magic for long. Marie concentrated and was able to maintain a weak heartbeat. She set her magic forth to look for what blood Elora had left in her body, just as she had done in the woods months ago. However, unlike then, she could hardly find any blood in Elora's body. Marie gasped as she let go. "I can't! She's lost too much blood!" Ser Jorah stared blankly. "I need a knife!" yelled John. Marie looked at him confused. A guardsman presented a dagger in front of John, and he immediately grabbed it. "This is going to suck," he said to Marie, as he slid the knife across his wrist. Blood poured from the gash, and John laid his wrist over the wound on his sister's severed arm. Marie knew what John was trying to do, but she had no heart to tell him it wouldn't work. She laid a hand on Elora's chest, the other on Elora's arm, and pushed her magic in again. This time, something was different. She could sense the blood at the end of Elora's arm. Elora's body responded, and Marie pushed magic out to meet the blood and carry it into Elora's body. Marie was surprised that Elora's body accepted John's blood, but it wouldn't be enough without magic. John couldn't provide much without endangering his life as well. However, it might be enough if she concentrated the blood in her heart. She forced Elora's heart to beat and felt the blood respond. It traveled up her veins and finally hit her heart. Suddenly something strange happened. She felt magic. It was weak, but it was there. If she didn't know any better, she would have sworn it was coming from John's blood, not Elora's. Marie teased the magic out further, and it flowed into Elora's heart muscles. It replicated Marie's intention and caused Elora's heart to beat. Marie released that magic and concentrated on Elora's blood. John could not provide enough, and Marie could tell he had already offered a worrying amount. "That's enough, John," Marie said as she opened her eyes. Next to her, John looked visibly paler. Most of the blood from his wrist had not made it into Elora's body. "Hand," she said. "What?" he asked. "Put it back," she answered. John reached down with his good hand and slid the cuff off the end of Elora's severed wrist. He gently pushed her hand against her stump and leaned back to stop his wrist from bleeding. The moment Elora's hand touched her arm, Marie set forth on mending the torn flesh. It was quickly reattached, but the issue of not enough blood was becoming apparent. There wasn't enough to make a round trip to her organs and back. Marie pulled the blood she could in her beating heart and searched for the magic she felt in John's blood. It strengthened the more it came into contact with Elora's heart. The more it strengthened, the more Elora's body responded. Marie concentrated on a single command: make more. A sudden surge of lightning coursed through Elora's body. Marie could feel more magic than she had ever felt before, and it was all coming from John's blood. She couldn't sense exactly what was happening, but the magic was filling Elora's arteries and veins. It was as if it was replacing her blood. Every cell, every muscle, every organ sprang back to life from pure magic alone. A moment later, Marie felt Elora's bone marrow start producing her blood again. As it did, Marie could sense Elora's magic emerge from her new blood and mingle with John's. She felt a wave of pressure push against her, and she was gently forced out of Elora's body. Marie opened her eyes and fell sideways, exhausted. John caught her before she fell too far. She had no idea how long she had been in Elora. She looked over at the young princess and saw her lifeless eyes staring at the ceiling. Ser Jorah gave Marie a sad, thankful smile. He knew there wasn't any more that could be done. "Wake up, sis," John whispered. Elora took a big gasp as life came crashing back to her. Her eyes briefly glowed a brilliant blue before turning green. She blinked a few times as her eyes focused on Ser Jorah leaning over her. She smiled at the sight of his face and immediately sat up. The sight of the once-dead princess now sitting on her own caused most of the royal guardsmen to gasp. She took a few deep breaths and looked down at her blood-stained dress and the pool of blood around her. "Ow!" she said as she looked around for an explanation. Marie lunged at Elora and weakly hugged her. She briefly returned the hug before gently pushing Marie away and trying to stand. Ser Jorah tried to pull her back down. "You can't stand yet." Elora pushed his hand away and defiantly stood. She stretched her muscles as if she had just awoken from a long sleep and took notice of all the men staring at her. "Sir Frey?" she asked. "Yes," he answered. "Was I?" she meekly asked as she looked at the pool of blood on the floor and the trail of tears on Ser Frey and Ser Jorah's faces. Elora looked at Marie and took note of the exhaustion and relief on her face. Although she had no memory beyond the Seeker showing her a dagger, she knew what had just happened. The only person who wasn't looking at her differently was her brother. He added another cloth strip to the blood-soaked bandage around his wrist with a knowing smile. Sir Frey wasn't sure how to answer. "I'll take that as a yes," she said, as she caught sight of her sword at his side. She held out her hand. "Give it to me." Sir Frey removed it from his hip and held the sword out for Elora to take. He was still in shock at what he had witnessed. "What are you doing?" asked Marie. Elora unsheathed her sword and threw the empty scabbard to the floor. She forced magic into her blade until it glowed a blinding green. "The Seeker, he's in the palace." The sounds of shouting and swords clashing rang down the hall. A palace guardsman appeared at the doorway. "Someone open the north gate. They're inside the palace walls." The closest of the royal guards ran out after the guardsman. Sir Frey ran to the doorway and looked down the hall, hoping to assess the situation. He looked back into the room and met eyes with Ser Jorah before pointing at Elora. "You stay here," he commanded. Elora pushed more magic into her blade, which flowed from the tip like an unending stream of lightning, scorching the floor below it. Her message was clear. She was not staying anywhere. "Fine," he said in defeat. He looked at Ser Jorah, who was retrieving his sword from the floor. The knight looked ashamed for his previous unprofessional outburst as he sheathed his sword at his hip. "Stay with her." Elora walked toward the door and saw John's gun sitting on the marble floor. She reached down, picked it up, and held it out for John to take. "I think we're just going to rest here for a minute," Marie said as she sat next to John. Elora walked over and handed John his gun, before looking at the two remaining guardsmen in the room. "You two stay here and protect them better than you protected me." Her tone was deadly serious. Ser Yora and the two guards looked visibly wounded by her words. They had failed in their sacred duty to protect the royal family and would probably face consequences. "Nah, we're good," John said. "They need to get out there." "What about you two?" Elora asked. John held his gun up. "Boomstick," he said as he nodded at it. Marie weakly waved her sword with one hand. "Pointy stick." "Be safe," Elora said, before running into the hall with Ser Yora and the two royal guardsmen directly behind her. John looked at Marie and smiled. Well, that was weird. Chapter 64. Karim's soldiers met stiffer-than-expected resistance once the north gate was opened by one of their elites who had snuck in with the Seeker. The plan was for half of those men to accompany the Seeker in finding and dealing with Elora, while the second half was responsible for opening the fortified palace gates from the inside. Neutralizing Princess Elora was the first and most important objective. Besides being heir to the throne, she was the greatest threat to any attacking force. Although the first half of the plan went as intended, the remaining Karim soldiers were only successful in opening one of the four main gates. Karim soldiers poured into the courtyard and were met by the palace and royal guards. The original plan of flooding the palace with overwhelming numbers of superior swordsmen from multiple gates never came to fruition. Luckily, some Karim soldiers were able to avoid resistance in the courtyard and make their way into the palace itself. Emperor Ingvald had been deathly ill for years, and ensuring his death was a priority, but not a top priority. If the emperor were to survive this assault, his illness ensured he would not survive to see the new year. Either way, with Elora dead, the Ingvald bloodline would end after the death of the emperor. Marie had just leaned her head on John's shoulder when footsteps ran down the hall. John tightened his grip on his gun when a small group of Karim soldiers rushed past their door. He let out a relaxed breath as they passed by without taking notice of them in Elora's open room. Marie pushed her sword onto the ground and used it as a stick to stand. "What are you doing?" John asked. "We gotta go," she said as she offered her hand to help John stand. John pulled himself up. "Why?" "They're probably going after the emperor," she said. "That sounds like a Sir Frey problem." Marie cautiously looked down the hall before turning back to John. "I don't think your sister will see it that way." John replaced his magazine and sighed unconvincingly as he pulled on the slide, chambering around. He knew there was no point in arguing. "Fine, no guarantee I won't shoot him, though. Lead the way." Marie shot him a playful smile before she ran out into the hallway. Neither one was even close to feeling recovered, but they knew they had no choice. John was still feeling weak from losing so much blood, and he wasn't sure Marie felt any better. Luckily, pulling a trigger didn't take much energy. John stayed close behind Marie with his gun at the ready. He had no doubt he would be able to react in a fraction of the time it would take Marie to engage with a sword. The only downside was that even a single lucky strike that Marie would never take notice of would be enough to injure him gravely. As they came to the end of the hall, they heard a pitched battle echo from the fork that led to the emperor's quarters. Marie slowed to a walk, and John took the lead with his gun leveled as he walked down the hall. Bodies of Karim soldiers interspersed with palace guards littered the hallway. Apparently, the attacking Karim soldiers had met stiff resistance, but their superior numbers were winning in the end. By the time John and Marie had the emperor's quarters in sight, only 4 royal guards were defending against a group 4 times their number. The Karim soldiers made a concerted effort and pushed the guards away from the entrance. John and Marie were too far away to offer any assistance. Marie was well out of sword range, and John was afraid to take any shots until he was sure he would only hit his Karim targets. They helplessly watched as half of the Karim soldiers forced the door open and poured into the Emperor's quarters. "Go after them!" Marie yelled, although she knew the Emperor was probably already dead. Of the two, John had the best chance to kill that many men in a brief time. Marie slowed to engage the Karim soldiers, who were still battling with the hall guards. She quickly dispatched the two closest soldiers from behind before they knew she was there. John unexpectedly entered the foyer inside the Emperor's quarters. He had assumed he was running into the Emperor's room. It wouldn't have mattered, except the door on the other side of the foyer was leading to a dark room, and John's eyes didn't adapt to the dark as quickly as others with innate magic. He prepared to enter the Emperor's bedchamber when he saw two figures engulfed in purple flames fall to the floor close to the bed on the other side of the room. He quickly stepped inside and kept his back against the wall while he adjusted to the darkness. John saw the silhouette of a Karim soldier outlined against one of the burning figures. He would be giving his position away as soon as he fired, and was already scanning the room for more targets before he pulled the trigger. The sound of his gun reverberated in the marbled bedchamber as the figure fell to the floor. John could hear someone run across the room and try to locate it, but he found it hard to see the black Karim soldiers in the dark. He concentrated on the area where he heard the noise when a purple orb flew across the room and struck a Karim soldier. The soldier was instantly engulfed in a bright purple flame. John saw 4 other soldiers in the eerie purple light. He walked to the middle of the room and shot the 2 closest soldiers in their chests. He didn't want to risk missing a headshot. One of the remaining 2 soldiers rushed at John but faced the same fate. John saw the remaining soldier and was preparing to fire when his target erupted in purple flame. The soldier fell as he burned, and John could see a man standing on the other side of him. The man concentrated a bright purple orb in his open hand and threw it at John. John watched as it flew toward him and dissipated against his chest in a gust of wind. The man frantically gathered 2 more orbs, each weaker than the last, and threw them in quick succession. John walked across the room, stepping over the burning soldier, and stopped in front of the man as he threw one last orb, barely big enough to cause a wind on John's face. The man fell to one knee, exhausted. John looked into the man's eyes and knew exactly who he was. It was Emperor Ingvald, his father. The Emperor was at death's door from everything he had been told. John thought the man in front of him seemed pretty healthy, if not exhausted. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you right now," John calmly asked. "You're him, aren't you?" the Emperor weakly replied. John lowered his gun and fired at the marble floor in front of the Emperor. A splinter of the relic bullet bounced up and cut the Emperor across his cheek. The Emperor's magic did nothing to block it, and he winced at the pain. "I asked you a question." The 2 men stared at each other in silence. John took a determined breath and started to squeeze the trigger. The Emperor realized John was not bluffing. "Your sister!" he shouted. John relaxed his finger on the trigger. "What about her?" The Emperor sighed in defeat as he sat on the ground from exhaustion. "She has too much magic," he said to the floor. He paused for a second and looked up at John. "If she keeps it all, she will die." "John, what are you doing?" asked Marie from the doorway. "Just getting acquainted with my dad," he said as he lowered his gun. The Emperor looked past John and recognized Marie standing in the doorway. "Lady Frey!" Marie ran over to the Emperor, surveying the burnt bodies as she passed them by. As she got closer, she barely recognized the man in front of her. The Emperor she met a few days ago had been emaciated and weak, but the man in front of her looked healthier. He didn't look ill at all. "Let me help you up, Your Highness," she said as she helped him stand and walked him back to his bed. The Emperor laid back on his pillows as a group of royal guards entered the room. They drew their swords at the sight of Marie hovering over the Emperor's bed and John standing nearby. "Lower your swords," the Emperor said. One of the guards lit a relic in the center of the room, bathing it in a cool white light. There were 7 dead Karim soldiers on the floor. 3 had been burnt by attack magic, and 3 others had massive chest wounds. The Emperor looked at John's gun. "This young man saved me," he said to the closest guardsman. The guards relaxed their stance and took positions at the room entrance and closer to the bed. "How are you better?" Marie asked. "You, my dear," the Emperor said as he held up his hand, showing a dark outline where a ring had once been. "I didn't know it, but I was being poisoned. I thought I sensed something, but I wasn't sure," Marie said. Sir Frey entered the room with 2 more guards by his side. His face turned pale when he saw Marie and John at the Emperor's bedside. He had known the Emperor would eventually find out about John, but he wasn't prepared for it to happen now. "Sir Frey," the Emperor called from across the room. "I was just talking with Lady Frey and her friend." Sir Frey remained silent, unsure what to say. He could tell from the Emperor's tone of voice he knew exactly who John was. He was provided a temporary stay as a palace guard covered in blood ran into the room. He whispered something into Sir Frey's ear and quickly ran back down the hall. Everyone in the room could see it was concerning news from the expression on the man's face. "What is it?" asked the Emperor as another explosion rocked the palace. Sir Frey took a deep breath to steady his nerves. "It's Elora. She's lost control of her magic," he said as he looked at Marie. The Emperor reached out and grabbed John's hand. John looked down at the old man with renewed vile and disgust. He didn't even try to conceal his hatred as he tried to free his hand. The Emperor kept an iron grip around his wrist, looking John in the eyes as he tried to pull him closer. The look of superiority and moral authority John had seen on the man's face before was replaced with the look of a desperate father unsure what to do. The change in expression did nothing to change John's attitude toward him. If anything, it made him despise the man even more. "Save her," he said. "Please." Chapter 65. With Ser Jorah by her side, Elora stood at the top of the palace stairs leading down to the courtyard. Black uniformed Karim soldiers streamed into the courtyard from the open gate. A solid line of silver and red uniforms kept most invaders at bay inside a semicircle surrounding the entrance. Those who did pass by were met by palace guards. One-on-one combat filled the courtyard with light from relic-powered blades casting eerie shadows on the walls. A line of red uniformed royal guards at the bottom of the stairs prevented any stragglers from accessing the palace. Although it appeared the Karim soldiers were being contained, even Elora knew the defense was tenuous at best. Ser Jorah looked at Elora after surveying the chaos. "Princess, we don't need to—" He stopped short when Elora continued to walk down the stairs. An arrow flew in from the chaos and fell to the ground after striking Elora's magic. She stopped and scanned the area, but couldn't find the archer. "I'd feel better if you went back inside. And I'd feel better if I killed someone," she said with an innocent smile as she continued down the stairs. Her wish would be granted as a surge in Karim troops pushed against the defenders, causing the line to break. Silver uniforms rushed to fill the gap, but a handful of Karim broke through and rushed toward the guards at the bottom of the stairs. Elora watched as they were matched sword for sword by the royal guard at the bottom of the stairs. A single Karim soldier bypassed the battle and ran up the stairs toward Elora. She tightened the grip on her sword when she had a sudden flashback of a Karim soldier standing next to the seeker in her room. She stood frozen, replaying the terrorizing scene in her mind. "No!" "Princess!" Ser Jorah shouted. She blinked away the memory and saw Ser Jorah standing over a dead Karim soldier. "What happened? You okay?" he asked over the din of battle. "How long was I standing here?" "I'm fine," she snapped. The sound of shouting men turned her attention to the gate. The line was starting to falter, and Karim was slowly streaming into the courtyard. As if on cue, silver uniforms rushed over from the side of the courtyard to engage them before they could get too close to the palace. It was apparent this was where the battle would be decided. Both sides abandoned other plans and concentrated their efforts at the single open gate. Elora ran down the steps, past the guards, and into the courtyard. Ser Jorah did his best to prevent anyone from getting close, but he couldn't maintain his protective barrier for long. Ser Jorah was engaged in single combat when a Karim soldier rushed at Elora. She waited for him to come to her. He swung his sword from the top, and Elora waited. Her magic rushed out and deflected his blade down her side without even coming close. She raised her sword and pushed it into the man's heart. He looked surprised at how his attack was so easily thwarted. He took a step backward, and blood poured from the wound. Elora felt a sharp pain in her chest as she watched the blood flow down the man's uniform. She dropped to her knees and gasped, unable to catch her breath as the memory of what happened came crashing back. "I died." She remembered watching as the seeker slowly pushed the dagger into her heart. She remembered the sudden pain and the panic of dying. She remembered it all. Not again. Her mind screamed out in terror. She remembered not being able to breathe. "I don't want to die. Not again." She remembered the grip the soldier had around her arm, how they held her still while the seeker stabbed her in the heart. "I need to get away. Let go of me." She felt the iron grip on her arm once again. Not again. She remembered the seeker standing before her, showing her the dagger. This time she broke her arm free and pushed out at the seeker. "Elora?" she heard someone say. It wasn't the seeker's voice. It was Jacob's. Elora's mind snapped back to the present as the sound of battle came crashing back. The smell of fresh blood assaulted her nostrils. She saw Jacob in front of her, holding her arm. He had a look of surprise on his face. She smiled. He was here this time. He was protecting her. He would protect her from the seeker. Jacob coughed, and a bubble of blood formed at the corner of his mouth before it burst and trickled down his chin. Elora looked down and saw her cherished short sword buried in Jacob's chest. No, no, no! Jacob fell backward, sliding off her sword. Her mind panicked. Where was his magic? I didn't do that. That wasn't me. She looked around for an explanation. Any explanation other than she had just killed the only man she ever loved. He'll be okay. Marie can fix him. Her mind raced with what had to be done to heal him. She looked around in a panic. Where's Marie? I don't see Marie. She dropped to her knees and put her hands over Jacob's wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Blood flowed freely through the small gaps in her fingers. Marie can fix this. Elora felt pressure behind her and saw a sword slide down her magic and strike the dirt. She turned her head and saw the Karim soldier who had swung at her. "No!" she yelled as she threw her blood-drenched hand toward the man. A blinding ball of green magic materialized and incinerated the man, turning him into ash. She looked back toward Jacob when another soldier rushed at her. "Get away!" she screamed as she raised her hand again. The soldier disappeared in a green flash of light. There wasn't enough left of him to create a pile. There are too many. She stood to get a look at the open gate. A sea of black uniforms stretched out in front of it. They were keeping Marie from coming. Elora gathered magic in both hands and didn't stop until she could summon no more. The light coming from her hands was even blinding to her. She threw her hands forward, and giant balls of green magic flew out, striking the top of the palace walls on each side of the north gate. The walls collapsed, blocking the open entrance and crushing everyone near them. 2 more soldiers rushed at her. "Stop!" She flung her hands out, but there were no orbs this time. A tiny tendril of green magic formed at her fingertips and arced from fingertip to fingertip until it had grown stronger. The sound of crackling lightning filled the courtyard. Green lightning flew from her hands and struck the soldiers in the chest. Their magic briefly resisted before it was corrupted, engulfing them in green flames. Everywhere she looked were black uniforms. Her mind went blank with rage. She flung her hands out at her sides. Green lightning flew out from her palms, striking indiscriminately. Jahn and Marie ran toward the courtyard and saw flashes of green reflect down the hall. Marie stopped Jahn before they could get any closer. "Get the cuff!" she shouted. It might be the only thing that could stop Elora's magic if it was out of control. Jahn stopped in his tracks and ran back the way they came from. Marie continued running to the light at the end of the hall. She was a few feet from the open door when a bolt of green lightning struck the side of the doorway, exploding the marble in a shower of stones. A few smaller rocks flashed against Marie's magic and fell to the floor. Marie felt an enormous pressure against her magic and slowly continued out the door. It felt like she was wading through sand, falling in all directions. The courtyard was alive with green lightning. A stray bolt flew above her and struck high up on the palace, causing a section of wall to collapse beside her. Her magic protected her from debris. No one was left standing in the courtyard as tendrils of lightning connected everyone. Marie shielded her eyes. She could see individual magic resist as the lightning flowed around it and onto the next person. As she watched, 3 Karim soldiers' magic failed and became engulfed in green flames. "Elora!" Marie yelled from the top of the palace stairs. She knew her friend couldn't hear her, but she had to try. John appeared at Marie's side with the closed cuff in his hand as a thin streak of green lightning crashed into Marie, knocking her to the ground. "Marie!" he yelled as he dropped by her side. She tried to respond, but the magic was too much. She found it difficult even to breathe. John laid the cuff in Marie's hand, and the lightning disappeared into the next closest person. Marie felt as if she was weightless. The pressure from Elora's magic had disappeared. All magic was gone. She couldn't sense anyone or anything else. John helped her to her feet. "It has its advantages," he joked as he looked down at the cuff in her hand. She knew she would suffer the same effects if she ever broke contact with it. "What's happening?" "She's out of control." "I can see that," he shouted. Another bolt of lightning struck out and travelled down the palace wall before exploding that section of wall into a shower of stones. If it kept on for much longer, Elora would destroy the palace. John looked closer at Elora and noticed something lying next to her on the ground. Marie followed John's gaze and saw Sergiora lying at her feet in a pool of blood. She inhaled deeply. "Jacob!" She looked back at John. "We need to stop her before she kills everyone." Marie held out the cuff for John to take. "We need that to get Jacob," he said. "Keep it." Marie knew it would take both of them to drag Jacob away from Elora. "As soon as he's safe, you use it on Elora." "I will," John shouted over the lightning. They walked down the side of the stairway, careful not to trip on any fallen debris. They circumnavigated the courtyard and stopped when they were behind Elora. Another Karim soldier burst into flames at their side. It was only a matter of time until the Ingvald soldiers would meet the same fate. They crouched low to avoid stray debris and crawled up to Sergiora. Marie could see blood flowing from his wound, so he was still alive. John grabbed one corner of his uniform while Marie grabbed the other with her hand that wasn't holding the cuff. They pulled him a few feet away from Elora when a thick bolt of green lightning streamed out of her and struck the cuff in Marie's hand. It fell apart, and green lightning poured out of Elora and covered Marie. She fell flat as the magic pushed down on her. Marie's magic tried to resist, but it wouldn't last long, being so close to the source. "No!" John yelled. He was still too weak to pull either one to safety. He ran to Elora. She was covered in an ethereal green light, and her eyes were solid green. "Elora!" he yelled. "Stop it!" He grabbed her shoulder to shake her but couldn't touch her skin. It felt like touching stone. He tried pushing against her, but she didn't budge. She was unaware of anything happening around her. Another bolt of lightning burst out of her and exploded a section of wall on the other side of the courtyard. John looked over her shoulder and saw Marie's face contorted in pain. "You're killing her!" he screamed. His mind raced. He couldn't think of anything he could do to save Marie. He looked at his sister's face and shook his head. "No, I can't." Tears filled his eyes as he looked over Elora's shoulder again to see how Marie was doing. He wasn't sure, but it looked like Marie's magic was weakening. She wouldn't last much longer. John reached into his jacket and let his hand rest on the grip of his gun. "Wake up!" he screamed. He closed his hand around the textured grip and gently pulled it out into the open. "Please," he sobbed. "Wake up!" He took a step closer and hugged Elora with his open arm. He pushed his gun forward until it came to a rest against her body. "I'm sorry," he whispered in her ear as he pulled the trigger. Everything stopped the second Elora fell to the ground. Her runaway magic disappeared, and the sounds of groaning men filled the courtyard. "Did you shoot me?" asked a weak voice. "In the leg?" John leaned down and cradled his sister's head. She was back to normal. "A little," he said through a half-cry. "Jacob?" Elora asked as she feebly tried to look around. "Marie's got him," John said, as he saw Marie leaning over Jacob's body with her eyes closed. "I killed him," Elora softly said. John could tell she was exhausted. He looked over as Marie moved her hand to another location on Jacob's chest. The knight moved his arm on his own. "Then you did a pretty shitty job," he said with a smile. Elora's eyes lit up with relief. "Help me up." John knew she wouldn't take no for an answer. He stood beside her and leaned down to put an arm under her shoulder when he felt something push him backward and a sudden sharp sting. He fell to the ground and saw the shaft of a Kareem arrow sticking skyward out of his chest. "Fuck me," he said. He thought he saw the back of a monk's robe at the corner of the courtyard before everything went black. "John! Where's the sword, John?" It was the voices again. "It should be stronger. Connection. Time." I knew this wouldn't work. John could hear the voices clearer as he saw white all around him. He felt like he was standing, but couldn't feel anything. He was there and not there at the same time. Need the relic stone in that sword. 2 images took shape in front of him. He's still too young. The shapes became clearer, and John could see 2 people, a boy and a girl, maybe in their late teens. John tried to speak, but he couldn't. "I don't think he can talk to us." "Do you know where the sword is?" asked the boy. John nodded. "He's not going to be able to tell us where. We'll have to try again later," said the boy. "Give me a second," said the girl. John thought these 2 looked oddly familiar but couldn't say why. The boy had short blonde hair and bright green eyes, marking him as a noble. The girl had the same bright green eyes, but her hair wasn't blonde. It was brown, just like John's. "Is it true you have no magic, Grandpa? Just like me?" he heard her ask before everything faded to black again. Chapter 66. John opened his eyes and saw white sheets draped across the top of a canopy bed. The smell of clean linen and antiseptic told him he was in the palace. He tried to push himself up when he felt someone holding his hand, keeping it in place. "John?" Marie asked as she let go of his hand. "How are you feeling?" John pushed himself up in bed and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He immediately recognized it. "Another arrow?" "I'm keeping it," he heard Elora say as she held an arrow up at the foot of the bed. "How are you?" he asked. "The leg," Elora responded. John felt ashamed about shooting his sister. "Marie patched me up just as soon as she was done with Jacob." John thought he could see a sudden pang of guilt flash across her face when she said Jacob's name. An old lady with long blonde hair walked over to the bed and laid a tray on the sheets next to him. "Let me see," she said as she pulled the corner of his shirt down, exposing a bandaged wound. "This is Tori, a local healer," Marie said. "She doesn't use magic." John understood and simply nodded. "Where's Chris?" he asked, as the healer placed a salve on the wound before replacing the bandage. Marie and Elora exchanged an uneasy glance. "Chris disappeared this morning when word got out the Emperor recovered," Marie said. John could tell they were trying not to say too much in the present company. The sound of locks opening drew everyone's attention to the bedroom doors. John looked up in time to see 4 royal guards enter the room and assume posts in each corner of the room. Another man entered behind them. He was dressed in a deep red velvet robe and a royal green cape. He was a thin man with blonde hair and bright green eyes that John immediately recognized. Elora ran up and hugged him. "Daddy!" she squealed. The Emperor lowered his head and kissed the top of her hair. Anyone could see his love for his daughter. Ser Frey and Ser Jorah entered the room shortly after. They looked like 2 men waiting for their execution. The Emperor walked further into the room, with Elora hanging on his side. The Emperor took a deep breath to talk when Prime Minister Grey ran into the room. "Your Highness," he said as he offered a bow. Panic was evident on his face as he looked around the room and saw John, Elora, Marie, and Ser Frey. All 4 people he had conspired against to kill or capture at one time or another. He knew his only choice was to tell the Emperor about Ser Frey's betrayal and cast doubt on any accusations they might make against him. "What is it, Grey?" the Emperor asked. "Do you know who that man is?" Lord Grey asked as he pointed to John. The Emperor looked at Tori as she walked away from the bed. "Leave," he said. He waited for her to exit before he continued. Who is he, Lord Grey? It's your son, the Prime Minister said as he looked at Sir Frey. What are you saying? Asked the Emperor. I'm saying Sir Frey disobeyed your command and hid the child you ordered to be killed, he said as one continuous stream. Are you accusing Sir Frey of treason? Asked the Emperor. Yes, I am. By disobeying you, Sir Frey committed treason against the crown. Sir Jorah? Asked the Emperor. Did you hear Lord Grey accuse Sir Frey of treason? I did, Your Highness, he answered. Do your duty, the Emperor said. Sir Jorah drew his sword, walked over to Lord Grey, and drove it through the man's chest. Lord Grey's magic flashed once, and he was dead before he hit the ground. The confused look on his face remained. Sir Jorah sheathed his bloody sword and stood back against the wall. The Emperor looked down at Lord Grey's dead body, and then up at Sir Frey. I need the name of everyone who knows who this man really is. Why? Asked Marie. Because he's going to have them all killed, said John. The Emperor didn't deny it. Elora looked shocked at her father's bold attitude. She walked to the closest guard and pulled the dagger from his belt. The guard knew better than to protest. She felt a sudden pang in her chest as she looked down at the knife in her hands. She took a deep breath and walked back to John's bed as everyone watched. She tossed the dagger on the sheets next to his hand. Do you know why you're still alive? Elora asked as she looked at her father. He remained silent, confused by her question. It's not because of Sir Frey or Sir Jorah or any of the royal guard. She walked around the room and looked at each one as she mentioned them. You're only alive because of 2 reasons. Elora looked at Marie and smiled. First, you're alive because Marie healed you. The Emperor stood still with the stoic expression of a man who always got his way. Second, you're still alive because John hasn't picked up that knife and killed you yet. She paused for a second to let her words sink in. What do you think you could do against my brother? Magic doesn't work on him. You've seen that firsthand. Sure, he's injured, but he's still younger and stronger. John looked at the knife. The Emperor glanced uneasily at the royal guardsman. He was trying to calculate how long it would take for them to come to his aid. He knew what side of the coin Sir Frey and Sir Jorah would fall on. However, he did not doubt that the other guards could subdue John if he chose to act. Elora saw him look around the room at his precious royal guard. She opened the palm of her hand, and green lightning arced between her fingers. It wasn't an orb, but wild, unbridled magic that had ended a siege and killed countless Karim the day before. Elora waited until her father was done looking around the room. She took a step closer and looked into his eyes. They would all be dead before John put his feet on the ground, she softly said. She let her magic dissipate. I guess there's a third, she said. I haven't killed you yet. What? The Emperor asked. If I decided to kill you right here, right now, there's not a single person in this room who could stop me. There's not a single person in this empire who could stop me. Wait, I guess there is one. She refused to take her eyes off her father. John? She asked over her shoulder. What is it, sis? He asked back. Should I kill our father? John knew she was serious. He wanted the man dead for what he had done. However, that would mean Elora would become empress. She would gladly accept him and announce him as family, but taking the throne by regicide would always hang over her rule. Not to mention that the church would use it to drive a wedge between her and the common people. No. Elora's deadly attitude abruptly changed, and she once again turned into a bubbly, loving daughter. She walked over to the Emperor and sweetly kissed him on the cheek. That's number 3. If anything ever happens to my brother, who will tell me no the next time I ask that question? Fine, the Emperor said. He knew she was right. She was powerful. Too powerful. I don't want to hurt you, Daddy, but I also don't want you to hurt John. Who knows? You may outlive both of us. I have too much magic, and John's allergic to pointy things, she jokingly said. The Emperor let out a defeated sigh. He had never been on the losing end of a negotiation, which was what this was, a negotiation. Although he could never acknowledge John as his son, he also couldn't afford to lose Elora as heir to the throne. He did love her, and didn't want to lose her. 2 ships, he said. What, Daddy? Elora sweetly asked as she sat on the bed next to her brother. You shall have 2 ships. I will give you the charts and everything you need to try and find that island of yours. And anyone who knows about John? Marie asked. The Emperor looked at Marie and smiled. You look so much like her, he kindly said. I'll leave that to Elora, he said as he looked at his daughter. It is up to you to see that his secret is kept. Don't I get a say? Asked John. No, you don't, said the Emperor. Chapter 67. Emperor Ingvald stared out the window of Elora's quarters. He liked the view better from this side of the palace. The balcony in his quarters overlooked the capital, and its position was no doubt carefully planned to give citizens the impression that their rulers were always watching over them, keeping them safe. Elora's quarters, however, looked over the roads leading to the capital and had an endless view of mountains in the distance. Out of the two, he preferred her view. The door to her quarters opened behind him. I thought you might not come, he said. If I thought I had a choice, I wouldn't, said John as he entered the room, shutting the door behind him. The Emperor took a deep breath and turned around. I see you didn't ask to talk to me in the throne room, John snidely remarked. It would raise more questions. The fact a visiting dignitary is so familiar with Princess Elora and Lady Frey has already started rumors. I could always tell them I'm your son, if that would make you feel better, John said as he sat in an empty chair next to the fireplace. The Emperor genuinely smiled at that response. He dropped his bearing and joined John at the fireplace. They stared at the flames, watching the dry wood throw tiny sparks against the ornate fire screen. It reminded John of the last time he talked to Caleb. Even minutes have seconds to fear, the Emperor said, watching the fire. Is that supposed to mean something? Asked John. My father, your grandfather, said that to me the night before he died. John sat silent. He rarely saw many adults so pensive, let alone the man who had ordered his death. He tried hard not to empathize with the man. It didn't make sense to me either until I realized Elora probably wouldn't live to be empress. Nothing lasts forever. The choices we make in our youth are the ghosts that haunt us in our death. You're going to have to help me out. I was raised with sheep, John said. The Emperor let out a soft chuckle. You remind me of me, he said, looking at John. Always quick-witted, a sharp tongue that never knew when to be silent. I love this heart-to-heart, but I have to go check on a ship, John said as he got up. He was tired of cryptic messages. He was halfway across the floor before the Emperor spoke again. I'm sorry, he said. John stopped but didn't turn around. The sound of the crackling fire was the only response the Emperor would receive from that apology. You know I can never acknowledge you as my son, even if you do get your magic back. I'm only doing this for Elora. She's the only family I have left. I already had a father, so I could care less about being your son. The Emperor sat silently, watching the fire spark as John opened the door and left. Sir Frey watched as a long wooden crane hauled nets full of supplies from the dock and lowered them into the great ship's hulls. He had thought provisioning a ship would be no different from a long-term military camp, but he was wrong, dead wrong. The process was even more daunting, having 2 ships to contend with rather than 1. He heard wagon wheels against the wood dock behind him and prepared to berate the driver for trying to unload out of turn when he noticed Tomas and Toby at the reins. Tomas drove the wagon right up to Sir Frey. You guys are coming, he shouted as he walked to the wagon's side. Toby was the first to jump down and shook Sir Frey's meaty paw. An island of ruins? Just think of the relics that's never been seen before. Sir Frey walked to the back of the wagon with Toby. Thomas joined them from the other side. Sir Frey looked at the full wagon covered in a white tarp. Think you brought enough? This is only the first wagon, Thomas said. I'm not sure there will be enough space for... Sir Frey started. Thomas threw the corner of the tarp back and revealed a large silver box. It took a moment for Sir Frey to recognize it. Is it? He asked with an incredulous smile. It is, Thomas said. Sir Frey pulled a glove from his belt and playfully hit Thomas. Will it work? Toby looked shocked by the question. He brought enough stones to power it for at least a year. Not to mention we can make more. If it's an island of ruins, then we can make all we'll ever need. But if you don't think there will, I will make space for cold mead, even if I have to sleep on the deck. Sir Frey grabbed 2 passing soldiers and pointed to the back of the wagon. Hand carry this on board. I will kill you and everyone you love if there is as much as a single scratch. The 2 soldiers didn't even flinch at hearing the threat, and lowered the wagon gate to get a better look at the cargo. I hope it's something useful, Elora said from behind them. She and Marie had become a daily fixture at the docks, as the 2 ships were prepared for their voyage. Oh, it is, Sir Frey answered as she watched the men pull the box from the wagon and head for the gangplank. Do you need a hand? Sir Yora asked from behind the 2 girls. I wouldn't say no, said Thomas, as he pulled the tarp entirely off, revealing a bevy of boxes and crates. Sir Frey whistled, and a handful of soldiers appeared from the surrounding area. They started to unload the boxes and stack them on a nearby empty net for transport to the ship. Elora watched closely as boxes of odd relics were piled on top of each other. The wagon was getting emptied quickly when she spied Toby removing a long cloth-wrapped object before Thomas could see it. Elora walked around the wagon. What is it? She whispered behind Toby. Toby was briefly startled and dropped his package. He reached for it, but only grabbed the cloth in which it was wrapped. The item unrolled completely and fell under the wagon. She stared at it for a second before Toby quickly wrapped it back up. It was a relic weapon like John's, but much bigger and more powerful. Does it work? She excitedly asked. Does what work? Marie asked from behind them. Thomas's interest was piqued at seeing the 3 of them at the wagon's side. What you got over there, Toby? He suspiciously asked. Toby looked at Elora with a panicked expression. It was obvious he wasn't supposed to bring it. Elora grabbed the package. He was just helping me wrap up my new sword, she smiled. The look on Toby's face was a mixed expression of gratitude and horror. I'll take it to my cabin myself, she said as she handed it to Sir Jorah a few feet away. Marie shook her head in disappointment. Their journey wouldn't start for 2 more days, and from the look on Toby's face, Elora had already hijacked some dangerous relic. The sun crept up over the capital. Shadows sprinted from the distance back to the spires and rooftops of the buildings they belonged to. The dead city trickled to life as people, horses and wagons filled the streets for their morning travels. Monks came and went from the Ingvald temple just as they did every morning. The recent Karim incursion was already fading to memory, and rumors of a rogue Karim military commander responsible for the attack never received more attention than a passing merchant. The church would endure its failure. Whether the attack was successful or not, people would still come and pay their tithes to hear stories of forgiveness and enlightenment. John walked across the street, offering a friendly greeting as it was warranted. He loved being in the city. Initially, he hadn't been sure he would like it, but he loved its anonymity. No one looked twice at his appearance, whether he was wearing his necklace or not. He tilted his head at a passing lady and offered a friendly smile. He was amazed at how well those gestures were received. He started whistling a tune he had heard at a pub the other night when he and Marie had snuck out of the palace. Whistling his jaunty tune, he did a small skip up a flight of broad stone stairs and walked through the open doors. He took the spiral stairs to his right and marveled at how much he liked being in the city. He stopped at the top of the stairs and looked around. When he didn't see anyone, he continued his happy jaunt into the office before him. The man behind the desk looked up in confusion. His confusion quickly turned to terror as he recognized John. John offered a polite smile. "Good morning," he said as he pulled the gun from his inside pocket. The pontiff tried to push away from his desk, but was too slow. John raised his gun and looked down the sights. "Elora says hi," John said, before pulling the trigger as fast as he could for as long as his ammo would last. He stopped counting after 13. Marie stood impatiently on the deck, watching John walk up the dock and onto the gangplank. Sailors were already tossing off the ropes, freeing the ship from its moor. John had said he needed to do one last thing before they left, but he hadn't told her what it was. In all truthfulness, she did not want to know. She just hoped he didn't do anything too extreme. John jogged up the gangplank and gave Marie a bear hug as he spun her around. He slowed to a stop and gave her a soft kiss. "What's got into you?" she asked. "Just happy to be here with you," he said as he placed her back down, letting his hand linger on the small of her back. "Do I get one?" Elora asked from behind them. John quickly turned around and grabbed his sister. She squealed with delight when he spun her around. She looked disappointed when he finally set her down next to Marie. "Did you give him my message?" Elora asked as her laughing wound down. John pulled her in and kissed her head. "I did." "You're the best brother," she said as the three of them walked to the ship's bow, looking out at the open sea beyond the harbor. "The captain would like to speak to you, Elora," said a voice behind them. They turned to see Jacob dressed in a mishmash of mercenary and civilian clothing. One of the last things the Emperor had done before they left was to remove Ser Jorah from the Royal Guard. After reading Sir Frey's recommendation, Jacob would no longer be allowed to serve as her bodyguard. However, a sudden, unexplained windfall in money meant he could accompany the ship as a private adventurer. Elora flashed Jacob a hungry smile. It was evident his newfound position would work out for her benefit. "I'll be there in a minute, Jacob." "Sir Frey is looking for you too as well," he said, before he turned to leave. "Thank you, Jacob," Marie said with a nervous smile. Elora leaned across the railing to get one last look at the water as it disappeared under the bow. Her sleeve pulled up to reveal a leather cuff with a square relic mounted to it. John looked at it and smiled. He was the one who had Toby craft it for her, but he hadn't seen her wear it before now. Elora noticed him smiling at her arm. "What?" "How's that whole no magic thing working out for you?"